On a beautiful day, the golden sun felt like flowing honey, and the air was fresh and invigorating. A young man was sipping a warm cup of tea, his eyes glued to the computer screen as if drawn by a magnet. The guy was browsing a game forum where new threads were popping up like mushrooms, after a rain promising some seriously wild plot twists. Just as he clicked on a post, a comment from the public immediately jumped out at him. "Trash game with a stupid dragon that came out of nowhere and wiped all my game data. What the fuck? A black magic dragon. It said my character died, and I can't log in anymore. What the hell is happening? My character just got deleted." Reading this, our young man started to feel a bit bewildered. A final boss in a dating sim game is this overpowered? I thought the game would have a romantic happy ending if the two main characters fell in love. Scrolling down further, another post caught the attention of all the gamer bros out there. Everyone, this boss is unbeatable. This trashy black magic dragon has a passive 99% magic resistance. It has no cooldown, and always gives me trouble with its magic absorption skill, while also shooting out some kind of spell. How are we supposed to kill this thing? It's definitely a game bug. Suddenly our protagonist realized this was a post from a top-tier idol in the gaming community. The curious young man put down his tea, his eyes gleaming. A final boss, huh? This is interesting. At that moment he rested his chin on his hand, intently reading another player's analysis on the forum. Weird, a monster, immune to magic in a world full of magic. That's so absurd. Is it really a game bug? People are saying their characters are suddenly vanishing without a trace. It seems like that's it. Just then, an SOS notification popped up on the screen. The black magic dragon Black Knight of the 13th month has appeared. Unable to contain his curiosity, the protagonist clicked to reread the game's storyline. In this mythical world there exists a fanatical cult called the Black Magic Church. Their goal is to invade other worlds, also known as Persona Gates, to become the final boss of the universe. When their goal is achieved, the black magic dragon will make its debut. And just like that, 90% of the continent has been swallowed by the Persona Gate. Reading this, our protagonist's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. I only play PvP. I never paid attention to the game's story, but this is pure chaos. The guy felt a little intimidated, but then thought, aren't I just avoiding it? Maybe I should just go all out for once. No sooner said than done, he moved his mouse to the notification bar. Do you want to fight the black magic dragon? Please select yes or no. Without a single moment of delay, he chose yes. Let's get this fight started while it's hot. I will now display the skills I have honed for the past 10 years, our protagonist boasted loudly. A brief overview of the character, Yuun. He is a strange creature in the game, the only one who can't use skills, even though in this game everyone can sling fire like it's nothing. But even the veteran players wouldn't give this useless character a second glance. To put it bluntly, this character is even weaker than a side character, though he does have a tiny bit of magic, but it's only a single skill. Back to the battle, the black magic dragon was cosplaying a fire-breathing dragon, accumulating a ginormous fireball in its mouth. Immediately after it opened its maw wide and spat out that sphere of power. The ball of fire shot towards Yuun as fast as lightning. Facing this life or death situation, Yuun remained cool and composed, then curled his lip into a disdainful smirk as if to say, "You're no match for me." He then transformed using his pro-level flash skill to charge forward and slash at the dragon's neck. He just kept flashing over and over. Yuun's flash spell allows him to move to another location within a range of 3 to 10 meters in the blink of an eye. But the problem is, the destination of the flash is random, so if you don't time it perfectly, you'll bite the dust instantly due to the terrifying speed and impact force. Moreover, the cooldown time and mana consumption are hard to handle, and you're even frozen for 2 seconds after using it. So even though anyone can learn it, very few are foolish enough to use it. However, Yuun was a special case. He had mastered this flash skill. Not only that, he could also control both the direction and distance of the teleport. Even more incredible, he knew how to bypass this skill's penalty, not using a single drop of mana. And it's not like the character Yuun even has a mana stat to consume. Unlike other spells, flash is actually just a simple movement skill. But I became obsessed with this character ever since everything became based on skill level. So for the past 10 years I've only played this one character who doesn't use magic in combat. At this point, Yuun had already charged forward and carved a long gash across the Black Demon King's face. Not only that, he also decisively and powerfully sliced the Demon King in two. He was truly on another level. Immediately after, he stood majestically like a god descended to earth as a notification appeared. You have defeated the final boss, the 13th Night of the Black Moon. In reality, our protagonist couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What the fuck, what? Did I really just kill the final boss, the Black Demon King? I know I was equipped with rare ancient artifacts from head to toe, but this character is still miraculously useless. Still, this is amazing. I have to go brag to the online community that I just killed the Black Demon Dragon. Before he could even flex, his computer screen was flooded with a mess of red notifications, all tangled up because he'd reached a bugged ending. 90% of the mythical world was destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Seeing these messages, our protagonist's jaw dropped in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Damn it, what is this?" Before he could even process it, another notification popped up, "Please reach the true ending." At this point, he was totally freaking out, screaming, "What is this?" And then our protagonist inexplicably vanished right from his own room. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a completely unfamiliar scene. Our protagonist was now lying face down on the ground. He struggled to sit up, his head spinning like a top, and he clutched it in confusion, groaning. What just happened? His body suddenly started shaking uncontrollably. He looked around and blurted out, "Where am I?" A dazzling light suddenly caught his attention, and he quickly realized it was a mirror. He moved closer, leaned his face into the mirror, and then, what the hell? He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his current appearance. It was a familiar face, one he had been with for over 10 years. It was Yuun. But before he could make sense of anything, a notification appeared in front of him. Episode 1. Escape the Pursuit. Our protagonist had a sudden realization. Isn't this Yuun's tutorial quest? He couldn't believe what was happening. No way am I dreaming. He then reached into his pocket and grabbed something. The thing that made him freeze for 5 seconds was an acceptance certificate for the Stella Academy. And at this point, even though he didn't want to admit it, Yuun could pretty much figure out where he was. This is definitely the mythical world. So from now on, I'm Yuun. At this thought, he buried his face in his hands, wanting to cry but having no tears. But I need to think more logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending, but from what I know, this damn game doesn't have a true ending. It has countless possible endings. At that moment, his eyes widened in alarm as he thought, wait a minute. Could it be that no one has managed to unlock the true ending in the last 10 years? Damn it. But I don't have time to think about this anymore. If I remember correctly, right after Yuun wakes up, those black demon cultists show up and storm the house. Thinking this, he rushed to the window to peek outside. Before him was a group of identically dressed men in black standing in the falling snow. They were frantically searching for him, shouting, "Damn it, where did that little brat run off to?" Seeing this, our protagonist was scared out of his wits and hid behind the door. He peeked out and thought to himself, "This is bad, they're already here." Outside, one of the men with blank white eyes spotted something. He then pointed up towards the distance and shouted, "Hey guys, there's a house over there, let's go search it." As soon as he finished, the whole group responded in unison. Right, he realized he had a serious problem that needed to be dealt with immediately. But he was worried, not knowing what to do. He then recalled, "I think there's a time limit for avoiding them, but I can't fight them all by myself." While he was panicking, not knowing what to do, the system suddenly appeared. You can use flash. At this suggestion, our protagonist was bewildered. I can use flash. Born with a body suffering from mana leakage syndrome, Yuun, a person who couldn't accumulate mana, could only place his hopes on one single thing, and that was the spell he had spent his entire life practicing. Back in the present, snow was falling relentlessly outside, blanketing the entire forest in white. Inside this old house, Yuun was still thinking about the system's suggestion, but his flash skill was currently at level 0. The maximum allowed distance is 9 meters. He was completely confused at this point. This damn system is telling me to use flash. But I'm not sitting in front of a computer screen with a mouse playing a game, so how the hell am I supposed to flash? Outside, the men from the Black Demon cult were running like madmen toward the house, and the sound of their approaching footsteps made our protagonist even more panicked. Damn it, they're here, I have to do something. There was no more time. Screw it, I'll take my chances with you guys. Just then, the men arrived and noticed something. His eyes filled with rage as one of them shouted, "Boss, I found the bastard. After him, bring him back alive." Just like that, they furiously chased after him, roaring, "Stop, don't let him get away. Get him." Meanwhile, our protagonist was running for his dear life. This was the first challenge of the tutorial. Use flash to shake off your pursuers. As he ran, he thought, they're wearing magic boots, so they're faster than me. So the only way for me to escape is to use flash. Calm down. I've used this countless times, so of course I know how to time it perfectly. They were right behind him now, shouting, "Hey, you little brat, you're not gonna stop." Glancing back, he realized it too. Damn it, they've already caught up. But the truth is, flash has a weakness. If the user doesn't control the distance, well, they'll crash into something and die instantly. However, if it's me, things will be different. Yuun thought to himself as he ran, and at that very moment, the leader of the black magic cult members was right on his tail. He swung his sword and roared, "Let me send you to hell." Die, you son of a bitch. In that hair-raising moment on the brink of life and death, he used his flash skill to escape. He thought joyfully. Awesome, it worked, leaving the members of the black magic cult completely dumbfounded. Nani, what was that flash? Is that little brat a mage too? Seeing his stupid comrades losing their cool, the leader turned back to reassure them. Don't lose heart. Flash has a weakness. The user is paralyzed for about 2 seconds. So this is our chance to act. As he said this, he turned to look in Bitch Yuun Sung's direction, and was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Shit, wait, how is that kid still moving? Meanwhile, Bitch Yuun Sung was still running for his life, encouraging himself as he ran. Careful. I have to be more careful. Come on, I have to use this rough terrain to escape. If a player hasn't learned how to use Flash, at this point the only path is death. In fact, 99% of players can't even complete the tutorial. As for the remaining 1%, even if they pass the tutorial, they can't master distance control for Flash and consecutive flashes. Thinking this, he frantically used Flash, then flashed again, moving from one spot to another. This left the members of the black magic cult completely astonished. Huh. He dares to use Flash on terrain like this. Is this kid insane? Then he turned to his comrades and said, anyone who can use magic, get to the front. We'll attack him from a distance. As he finished speaking, 3 men stepped forward, their faces filled with killing intent. Noticing they were no longer chasing him from behind, our protagonist glanced back, but another worry surfaced in his mind. I'm screwed. Are they planning to use magic? And the second part of the tutorial is to use Flash to dodge magic arrows. Damn it, when I was playing the game, I could see what was behind me on the screen, so it wasn't hard to dodge them. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Skill Mana Leak Syndrome has been activated. Mana Leak Syndrome nullifies the Sixth Sense skill and accelerates perception. As soon as he received the notification, Bitch Yuun Sung suddenly felt sword auras approaching him from behind. Even without looking back, he could easily dodge these sword auras just like that. At the same time, a massive dark aura rushed towards him. Bitch Yuun Sung realized this was the moment to use his flash skill. In the end, he luckily escaped this fatal attack. A deafening explosion rang out, boom boom boom, just like a meteorite crashing to Earth. Its pressure was so immense that Bitch Yuun Sung couldn't stand firm, and had to crouch down, bracing himself with his hands. The smoke and dust from the explosion began to clear, revealing a massive crater in its wake. Only then did Bitch Yuun Sung regain his senses and think, holy hell, I almost freaking died. But this is no time to rest. And with that, he took off running again. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. Before him was a bottomless chasm. One wrong step and he'd definitely be meeting his ancestors. And this was the third challenge of the tutorial: use Flash to cross the chasm. He thought. Perhaps the only way to get to the other side is to precisely calculate the flash distance. Then I'll run into some mages passing by and escape. That's also the end of the tutorial, but to pass this part I have to cancel the flash spell, which activates in 0.1 seconds. But failing even once means death. There are about 20 floating rocks here, and damn, with only 0.1 seconds. It's easier said than done. It's incredibly difficult to pull off. I really don't know what kind of bastard wrote the script for this tutorial. So damn malicious. However, it's not impossible. The problem is, as he was thinking this, the voice of a black magic cult member shouted, "There he is, right ahead." At that moment the group had caught up. The protagonist was startled and thought to himself, the pursuers are closer than I thought. The distance between me and them is probably only about 100 meters, and the cooldown for Flash is 3 seconds. So I don't have enough time to get to the other side. That means I only have one choice: kill them all. Then Bitch Yuun Sung crouched down behind a tree to plan his fight. He suddenly thought, this is insane. Why did I even think I could manage this after just finishing a fight? If this were a game, the system wouldn't allow these pursuers, but this is reality. There's no law saying you have to blindly follow the game's system. Killing someone who isn't even worth my time. The reason isn't because these guys are my parents' enemies like in the game's story. They're finally here. Baek Yuun Sung gripped his sword defensively, his face filled with determination. Come on, you bastards, I can take you all on. And just moments later, they caught up to Baek Yuun Sung's position. The man seemed to still be fuming, his face red with anger. He shouted, "It's this little brat, get this punk for me." With that, the whole group roared in agreement and charged forward menacingly. Every single one of them looked absolutely furious. Meanwhile, Baek Yuun Sung remained quite calm, not flinching in the slightest. "He's got some nerve," one of the dark mages thought with a sneer. "You dare fight us all by yourself? How foolish. You're finished, kid." But our protagonist was still concentrating, observing carefully to make an accurate judgment. He suddenly realized the distance to his target was about 8.7 meters. Immediately after, he unleashed his flash skill, dashing towards the man. The man in black probably wouldn't even have time to understand what was happening before he was dead. The leader standing nearby had to widen his eyes in shock. But Baek Yoon-sung's face now shone with a determination that showed no mercy. The speed was so fast and dangerous that the man in black spat out a large mouthful of blood. It sprayed directly onto Baek Yoon-sung. Seeing fresh blood dripping from his fingertips, Baek Yoon-sung felt no guilt whatsoever. If they didn't die, he would be the one to die. He had to kill them all to survive. With that thought, he slashed the man with all his might. Then he furiously kicked him to vent his anger. With what looked like a light touch, the man was sent flying back towards the group of dark mages. This made them even more furious. Meanwhile, after taking one of them down, he turned and ran. His flash skill probably needed time to cool down, so he couldn't risk his life right now. When the dark mages realized he was running, they grew even more enraged, screaming like madmen. "Damn it, he's running. Don't let him get away no matter what." As Baek Yoon-sung ran, he thought, "I just took one down. But it won't be this easy next time. What should I do? What the hell? Why is it so quiet behind me? Did they stop chasing me?" Just as he thought that they appeared right in front of him. He didn't know since when. But now there was no more time for him to run. He suddenly thought, aren't they using magic again? If I can just dodge these bastards. Meanwhile, the leader of the dark mages was barking out an order. "Do it." The moment he spoke, a strange magic circle appeared, and then it shot straight towards Baek Yoon-sung's position. A massive burst of fire flew straight at him. There were countless fire arrows speeding towards him. Faced with this situation, he still didn't know how he was going to escape. He could only curse in frustration, damn it. This fucking spell. Ah, that's right. I have a way. A tree branch growing from a crack in a rock appeared before him. In this life or death situation, he used his flash skill to dash towards that branch. And then, a huge explosion occurred right after. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion created a large crater, sending dust flying everywhere. One of the dark mages looked quite pleased, smirking. Serves that little punk right. But his joy didn't last long, as he suddenly realized there was no body in the crater before him. He muttered in surprise, "Where'd he go?" While he was still confused, Baek Yoon-sung had not only escaped their magic, but was also using his flash skill to charge at their boss. By the time the man realized it, Baek Yoon-sung was right in his face. The two of them just stared at each other eye to eye. The ultimate skill flash required the same momentum before and after use. Without any hesitation, he flashed again, lunging forward and slashing the man with all his strength. All that could be heard was a blood-curdling scream echoing into the distance. Witnessing this scene left the entire group of dark mages in complete shock. What the hell is happening? Not stopping there, Baek Yoon-sung pushed the sword in deeper. He pierced right through the man, causing him to cough up blood and die instantly. The mages still couldn't understand. Where did this kid get such powerful magic? Why had he become so violent? And after dealing with two of them, it seemed he was getting tired. He was covered in blood, thinking to himself, "I've taken down two of them now, but I have to hurry before they recover." A scar-faced man spoke up. "What a freak. His reaction speed is too bizarre for a mage. Who the hell are you?" Hearing this, Baek Yoon-sung thought to himself, "My reaction speed must be superior to all other players. But that's only in this game. I can't keep dodging their attacks forever, especially at this range. I have to finish them all off quickly." Thinking this, he risked it all, and charged forward to attack. The scar-faced man who had been observing exclaimed, "I've figured out your movements. This kid can only use flash and a dagger. I just need to guard my face and neck, and he won't be able to touch me." So he held his sword defensively with a provocative attitude. Come on, bring it on." Then he shouted, "Ice Tide." Meanwhile, Baek Yoon-sung was still showing off his incredible flash step skills. At the same time, this guy was unleashing an intense blast of power toward him. He was quite confident in his strategy, thinking to himself, "Haha, I've almost got you. Now let's see you writhe in pain." But his gloating didn't last long before he was completely shocked. Not only was Baek Yoon-sung unharmed, but he had already dashed toward the scar-faced guy's companion, and he slashed the man until he was logged out for good. Witnessing this made the scar-faced man's hair stand on end as he stammered in fear. "Damn it, you used to just scurry and hide like a little rat, and now you dare to fight back." Our protagonist, covered in fresh blood, replied coldly, "Yes, but that was the old me. In any case, I have to thank you all for helping me get stronger day by day." Hearing this, the man retorted bitterly, "You son of a bitch, that's only because we were going easy on you. Time to die." As he finished speaking, Baek Yoon-sung's powerful footsteps drew closer. His face was now filled with a murderous aura, looking incredibly fierce. Then he quickly threw his spear toward the man. Seeing the spear heading toward him, he speculated internally. A flash step aimed at an unguarded spot. He must be planning to throw the spear to make me block it, then attack from behind, huh? Dream on, pal. Not a chance. Just as he thought this, the spear was right in front of his face. The guy just casually swung his sword and sliced the spear in two. Then he smirked triumphantly, thinking, "And now I just need to turn around and finish him off with one blow." But it seems his judgment was wrong. Suddenly he just stood there, dumbfounded, and let out a weak cry. "Ah!" Then he gritted his teeth, his face contorted in incomprehensible pain. At that moment, Baek Yoon-sung didn't attack from behind, as he had predicted. He attacked directly from the front. He used all his strength to pierce through the man's heart, much to his astonishment. The scar-faced man, still in disbelief, weakly cried out, "Shit!" He was planning to attack from the front from the very beginning. And so Chapter 1, Escape the Pursuit, is complete. After killing the entire group, a system message appeared. You have gained additional experience. You have received a gift from the Constantinatio project for developing a unique story. Meanwhile, our protagonist seemed quite exhausted and collapsed, his breathing becoming rapid and ragged times pant. He glanced down at his blood-soaked hands, then he looked around. Just like many other characters who'd been transported to another world, he initially thought it was all a dream. But no, this was all real. It wasn't a dream. Our hero recalled the fight for survival that had just taken place. That was his first time using Flash Step in this world, and also his first battle. And what's more, it was also his first time killing someone. The truth is, I killed people to survive. A moment later, the protagonist slowly got to his feet. He brushed the dirt off his clothes and looked at the path ahead. He told himself, "Well, I've been transported to this world one way or another. First things first, I need to get out of here." Suddenly a thought popped into his head, and he turned to look back at the group he had just defeated. He still seemed quite hesitant, his eyes holding a hint of melancholy. But then he bent down and started patting down their pockets. He checked them and thought, "This might be a little despicable, but I have to be practical. Right now I don't have a single penny to my name." After fumbling around for a bit, he finally found a pouch of shiny gold coins. He rejoiced internally. This must be about 2 million won. It's better than nothing. A silver lining in a bad situation. His joy was short-lived as he turned to worry about another problem. He looked at the path ahead with a sense of dread. Ahead of him was a deep, bottomless cliff. If he were to accidentally slip and fall, he'd be a goner for sure. He was constantly on the verge of life and death. He thought in a panic, "How am I supposed to cross this cliff?" Suddenly, a loud voice called from the other side of the cliff, "Is anyone there?" He immediately looked up. Seeing our hero still standing there stunned, the group waved their hands and called out again, "Hey, this way, we're over here." He realized that this was the group of mages from the tutorial. He immediately started shouting like crazy, I'm here," someone from the other side replied. "But there's no bridge nearby. Do you think you can make it across?" "Yes, I'm on my way," our protagonist replied. Receiving his signal, the girl turned back to the others. "Let's wait for him a bit then, since he said he can cross." The blue-haired young man standing beside her spoke up, still doubtful, "But crossing this cliff is no simple matter. He'd have to be at least a third-class knight to pull it off." "Can that young man really do it?" she replied. I'm not sure either." As she said this, her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. "He's jumping from one rock to another with such ease and skill." The whole group stared, jaws agape at the sight, each of them watching with bated breath. Right now, Baek Yoon-sung was focused, trying to cross one section at a time. Quick as a flash, he had already made it halfway across. Model. Seeing this spectacle, the whole group couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, "What kind of skill is that?" "Some kind of jumping magic," someone replied. "That's Flash." The voice came from a young girl. The blue-haired girl stood in the back, looking quite pretty and adorable. The purple-haired girl turned to look at her. Then she looked back towards the main character and said in confusion, "That's Flash. But you can't control the direction of Flash that easily. And with that kind of distance, it's practically impossible. He makes it look so effortless and skilled." That's how it looked to outsiders, but the main character was actually struggling quite a bit. Suddenly, the girl saw something that made her gasp in horror. Her eyes widened as she stammered, "Who are those two? Are they with him?" At that moment, on the other side, two figures in black were approaching the cliff. Over here, everyone was still bewildered. Then one of the figures on the other side began to use a magic staff, creating a source of orange power that radiated outwards. Immediately after, he pointed his hand straight ahead. An eerie magic circle formed and shot directly towards the main character. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Hey, watch your back." At that same moment, the main character felt the terrifying power hurtling towards him and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, this is bad." Just as it was about to hit, he used Flash to move to another spot, narrowly escaping with his life. Behind him, a massive explosion went off with a thunderous boom. He glanced back to see who had ambushed him. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the figures of the two men in black slowly came into view. He thought to himself, "So it's those mercenaries from before. They've been revived. This is really dangerous." Flash has 3 seconds left on its cooldown. It's impossible to dodge all their spells. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. As he thought this, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. What the hell? What is that? It turned out the dark mages weren't going to let him escape so easily, and had immediately activated a magic spell, firing it straight at him. Luckily for Yuun, he managed to lean to one side in time, to dodge the blast of power. But life isn't always that easy. Just as he dodged, the rock beneath his feet made a cracking sound. It split clean in two. He tried desperately to keep his balance but failed, and the young man fell backwards, plunging into the endless void. And yet his will to survive burned brightly. He struggled fiercely on the line between life and death. He told himself he had to live. He absolutely had to live. But life isn't like a dream. The floating rocks seemed to mock him impossibly far away, offering only a glimmer of hope. In the end, he would have been content just to land on a single one. And then, as if the universe had heard his plea, his eyes lit up as he spotted a nearby rock. His luck hadn't run out yet. The heavens were still on his side. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately cast Flash, launching himself towards the rock like an arrow. It wasn't in vain. His hands managed to grab onto the edge of the stone. His two hands now clung to his hope for survival like a vice. He glanced back, his voice trembling. I might have survived. Yeah, but his joy was short-lived. Before he could even sigh in relief, a colossal blast of orange energy, one that screamed danger just by looking at it, came roaring towards him from behind. A desperate thought flashed through his mind. Then again, maybe I'll just die here. Just as the Grim Reaper was about to touch his heel. Just when our hero was preparing to kick the bucket. What the heck? A stream of jade green power appeared out of nowhere. It shot forward like a savior. The next moment, the two streams of power crashed into each other, creating a massive explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave was so powerful it felt like it would tear space itself apart. He had to use every ounce of his strength just to hang on. Then, as is often the case, the calm came after the storm. When the smoke gradually cleared, the main character was still intact. That's the main character's plot armor for you. Main characters don't just kick the bucket that easily after all. With his head still ringing, he dazedly wondered. What was that magic just now? An ice spear wrapped in lightning. Hello, who's so pro they can mix two skills into one badass attack? Like that. And the aim was flawless, not off by a single millimeter. My god, what kind of master could unleash such a perfect technique? He looked into the distance, where the remaining dark mages were all staring at a slender figure. The blue-haired girl stood at the center of attention, her beautiful face as cold as ice without a hint of emotion. After witnessing that display, every single one of them was pale as a ghost. One of them stammered, no way. How could she do something so incredible? The two mercenaries on the other side of the battlefield decided this fight was too tough, and decided to nope out. We're still too green for this, they thought, and quietly vanished. The main character watched those wannabe heroes retreat, and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he breathed. Thank God I'm still alive. After struggling for a bit, the young man finally made it to safety. On the other side, he was greeted warmly by everyone. The only exception was the cool, blue-haired girl who completely ignored him, turning away without a single glance. Seeing his savior, the main character hurried after her eagerly, saying, Hey miss, thank you for saving me back there. The heroine glanced at him slightly, her voice still like ice. I didn't do it to receive any gratitude, so you don't need to bother thanking me. With that, she turned and walked away coldly. The main character stood frozen for 5 seconds, then muttered, okay then. He watched her arrogant figure walk away. He sank back into his wandering thoughts. This girl was really interesting. I've never heard such a cute voice before, although she seems pretty hard to approach. Oh well, whatever. The important thing is that the bandits who ravaged and plundered the village have paid the price. The truth is, the dark magic cult is behind most of these village raids. Thankfully, this nightmare ends here. That was a real life or death scare, but getting past this godforsaken cliff means we've set foot in the mages' territory. Even if those dark mages grew wings, it'd be hard for them to follow us here. With that thought, he breathed a silent sigh of relief and sneered inwardly. Besides, those bastards don't even know who I am yet. Suddenly, ding ding, the system announced a new notification. Chapter 2, Admission to Stella Academy. Looking at the brand new quest board, he couldn't help but be stunned. This is Chapter 2. Well, that doesn't sound too bad, does it? But still. How am I supposed to go through school at this age? And so the whole group packed up and headed straight for Stella Academy. Night fell, and the road they traveled grew more desolate and strangely silent, with only the steady clop 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 of the carriage wheels lulling them to sleep. Inside the carriage, perhaps exhausted after a day of life or death challenges, the main character was sleeping like the dead. Suddenly, a few mumbled dreamlike sounds escaped him. His mind drifted into the realm of memory, as fragments of the past returned one by one before his eyes. It was the image of a chubby little boy tugging on his mother's clothes, his voice chirping, "Mommy, Mommy." And his mother would gently reply, "My sweet little boy, when you grow up you'll become a mage. I believe you can do it. I love my good boy." He recalled flipping through his mother's old diaries, only then realizing just how hard his parents had toiled to raise him. Back then, the little boy promised himself he would study hard to make his parents proud. On long nights, he would pore over his books until he drifted off without realizing it. And his mother's gentle hand would always be there to cover him with a warm blanket. The stream of memories suddenly rushed back, replaying the day his mother received the news from the doctor. She was utterly bewildered as she cried out, "Doctor, did you just say my son has mana leakage syndrome?" At that moment, the boy himself was devastated. Unable to believe the cruel truth, he thought, "No, it can't be." As the thought finished, his eyes welled up with tears. But, is this little Kyung's memory? Or are they just fragments of my own past? The wandering thoughts were abruptly cut short as the main character jolted awake. His head was spinning a little. He unconsciously brought a hand to his head, and glancing out the window, he saw that dawn had broken. Sunlight was also beginning to stream in. Noticing the main character was awake, a fellow traveler in the carriage asked him, "Ah, you're awake. It looked like you were having a nightmare. You kept saying something, but I couldn't understand a word. I was just about to wake you up." Just then, a voice called from outside, "We're about to depart for Lajocha, the satellite city of Iconium." The carriage slowly came to a stop, and another voice called out, "Let's stop here and rest for a bit." The group quickly moved out of the carriage to breathe in the fresh air, their bodies feeling a bit weary. The main character stretched refreshingly. Suddenly, he was a little surprised, his eyes widening as he looked in a certain direction. Coincidentally, the blue-haired girl was staring at him without blinking. In that instant, he was about to raise his hand to give a polite greeting, but before he could even say a word, she coldly turned away. This action left him feeling a bit embarrassed, and he could only manage a stiff smile while thinking to himself, "This person is so cool and aloof." However, things were still going pretty smoothly compared to his previous worries. He was secretly glad that this timeline was closer to modern times than the distant medieval era. Magic still existed in this mythical world, but within the safe cities, trains, airships, and sky roads were all sturdily built. And to make the long journey more relaxing, the group would travel to Lajocha on an ultra-modern airship. Lajocha was on the route to Iconium. It was in Iconium, a place known as the capital of magic, that everything would truly begin. Mysterious magic towers, solemn mage councils, and 5 prestigious academies were all located in Iconium. The academy with the most formidable mages and the most elite students was Stella Academy. Therefore, Stella was a gathering place for countless geniuses and nobles from all over the world. However, the main character still couldn't wrap his head around why Baek-eon, the person whose body he was possessing, was able to set foot in this prestigious school. He almost forgot he hadn't even checked his own skills yet. Thinking this, he hurriedly opened the system to check, and immediately the status window appeared clearly. Mana Leakage Syndrome Level 1. Strength increased by 3%, speed increased by 5%, agility increased by 10%. Sixth Sense. Consumes the user's mental energy to activate mana detection within a 12-meter radius. Acceleration Wave. Looking at the status window, he silently thanked the abilities that Baek-eon possessed. Sixth Sense and Acceleration Wave, huh? Without these two, he probably would have been wiped out a long time ago in this game. A cursed power that made it impossible to concentrate mana in his body. The mana leakage syndrome was a hellish curse Baek-eon had to bear. However, there was a silver lining. This allowed him to sense the mana around him. Through his sixth sense, it also helped him detect any attack aimed at him, even without seeing it. And Acceleration Wave allowed him to perceive everything as if time was in slow motion. If there was danger or a sudden attack, he could react faster than a normal person could even perceive. It was a must-have skill for Baek-eon, since he couldn't use mana. But everything comes at a price. Using his sixth sense for too long would consume a lot of mental energy, so overusing it could lead to many unforeseen consequences. After reading up to this point, the main character scrolled to the stats section. Name, Baek-eon. Status: Strength, 1 star 59%. Agility, 1 star 97%. Speed, 1 star 81%. Stamina, 1 star 51%. Endurance, 0 star 97%. Mental power, 1 star 43%. Remaining mana 0. Skills Flash Level 0. Trait Mana Leakage Syndrome Level 1. After studying the information, he suddenly thought, actually these starting stats aren't that bad. The original Baek-eon had very low agility, but in my hands it'll be different. I definitely have to push this stat. In this game world there wasn't just one type of level. Instead, there were levels for each individual stat, and skills were displayed as levels. Stats, on the other hand, were shown as stars. The highest stat level was 9 stars, but reaching that realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had grinded this game for over 10 years, but the highest he'd ever reached was 8 stars in both stamina and agility. But for now, he should focus on investing in agility to buff his sixth sense and reaction speed. He could raise his stamina and flexibility in other ways. That was the gist of it. But the current tough problem was the mana leakage syndrome. If he didn't fix this, he wouldn't last long. He needed to level it up. To quickly uncover the secret of the True Body Stella Academy was the key to suppressing that syndrome. He had no other way out if he wanted to turn the tables on this world's ending and cure his chronic illness. Thinking this, the main character let out a weary sigh. Phew. To be honest, I don't really feel like going there. Someone please save me from this damn fate. Suddenly, the system alarm blared. You have missed several important notifications, he exclaimed in surprise. Huh, I've never seen this before. But before he could check, an urgent voice called out. Hey you youngsters, let's get a move on. The main character had no choice but to put aside the notifications to check later. The blue-haired girl was still eyeing him carefully, but she maintained a cold expression and didn't say a word. In front of them was a giant airship. It hovered in midair, looking both modern and super cool. On board, everyone seemed excited and full of anticipation. Suddenly, a voice came over the speaker. Attention, we will soon be docking at Icarium. All passengers, please be seated. Just then, some guy saw something and looked utterly astonished. Immediately after, he spoke in a mocking, sarcastic tone. Hey guys, look at that dude, he's looking around like some country bumpkin who's just come to the city. Has he never been on an airship before? Following their gazes, the person they were talking about was none other than Yuun, who was currently looking around in a daze. Everything here was unfamiliar to him. They continued to gossip. That guy must be from the countryside, right? He looks as clueless as a lost puppy, doesn't he? Tsk, I don't get why Stella lets trash like this in. At this point, the main character also heard their taunts were aimed at him, so he looked up at them. They didn't stop continuing with contempt. If word of this gets out, it'll be so embarrassing. Just a few guys like him are enough to taint the entire academy. He kept his eyes on them for a moment, but then decided not to bother with their taunts, just sighing once and turning away. His reaction made the other guy a bit awkward. He thought to himself, a bunch of childish punks. I'm an adult, I won't stoop to their level. And it was precisely his dismissive attitude that made the young master lose his temper, yelling, Hey, you little brat, how dare you look at us like that? You got a death wish or something? He gritted his teeth and continued, You little punk. Get back here. Suddenly, a soft voice spoke up. Hey, what's with all the noise? The guy jumped and whipped his head around toward the voice, his eyes widening in complete shock. His eyes were wide. Glimpsed in the distance was the figure of a girl with long, flowing hair. He then stammered out Princess Pigeon. Hearing this, the main character also turned to look, thinking to himself, did he say pigeon? Following his gaze, before everyone stood a princess of devastating beauty with an aura of cold, supreme elegance. And this is the princess of the Adalebet Kingdom, Pigeon Adalebet. Without another word, she coldly swept past the group of people. Seeing the princess pass by where he stood, that guy quickly put on a sycophantic smile and placed a hand on his chest to greet her politely. Your Highness. Before he could say another word, the princess shot him a glare as sharp as a knife. Then she completely ignored him and walked straight on. This left him utterly humiliated, his mouth hanging open, unable to say a word. She just continued coldly inside, leaving the entire group staring at each other, their spirits plummeting. Meanwhile, she had just brushed past our main character. He suddenly realized she was the sworn enemy of this world. Just as the script dictated, Pigeon was a key character in the game. She and the female lead were always at each other's throats. But in the end, she was the one who always kicked the bucket, no matter which route you chose. She would always meet a tragic end in most of the endings, or she'd have to commit suicide after being ostracized by the entire academy. She had to endure the most public humiliations, as if the developers had it out for her and wanted her to taste every hardship life had to offer. He suddenly became lost in thought. I've heard she was really popular among male gamers. And her beauty really is no joke. But she's so cold, it's like she'd send me to meet my maker if I even dared to start a conversation. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud rumble, and he put a hand on it, rubbing it gently. His most pressing problem right now was to fill his empty stomach. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor at some stall, countless types of sparkling, colorful pastries were laid out before his eyes. He randomly picked one, but as soon as he held it, his face turned pale as he thought, Good heavens, why is this so expensive? But in the end, he had to bite the bullet and eat it to fill his stomach first. After eating, the main character walked out, looking as dazed as a lost fawn. He grumbled in frustration, Damn it, is eating at Icanium always this hard on the wallet? I'm so screwed, so screwed. Just then an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Testing, testing. An urgent announcement for everyone. We will be arriving at Icanium in 10 minutes. We ask all passengers to please be present on the ground floor. I repeat, we will be arriving at Acanium in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the ground floor. Thank you for your cooperation. Hearing this, the main character smiled and thought, it's finally go time. In any case, this is my reality now. Thinking this, he excitedly cheered, let's do this. A short while later, the group set foot in Stella Academy. He felt a little out of place and took a deep breath. Thankfully, I've dealt with the immediate problem. Those guys from the demonic cult won't be able to tail me anymore, but can I even survive in this godforsaken place? No survival in this world is tough. I wish I had some kind of trump card to save me in this situation. Thinking this, he suddenly remembered the system notifications he had ignored earlier. He immediately opened the system to check. The notification read as follows. The Stella Project would like to grant you a special reward. 1. A weapon you used in the game but at a lower level. 2. A skill you obtained in the game, but at a lower power level. 3. Experience. Looking at the status window, he thought pensively, oh, looks like this system is pretty reasonable after all. But let's see, what should I pick? Should I get Reflector or Browse's Lightning? And the system seemed to read his mind, providing an answer immediately. Based on the search results, the tier of those items is too high, so they will be nerfed to a lower grade. Then what about Hyperspace Flash? Based on the search results, this skill is an upgraded version of Flash and cannot be obtained. However, you can use the reward to enhance the Flash skill. After reading this, he froze for 5 seconds. He silently cursed the damn sneaky system. Does it really have to be downgraded? Seeing him complaining to the high heavens, the system explained. Due to a shortage of narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize it. Huh, what's that? The force that influences the story's progression is called narrative energy. If you continue to uncover hidden plot points in the story, it will accumulate. So you're saying you can't let me have overpowered items right away, because I'm just a rookie? He waited nervously for the system's reply. When there was no response, he asked again, what about the Bulbul glasses? Based on the system's results, we have concluded that it can be provided. All right then, I'll take it. The moment he finished speaking, the system immediately tossed him the Bulbul glasses. He then held the glasses in his hand, looking them over. He thought with a sense of dread, I never imagined the day would come when I'd have to wear this ridiculous thing. Annotation. The Bulbul glasses is an item that stores all the information a player collected while grinding the game. In the world of Mythos, recalling or reading information about monsters you've already defeated or knowledge you've acquired is impossible. Therefore, players created countless information storage items, each with their own unique style. And our main character was no exception. He used the Warbler glasses to store information. He excitedly put them on to test them out. Just then, a mystical blue light emanated from the glasses. Immediately, a notification popped up. Warbler glasses rank 0. Description: cannot recall what you had for dinner last night. No problem, because these glasses will save the details of everything you've ever seen and learned. Special feature: Warbler folder sealed. Use spiritual power to activate. He then opened another folder to take a look. Then the system displayed another notification. Ingredients for alchemy, hunting grounds, dungeons, characters. Seeing this, he felt pretty satisfied because this place was exactly like the real world. So he was at a loss for words about what he could do with the system. But with these glasses I can recover about half of the power I've used. Suddenly there were whispers from behind. Hey, isn't that Yuun? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of that traitor, Dutchman? My god, how dare she show her face here? Shush, keep it down, she'll hear you. The main character, hearing a familiar name in their conversation, became a little curious. Yuun. Now that I think about it, one of the best features of the Warbler glasses is that it lets me register or check the information of characters in the story. Let me try scanning her. Immediately, an information panel appeared. Yuun, the fake heroine. An ice and lightning type mage. Addicted to drinking cucumber juice before chowing down on pizza. Eldest daughter of Monducci. Her father's death caused her family to go into a freefall, and they ended up hitting rock bottom. After reading this information, the main character thought to himself, oh, so she's a knockoff heroine, huh? Speaking of Yuun, the fake heroine, there's one thing I have to call her out on. Although I'm currently living in a mythological game world, the truth is, this mythological world was inspired by a romance novel called Don't Love the Princess. And that novel was about the heroine Yuun, who had lost her entire family. She grew up in sorrow, confronting the schemes of the main villain, Hong Vision, and in the end, she got a happy ending with the male lead. In the finale, her revenge plan nearly went up in smoke, and the other male characters had to step in chivalrously to protect her. It had a gut-wrenchingly sad ending. After receiving a ton of hate from readers, but the infuriating problem here is that even though the game world is based on the novel, the plot is completely different. In the game, a character named Flame was added, and she usurped the role of the heroine. What's more, this Flame character had her own unique original backstory. She was once an ordinary woman, just a regular person in the modern world who happened to be addicted to reading the novel Don't Love the Princess, and then she was unwillingly reincarnated into this world. So, unlike in the novel, Isun became a fake heroine in the game while Flame took the throne as the genuine hero. And no matter how much players cheated, she still couldn't clear any of the routes. This was the consequence of her being kicked out of the true heroine's position. But who the hell cares about any of that? But it's strange. I don't know if I'm just getting delusional, but I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. But I'm probably just imagining things. For now, I just have to hold my head high and face this harsh reality. After a long and stormy day, a new day dawned. Bright rays of sunlight shone all over Stella Academy, where students were dressed in their uniforms. They stood in neat lines listening to the speech. At that moment, the headmaster began to speak. As you all know, the dark mages are witches and warlocks, those who have seized the power of other worlds and transformed into monsters. Even now, those dark mages continue their schemes of invasion by opening persona gates or releasing ancient dungeons to devour the magical world. And our mission as mages is to be the shield that protects the world from these evil forces. Hearing this, the students below began to whisper and murmur, starting the semester with a speech as bland as dishwater. Yeah, it's boring as hell. At the same time, the speech continued, and next up, we will hold the oath-taking ceremony for the 4 students with the highest scores, who will also represent the new student body. Come on up to the front, you 4. Immediately after, the bright new faces made their way up one by one. They were all handsome young men and beautiful young women, sharp and good-looking. Their faces glowed like the morning sun. Looking at them, the main character thought to himself, they all shine like stars, as if they were the main characters themselves. But who's the brightest star here? No doubt about it, it's him. The headmaster's voice rang out again, representing all the new students present here today. Ma Yuseong invited her up to speak, and at that moment, every single fangirl down below felt their hearts skip a beat, just looking at him. Amazing. Oh my god, is he the one with the highest entrance score? How can someone be an academic ace and so devastatingly handsome at the same time? Baekhyun looked on, nodding in agreement. So this is the famous Ma Yuseong, huh? A note in this game, Ma Yuseong was the living embodiment of the phrase, throughout heaven and earth I alone am the honored one. With a 9-star mana index and potential rivaling the gods, he was a genius among geniuses. A person who could control all the elements in the world. Even if I can't make it to the grand finale, I have to avoid the catastrophic endings by pulling Ma Yuseong over to the side of justice. However, that cute short-haired girl over there is probably Flame, right? The protagonist started racking his brain. But he'd have to play it by ear and see what move she makes from now on. Because she's also a fellow transmigrator from my world, maybe teaming up with her isn't such a bad idea. But would things get more complicated if she sees me as her sworn enemy and I get sidelined? Still, I have the home field advantage when it comes to information, so I shouldn't do anything rash and mess things up. Flame is a die-hard fan of romantic fantasy novels, while our protagonist is a veteran gamer of this fantasy game. I swear I promise I'll do it that way, even though my influence on the plot is practically non-existent, compared to a small fry villain in a shop. Moreover, the heroine has a special ability. It allows her to purify dark mages, but ironically, she also has the ability to bring bad luck to those close to her. Hanging around her would definitely affect me. My role is to support the main characters from a distance and minimize my involvement with them. As he was thinking this, the school's heartthrob finished his speech. Below, everyone burst into thunderous applause. The principal's voice rang out. With that, I declare that we will now officially conclude today's entrance ceremony. Right after attending the ceremony, Baekhyun's system displayed a new notification. Congratulations on successfully completing the mission. Enroll in Stella Academy. After the opening ceremony ended, all the students gathered in a lecture hall, each freely choosing a seat they liked. The protagonist seemed a bit melancholic, thinking to himself, I graduated from university ages ago and now all of a sudden I'm a high school student again. It's an indescribably strange feeling. But there is one pretty cool thing about this place. Then he looked at the watch on his wrist, thinking, having this little guy is pretty neat. This is a Stella watch. It certifies that you are a student of the legendary Stella Academy. If you possess it, you will receive far better privileges and services than other mages. Thinking about this, he happily tucked the watch carefully into his pocket. I have to take advantage of this golden opportunity. Just then, someone opened the door and walked in. A man with a stone-cold expression entered and stepped onto the podium. He said in a commanding voice, I need everyone to remain quiet in class. We will begin the test immediately, so put away all items except for writing utensils. If anyone is wearing glasses, they must be inspected by me first. A test right after the opening ceremony. This is intense. The curriculum at Stella Academy is more rigorous than most universities in South Korea. Students have to take a test on the very first day of school. It's called the placement test, meaning that through this test, students will be evaluated and sorted into classes. After distributing the test papers to all the students, the teacher returned to the podium and said loudly, "Attention students, you have 45 minutes to complete the test. Your time starts now. Please focus on your work." And for someone who went through this program a long time ago, it seemed like he had returned all his knowledge to his teachers. When our protagonist saw the test questions, he felt sick to his stomach. His face was drenched in sweat as he thought, "Oh my God, I can't even understand what I'm reading. How am I supposed to do this? This is seriously tough." The placement test has nothing to do with the entrance exam. It's infamous for its earth-shattering difficulty. Students are divided into levels from F to A and an S class based on their test scores. And of course, almost all the influential characters are in the S class. Ironically, Baek Ayan was at the very bottom of the list of 1,141 students. The protagonist stared at the test, feeling as indecisive as a teenage girl. Should I just turn in a blank paper to get it over with? I've already been accepted, so they probably won't kick me out. I'll just consider it as me voluntarily placing myself in the F class. He glanced around the room. It seemed like everyone was working diligently on the test. The only one who was sitting back leisurely was Ma Yu-seong, resting his chin on his hand and lost in thought about something. The protagonist looked back at himself with a wave of disappointment. Wait, is he already finished? Did he solve everything already? No wonder he looked so bored. In the game, Ma Yu-seong's personality trait was being bored to tears with everything. He was born into the most powerful family on the continent, possessing a genius intellect and top-tier talent. Everything was a piece of cake for him, so depending on the female lead's actions, Yuun could either fall to the side of good or be drawn to evil. All the members of the dark cult who wished for humanity's destruction were extremely interested in him from the moment he was born. The biggest headache was his family, but anyway, seeing a genius like him really makes me reflect on myself. Then he suddenly realized, wait a minute, why am I being so dumb? I can just use the bun glasses. I've used them before to accumulate skills I learned in the library. They might be really useful for me right now, and it's not like I have anything to lose. Let's give it a try. With that thought, he reached into his breast pocket and pulled out the glasses. Just as he was about to put the glasses on, the proctor seemed to grow suspicious of his actions. He walked closer and spoke up. "Hold on, is there something wrong with your glasses? I already said that if you're going to use glasses, you have to let me check them first. Give them to me." At that moment, our main character finally remembered and thought to himself, "Oh right. Crap, I completely forgot about that." He then handed the glasses to the teacher. Holding the glasses, the man inspected them closely. Meanwhile, our protagonist's face had gone pale with fear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he thought, "Oh no, this is bad. What do I do? If he finds out these are magic glasses, I'm toast." He then looked up and prayed silently. "Gods and Buddhas, please help me get through this ordeal." Suddenly, the damn system displayed a notification. "A lost component of the bun glasses has been detected. Would you like to summon it?" This nearly scared the pee out of our protagonist. No. Please just stay put, system." Meanwhile, the proctor was still using his magic to inspect the glasses. After fumbling around for a bit and finding nothing unusual, he returned them to our main character and said, "I don't detect any mana here, but next time remember to ask for permission first." The protagonist let out a sigh of relief. Feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders, he replied cheerfully, "Ah yes sir, I'll remember that." At the same time, he was silently celebrating inside. That was so lucky. If the original feature had been active, I would have been screwed. He then put the glasses on. He certainly looked much more intellectual. Immediately after the answers to each question appeared one by one in his mind. Following them, he scribbled furiously, thinking smugly, "I've hit the jackpot. Who knows, maybe I'll even take first place. At this rate, I'll definitely escape being F rank. I might even level up to A rank." As he was engrossed in copying, the teacher's voice cut in. "Time's up for the test. I need everyone to stop writing and hand in your papers." As soon as he finished speaking, the proctor used magic to collect the students' papers. No one could try to squeeze in another word. Watching the test papers flying towards the teacher, the main character's face fell as he thought, "Wait, what? I've only answered 3 questions." The teacher now held a stack of the students' test papers in his hands. He skimmed through the answers of the examinees. Suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ayan was feeling maximum disappointment, thinking, "And here I thought I'd finally escaped F rank. Damn it. I guess this was too much for this Ayan guy." He then raised his hand to take off the glasses. Suddenly the teacher noticed something unusual. He frantically turned to look at him and yelled, "Hey, you student, give me your glasses right now." Hearing this, the main character's hair stood on end as he stammered, "Yes, sir." The teacher held the glasses, thinking pensively, "This is strange. It can't be." Then he turned to the boy and said, "Hey, you go get Dr. Graham for me right now." The boy replied, "Yes, sir," but inside he was utterly bewildered. What's with him all of a sudden? I even wrote everything out meticulously so I wouldn't be suspected of cheating. It's over. Could it be that I've been exposed? A while later in the doctor's office, the teacher's anxious voice could be heard. "Doctor, what do you think?" The person holding and studying the glasses was the magic engineering professor, Dr. Graham. He replied, "The fact that the kid was able to solve this problem is indeed an issue." The teacher quickly asked, "So does that mean he cheated?" The doctor immediately replied, "Cheated? He's completely clean. I don't sense any magical tool energy from the glasses or any other item. He must have done it on his own with his own abilities." Our protagonist at this point put on a fake, an extremely wronged expression. The doctor laughed with amusement, patted his shoulder and continued, "Haha, how interesting. I never expected to encounter a case like this at my age. In any case, Professor Lee Han-gu, remember to apologize and give him some extra guidance." The teacher, now a bit embarrassed, replied, "Ah, yes, sir." Then he turned to the boy and said, "I misunderstood you. Please accept my sincere apology." Hearing this, the main character grinned from ear to ear and thought, "Actually, sir, I did cheat. But if the original feature had activated, I would have been a goner." Then he replied to the teacher, "It's nothing, sir." A while later, in Professor Lee Han-gu's office, the teachers were gathered there to grade the exams. While grading one particular student's paper, a teacher became agitated. The professor held the test paper in his hand, staring at it for a long time. It seemed he couldn't believe his own eyes when he saw this student's work. Suddenly someone called out, "Oh, Professor Lee Han-gu, are these the first-year students' exams?" Lee Han-gu replied, "Yes, they are." The woman cheerfully added, "I heard there are many outstanding students this year, right?" And this woman was none other than a member of Stella Academy's Council of Elders, Professor Identiman. Lee Han-gu answered, "That's right. We have quite a few remarkable students this year. From the most prestigious family in the world of fire magic, Princess Hong Vision of the Fire Nation of Adalebit, and also the successor of the Skaven Empire. At just 12 years old, thanks to his magical talent, Jeremy Kevin, the prince who surpassed all his older brothers in the war for the throne. And from the most majestic magic tower in the world, the Full Moon Tower, the successor of Tower Master He Jiang has also joined our academy this year." Hearing this, Professor Identiman said knowingly, "Oh, I heard it's quite a challenge to create questions for the elite students from these renowned families, isn't it? This year's test must have some real brain teasers." "I hope you're satisfied," Elder Professor Lee replied. As Professor Identiman mentioned, this year's exam had a new format. The first 3 questions were extremely tough for anyone with only average academic ability. Those 3 questions were all trick questions, with deep hidden meanings, designed to test quick-wittedness, and to see if when faced with an impossible problem, the student would be smart enough to move on to the next question. Secondly, it tested how a student would respond to a problem they've never encountered in a textbook. The era of rote learning magic with pure theory is over. This is the era of practical application requiring quick judgment and innovative creative thinking. However, that question didn't require an answer. Over 1,000 out of 1,141 students submitted blank papers. The remaining 100 students tried with all their might to find an answer, but not a single one got it right. Among the new students, only a mere 3 people answered correctly. The first was Ma Yu-sung, a once-in-a-century genius who appeared like a shooting star, but no one knew which family he came from. The second was Flame, who was recommended for admission by the headmaster himself. Even though she's a commoner, her talent is widely recognized, just a tiny bit behind Ma Yu-sung. And finally, there was Baek Ion, a complete nobody. It was one thing for geniuses like Ma Yu-sung and Flame, but this Baek Ion kid had subpar entrance scores. Yet unbelievably, he managed to nail all 3 of these difficult questions, especially when considering he left all the other questions completely blank without even glancing at them. The professor standing beside him noticed Professor Lee was lost in thought. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? You seem concerned about the children's scores." Professor Lee replied with a puzzled tone, Well, it's just that I can't seem to understand some of the students' scores." She continued, "Oh, that's understandable. Those formulas don't solve anything anyway. Even if the kids don't know, you can still handle it." "But do you think this child is a genius?" Professor Lee asked. His senior colleague casually replied, "It could have just been a lucky guess." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Professor Lee standing there in a daze. He let out a sigh, feeling utterly confused. He then looked up the boy's admission file. On top of the file was a note that read, "Special admission. due to his highly rated ability to control Flash. Seeing this, Professor Lee had to accept the harsh reality, he thought to himself. So he was personally scouted by the headmaster. No wonder he's on another level. Wait, but he's studying combat magic, yet he specializes in Flash. Interesting. But we'll soon find out if this was a coincidence or not. These two kids are truly special. After the exam results were out, the school used them to sort students into different classes. At this time, everyone was eagerly heading to see which class they were assigned to. You could hear voices chattering all around. I heard the class placement results are posted on the bulletin board. Yeah, I'm so nervous I could die. My mom told me not to even bother showing my face at home if I don't get into Class A. The main character walked lazily behind them, thinking dejectedly, I can't believe the day has come where I have to go check my results myself. Class placements. If this were the old days, all it would take is one mouse click and it'd be over. With that thought, he also headed towards the bulletin board. Just then, a boy in a blue shirt kept staring at him as if he were an alien, followed by whispers right behind him. Is that Bake Ion? I heard he got a big fat 0 on the practical magic part of the entrance exam. Really, unbelievable. How did someone as pathetic as him even get into Stella? I don't understand Stella's admission standards anymore. The main character couldn't be bothered with the gossip around him. The only thing he cared about right now was finding where his name was. Nothing else mattered. He moved closer to the bulletin board, his eyes scanning the list. He seemed quite bewildered. Wait, where's my name? Then a shocking thought hit him. Don't tell me I failed just because I only answered 3 questions. Oh my god, no way. I'm completely screwed. While he was wallowing in disappointment, his friends just kept on gossiping. But he seemed so certain there had been a mistake. It was surreal. Uzlek from the Marquis Sebulen's family ranked 29th and still got into this Class A. Even Kai, who got a perfect score on the theory exam and ranked 17th, was placed in Class A. So why was he being so cagey when he heard people calling out his name? The protagonist was more than a little curious, the confusion clear on his face. What's going on? Should I go take a look? I've already failed anyway. With that thought, he decided to approach the crowd to see what was happening. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as his own name came into view. Hello, why is my name up there? No way could there be some kind of mistake. What the hell is this? The pinnacle of glory that every student dreamed of reaching was none other than the S-Class. It was where the most outstanding elites of the renowned Stella Magic Academy gathered, completely different from the regular classes where students had varying skill levels. The S-Class selected a mere 41 students, and they all belonged to one single level. He instinctively scratched his head, filled with doubt. Me placed in the S-Class? There's definitely been a mistake. This is insane. Does this mean I'll be running into the main characters of this game more often now? But getting involved with the main characters will only shorten my lifespan. Too bad I can't even do anything to change that. Oh well, for now I'll just try to live a quiet life and see how it goes. Things will work themselves out eventually. Outside, the academy maintained its usual peaceful appearance. However, in a hidden corner somewhere, a woman was absolutely furious, slapping Princess Hong Vision straight across the face. It was a thunderous slap. Then she scowled and yelled, "You answered all 3 questions wrong." Even Princess Iso from the fallen Duchy of Muron managed to get 2 answers right. That woman was none other than Hong Jil, the fire element professor, and also the mother of Princess Hong Pigeon. She continued to berate her. You couldn't even answer questions that insects could solve. That means you're even more pathetic than an insect. You should take a good look at yourself. Do you understand, Pigeon? The fragile girl replied. Yes, mother. The mother's anger still hadn't subsided. Her sharp gaze bore into her daughter before she let out a sigh. Her voice choked with emotion. Listen to me, Pigeon. You cannot end up like me, a person exiled from the kingdom holding this foolish professor position. You must not become a disgrace to the kingdom. As she said this, she leaned down gently, placing her hands on her little daughter's cheeks. Her voice softened. You must become something greater than even your sister. Then she gave a gentle smile like any other mother, looking at her child with affection. You understand what I mean, don't you? By now, Pigeon's cheeks were flushed red. She thought for a moment before answering her mother. Yes, of course. I understand, mother. But deep down, she was lying to herself. Those words were uttered only to hide the fact that she didn't understand at all. She only knew how to live as she was taught to solve everything mechanically, but this time the problems involved magic spells and even formulas she had never been taught before. So what am I supposed to do? At this thought, resentment swelled up inside her and she burst into tears. The tears just kept falling. Why? Why are you tormenting me like this? Meanwhile, in the S-Class classroom, the students had all gathered. The protagonist sat alone at a desk in the front. Depressed, he buried his face in his hands, thinking to himself, I'm doomed. Of course I'd get transferred to a place full of weirdos like this. It's not like I'm trying to get friendly with them anyway. Suddenly whispers and murmurs arose. Why is times he times here? That's what I was talking about, I just don't get it. Did you know? Our families protested and asked why times he times was in the S class. And he just said that Big Ucell was qualified enough to be in the S class. Are you serious? How bizarre. Even though they were whispering, the protagonist still overheard their conversation. He thought forlornly, looks like I'm the outcast here. But it's understandable since they've all been training hard since they were kids. So they must be devastated to find out that someone like me is in the same class as them. A person's class changes based on their academic performance, so this is pretty normal. And even this S class is no exception. It's possible for someone to be demoted to a lower class, just as there will be male students who get promoted from Class A to S class later on. Well, I guess I'll just find them to talk to later then. The protagonist glanced around the room. All familiar faces from the game. Yet somehow, by some miracle, he had become classmates with them. It made him think, this is all so surreal. The characters from the game are standing right in front of me. In a few years, most of the students in this class will become famous throughout the entire continent. And there are also 5 people among them who could potentially betray the Magic Council. Ma Yu-song is one of them. If only Flame could have stopped that from the very beginning. Suddenly, Professor Lee walked in and said, "Good morning, everyone. Please settle down quickly." Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, the main character turned to look at the podium. The powerful professor was now speaking. "It is an honor to meet you all. I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I will introduce myself as is proper. I am the professor for Class S, Lee Han-won." Hearing this, the students below began to whisper among themselves. One of them said, "Oh, so that's the famous Professor Lee Han-won." The person next to him replied, "The number of dark mages he's hunted has nearly reached 4 digits. That's insane. They even call him a 7th level magic warrior. He's truly on another level." Seeing the students buzzing with amazement, Professor Lee reminded them, "All right, everyone, settle down. It seems there are many talented students here this year, and there's even one special admission student. As you know, this academy is where we nurture combat mages, also known as magic warriors. You will experience a rigorous educational environment for 3 years. I expect all of you to keep up with the curriculum. I want every single one of you to show me the best you can do during your time here at this school. Now, does anyone have any questions?" In response to the professor's question, the entire class remained silent. He smiled and continued, "Good then, let's begin the lesson." Just then, from outside the door, the figure of Princess Hong Pigeon was walking in. Seeing the bruise on her cheek, everyone was startled, and the main character was no exception. He thought in surprise, Hong Pigeon, who follows the rules more than anyone, is late. What happened to her? She approached Professor Lee, quietly apologized, and said something, her face filled with exhaustion and disappointment. Curious, the main character took out his bulbul glasses to check. As soon as he put them on, an information panel appeared. Hong Vision villain fire mage likes red ginseng candy, occasionally blames herself. Only drinks Acalia-style espresso, has a wicked mother. Fated to die. After reading it, he thought, not much has changed. She's fated to die, but if Yu-song is killed by Flame, then Hong Vision will die along with him. You could call it the unavoidable destiny of a villain. I'll save her if I can, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. A wave of sadness washed over him at the thought, and he took off the glasses. After hearing the girl's reason for being late, the professor spoke up, "You should find a seat." Meanwhile, the main character was still sighing sadly, thinking, "I feel pretty bad, but I can only keep my distance." He remained dazed, lost in his own train of thought. Suddenly, Hong Pigeon approached his seat, looking at him with eyes full of resentment and sorrow. As for him, he still couldn't understand what was happening. Right after that, Hong Pigeon sat down in the seat right next to him. The main character, startled and confused, thought, what is this? What is this feeling I'm having right now? Could it be that everything has been twisted from the very beginning? After everyone had settled in, the professor announced, "Well then, before we begin the lesson, we will hold an inheritance ceremony so you can all acquire wands. Class S and Class A will hold the ceremony together. As for the details, I will provide them later." Baek Yu-sung was a little bewildered after hearing this. An inheritance ceremony. Sounds like a pain, doesn't it? But then he smiled, a look of anticipation appearing on his face. At Stella Academy, there are 2 major events. One is the Soulmate Pact, and the other is the inheritance ceremony. For a prestigious academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds a very special place. A while later, the students of Class S and Class A gathered in a rather mystical location. Professor Lee spoke. "Is everyone here? There are many wands prepared here, from the lowest to the mid-tier ranks. What you need to do is approach a wand that you like, and take it. The process of exchanging a wand after it has been chosen is very complicated. Therefore, I expect you to choose carefully." Upon hearing this, Baek Yu-sung thought, even though he says that we're not the ones who choose the wands, it's the other way around. In the world of Eager, wands only react to the person they acknowledge, creating a resonance effect, which means you can't use a high-class wand just because you want to. With that in mind, he approached the area where the magic wands were floating in mid-air. He looked around extremely hesitant. Which one should I even choose? He just stood there spacing out as he thought. Before I would have just picked an F-rank wand to get it over with, but now that I'm in Class S, I can't just choose one carelessly and let them look down on me forever. Suddenly, a rather simple wand caught his eye. In this world, magic conductors are divided into two main types, wands and staffs. Wands are usually the choice of knights who prioritize magic casting speed. In contrast, staffs are favored by bishops. They focus on powerful attacks that require longer casting times. Suddenly, he heard whispers behind him. "Hey, which one do you think he'll choose?" another person said. "Since he's in the S class, he probably won't have any trouble resonating with one right." At that moment, our protagonist seemed to realize who they were talking about. It was him. But he just ignored everything and thought, "You kids can say whatever you want. I couldn't care less. It's just a waste of energy." Suddenly, someone from behind called out to him, "Hey, Yuseo." He was confused. Wondering what idiot was calling him, he turned around. Seeing a completely unfamiliar face, he asked, "What is it, and who are you?" The guy replied with a hint of arrogance, "Me, I'm Uslex." But even after hearing the name Bake, Yuseo still couldn't remember who he was. He thought to himself, probably just some side character. This is the first time I've ever heard that name. Whatever, I'll just answer him and get it over with. So he replied indifferently, "Oh, is that right, I see." Uslex crossed his arms and continued, "So which wand are you gonna choose?" He answered nonchalantly, "I'll just pick one at random." Hearing this, the guy sneered sarcastically, "You'd better pick a wand that's suitable for a commoner like yourself. Don't try to climb too high, or you'll have a painful fall. You'll just end up causing trouble for Professor Lai." "You've got to be kidding me." The look on our protagonist's face was basically, "Like hell, I'm scared of you." He didn't even bother to care and just turned to walk away, not forgetting to add a sarcastic jab. "Oh, sure thing. You try not to cause any trouble either, okay?" Seeing his indifferent attitude, the guy got even more furious. Blood rushed to his head, his face turning bright red. Right after that, he roared as if he'd gone mad. "Damn it, you bastard. Are you trying to pick a fight? What a pain." Our protagonist wanted to ignore him, but this little brat just had to keep provoking him. He let out a weary sigh. Then he took the investigator glasses out of his pocket and put them on. At that moment, information about the kid appeared right before his eyes. Name Uslex Byland, son of Marcus Byland, a subordinate of Prince Jeremy. Bullying level 3. After reading it, he took off the glasses and put them away. He thought with some disappointment, "That's it. This is all the information I get." Then he looked up towards the guy. Sighing wearily, he wondered, is there anything special about him at all? Right then, Uslex pointed towards a wand. Then he said cockily, "Anyway, I'm planning to choose that one, so you'd better watch closely." Following the direction he was pointing, he saw it was a magic wand. Not only that, but it was an item Itamiri. It seemed to be the highest ranked one here. Normally, a high-grade medium-class wand is used by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, a low-grade medium-class wand is already the limit for a student. In fact, even professional mages rarely use a medium-class wand of a low grade. Other than the item Itamiri, there weren't any other high-grade medium-class wands here. It was basically just for show. Everyone knew that none of the students here could possibly wield it. At that moment, the professor spoke up again. "Students, please stand in front of the wand you like." After hearing this, the students began to move towards the wands. It seemed everyone had made their choice. Immediately after, blue lights began to radiate all around. The people behind them exclaimed in admiration, "Whoa, isn't that wand?" Haiwan chose the Hayden Ami Koten. "Yeah, that's a medium-class wand." "Look, Prince Scalvin also got a medium-class wand." Observing the scene, Bake Yuseo also spoke up. Princess Hong Vision chose the Koaviter La Havan. That's also a medium-class wand. How many people can actually choose a medium-class wand? This year is insane. Meanwhile, Uslex was getting even more agitated, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Son of a bitch, damn it. Just you wait, I can do it too." As soon as he finished speaking, he steeled his resolve and walked straight towards the red wand in front of him. He walked forward amidst the astonishment of everyone around him, as gasps of shock rang out. Isn't that Uslex? Can he really resonate with a high-grade medium-class wand? Meanwhile, the person they were talking about was acting incredibly cocky. He reached his hand towards that medium-class wand. He smirked smugly. "I'll show you all something you won't believe. Watch what a true S-class talent looks like." Then he gripped the wand tightly. Instantly, small sparks of electricity crackled around it, followed by a huge explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The pressure it emitted was incredibly powerful, blinding everyone nearby. But this didn't surprise our protagonist much. He squinted his eyes and thought, just as I expected. He failed. At that moment the guy was sent flying by the power radiating from the wand. He lay sprawled on the ground, grinding his teeth, unable to accept it. The students standing nearby who witnessed this cried out in alarm. Oh no, it looks like he's seriously hurt. Hey, someone get the professor quick. A high-grade medium-class wand is impossible. What the hell, who is this reckless guy? Our protagonist just sighed and thought, well now who's the one who climbed too high and had a painful fall, huh, little bro? It would have been better if you'd just given up from the start. Because... As he thought this, the silhouette of another student appeared. Walking towards the staff, he seemed quite confident, whistling as he went. It looked like the staff's owner had already been decided, and this confident individual was none other than Ma Yu-sung. He stood there staring intently at the magic staff before him. Then he broke into a smug smile, seemingly quite pleased with his decision. But at this sight, the surrounding students gasped in surprise. Oh my god, is he really going for that scepter? I don't think he can resonate with it. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Ma Yu-sung coolly reached out and touched it. He gripped it tightly, and immediately it unleashed a blinding light. And yet he stood there completely unaffected. Its aura was so powerful that everyone had to shield their eyes. Just as expected, Ma Yu-sung was able to resonate with it. Holding the magic staff, he flashed a brilliant smile. He looked absolutely radiant at that moment. The students around still couldn't believe what they were seeing, exclaiming, "Unbelievable. No way. How could a first-year student get a mid-high grade staff? My god, is this even possible?" Our protagonist wasn't too surprised. He sighed and thought, I knew it. And from now on, even more people will know just how talented he is. Suddenly, Ma Yu-sung glanced in his direction. This left our protagonist bewildered, wondering what he was looking at. Then Ma Yu-sung gave a friendly smile, his eyes crinkling. A chill ran down the protagonist's spine and his hair stood on end. He thought, damn it, is that guy insane? What the hell is he smiling at? But then he remembered the plot of the game. Flame also possessed another mid-high grade staff, Taravon. However, this was where their paths diverged. If Flame successfully obtained Taravon, Yu-sung would become interested in her talent, opening up the Ma Yu-sung route. But conversely, if she chose a different staff, Ma Yu-sung would follow a completely different path. I have to use Flame to win Ma Yu-sung over. With this thought, the protagonist spotted Flame. She was approaching a certain magic staff. She still seemed quite hesitant. Just then, our protagonist realized it was Taravon. He nervously watched it with intense focus. Flame was getting closer and closer to the Taravon staff. Staring at her back, the protagonist thought to himself, that's it, go get it. Then Ma Yu-sung will get curious about Flame, and we'll have a perfect happy ending. But ironically, just as she got close to Taravon, she suddenly turned and walked away. This shocked him so much he could have coughed up blood. What the hell? What the heck? Doesn't she like Taravon? What's going on? Does she not know, or does she not have enough information? This isn't looking good. Flame can resonate with any staff because she's the main character. But what if she chooses some random obscure staff? Then I'll lose another good option. This is bad. I have to do something. I have to push Taravon towards Flame. With that thought, he focused on Flame's position, then used his blink skill to dash towards her. In a flash, he was right behind her. Suddenly, Flame sensed someone standing right behind her. She spun around, bewildered, thinking, damn it, when did he get behind me? The protagonist raised a hand with a friendly smile. Hello there. Ah, I was just curious which staff you were planning to choose. Flame replied, confused, and why would you want to know? What's it to you? The protagonist answered awkwardly. Ah, I just wanted to give you a little advice since you seemed a bit lost. Hearing his ridiculous answer, Flame replied coldly, that's none of your business either. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. With that, she turned her back and walked away. Seeing this, he was about to say something, but then, wait a minute. He realized something was wrong here. Flame is supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's the sociable type, right? Huh. So why is she being so cold? But I can't just give up like this. My whole life depends on it. With that, he mustered up his courage and called out, hey, wait, I really just want to help you. At this, Flame got even more irritated and replied, you nosy gossip. Worry about yourself first. You haven't even picked one for yourself yet, you're sticking your nose in other people's business. But the protagonist wasn't discouraged. He pressed on. Hey, but I feel like there's a staff that's perfect for you. Hearing this, Flame furiously shouted, are you trying to lecture me? What the hell do you know about staffs? Faced with this attitude, the protagonist got a little scared and thought to himself, what the heck? Did I do something wrong? Or maybe she can't be bothered with a lowly side character like me, he stammered in reply. Actually, I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could get that staff? Flame replied, confused Taravon. Seeing she had calmed down, the protagonist grinned, his eyes crinkling. That's right, that's the one. Suddenly, a sound made his smile vanish. The sound grew louder, and an immense pressure radiated outwards. This scared the crap out of him, and his eyes flew wide open. Then out of nowhere, a magic staff flew into his hand. Half dazed, he uttered, "Huh, what is this?" Then he examined the staff closely. Immediately, his face went pale. Why was it in his hands? Flame was supposed to be the one to get it, damn it. At this point, the male lead was speechless, not knowing how to explain himself, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. As for Flame, the girl stood there, staring blankly for a moment, but then her eyes crinkled into a smile as she exclaimed, "So, what about it?" The male lead looked at her bizarre reaction and felt goosebumps crawl up his skin. He answered, trembling, "It's nothing." But at that moment he was secretly worried about his future. "Well, that's it. I'm screwed. At this rate, I won't be able to live a quiet life, even if I want to." And so, the succession ceremony ended, but its aftershocks seemed to linger. Right now on the school grounds, Flame was strolling leisurely behind a group of students when she happened to overhear the conversation between two young men. Up ahead, one said, "Hey, have you heard the hot gossip? This year 2 students managed to get high-grade staffs." The other person listened and replied in surprise, "Really? Up until now, only 5 people have ever managed that. And now there are 2 more." "Yeah, that's right. But it's really weird, you know. One of the 2 only used Blink during the magic casting test." "Huh, Blink is just basic magic. How is that possible? My parents once told me that Blink is a very rare type of magic. This is really strange, isn't it?" Their conversation also made Flame think, as she didn't understand it either. A little while later in the self-study room, Flame had arrived. The atmosphere here made her feel comfortable as she exclaimed, "Finally, some peace and quiet. All day today, wherever I went, I heard whispers and gossip about that incident. The news that 2 students obtained high-grade staffs has spread everywhere. But I still don't understand who he is. Why was he able to obtain the Teravan staff? I read the original novel 3 times before I was transmigrated here, but this character Baek Yuseo never once appeared. They say no one can obtain Teravan, yet he resonated with it so easily. But no, that's not right. It's more like he was deliberately showing off to me. Oh well, let's just drop it. Thinking about it now is useless anyway." Suddenly someone called her name. "Flame, are you planning to study on your own too?" Hearing someone call her, she turned around, her eyes crinkling into a smile, and cheerfully replied, "You kids are so strange. Do you think I'm a bookworm?" A blonde girl continued, "Of course not. You're always saying there's nothing to do and then end up studying." Flame replied sheepishly, "Hey, that's not true," another girl standing beside them asked. "But Flame, why are you calling us kids? We're the same age, aren't we?" Flame had to make up an excuse and brush it off. It's probably just a habit of mine. Where I used to live, everyone treated me like an old lady, he. But the truth was, she was well aware that she was living inside a novel, so how could she act like a child?" Another voice chimed in. "So are you planning to study alone today?" Looking over, she saw it was a pretty girl. With red hair, she suddenly thought, could this girl be Jackie? Why is her fashion sense so similar to mine? Despite the thought, she still replied cheerfully, "Oh no, there's a meeting soon, so I'm planning to attend. Anyway, I'll get going first." "Okay, let's get a drink next time then." With that, Flame quickly turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Bye-bye now. Just a moment ago she was so cheerful and welcoming, but now she had returned to her usual cold demeanor. At that moment she thought, it's really hard for an adult like me to go back to being a student. Lost in her silly thoughts, she wasn't paying attention to what was in front of her, and soon after, she slammed her head into someone with a loud thud. Then she held her head and groaned. "Ouch, that hurts." Suddenly the person she bumped into spoke. Flame, hearing that warm voice, she looked up in surprise. "Hey Mujang, is that you?" The young man asked with concern. "Are you okay? What were you thinking about walking in such a hurry?" Flame replied, "I'm fine." He looked at Flame for a moment, and then asked, "You don't look too well. Is something wrong?" Hearing those warm words of concern, Flame's eyes suddenly sparkled as she thought, "He's worried about me. Then she answered shyly, "Oh, it's nothing." Hearing this, the young man changed the subject. "Well, it's good that you're okay. By the way, are you going to the self-study room too?" "That's right." "And are you heading to the S-Rank exclusive training room again?" Flame answered, "How can I be lazy with daily training? You're so dedicated." Hey, you shouldn't say that." "Oh really?" And so a little cat and dog-like argument began. Right after that, the young man said no more and just looked at Flame fondly. Then he smiled and waved his hand in front of her face. "Well, I'll be going first. See you later." He just left like that, leaving Flame bewildered. She was imagining some kind of romance story unfolding, but that didn't happen. A little disappointed, Flame turned to leave, thinking, what a boring guy. Suddenly her eyes widened in shock. From behind a nearby door, the purple-haired girl was still peeking at her. Seeing this, Flame raised her hand and waved, but the girl said nothing and just walked away. This action left Flame a bit confused, but she then thought it was already late, and now wasn't the time to chase after her. A little later, she arrived at the study room. Standing in front of the door, she thought to herself, a special supplementary class. If I remember correctly, in the original novel, Iso and Hong Pigeon are supposed to attend this meeting. I'm curious to see how the heroine and the villainess of this novel will face off. Right after that, she opened the door and walked in. Just as she predicted, all the important characters were already there. She slowly scanned the room, and the first person to catch her eye was the host, Kai, an A rank. He looked pretty surprised by the presence of the members who showed up today. Flem also quickly picked a seat up high so she could easily see everything. As she slowly sat down, she thought, this is a supplementary session for students who want to rank up. No wonder so many famous S-rank students are here. Just then, Ma Yusong and Baek Yuseo caught Flem's eye. Seeing the two of them chatting so cheerfully really surprised Flem. In this world of all people, Ma Yusong was actually interested in some no-name like Baek Yuseo. Flem thought this couldn't just be a coincidence, and the fact that Baek Yuseo couldn't solve any question except for those 3 hellishly difficult ones was also completely absurd. Perhaps Baek Yuseo knew from the very beginning that if he solved those questions he would definitely be ranked S-class. And if Baek Yuseo really could see the future, then his actions back then were truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Baek Yuseo was sighing to himself, thinking, I wish someone would just throw this guy out of my sight. Ma Yusong, on the other hand, was beaming as he looked at Yuseo and asked, Oh Yuseo, what are you doing here? With your skills, you don't need to attend this kind of class at all. Or, is there some reason you can't talk about? The main character forced a laugh and replied, haha, there's no real reason. I just felt like checking it out. But in reality, he was lying to himself. He was basically forced to join this class. It's what you get for having bad grades. He was so sick of this person in front of him, he couldn't understand why the guy was paying so much attention to him. Just then, someone's voice piped up. Alright, settle down everyone. That's enough chit-chat. Today we're going to discuss the problems from the recent ranking test. As you all know, this ranking test was extremely difficult, so hard in fact that even the upperclassmen gave up and called them the 3 questions from hell. And I'm going to slowly explain them to you all. He said that, but inwardly he was quite nervous. He couldn't understand why all those famous people were here too. His only goal was to boost his own reputation by helping the idiots in this class. Suddenly, an idea popped into Kai's head. He looked over at Baek Yuseo and thought, wait a minute, this might actually be my chance. I heard that Baek Yuseo got the lowest score on the entrance placement test, so all I have to do is show him how much better I am. With that thought, Kai continued with great confidence. Everyone please pay attention. I will now show you how to solve the first question. Then Kai started explaining as he wrote on the board. This question is actually a trick question. It's trying to lead you all down a dead end. First you have to do it like this. At that moment the crowd below was listening intently and diligently taking notes. Ma Yusong glanced over at Yuseo and saw him deep in thought. He then asked, what do you think? Do you think his approach is correct? Yuseo, stunned by the question, looked up at the person next to him. The guy was grinning from ear to ear, eagerly awaiting an answer. Faced with this bizarre attitude, the main character's face paled as he thought, what the hell is he talking about? He's asking me if I think that guy's approach is correct. I don't even understand what's being taught up there. What even are the 3 questions from hell? But anyway, honesty is a virtue. With that thought, Yuseo replied, no, I don't know either. The moment he finished speaking, the students nearby, who had only half heard the conversation, turned to look at each other. What did he say? It's Baek Yuseo. He said Kai is wrong. It seemed like those two deliberately said that to slander Yuseo. After all, everyone knew he had the lowest entrance score. Just then, Kai, who was focused on writing on the board, overheard those words and stopped. He was a little bitter, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, the main character felt that something was very wrong here. He glanced left, and then right, thinking in confusion. What the hell? Why is everyone staring at me? Meanwhile, Kai also stopped writing, snapped the chalk in his hand and said, that's right, I'm wrong. The main character was utterly stunned. What in the world is happening? Right after that, Kai suddenly flashed a smug smile and continued. Well then, Baek Yuseo, why don't you come down here and help everyone solve this part? Hearing this, the hair on the back of his neck stood up as he thought in a panic, Nani, what the hell is he saying? Then he caught Ma Yusong's gaze and was a little surprised. He was beaming with a look of confidence as if to say, you can do it, go for it. But at this point he probably understood everything. It's this guy and his cronies who are deliberately pulling this little stunt. Thinking this, he slowly stepped down from the podium, his mind racing. Alright, fine. If you all want to humiliate me, you've made a huge mistake. I'll make you eat your words and be completely blown away. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. As soon as he stepped off the podium, he took something out from his clothes. Then he read through that guy's solution. It turned out the thing he took out was a pair of glasses. Well, now he thought to himself, 3 hellish questions, they look more like wordplay. As for the question, it was basically this. A mage casts a spell as follows. O Mother Earth, please shed your tears, and from them create dust, even double the amount as before. The question was, why did this happen? The answer to this question was also very simple. Isn't it just dust crying? They are merely in a state of separation. The main character scratched his hair in frustration, muttering a curse at whatever bored person came up with this brain-twisting question. To him, it was a complete joke. Yet in this place, it was a huge problem for these people. But thinking about it, that Kai guy's solution was something else. It was like dust to dust, completely unbelievable. His bizarre method, though obviously wrong, magically produced the correct answer. It must have been pure dumb luck from his ancestors. If he faced another similar question, he'd be out of his league instantly. And from now on, this stage is all mine, sweethearts. With that thought, the main character whipped around to Kai and stated bluntly, I can't really show you how to solve this question, but I will tell you where you went wrong. Kai jumped, stuttering. What? The main character continued calmly. The problem is based on the foundation of the earth, but what if it were water or wind? Do you think your method could solve those? If that's the case, I'll use a different, easier to understand method. But if I do that, you'll need many different ways to solve the same type of question. Therefore, you were just lucky to get the right answer. It doesn't mean your answer is what the question creator intended. Hearing this, Kai's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. He tried to argue, but his throat felt tight. He could only manage 2 words, it, before finally swallowing the bitter pill. You're right. Seeing Kai's dejected look, the main character felt a little guilty. Maybe I was a bit too harsh and bummed him out. He then continued, anyway, the solution for it would be like this. Kai listened intently, furiously scribbling notes. The crowd of students below also started taking notes like crazy. Witnessing this scene, Flame could only stare with wide, surprised eyes. Why is everyone suddenly so focused on writing down what he says? Weren't Iseong and Hong Bian supposed to jump into the fight? So why are they both busy analyzing his solution now? What in the world is happening? This is unbelievable. By now the sun had set, painting the sky a shade of purple. Inside, Ma Iseong waved at Insun bye-bye. See you tomorrow. The boy flashed a bright smile and left. Insun awkwardly raised a hand in return. Yeah, see ya. Once Ma Iseong was out of sight, Insun covered his face in despair, thinking I'm screwed. If I keep getting stuck with this Ma Iseong guy, I'm gonna end up dead. I don't want tomorrow to come. I don't want to see him again for the rest of my life. Thinking that, he slowly lowered his hands. Looking at his own slender hands, an idea flashed in his mind. It must be because of the phone. But even if I wanted to use it now, I can't. So annoying. But it's also because of it that Ma Yuseong noticed me. Damn it, why do I have to keep running into that guy? It's weird though. Besides Flame, no one else has ever used one. As he was walking slowly, he suddenly noticed Hong Bian still standing hesitantly nearby. She looked a little down. He thought to himself, what's wrong with her? Look at her face. Whatever. It has nothing to do with me. Why should I waste my energy caring? And so he quickened his pace to walk past Bian. Suddenly she called out, Hey Baek Insun. He was still dazed, wondering if he'd heard wrong when she spoke again. I have something to ask you. The main character looked visibly surprised, never expecting someone as perfect as her would have something to ask him. He replied, Hong Bian. What is it? She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Why didn't you explain your answer earlier? Hearing this, the main character froze for a few seconds, thinking to himself, but I did explain it, didn't I? To be honest, I don't even know how to explain that thing. How am I supposed to explain a question with no real answer? With Faith, she must have misunderstood something. He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I wasn't really explaining it. Hong Bian cut him off. I understand. You didn't want to reveal it there, is that it? Her words made him even more flustered. He thought, no, that's not it. She spoke again. Then I will compensate you. The main character almost fell over. What are you talking about? Now Bian declared loudly. I said I will compensate you fairly. So just explain whatever's in your head so I can understand. Over here he was shocked to his core, his mouth hanging open. A little later, the two of them snuck into Teacher Lee's office. After fumbling around for a bit, they finally found their own tests. He glanced at Hong Bian's paper and said, I really don't understand why you're paying me to explain 3 questions from the placement test. Yes, Bian replied. I have my own reasons that I can't share. Just tell me. Yes, ma'am. The main character dutifully looked over her paper and wondered, but you only got those 3 questions wrong. I got all the rest of them wrong. And yet you're asking me for help. Aren't you embarrassed? Hong Bian answered nonchalantly. No. The only thing I'm ashamed of is that I still can't understand the answers to those questions. If you can clear this up for me, I'm willing to do anything. Hearing this, the main character was dumbfounded, and thought to himself times. Huh, isn't she supposed to be a model student times? Then he asked, but why are you asking me? You're a princess, you must have tons of friends you could ask, right? She stammered. Well, actually, out of the 1,141 first-year students, only 3 people correctly answered these 3 hellishly difficult questions. And you were one of them. The main character's jaw dropped. What? What did you just say? She looked a bit crestfallen. Those questions. They didn't have any answers. And yet Ma, Yuseong, Flame, and you all managed to solve them. That's what I'm most ashamed of. At this point, the main character couldn't take it anymore, his hands trembling. No, wait a minute. He shot up to his feet and yelled, these 3 questions were a trick. No one was supposed to be able to solve them. Yes. Didn't you realize that? When you were solving them, Hong Bian replied. Hearing that, he tried to swallow his anger and plopped back down, his mind reeling. Asterisk. This is insane. Now I get why I'm in the S class, and why Flame tried to stop me. Asterisk. Asterisk. I know absolutely nothing about this world's game mechanics, and I certainly didn't know about those trick questions. Asterisk. Asterisk. But Flame is probably different since she read the entire novel. Even if she doesn't know the game's plot. Asterisk. Asterisk. But she definitely knows the novel's lore, like those 3 deceptive questions. Asterisk. Asterisk. But because an extra who wasn't in the original novel appeared, did Flame have no choice but to acknowledge the existence of this Beckerson guy? Asterisk. Asterisk. Damn it, no wonder she was acting so strange. Asterisk. Seeing his reaction, Hong Bian asked blankly, Are you okay? The main character replied calmly, Oh, it's nothing, don't worry. Don't forget that you'll do me a favor if I explain the answers to you. Hong Bian nodded. Of course. The main character continued, I only have one small request, turn my staff into a magic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom can do that, right? Hearing this, Hong Bian's eyes widened in surprise. But only low-level mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a future mage like you? The main character quickly cut her off. Ah, it's just my style. Asterisk. I can't exactly tell her it's my weakness. Asterisk. Then he looked at her with an expectant gaze. So, think you can do it? She thought for a moment, then answered confidently. Of course. That's incredibly simple for me. Asterisk. That's the perfect answer. Asterisk. Hearing this, the main character was visibly delighted, his cheeks flushing as he thought times. Perfect. Asterisk. With that, he slowly began to explain. Alright, I'll tell you how to solve this first question. Pointing at the test paper, he declared, the method is to change your perspective. She stared back blankly. Change my perspective. The main character knew full well that Hong Bian's weakness was her overly rigid magic, a box she was stuck in. Hong Bian would only realize this in her 2nd year after losing to Flame. Asterisk. I don't think I can make her fully realize it now, but hopefully I can point her in the right direction. Asterisk. Asterisk. So what I need to do right now is... Asterisk. With that thought, he continued, do you understand what a riddle is? A bit taken aback by the question, Hong Bian replied, a riddle? I think I've heard of them. The main character continued, okay, let me give you an example. What is between knee and knee? Immediately, she rested her chin on her hand, racking her brain before answering, is it the inner part of the knee? The main character stated flatly, you're wrong. The answer is, and. Hong Bian still didn't get it, asking, why is that? He emphasized the question again. I was asking you what word times is between the word knee and the word knee. Get it now, right? When she heard that, she realized she'd been tricked, and was absolutely fuming. Seeing her looking like she was about to explode, Beckerson got a little nervous. He said, hey, come on now, don't get so mad at me. Calm down and just sit down and look at this question. It also has its own formulas and tricks that you just don't know yet. So what I mean is, when faced with a problem, you need to solve it more creatively. But can you do that with just your own creativity? Hearing this, Hong Bian's expression fell. She answered ashamed, no, that's impossible. At that, the main character breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, of course. Although understanding various types of magic and their applications is extremely important for a mage, the most crucial thing is your perspective on this world. Through your perspective, magic can transform in unpredictable ways, even from the smallest changes. But on the other hand, you only think about the things you've seen and learned in books. Those are all impractical theories. Magic isn't just about memorizing and casting spells. You might be better than me when it comes to analysis and evaluation, but you lack the most important thing for a mage, and that is creativity. After Beckerson's long lecture, Hong Bian pensively reflected on his every word. She was at a point where she couldn't deny it, nor could she control her emotions. Her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. She was sinking into despair. Seeing her grave expression, the main character started sweating bullets. He scratched his head awkwardly. So you understood what I just said, right? Even though it might have sounded a little complex and abstract. Hong Beyonce answered confidently. Of course I understood. The main character gave a strained smile, thinking to himself. Asterisk. Yeah, right. I don't even know what the hell I just said. Asterisk. He continued with a serious tone. I'm really glad you could understand what I said. So let's begin, shall we? I have a riddle for you. What does a man say to a horse when he puts it to bed? After hearing this, she looked a bit bewildered, then rested her chin on her hand and thought, times. What does a man say to a horse when he puts it to bed? Asterisk. Unable to figure it out, she replied dejectedly, I don't know either. The main character immediately gave her the answer. The answer is simple. It's bedtime now. And then he fired off another series of questions. Why don't they work harder? I don't know. It's because they're always lying down on the job. So what happens when scissors, rock, and paper join a race? I don't know that either. My answer is the rock will roll, but the scissors and paper can't move. Their shapes don't allow them to move. After that riddle, he turned to look at Hong Beyonce, not daring to utter another word. At this point, her whole body was trembling. It seemed like she was torturing herself, so angry that she was frowning and grinding her teeth, looking extremely upset. Seeing her reaction, the main character felt a bit intimidated, thinking times, oh crap, she looks like she's about to transform. Asterisk. The main character mustered up all his courage to ask one more question. So what does the cloud say to the sea? What does the cloud say to the sea when it rains? She concentrated intensely, constantly encouraging herself in her mind times. Come on, I can do this. Just calm down. Asterisk. After a moment of internal struggle, she stammered, I'm falling on the sea. Hearing this answer, the main character exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you got it right. Finally, she managed to answer one question correctly and get recognized for it. Her heart was filled with indescribable joy. That happiness was clearly visible on her face as Hong Beyonce broke into a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her reaction took him completely by surprise. This was also the first time he had ever seen her smile, whether in the game or in real life. The main character felt happy for her too, smiling smugly, as expected of a princess. Your creativity is on a completely different level. Feeling she was being overly flattered, she blushed and tried to stay calm as she said, all right, let's just move on. Just tell me the next question. The main character grinned cheekily. Good, that's the spirit, right? Then my next question is, and so the two of them chatted lively until it was pitch dark. Outside on the school grounds, a few groups of students who hadn't gone home yet were still chattering and laughing. By now, the main character was also heading home alone, looking quite exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. He sighed in frustration, thinking, asterisk. What a waste of time. I spent a whole 3 hours just telling lame riddles to Hong Beyonce. Asterisk. Asterisk. And it's not like I expect her to remember anything I said anyway. Speaking of Hong Beyonce, she's definitely going to be a formidable witch in the future with that brain of hers. Asterisk. Asterisk. A super genius brain. But her weakness is that she's too rigid in her thinking. And if I wanted to exploit that weakness, to mock her. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even though she's the villain, I'd feel terribly guilty. But I need to quickly forge Terravone into a magic sword. Asterisk. Asterisk. So I have to try harder. Damn it, this isn't like my old self who could do anything. Thinking about it just gives me a headache. Asterisk. Asterisk. I should hurry up and find the books I need for my upcoming class. Asterisk. A little later, he arrived at a certain place. He looked around searching for something and muttered to himself, that's not right. It should be around here somewhere, shouldn't it? I couldn't have remembered wrong, could I? Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he whispered excitedly, there it is, this is it. In front of him was an old dilapidated house filled with dust and covered in cobwebs. Stepping inside and seeing the desolate scene before him, he thought times, wow, this place looks like a wreck. Asterisk. Looking at the shop owner, he suddenly remembered times. But I know one thing. Asterisk. Asterisk. This bookstore owner has a weird habit of pretending to be asleep so he can secretly watch his customers. If I remember correctly. Asterisk. Asterisk. This nameless bookstore has Maella's notebook. He was the valedictorian of Stella Academy 10 years ago. Asterisk. Asterisk. If this were my old self, I could have just viewed it with a single mouse click. But in this world you have to have the physical book to learn. Asterisk. Asterisk. Besides, what books you study also affects how you level up. At first I bought books from famous shops, but then I discovered asterisk, asterisk, that all the good books are hidden in these no-name stores. Asterisk. With that thought, he went deeper into the store and began his search, thinking excitedly as he walked. Asterisk. Taking a magical engineering class with Maela's notes in hand. What could be more overpowered? I'll definitely get a perfect score. Asterisk. Asterisk. Well, that's just a thought. In reality, I just need to wear the bulbul glasses to get a decent score anyway. But who knows, I might find some kind of secret formula, right? Asterisk. Suddenly something caught his eye, a green book tucked away in the corner of a cabinet. He exclaimed, "This is what I was looking for." Just as he reached out to grab it, another hand reached for it at the same time. And so the two of them just stared at each other. He exclaimed in surprise. "iPhone." She responded, bewildered. "Huh, how do you know me?" "Ah, of course I do. You're famous after all," the main character replied. At this point she also started to recognize him and said, "Oh, I remember now. You're also in the supplementary group. Your name is Beckerson, right?" Hearing this, the main character felt a bit disappointed, thinking times. "Oh my god, doesn't she remember that we met before we even entered the academy?" Asterisk. She continued, "Ah, I really enjoyed that debate. It's just a shame you couldn't explain the entire answer." It was then that the main character also remembered iPhone. Couldn't solve those questions either. Then she said, "Anyway, it was nice meeting you." Then she coldly turned and walked away. He was a bit surprised by her attitude, but the important thing right now was that he was in luck. The book hadn't been taken yet. He quickly grabbed the book and then looked towards Ison, thinking, why is she here? She was still picking out books, but it seemed she was very hesitant to actually buy anything. This was clear, as she carefully checked the price of each one. After seeing the price, she sighed in disappointment and put the book back. Beckerson noticed her actions. He could guess why she was here. This bookstore only sells used books, so the customers are usually poor students like me. Someone like Ison from a fallen noble family who has lost everything would have no choice but to come here. Her father was probably killed by a dark mage. He suddenly felt she was quite pitiful. How sad a princess having to buy used books, and even having to scrutinize the prices because she's afraid she can't afford them. Moreover, Ison also had a tragic ending in the original novel. She died even before Flame, the person who had become the main character in this world. You could say Ison is the unluckiest character in the game. With that thought, he had also chosen a few books he liked, which looked quite thick and heavy. He placed the books in front of the shopkeeper, and said, "I'd like to check out, please." At the same time, Ison also came to the counter. Looking at the stack of books he had chosen, Ison could only stare with envy, but she seemed surprised that he was buying so many. The shopkeeper was just as surprised. "All of these? All right then." The main character simply nodded slightly and glanced over at Ison. She looked a bit sad. He immediately asked, "What's wrong?" She replied indifferently, "You seem to have interesting taste. I mean, you picked some pretty good books." Hearing this, the main character was a bit confused, thinking, "Wait, is she insulting me?" He then replied, "Oh, which one?" Ison continued, "All of those." "But why are you reading about advanced sealing theory?" Sealing theory is an ancient art that requires special items. So nowadays, with the advancement of alchemists and magic engineers, that skill is rarely used by anyone. He replied, "Oh, this book. You're right, it's not very useful." Hearing that, she wondered if he was crazy for choosing it and said coldly, "So you knew that?" He said nonchalantly, "Of course. That's exactly why I picked it." Hearing this, she was so surprised her jaw dropped. "Huh. What?" The main character hugged the stack of books with a sly grin. "Because everyone thinks like you, it'll be easier to get a high grade in this class. I'm heading out now, bye-bye." As he walked away, he thought smugly, just as Ison said, hardly anyone wants to take a class on sealing theory. But that's exactly why it'll take less time and be easier to get a high grade than in other classes. With these books, this semester will be a breeze. And just like that, he left, leaving Ison standing there stunned. She was confused and wanted to ask more, but her pride was too great. It kept her from speaking up. The scene changes to the next day at Stella Academy, where Ison was nervously walking down the hallway. This was the first class for Void Theory, and also her first class since enrolling. She thought to herself, anyway, this class is supposed to be an easy grade, so it probably won't to be too bad. Then she entered the classroom, where quite a few students were already present. As soon as she found an empty seat, she overheard a conversation between the students next to her. "Hey, you're taking Void Theory too?" Yeah, but I think I'm screwed. I signed up because I heard it was an easy class, but it seems the rumor spread too far. All the top students signed up for this class. We're totally done for." Hearing this, Ison could only sigh and think, nothing I can do about it now, but I'll just have to try my best in my other classes. A while later, the class ended. Everyone started filing out, looking tired and complaining. Man, my butt's asleep from sitting so long. I'm starving, what should we get for lunch? Let's go to the cafeteria and see. Ison trailed behind them alone, sighing sadly and thinking, this is bad, what do I do now? With so many people in my registered classes, it'll be hard to get a scholarship. Just then, her stomach rumbled loudly. Holding her wallet, she hesitated. Maybe I should just go eat first. Let's see, I only have 60 meal tickets left for this semester, so I guess I'll just have bread today. Suddenly, Ison's eyes lit up in surprise as she saw something. It turned out that on her way to the cafeteria, she happened to pass by a room. She recognized a familiar face. Beckerson was sitting in there. At first, she wondered what he was doing here, but when she saw the professor giving a lecture, she realized this was the class he had signed up for. But strangely, this class had very few students, and all of them were poor performers. This professor must be on the verge of unemployment. But then she realized if she also signed up for this class, she could get a high grade without spending much time. And she could even save her energy to study for other classes to get a scholarship. But how did that Beckerson guy know this class would be easy? Oh my god, don't tell me he already calculated which classes would be the most beneficial. No, that can't be. What on earth am I thinking? It must be a coincidence. With that thought, she left. The scene changes to the next morning. The sun was already high in the sky. In a corner of the classroom, the students were still listening attentively to the lecture. The teacher said, I'm sure all of you know what the root of magic is. A creator mage in white spread magic throughout the world, and humans and other races learned to use it. And the professor giving the lecture was none other than Professor Lilly, who specialized in the study of true gods. He continued saying that this mage had taught the elves natural magic. He taught the dwarves material magic and humans elemental magic, after which he ascended to the heavens, blah blah blah. And then came an abstract, incomprehensible lecture. The main character listened completely lost and thought in frustration, oh my god, at this rate I'll be kicked out in 3 years. I could have just skipped all this knowledge with a single button press in the game, but this class is actually pretty important. Who knows, it might tell me what the true ending is. Oh well, that's all just my own speculation. Suddenly he realized the person sitting next to him looked a bit familiar. Turning his head, he thought in surprise, Ison is in this class too. I don't remember any main characters enrolling in this course. Whatever, what's it got to do with me? At that moment, the professor was still lecturing enthusiastically. Humanity's curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled the world secretly learning the magic of other races. Even so, they weren't satisfied, but they couldn't learn anything more. The creator mage left behind 12 moons. The divine moons, then he vanished without a trace. Does anyone know about the 12 divine moons? A clear voice called out. They say they are guardian gods who protect the balance of power on the continent. And it was none other than Ison who was speaking. She added, I also heard they are scattered across the continent and carry a mission. That was until 1,000 years ago. The professor, quite surprised by her answer, continued, oh that's right. They have a special power to protect the continent. For example, the divine moon representing summer, the 6th moon, is summer red, which carries a brilliant red flame. And it is said that this flame will never be extinguished. If you were to go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you would still see the red fire. Anyone who's curious can go take a look. The main character thought he'd misheard and shuddered at the thought. Damn, is the professor joking? If a living creature were to enter the Sea King's territory, Alamanca, they would be instantly wiped out. From the podium, the professor continued enthusiastically. This is Blevian, a giant whirlpool in the middle of the ocean. It was frozen by the 12th moon, winter blue. That is why each divine moon has its own unique power. But a miracle will occur if they are all brought together. A student below asked curiously, Professor, what is that miracle? The professor's voice suddenly grew solemn as he replied, no one knows that. They have been dormant for 1,000 years. At this, the main character knew the professor was right. I mean, I've encountered a few of the divine moons while playing the game, but I only ever managed to find 5 of them during limited time events, and that's after collecting info from other players. No gamer has ever found more of the divine moons than I have. If I'm guessing correctly, then the 12 divine moons must have something to do with the true ending. Since no one has found the true ending in the past 10 years, the answer must lie in content that no one knows about. I only managed to find 5 of the moons after risking my life over and over, but if I want to see the true ending, then so be it. I'll just have to start over from the beginning. Meanwhile, in another outdoor class, a massive flame was hurtling towards a dummy. A chic woman in a red dress stood in the middle and declared, power isn't everything. No matter how strong an attack is, if it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. And this woman was none other than Professor Hongjil, the fire class instructor. The professor was walking around observing the students practice. Suddenly she sensed that something was about to happen. Immediately after, An enormous surge of fire magic shot towards the dummy, and then boom boom boom, a huge explosion erupted. The professor looked at the source of this power, her expression quite satisfied, but then her eyes widened in utter astonishment. And yet, after the explosion, as the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the dummy wasn't just not burnt to a crisp, it was still completely intact. The professor, looking at this scene with a hint of disappointment, exclaimed, "That was terrible, Beyoncé." Hearing this, the girl trembled uncontrollably. Beyoncé sadly went to sit on a bench, her eyes heavy with disappointment. She thought to herself, "I've failed Mother again. Mother will surely be so disappointed." Suddenly a voice called out, "Princess." Looking up, she saw a girl with red hair and 2 pigtails who looked incredibly cute. The girl smiled brightly and asked, "Are you all right?" Then she slowly sat down next to Beyoncé and continued, "Don't be sad. You looked amazing, Your Highness." Beyoncé just replied indifferently, "What do you mean? Well, you used the same kind of magic as me, but it was so much more powerful. And what good did that do? I didn't even hit the target. But your magic was really incredible. It was super cool, honestly. I've known about you since I was a child." Hearing this, Beyoncé also recognized this girl, a fire mage just like me. "I think her name is Zhuang. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. They say a genius fire mage has appeared. Even so, she's nothing compared to my magic." With that thought, Beyoncé spoke up, remarking, "It's amazing that your accuracy is so high." The girl replied shyly, "But if you practiced more, how could I possibly compare?" Beyoncé shot to her feet and said, "But that only works on the weak. Anyway, talking to you made me feel much better. See ya." With that, Beyoncé walked off, leaving the girl with pigtails sitting there stunned. The scene shifts to a rather neat and tidy castle. Beyoncé is here as well, but she looks quite tired. Just then a voice calls out, "Your Highness." A strong, stern-looking woman appears behind her and continues, "Welcome back." And she is Beyoncé's personal guard named Ia Etherine. "Ma'am, some warm tea and sweets have been prepared." Beyoncé replies, "Thank you." Taryn continues, "Regarding the task of modifying the magic staff's appearance that you assigned to me earlier, because that staff is of such high quality, they said it's possible to create a high-level magic sword from it." Beyoncé, eating a pastry while listening, sounds a bit skeptical. "Is that so?" Taryn continues. "However, there are some concerns." Beyoncé is slightly surprised. "Concerns?" Taryn hesitates. "Well, I heard a rumor that it continuously drains mana from its owner." Hearing this, Beyoncé is shocked and jumps to her feet, turning around in alarm. "What, isn't that a dark artifact then?" Taryn's voice suddenly deepens. "Not exactly. It resonates with the energy of nature." At that, Beyoncé becomes extremely confused and bewildered, mumbling, "No way. Something that drains its owner's mana can resonate with the power of nature. But then why is that staff only intermediate grade?" Taryn replies, "That is precisely why it's at that level. What are your thoughts on this? Its original ability is still to powerfully enhance the user's mana, and it should have been stronger, or even high grade, but perhaps because it only absorbs and doesn't release it, was downgraded to intermediate." Hearing this, Beyoncé can no longer stay calm. She leaps up and shouts, "What high grade? How could a student possibly use that?" Even Taryn herself is quite surprised by this. Meanwhile, Beyoncé is still bewildered, unsure how to explain it herself. Clutching her head, she continues, "I knew it didn't resonate with just anyone from the start, but I didn't think anyone would use it even if they had it. Unless they have a monstrous amount of mana. Or none at all. I don't understand this. I'm certain any normal person would realize that." Speaking for so long seemed to have made her throat dry. She takes a sip of hot tea to soothe her voice and adds, "But anyway, he is definitely someone special." The scene changes to a few days later, when the new semester begins. In a certain classroom, a teacher is passionately lecturing the students. Attack magic requires a higher level of understanding than any other type of magic. And our protagonist is also sitting in this class, listening intently. This bald professor is the Mana Guidance Professor Kalim. He continues, "That is why the Mana Guidance class is mandatory. From now on, during your duels, you will learn guidance with a focus on projection and targeting. Also attending this class is Izo." She seems to be listening quite intently while at the front of the class. The professor is still passionately explaining projection means to fire magic from the caster's body, and targeting means to use magic on a stationary target. Next, we will discuss the trajectory formula as follows. From a distance of 760 meters to the north, Josu is moving south at a speed of 1.26 meters per second. So what is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance that Longyi needs to use a water system magic spell? As the teacher finished, the entire class fell dead silent. Down below, 2 students were whispering to each other, breaking the solemn atmosphere of the class. A curious voice piped up. "Among all the attributes, what if it's water?" The friend sitting next to him seemed to want to stop him, quickly chiming in. If you're not a water system expert, it's best not to answer this one. But isn't the professor trying to make things difficult for us? A wave of sleepiness started to hit our protagonist, causing him to yawn. He complained in his head, this is so boring. Why is this even more of a time waster than a Korean class? Suddenly the professor with the famous bald head spoke up. His voice cut through the drowsiness hanging over the students. Big Yuun Sung, please stand up and answer this question. With a look of utter boredom, the protagonist mumbled, yes sir. But inwardly he was screaming, damn it me again, after struggling with the problem for a moment. Yuun Sung finally found the solution. He confidently turned and declared loudly, sir, I've solved it. Faced with Yuun Sung's presentation, the teacher couldn't hide his amazement, exclaiming, excellent. To think you could solve it so easily. Is your original attribute water? He quickly waved his hands and replied humbly, oh no, sir, it's not. Oh well, that's wonderful then. Let's move on to the next question. It was these actions that made Izo see him in a completely different light. A short while later the class ended and everyone began packing up their books to leave. A clear voice spoke up from behind, excuse me. He turned around reflexively and replied, yeah, are you talking to me? In front of him now was Izo. She continued, yes, I have a question for you. A thought flashed through Izo's mind. She had been wondering something about Big Yuun Sung. While observing him, I realized this wasn't about his rank, but because he's incredibly smart. Even compared to the top gangsters, he was able to solve that professor's problem so quickly and accurately. It was truly unbelievable. The difficulty of that question was, at least at a university level, something only a professor should be able to solve. Even at Stella, a place where geniuses gather, just what is Big Yuun Sung's true identity? At first I didn't think so, but now I'm certain. He definitely has a course registration strategy. Just then Izo asked, I wanted to ask you what's your next course? Faced with this sudden question, Yuun Sung was taken by surprise. He tried to act calm and replied, why do you ask? Don't tell me you have a crush on me or something. But Izo looked a little annoyed. What the hell, old man, do you think I'm a pervert? That's disgusting. Yuun Sung's face turned purple with anger. I'm the one who should be disgusted, am I not? But right after he suddenly realized he was supposed to be the adult here. What the heck am I even saying? Then he scratched his head awkwardly and asked again, anyway, why did you ask? This time Izo answered seriously, I've been researching the classes you've been taking. It seems like they're all classes where you can easily get high scores. I won't beat around the bush. I want to ask you directly, where did you learn that strategy? Because this is pretty important to me. Hearing this, the protagonist thought to himself, I was just wondering what she was going to ask, and now I get it. He immediately waved his hands dismissively and laughed. Haha, what do you mean? My classes. It's probably just a coincidence. If that's all, I'm leaving. With that, he turned to leave. Faced with his somewhat indifferent attitude, Izo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what? Watching his back as he walked away, she couldn't help but call after him, wait. But by then, he didn't seem to care anymore. She had no choice but to gather her courage, run after him and grab him. Please wait. Only then did our protagonist stop. Panting, she said, please. Just wait a moment. Yuun Sung replied, what is it? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of talented people here. Or you could just copy me. You said you already did your research, right? Hearing this, Izo stammered as she explained. But anyone who takes the Divine Raiment course gets an A+, so that one doesn't really matter. But if I register for the same classes as you, it could negatively affect your grades. As she said this, a flicker of sadness appeared in her eyes, and a sense of guilt crept into her heart. If he doesn't get the scholarship, it would be a huge loss for him. But even in this situation, she's still worried about someone else's grades. Looking at her pitiful expression, the protagonist couldn't help but think, even though she's a bit of a pain, the female lead will always be the female lead. Suddenly, she put on an innocent and cute expression. But anyway, could you just suggest one class for me? One where it's easy to get a high grade. Come on, I'm begging you. The protagonist flatly replied, you think those eyes are going to work on me? She placed her hands on her cheeks, acting cute. Huh, that's weird. Usually when I look at my own face, all my worries just disappear. This overly confident expression made the protagonist want to puke. He replied indifferently, are you being serious? But Izo's face was flushed red as she grinned from ear to ear. Haha, I'm just kidding. I knew you'd react like that. That's why I've prepared something interesting to compensate you. The protagonist shuddered upon hearing that. Compensate me. He was completely shocked, thinking to himself, holy crap, why are these kids so obsessed with compensation? Is that the only thing they ever talk about? Suddenly, Izo spoke again. Do you know about the seventh magic? Hearing this, the protagonist jumped. Yes, I know. Izo added, really, not many people know about it, since it's a desolate tower that vanished and has many barriers. They prevent people from getting close to where the tower once stood. But as she was enthusiastically telling the story, she suddenly stopped when she saw Yuun Sung's strange expression. She asked worriedly, "Wait, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Meanwhile, Yuun Sung's mind was reeling. "I'm going to lose my mind. This is extremely important information." Because of this, Flame could increase her influence over the protagonist. Furthermore, Flame knows about it. In the original story, Izo also knew this, and she only ever told this information to the protagonist, not to a side character like me. Thinking this, he didn't want to hear anymore, and waved his hand. "That sounds like a scary story. I don't want to hear it. It's not interesting at all." And with that, he just walked straight away. Izo, looking bewildered, quickly explained, "It's not that scary." "Are you afraid of ghosts at your age?" Yuun Sung reluctantly replied. "Alright, fine. I'll tell you." She feigned surprise again. "Whoa, you just pretended you weren't going to tell me. Why did you change your tune so fast?" "Yeah, well, that's just how I am," Yuun Sung replied curtly. At that moment he thought again. Besides, the fact that Izo wants to give me something is enough. With that thought he spoke up. "Anyway, this has nothing to do with grades, but it's something that will be extremely useful to you. You should sign up for the Journey of Meditation and the Void course for your liberal arts credit." Izo cringed when she heard that. Meditation. Sign up for that for liberal arts. Moonglow contemplation and meditation is the priority. "Are you into spiritual training or something?" "Not exactly," the main character replied, but he didn't really know how to explain it either. He quickly invented a reason. My master is a bishop just like you, and through meditation, one can enhance their magical abilities." Izo's eyes widened in surprise. "Just with meditation," drawing on his 10 years of all-night gaming experience, he calmly explained. "In truth, this hasn't been discovered yet, but for bishops who wield large-scale destructive magic, meditation is crucial for precise casting based on formulas and equations. But above all, it's the mind that controls magical power. I haven't told this to anyone else, but you're an exception because you're pretty cute." The girl was flustered, not knowing whether to believe him or not. "Didn't you just call me ugly?" But it seems the compliment was exactly what she wanted to hear. She beamed. "Well, thank you anyway. Even though it's not a subject that will improve my grades, I'll sign up for it." Yuun Sung replied. "That's up to you. Do whatever you want." Having gotten what she wanted, the girl happily left. Watching her back as she walked away, Yuun Sung couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't even know if what he had just done was the right thing. He just sighed. "I've told her everything. It makes me a little scared of how the future might change. But if I had just ignored her, Izo would have faced that same tragedy in this world. If meditation can help her, then it's a good thing." As he thought this, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He was a mage too, so why hadn't he thought of training himself until now? In the game, Big Yuun Sung trained rigorously, awakening his latent mana condition and developing rapidly. In the game I could get experience just by pressing a button, but now I have to do it myself. It seems a little late for that. There are no scenarios or hunting quests, so I can't earn any more experience. But still, I have to thank Izo. A little while later, Big Yuun Sung returned to the dormitories at Stella. All the students lived in the dorms. This system was a side feature in the game, allowing players to freely decorate their rooms. But for Big Yuun Sung, this was his only home, because his village had been burned to the ground. The dorms were also divided by rank, and all the rooms were the same size. But the number of people per room depended on rank, and naturally, the S-class students always occupied the highest floors. The main character was now alone in his room, feeling a bit lonely, but then he thought, "I can finally make use of it." He took a deep breath. "Alright, it's time to begin." Yuun Sung sat in meditation, concentrating intensely on his training. Stats aren't the most important thing. Since this is reality, I have to get used to this body. In the game, Big Yuun Sung was a genius, who could control a sword aura by using his mana, circulating it endlessly both inside and outside his body. No one paid attention to him, so no one knew. But Big Yuun Sung was a genius swordsman, who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I have to walk that path again. My breath is what controls the flow of mana in my body. If I can slowly increase the amount of mana I take in with each inhalation, I'll be able to gather enough mana in a single breath. Skills don't level up just by collecting EXP. You have to constantly use the skill to raise its level. This also means you have to train, and so he trained diligently throughout the long night. The clock struck 4 in the morning as a new day began inside the room. Yuun Sung was still immersed in his training, his entire body glowing with a golden aura. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he raised both hands. He was astonished, feeling a refreshing flow of energy moving through his body. This must be the feeling Big Yuun Sung experienced as someone who accepted having mana leak syndrome since he was a child. It's faint, but I can still feel it. At that same moment, a system notification appeared. Skill mana leak syndrome has leveled up. Skill flash step. Has leveled up. The main character looked at his status window, filled with satisfaction. Excellent. I'm one step closer to my goal. I will find the true ending no matter what. The scene suddenly changed, shifting to a place with fresh, clean air. A lush green meadow stretched out to the horizon, when suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared. This was an idyllic space within Stella Academy. The girl Flame was soaking in the atmosphere thinking, the meadow and the gentle breeze are both artificial, but the feeling here is so real. It's so pleasant. To give everyone a better understanding, the Stella dormitory is actually a pocket dimension, created within the school grounds. This allows everyone to freely change the space and its properties. All the sporting events, other activities, dungeons, and teleportation gates, and monster training all take place here. For that very reason, back in reality, the students had all gathered. Flame stood at the back, scanning the area. She realized there were a total of 141 people. 50 people are from Class A-ON, and A2, the remaining 40 are from Class S. If this were like the novel, there should be 39 people from Class S. I thought I was the 40th, but I can't believe there's one more person. That's right, where did Big Yuun Sung come from? In the novel there were only 1,141st years, and with me that should make it 1,141. In other words, Big Yuun Sung was also in the original novel. Whatever, I'll figure things out slowly. It's okay, I can do this. I'm the only person in this world who knows about this novel after all. Class is about to start. Suddenly, the group of students in front of Flame began to murmur amongst themselves. One of them spoke up. Prince Jeremy, have you finished registering for classes? The golden-haired young man in the middle, presumably the one they were talking about, replied with a smug look. Of course I have. We also signed up for the soft magic research class because we heard you were taking it. He grinned widely. Really? Then let's help each other out. Meanwhile, Flame watched him thinking to herself, that's Prince Jeremy. In the novel he fell for Flame along with Izo, but she rejected him. From then on he became a completely different person, and eventually turned into a villain. He may look kind, but all of his actions are calculated. I should watch him carefully so I don't get involved with him. Suddenly, Prince Jeremy also noticed Flame. He put on a friendly act, raising his hand in greeting with a bright smile. Flame waved back, thinking to herself, but he really is handsome. Now I understand why he has so many flatterers surrounding him. But I have to admit his clique is full of the most popular people in school. With that thought, she turned her face away, determined to gather these people herself. Because from now on, this world is her reality. She has to prepare for the future. But this action seemed to have caught the prince's eye. He smirked to himself. So that's Flame. Just then the teacher's voice boomed. Everyone listen up. We will now begin basic training. Before we start today's lesson, I need to know your abilities, so I can teach you all properly. I will be the one teaching you directly. If you don't like it, keep it to yourselves. As many of you already know, we professors have the authority to add or deduct your points, so you must remember that you will be expelled if you don't meet the required score. And now I will explain the training session. Right now we will have a practice run in a dungeon. I will use situations from real dungeons, as well as various traps and monsters to test all of you. You will get 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, 8 points for a level 2 monster, and 20 points for obtaining this point stick. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and shopping privileges. Students with 0 points will have points deducted. If you're afraid of failing or going alone, you can form a team. But remember this well, the points will be divided equally among the team members. If you can eliminate another student, you will take their points. As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher vanished completely, his voice echoing back, "That is all. Good luck." Immediately after, the ground began to shake violently. The panicked students started screaming, "What is this? What's happening? The ground is shifting." Suddenly the ground split open and a giant tree slowly emerged. But Flame couldn't help but be astonished, her jaw dropping. And it seemed like everything around them had changed. Flame guessed that this was the Jack and the Beanstalk map. The scenery became overgrown and dense with trees. The students began to choose their own paths. Some preferred to go alone, while others chose to move in groups. In the distance, the lone figure of Flame walked on a magic staff in her hand. She thought to herself, well then, I'm ready to join this game. Suddenly a voice called from behind. Flame turning around, she saw her red-haired friend who continued, "Are you planning to go alone during the practical exercise?" Flame replied, "Ah, Jackie," she thought to herself. Even though teaming up has many advantages in a real dungeon raid, going alone is better if you want to get a lot of points. With that thought, she said coolly, "Sorry, but this time I want to test my own strength, so I plan on going alone." After hearing this, the red-haired girl smirked. "Yeah, I know. You'd have to share points with teammates, so it can't be helped," Flame replied. "Yeah, that's right. But in her mind she was wondering, am I overthinking this or is she mocking me? Whatever, forget it. Flame said goodbye and left. Let's go together next time. The other girl didn't say anything more, just turned and walked away. Watching her leave, Flame felt a little annoyed. Am I just imagining things? Why do I get the feeling she's copying me? Anyway, back to the main point. Maybe it'll be different later. An hour after the dungeon opened in a certain corner, a faint blue light gleamed. It seemed Flame had just gone through a battle. At this moment she was quite tired. This is so exhausting. When will this training session ever end? Suddenly she sensed something unusual. Immediately after, a giant vine shot out quickly towards Flame. Quick as a flash, she raised her magic staff to block. A stream of blue power shot out from the staff, attacking the vine head-on. A moment later that vine was defeated and gradually shrank. At that moment she looked around, thinking to herself that it wasn't just monsters, even the plants here could attack. As expected of Stella. Even training can't be taken lightly. I only have 18 points so far, which isn't too bad. But this gap can be closed with just one score stick. I have to keep moving. And so she ventured deeper into the dungeon, when suddenly her eyes widened in shock. In the distance was a blurry figure, but the dazzling sunlight made it impossible for her to see clearly. She was bewildered. Is it a monster? No, it has to be a person. But how can a student conceal themselves to this extent? Well, whatever. I'm using natural camouflage to hide anyway, with Flame's special abilities being control, defense, destruction, and healing. It seems like ambushing my opponent now wouldn't be a bad choice. Just like that, she quietly tiptoed closer to the figure. As she got nearer, she realized it was Yuun. Is he all by himself? I remember other students wanting to team up with Yuun, right? Did he turn them all down? How strange. I really can't figure out what he's thinking. But what surprised her even more was the score stick in his hand. Suddenly, a reckless idea popped into her head. This is the perfect chance to test him. At that moment, Yuun was still completely oblivious. He just kept walking forward. Meanwhile, Flame was using her magic staff to create a large sphere of light. She believed that from a distance of about 15 meters, there was no way he could defend against it. Immediately after, a strange magic circle appeared, and her entire body radiated an intense orange power. She looked straight at Yuun and shouted, "Light bullet." As she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning shot straight forward. Just as it was about to hit Yuun, he finally realized someone was ambushing him. He quickly used flash magic to move to another spot. After the dust settled, Flame stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Where in the world did Yuun disappear to? Her hands trembled with anger. What the hell? How did he do that? He managed to dodge a tier 2 spell from that distance. Damn it, that's insane. Meanwhile, Yuun had been continuously using flash to circle around behind his attacker. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Holy crap, was that person trying to kill me or something, firing a light bullet out of nowhere? Thank God the level of my mana leak syndrome has increased, or I would have been in big trouble. His flash had leveled up to level 1. With a maximum distance of 12 meters, I still have 2 more flashes. If I use the terrain to my advantage, I can probably take her down. But it's best to avoid a fight if I can. With that thought, he continuously used flash to get away from Flame. He glanced back and thought this distance should be safe enough. My goal is 5th place, so there's no need to take unnecessary risks. The prize for 5th place is an Ezelic potion. It can significantly increase stamina and strength. Besides, the top 4 spots will go to the main characters anyway. At this rate, they only need 3 more score sticks. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Hey you guys, get over here and see who this is." In front of him now was a group of unfamiliar students. One of them sneered, "Well, if it isn't Yuun from the S class." At this point, he recognized the guy as Raiden, someone who had become quite famous in the academy recently. Looking at the minions next to him, Yuun sighed in annoyance. And there are even members of the US Lex team, Jeremy's pathetic lackeys. They're all just a bunch of trash. But then he realized something. They had already managed to get 3 score sticks. For someone so weak, how did he collect so many? Another one spoke up. "I heard he's a failure who had to cheat to get into the S class." Hearing this, the blonde guy burst out laughing. Getting into the S class by answering 3 stupid questions. Stella must have been fooled. On his side, Yuun thought to himself, completely fed up. Damn it, they just keep bringing up the same old story. Don't they ever get tired of it? Seeing that Yuun didn't dare to make a peep, the others became even more smug. "Hey, since we've run into each other here, you'd better hand over that score stick to us," he replied coldly. "Like hell I will." The blonde guy seemed even more amused. "Oh, are you trying to resist?" He flashed a wicked grin. "You think you can take all of us on by yourself? Haha, are you planning to use that high-grade intermediate magic staff? That's hilarious. You can't even use magic, let alone a magic staff. Faced with these provocations, our protagonist still wasn't sure what to do. With only a low-level flash, he wouldn't be able to face Raiden. He comes from a famous family. If I had 3 flashes, then I might have a chance. That's it. I'll use the score stick in my hand. Plus, this place is a dungeon, which is another advantage for me. With that thought, Yuun held the score stick out in front of him. Here. It's all yours. The blonde guy saw that his opponent had finally given in. Looking pleased, he said, "Good boy, that's what I like to see. Don't celebrate too soon. Karma comes back fast." At that moment, Yuun saw that he had let his guard down. Quick as a flash, he rushed forward, snatched the score stick from his hand, and grinned devilishly. He used that very stick as a weapon, striking directly at the guy's magic circle. The circle immediately cracked, and the other guy gritted his teeth. Asterisk, grind asterisk. He silently cursed. "Damn it, you filthy commoner." Immediately after, he was thrown backwards, slamming hard into a tree trunk. Raiden was now furious, opening his mouth to roar. "You damn bastard." But the entire group was stunned to see that he had vanished. Before they could recover, a familiar voice called out, "Hey buddy, over here." Raiden whipped his head around toward the voice. Yuun was standing there with a cheeky grin. "That was dangerous, but thanks." And just like that, Yuun now held 2-point sticks. Raiden screamed like a madman, "You bastard, give those back," taunting him perfectly. Yuun replied, "Nah, I don't think I will." Our main character was quite pleased with his plan. The point sticks were indeed effective. Sometime in the past, he had accidentally learned while playing the game that these point sticks were actually a glitched item with no value whatsoever. But their ridiculous sturdiness allowed them to be indestructible against the student's magic. They possessed the power of most other magic tools, and although they were more useful for magic users, for Baek Yuun, a physical attacker, a weapon with a high attack stat, could be utilized 100%. Elsewhere, Jordan gritted his teeth in frustration, saying, "Damn that bastard, how dare he take my point stick." He then turned back and yelled at his cronies, "Damn it, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and attack him." At that exact moment, the dungeon began to shake again. Faced with this situation, Jordan could only think, "Shit, of all the times for the dungeon to change, why did it have to be right now?" With that thought, he screamed wildly, "Everyone get close together and prepare your magic. We can't let that bastard get away." But this very moment was the perfect opportunity for Yuun to act. He quickly made a run for it, and his unusual action was spotted by one of Raiden's goons, who shouted with his mouth wide open, "Hey guys, Baek Yuun is making a run for it." The words had barely left his mouth when they used their magic wands to create a source of blue energy aimed directly at Yuun. They screamed endlessly, "You bastard, where do you think you're running?" This terrifying aura rushed toward him, and Yuun just had time to think, "Holy crap, these guys are a bit better than I thought, but you kids are still way too green." Just as it seemed the blast of energy would swallow him, he used a teleportation spell to get away. Raiden's group was seething with rage, unable to do anything to him. Damn it, he F-times Keking teleported again, and he's so fast I can't even see him anymore. While the group was staring straight ahead, Yuun had quick as a flash slipped in behind them. He thought confidently, "With my 10 years of experience in this game, using the terrain to my advantage is a piece of cake." Raiden, however, was absolutely furious. "God damn it, we just need to hit him once." Suddenly, the dungeon began to shake violently again. Seeing the tense looks on everyone's faces, Raiden tried to calm them down. "Stay calm, guys. He's still around here somewhere. Wait for the earthquake to stop, and if you see him, attack all at once. But if our magic fails, it'll backfire on us, so we have to be extremely careful." As he said this, he scanned his surroundings. Unexpectedly, his eyes met Yuun. Not only that, but he was standing right in front of them. Before they could attack, Yuun was a step ahead of them, striking their magic formation directly with the point sticks. This power was too much for their formation to handle, and it began to crack and shatter. At the same time, the formation began to attack Raiden's own group, followed by a series of massive explosions. Their formation shattered and blasted back at them. This was the undesirable side effect, a magic backfire. Our protagonist quickly ran to a safe distance to watch the group get hit by their own formation's backlash. He thought with glee, "It's all over." After the smoke from the explosion cleared, Raiden lifted his head and spat out a curse. "Son of a bitch," Baek Yuun. In response, he held up 3-point sticks and said smugly, "I'll be taking these, by the way." Then he gave another taunting grin. "And if I get a girlfriend later, I'll give her this. Bye-bye, sweethearts." Raiden was stunned. "When did you take that? Give it back." Seeing their pathetic state, our hero thought with immense satisfaction, Hey, that's enough. Taking their last one would be a real pain." He then added, "But that was fun. I've had my fill of playing. I'm off now." With that, he teleported away, leaving Raiden's group trembling with rage. He screamed like a madman, "You son of a bitch." And this entire scene was accidentally witnessed from start to finish by a certain female student. Yuun Sung, now a good distance away from them, exclaimed happily, hey, I got lucky. If I had fought them normally, I would have been robbed. But since this is a dungeon, things are different. This is what you call a veteran's experience. But I've got a strange feeling. I feel something weird coming from somewhere. By the time he realized what it was it already too late? A massive fireball was hurtling towards him. Seeing this spectacle, our main character was utterly shocked and yelled, "What the hell is this? Where is this rain of fire coming from?" The flames just kept pouring down where he stood, one after another, like a downpour. Wherever it landed, a terrifying explosion erupted. He couldn't fight back at all. All he could do was use his flash magic to dodge. He was running for his life, his calm expression completely gone. What the hell is this terrifying magic? Holy crap! Staring back at the forest that had been burned to ashes, he still hadn't recovered from the shock, thinking that was a seriously close call. But what was that magic? Is someone trying to kill me? From behind the smoke and dust, the faint silhouette of someone approached. She stood before him and yelled, "Hey, you commoner, why didn't you take another staff from them?" And this girl who possessed the power of fire magic was none other than Princess Hong Bizion. The main character was surprised, thinking to himself, what is she doing here? At this he scratched his head awkwardly and said, hey, I think you're mistaken. It's not like I can just take whatever I want. Besides, what business is it of yours if I take those staves? After hearing that, the girl felt a bit awkward herself. She felt she might have been a bit out of line, but Yuun Sung suddenly realized something. Don't tell me. You want. That's it. You want me to take it from them so you can take it from me. What kind of crazy idea is that? Don't you forget that I'm the one who taught you. Hong Bizion placed a hand on her chest and explained, I am royalty. But since you understand my intentions, let's fight. As a member of the royal family, robbing a commoner is something I'd rather not do. But in this battle, I have no other choice. I will defeat you and take what I want. Hearing this, the main character was scared out of his wits, and quickly replied, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Why are you bullying someone weaker than you? You weak, Hong Bizion retorted. But I saw you fighting and toying with them earlier, didn't I? You even used magic and defeated them, right? At this point, although she didn't want to, she suddenly thought that she needed to hurry up if she didn't want to get scolded by her mother. I need to try my best to get a really high score. Suddenly, Hong Bizion sensed a noise approaching. It turned out that Raiden's gang had caught up to them. One of them shouted, Big Yuun Sung, where did he run off to, damn it? That bastard is just too cunning. And Princess Bizion seemed to have recognized this group as well. Meanwhile, Big Yuun Sung had already started to flee. The princess was now hesitant, unsure of what to do. She thought, should I attack them now? But no matter how strong I am at the moment, I can't possibly take on 6 people. That's right. I need to wait for their magic to weaken. That's when I'll have my chance to act. Meanwhile, Big Yuun Sung couldn't just wait around to die either. He began to attack Raiden from behind. Then he used magic to strike directly at their formation. Hong Bizion watched from a distance, quite surprised. She never expected that commoner to know more than just flash. He can use other magic too. Of course those guys are weaker than me, but they're all skilled fighters. Compared to that country bumpkin, they should be much better, right? Faced with this situation, the young woman pressed her lips together firmly. A determined glint flashed in her eyes. Almost instantly, a mystical magic circle appeared, and a swirling energy of the fire element enveloped her body. It's time to unleash my fire magic, she thought to herself. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, a magic attack of terrifying power shot forward from her. On the other side, Baek Yoon also sensed this formidable stream of magic. Instantly, he used flash, appearing in a different spot in the blink of an eye. He suddenly realized the pressure from that magic was closing in on him. It was more intense than ever before. A truly gigantic flame was roaring towards him. He used flash again, and again. He blinked in and out of existence, sometimes soaring high into the air, other times landing lightly on the ground. Meanwhile, Hong Bizion remained highly focused, her eyes never leaving the path of the flame. And then, boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion rang out. It shook the very space around them. Only then did the main character dare to let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, man, this lady's magic is seriously terrifying. Good thing I have a 6th sense or I would have been toast. But I've already used flash twice. Now how am I supposed to deal with her? Bizion suddenly spoke up. Why haven't you taken out your magic staff this time? Yuun Sung replied with a blank look. You're already holding my magic staff. Hong Bizion asked again. What about the one you were given at the school entrance ceremony? Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment before replying, oh, right. I didn't think of that. Seeing him putting on such a fake act, Hong Bizion was fed up and said, how long are you going to keep hiding your true strength? As she spoke, her eyes suddenly turned sharp. They turned a terrifying fiery red as she stared directly at Baek Yoon, thinking resentfully, I'm taking this battle very seriously. And yet that commoner is treating it like his own personal joke. Thinking this, she said furiously, "All right then. If you're not going to fight properly, then I'll just have to put you in the ground right here." Yoon felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps breaking out all over his skin as he thought, "Holy crap, I times am times fighting seriously. I'm not messing with her." Meanwhile, Hong Bizyeon was still going on. "If you're not going to be serious," at that very moment a raging sea of flames erupted behind Hong Bizyeon. Her face glowed with determination as she thought, "Today I will definitely make you pay." And with that thought, she directed the flames to shoot straight towards Baek-yoon. At this point, Baek-yoon couldn't keep his cool either, and he frantically dodged. He leaned left, then dodged right. After struggling for a moment, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. He collapsed to the ground, his mind blank with no idea what to do now. But this was no time to rest. He shot back up, stared at the massive inferno in front of him, and thought to himself, "Damn it, even if I use blink to dodge, her attack range is too wide. What am I supposed to do?" Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and turned to look behind him. At that moment, a reckless idea flashed through his mind. Immediately after, he showed off his supreme blink skills, leaping to a higher position as fast as a lightning bolt, a place the flames hadn't reached yet. He looked back at the fire, which was burning more fiercely and spreading wider. Meanwhile, Baek-yoon had luckily escaped death by hiding behind a boulder. He looked down deep and thought, "I was lucky to dodge that time, but it was a close call. Even if I manage to get close to Hong Byeon, the flames around her will just flare up to protect her. I know this for a fact, since I've fought plenty of fire mages before. But her skill level is much higher than I thought. If this were flat terrain, I would have lost in a heartbeat. Heck, I might not have even had a chance to fight at all." As Baek-yoon watched the sparks fly around like rain, an idea struck him. Is he going to use the power of these magic staves? His eyes grew more determined. This isn't over yet. With that thought, he bravely charged straight into the middle of the raging sea of fire, as countless sparks flew toward him. At that moment, his mana leak syndrome activated, granting him a sixth sense and a massive boost in cognitive speed. To him, time seemed to stand still. He could easily slash away Hong Byeon's magic. Witnessing her powerful fire sparks being deflected by a commoner, Hong Byeon couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming, "Impossible! How can he use a weapon to block magic? How could this be?" Meanwhile, Baek-yoon was still struggling in the fierce battle. He could feel it more and more clearly. As time passed, this wasn't a game. This wasn't controlling things with a keyboard and mouse. This was facing a mage with his own body. The magical pressure surrounding him was clearly getting stronger. His sixth sense was as clear as his sight and hearing. As for Hong Byeon, she was still stunned and confused. How could this be happening? She thought to herself, in this mountainous forest terrain, my fire magic should have the advantage. If that's the case, my only option is to increase my power. My magic power, that is. And with that, she poured all of her strength into her magic staff. But Baek-yoon was still frantically slashing away at her magic attacks. He was fighting for his life, and quickly ran behind a boulder to rest. Catching his breath for a moment, he suddenly thought, I can't just keep defending like this. That's right, I have to break Hong Byeon's magic shield with this staff. He then charged through the sea of flames. He closed in on Hong Byeon's position, his steps becoming faster and more urgent. When he was just a short distance away from her, he used his blink skill to rapidly close the distance, which left Hong Byeon utterly astonished. She gritted her teeth, turning back in fury. By now, Baek-yoon had already stepped inside her fire spell's perimeter, and then their eyes met and sparks flew. Baek-yoon calculated in his head. When you get close to mages, their explosive fire magic will push back any enemy within a 2-meter radius. Thinking this, he suddenly chuckled. For others, this might be a daunting task, but for someone with 10 years of experience like Baek-yoon, it was a different story. He'd been through this countless times before. Instantly, he was sent flying by her magic, leaving her with her jaw dropped in shock. But without missing a beat, Baek-yoon quickly regained his balance and lunged forward. He decisively used the magic staves to attack her protective barrier. Cracks began to form on it. Hong Byeon still couldn't understand. How could he possibly do that? On the other side, Baek-yoon hadn't stopped. He continued his relentless, frenzied assault. The shield couldn't take it anymore and shattered into pieces, which also left Hong Byeon severely injured, sending her flying backward. She whimpered and groaned in pain. Ugh. Baek-yoon walked closer, flashed a bright smile, and sat down to say, "Looks like I win." Hong Byeon felt utterly humiliated. A princess like her losing so shamefully. She asked resentfully. "Just who are you?" Baek-yoon slowly stood up and replied, "Oh, I'm just an ordinary student." Then he added meaningfully, "But the person hiding over there can come out now, can't you?" Realizing she'd been discovered, Flame cautiously stepped out. Flame was quite surprised and asked, "Weren't you supposed to be hiding? How did you know I was there?" Our protagonist didn't know how to explain, so he just gave a forced laugh and said, Well, Just say it was a hunch. But deep down he knew the rather simple reason, or more accurately, it was his intuition for sensing mana. But how could Flame possibly believe such a lame excuse? She replied blankly. Oh, a hunch. Then how did you? You broke a magic shield with an ordinary magic staff. Hearing that question, the protagonist froze solid. Flame added, well, are you going to explain? Or are you going to say it was your intuition again? Hearing this, the protagonist thought, that's right. Things like this would never happen in the original romance novel. It's natural for Flame to be curious, but I can't tell her the truth. Thinking quickly, he pointed to the scoring wand in his hand and said cheerfully, this staff is just really sturdy. Flame's face soured. What the hell does that have to do with anything? So what if it's sturdy? You think you can just swing it around and break a magic shield? By that logic, the knights in this world would have wiped the floor with us mages already. Yuun had to admit she was right. He thought to himself, she's right, she's absolutely right. The protagonist's evasiveness only made Flame more suspicious. She blurted out, I've always felt something was strange, but I never got the chance to ask you. Yuun, who are you really? Hong Bian, who had been standing by like an invisible observer while eavesdropping, couldn't help but be surprised. Meanwhile, facing Flame's relentless questions, Yuun's face was drenched in sweat. He racked his brain for a solution. Has the time finally come? It's been less than a month, and my identity is already being questioned. Should I just reveal my true identity? No, I can't. Flame doesn't like me at all, so that would be too dangerous. With that in mind, the protagonist said, even if you're suspicious of me, I'm not a bad person. Hearing this, Flame replied in confusion. What do you mean? The protagonist forced a smile and continued, it's just like I said, I only want to help you. This made Flame even more confused. She said, help me with what? What are you even trying to say? Stop being so cryptic, it's so annoying. But the protagonist didn't explain further, and just turned to leave. He raised a hand in farewell. I'd like to say more, but I'm out of time. Well then, I'm off. This left Flame so baffled she was fuming with rage. And his actions today made Hong Bian see him in a completely different light. It seemed like she was plotting something crazy. The protagonist thought, looks like I'm in the clear. I'll just slip away. I hope these two will leave me alone. Suddenly, someone started throwing the scoring wands at him. Thwack, thwack, thwack. And the culprit was none other than Hong Bian. After throwing them, she stood there looking surprised. That's weird. As for the protagonist, after taking the full combo, he clutched his head in pain. He turned and yelled, damn it, if you have something to say, just say it. Why resort to such a cheap trick? Hong Bian spoke up. I thought you'd be able to catch them. You can easily dodge all that magic and all those traps, but you can't catch these Yuun. Hearing such ridiculous words, he was speechless. I'm out of options, he thought. Even mana leak syndrome has its limits. How can I maintain that intuition forever? As he thought this, he pretended to be in pain. Ouch, that hurts. The duration of the mana leak depends on my mental strength. Since my mental energy is depleted, I've lost my agility, and now I have a headache. But suddenly the protagonist asked, then why did you throw these at me? Hong Bian replied without a moment's hesitation. You won, so take them. Even though these scoring wands seemed quite important, he thought to himself, is her pride hurt or something? But if I take all of these, my score will skyrocket. Besides, these things are of no use to me. With that, he bent down, picked up a single scoring wand, then stood up and said cheerfully, all right, thank you. But I'll only take this one. You can keep the rest. Well then, I'll be going. With that, he turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. As he walked away, he was completely full of himself. He thought with a smirk, they must be so impressed with what I just did. What a kind man. A guy who's always merciful to his defeated opponent like this. I must look so damn cool. I hope that's what they're thinking. But the harsh reality was, they weren't thinking that at all. Flame exclaimed, what? Is there something wrong with that guy? He's a total psycho. Hong Bian seemed to agree, saying wearily, he's probably a commoner, so his head's a little messed up. But deep down she was now also wondering, what is this Yuun guy's true identity? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Professor Lee and the other professors were closely monitoring every move and action of the contestants. The projected images were incredibly vivid and realistic. Watching this, one person exclaimed, oh ho ho, this year's first-year S-class students are all rare and hard-to-find talents. Following the voice, Professor Lee Hung-goon turned to look. He was stroking his beard as he continued, all in all, this has been well worth the watch, hasn't it? And this man was Tlez, an elder of the Magic Council. The woman standing next to him agreed with her senior's opinion. She chimed in, yes, it's quite interesting. She was smiling, her eyes crinkling with satisfaction. She was probably thinking I was even more amazing back in my day, hey. And this woman was Zarina Aeon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. Their appearance took Professor Lee Hanjin by surprise. He thought, the Magic Council. The Blue Tower Council is just for monitoring the trainees' practical training. But it's gathered so many big shots. Well, I guess that makes sense. You have to do this if you want to recruit talented people. Most of the other professors must be watching this internship session too. Suddenly, everyone around them started murmuring excitedly, "Look, look!" And with that, Professor Lee also turned to look at the screen. In front of them was the image of two male students who seemed to be preparing for a duel. Everyone quickly recognized the two students, exclaiming, "It's Ha Gujang and Mei Yusong. They're facing off." Right after that guy, He Gujang made the first move using his magic staff to create an incredibly powerful spell. He aimed it straight at his opponent, but Mei Yusong didn't even flinch, standing there calmly just observing. And then, as the attack drew near, he channeled his power and leaped high into the air. He even jumped 3 consecutive times like that to dodge his opponent's magic. This very move left everyone gasping in admiration. Zarina Aeon said, "Whoa, holy crap. He can actually activate 3 consecutive third-tier magic jumps. That's incredible." Professor Tless was just as astonished. "That's right. He can already do that at 17. Professor Lee kept his eyes glued to the screen. He thought, normally, an ordinary mage would have to be at least 25 to reach the 3rd tier. And yet Mei Yuxiang is only 17 and can already masterfully use 3rd-tier magic. Unbelievable. Suddenly, a voice cried out in surprise, "Look, look, both of them can skillfully use 3 elemental attributes." The match was becoming more and more intense and dramatic between the 2 evenly matched opponents. Witnessing this, Professor Lee couldn't help but be impressed, thinking, a normal mage can only control 1 attribute, and they have to train extremely hard just to control 2. That's right. Being able to control 3 attributes is proof of innate talent, and they were blessed with that talent from the moment they were born. Watching this, Professor Lee's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell? Is that a boss monster?" Just then, a giant hawk appeared, its eyes filled with a murderous aura that radiated outwards. This startled Mei Yusong and He Gujang, making them stop in their tracks. But before they could react, the bird suddenly opened its beak and screamed in agony. Its tragic cry echoed throughout the dungeon, and right after it slowly began to fall. This left them both so horrified they were speechless. They had no idea what the hell was going on as the bird crashed right in front of them, lying flattened on the ground. Right after, a delicate voice called out, "Oh my, are you two fighting?" The voice came from the girl Ison, who was standing up high. She continued a bit shyly, "I'm sorry for interrupting you." Watching this, Professor Lee thought pensively, "Oh, is that girl Ison Mu? A hidden monster that only appears when certain conditions are met. Not only is it hard to find, but it's also very difficult to defeat." Yet that girl managed to hunt it down all by herself. But seeing the girl's achievement, the professors behind them seemed not to have expected this. Yet they also felt a bit of pity for the poor girl. One of them said, "Humph, the eldest daughter of that traitor Mu Pao. What a shame. If her father hadn't committed such a heinous act, that child's talent would have blossomed even more." As he said this, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. "Huh, what's this? Is that the princess of the Adon Levis kingdom? But who's her opponent? I've never seen his face before." At this point, Professor Lee could no longer keep his composure and blurted out, "What, that magic? Could that be Blink?" Speaking of Blink, for hundreds of years, many scholars tried to control it, but all of them either died or were crippled, so they had to give up. It's truly a magic that cannot be easily controlled, yet that kid can control Blink as skillfully as if it were one of his own limbs. The elder of the Magic Council, Pless, thought to himself, no less astonished than Professor Lee. Suddenly, in the silent atmosphere, someone couldn't help but ask, "Just who is that boy anyway?" Professor Lee immediately answered, "That student's name is Bai Kyun. He's an incredibly special student who can use Blink as his signature magic." Hearing this, everyone was utterly shocked. Another person spoke up, "No way. Blink can be a signature magic. This is a completely different case from the innate talents of Mei Yusong, He Gujang, or Azel." The elder of the Magic Council also said, quite bewildered, "Oh, is that so? But why isn't he using any other magic and just toying around? If he used magic, the duel would be over in an instant. I really still don't get it." Just as he finished speaking, someone who had just entered said, "No. He's fighting for real." Following the voice, everyone present turned to look. It seemed this person's sudden appearance had left them completely shocked. Stammering, "You're Elmo Louis," he added. "He's been fighting for real from the very beginning. You all just couldn't see it right. How interesting." What I mean is, watching that student fight reminds me of the chivalric orders that existed in ancient times." Hearing this, one person, completely floored, exclaimed, "Did you say chivalric orders? Oh, how can that be possible?" It was unbelievable, and Tels was no exception. He too spoke in utter amazement. Are you trying to say that the path of the night disappeared, along with cold weapons? Cold weapons are a type of weapon not involving combustion from the use of gunpowder or other explosives. But how could such a young student do that? It's miraculous. Professor Lai still couldn't take his eyes off the screen. Finally, it seemed he understood the situation, thinking to himself, well, so that's how it is. The path of the night is truly something else. The path of the night refers to the fighting spirit of those who use swords in this world of magic. They were the heroes who fought against evil, protecting the world since ancient times. The path of the night always fights evil with a magic sword. A being that fights with a sword, that should be impossible. And yet this student is actually wielding his pointing wand like a real sword. Moreover, if that's Elmo Elwin's assessment, then that kid is truly a rare talent. The principal of Stella Academy, Elmo Elwin, is a noble class master mage, and one of the 10 great sages on the continent, if that's what the great sage is thinking. The first dungeon training session has ended. Right now on the exclusive training ground for S-class students. It seems a student is training diligently, using his magic staff to create magical energy to attack the dummy in front of him. After training for a while, he was exhausted, panting heavily. Suddenly he realized the mana in his magic staff was nearly depleted. But it seemed he was still not satisfied with his own power, thinking to himself, damn it, this isn't good enough. I'm still too raw and inexperienced. Out of the 141 people who participated in this dungeon training session, 39 failed to meet the standard and were eliminated. Ison was the one who defeated the final boss, ranking first. I myself placed second, and Ma Yusong placed sixth, but I don't feel like I won at all. He recalled the moment of battle in the dungeon. At that time, when the final boss appeared, if Ison hadn't intervened, I might have found out the true strength of that guy, Ma Yusong. Thinking about this, He-Wan Jiang gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to accept it. Perhaps from the very first time they met, he had felt annoyed by this Ma Yusong guy. That guy does everything so effortlessly, but no matter what he does, Ma Yusong shows results far beyond expectations. During this training session, I had set up magic circles everywhere and carefully calculated its movements. Despite that, Ma Yusong still easily parried the attacks and stopped them. How is it that I can't beat that kid, no matter what I do? Is his talent really like a fortress wall so thick and high? No, not now. I don't have time for self-pity. I have to try harder. At the same time, Hong Beyonce had also just arrived at this training room. The first thing she saw was a male student using his magic staff to create a massive whirlwind of power. But when she looked closer, she was quite surprised, thinking, oh, is that He-Wan Jiang? That kid is always so calm, yet today he's training like a madman, as if he's possessed. Is that so? But that's not what I wanted to say. Thinking this, she used magic to create a fire spell. Brilliant orange light flared up all around her, and immediately after she aimed straight at the target in front of her, and launched the bolt of fire. And then a huge series of booms and bangs from an explosion occurred. It seems she's not in a very good mood today either. Could it be that she's so frustrated about something that she's training so crazily? The flames continued to rage. The loud explosion caught He-Wan Jiang's attention, and the boy stopped what he was doing, turning to see who could create such a powerful stream of magic. Meanwhile, Hong Beyonce was still incredibly frustrated. She thought, I can't believe it. I only placed third even with the bonus points. The Queen Mother was quite satisfied, but if I don't get my act together, I'll be punished. Damn it. How dare a commoner act so high and mighty all the time? What rotten luck. As she finished her thought, an extremely powerful blast was released. A blinding light radiated from the explosion. Hong Beyonce was now also exhausted, panting heavily. As for He-Wan Jiang standing nearby, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He couldn't stop wondering. That was insane. Is something wrong with the princess today? But I don't know if it's because of her mood or something, but the princess's magic has become more precise than before. I never would have expected it. For Princess Hong Beyonce's blaze magic to have such destructive power, and for her to control it so well, all in such a short amount of time. Or was this just a coincidence? Hong Beyonce was also quite surprised by her own achievement. She thought, damn it. I don't want to admit it, but Byaku's special lecture wasn't without effect. By applying those word puzzles, my magic has improved significantly. Even though he's just a commoner with the worst scores and personality, Baekhyun is definitely the only one who knows how to overcome his weaknesses. But why the hell do I still feel so annoyed? Oh, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, someone called out, Your Highness. Hong Beyonce looked up and replied, I Etherin. What is it? The woman continued. Yes, the Terivo scepter you requested has been repaired. Should I inform Baekhyun right away? Looking at the scepter in front of her, Hong Beyonce replied, Yes. It's much better now. Hearing this, Etherin replied, Yes, I understand. I'll be on my way then. Then she turned and left. But the princess suddenly thought of something, tapping her on the shoulder and calling out, "Wait." Iatherin, bewildered, asked, "Is something wrong, Your Highness?" A moment later at the second main tower, Hong Bizion held Baekhyun's scepter, her thoughts wavering. "I heard Baekhyun was here, so that's why I came. This is the second main tower where the professor's research rooms are. But what the hell is he doing here? Could he be meeting with the professors?" Suddenly, Hong Bizion flinched, her eyes widening in shock. Then she turned away, pondering, "Wait, why did I even come all this way? I could have just given it to him at the training grounds, couldn't I? Doing this makes it seem like I went out of my way to find that commoner. No, I should definitely just go back first." Lost in thought, she was startled by a voice. "Oh, my princess, what are you doing here?" Hearing this, Hong Bizion jumped and looked up, stammering, "Professor Hareen, hello. It's been a while." No, I mean Professor," Hareen replied. "Teaching you magic feels like it was just yesterday, and now you're all grown up. Time flies." "But what brings you here?" Princess Hong Bizion answered nervously. I had some business here, but something urgent came up, so I was about to come back later." Seeing the princess's awkwardness, Hareen casually continued, "That's probably for the best. It's a bit chaotic in there right now, so it would be better for you to return later." Hong Bizion was a little surprised to hear this. She was speechless. Hareen continued, "Well, you see, all the magic officials are here right now because of the student Baekhyun," and this made Hong Bizion even more shocked. Curious about what was happening, she voiced her question. "But why are they looking for that commoner?" "Yes," Hareen replied. "You're aware that student doesn't use magic, correct?" Princess Hong Bizion answered hesitantly. "Yes." But inwardly she felt sad and ashamed, thinking, "Of course the professor saw that match. Why did I have to look so pathetic in front of the teacher, the one I respect the most? This is so embarrassing." Sob. Hareen noticed the change in the princess's expression. She comforted her. "Princess, you don't need to blame yourself. Your opponent was also giving it his all." Hong Bizion spoke softly. "But he didn't even use magic." Professor Hareen laughed and replied, "Haha, that's not it. It's because of his conviction." "His conviction?" Hong Bizion asked in surprise. "That's right," Professor Hareen explained. "After watching the training session, the headmaster believes that this student is trying to revive the Way of the Night, which has long since vanished." But this was simply unbelievable to Hong Bizion. "Professor, what are you talking about? Baekhyun and the Way of the Night? How is that even possible?" At that moment she froze for 5 seconds, recalling how Baekhyun had fought against her. She thought to herself, "It's unbelievable, but it's true that Baekhyun used his scepter like a sword. That guy shattered my protective shield with just a staff. And my magic sword was just as useless." Thinking of this, she felt a wave of sadness and stammered, "But if you don't use magic at a magic academy, you'll receive a very harsh penalty." "Right. During practical magic sessions he could get penalty points and a lot more." Hareen's expression turned serious as she replied, "That's right. That student is well aware of this, yet he still chooses to walk that path. But it's amazing, isn't it? Even though he achieved such amazing results with Flash Step, he still tries so hard. I can hardly believe that kind of conviction is real." As soon as she finished speaking, the professor said her goodbyes and left, leaving Hong Bizion standing there alone, lost in deep thought. She believed that if anyone claimed they wanted to pursue the Way of the Night, they'd obviously be ridiculed. It was like a nonsensical joke in this day and age. It's truly ridiculous, and yet Baekhyun isn't joking. He seriously wants to pursue it. The Way of the Night. For real, I got so angry and told him to stop messing around. Suddenly Baekhyun appeared. Interrupting her thoughts, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Not only that, he was also smacking his lips while chewing on the 5th place prize, an Edwise jelly. Hong Bizion suddenly became flustered, her cheeks turning bright red. But she quickly regained her composure and replied, I wasn't here looking for you, just so you know." She'd confessed without him even asking, which made Baekhyun chuckle and say, "Hey now, I didn't say you were." Faced with his teasing, Hong Bizion shot him a glare as sharp as a knife. This made our hero shut up immediately, not daring to say another word. Then Hong Bizion held out a box in front of him. She said coldly, "All right, fine. Here, take it." The moment he saw the box, the main character was ecstatic, his eyes shining with gratitude. "Oh, is this a Terivo? Thank you so much," he said, opening it to check. He was so amazed that his eyes went wide as he stared at the gorgeous sparkling sword before him. He thought to himself, "Whoa, this is the invisible sword. Adolf Lewis's craftsmanship is truly top-notch. Helping the princess was definitely the right call. I never would have been able to afford this with the money I have." With that he asked, "Can I keep this box?" But his true intentions were written all over his face. Asterisk. This thing would probably sell for a fortune. Heh. Asterisk. A weary Hong Bion replied, "Do whatever you want." Hearing this, Baekhyun was overjoyed. Asterisk. Yes, I've got more money now, asterisk. What a steal. Seeing his excited attitude, Hongbian shook her head in disgust. Asterisk. He really is just a commoner. That's all he can think about. Asterisk. But there was something she didn't understand and couldn't bring herself to ask him directly. After thinking for a moment, the princess finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Hey Baekhyun." The main character replied, quite bewildered. "Yeah, what is it?" Hongbian continued. "Are you really not using any other kind of magic?" Faced with this unexpected question, the main character froze for 5 seconds, unsure of what to say. As for Hongbian, after asking, she also felt she'd been a bit tactless and blushed bright red. Embarrassed, she turned and walked away. It's nothing. I'm leaving." The main character stood there, stunned, watching her retreating figure. Then he also turned and left. As he walked, he thought other magic, but now that I think about it, Professor Lee Hagen said the same thing, although he said it in a way that seemed to understand my feelings and respect my opinion. But I don't get it at all. What's so good about that? All I need is this magic sword in my hand. With this, I can rest a little easier. Thinking this, he exclaimed, "Oh damn. Speaking of which, I should probably test out how powerful this sword is." Right. A moment later, he had arrived at the dedicated training ground for the S-class. Holding the sword, he mumbled, "Let's see, I just need to pour mana into this, right?" As he finished speaking, a fiery light radiated from his hand, and a sharp sword materialized right after. Looking at the sword in his hand, he marveled, "Whoa, it's beautiful. It's even cooler than I thought." But then his expression turned pensive. But if Flame were the one holding it, it'd be different. It would have even more beautiful colors. The female lead Flame is a very special existence. Even though she's human, she can use the magic of goblins, dwarves, and even elves. Her wand alone is something no one else can use, because it constantly drains the user's mana. But Flame can recover her mana using natural energy, and use that wand as a special move. But what about me? I don't have a single drop of mana. Although I've constantly tried to absorb mana due to my mana leak, it can't accumulate in my body and just gets pushed out. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath will become the Teravo's output. Just then, he suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since he'd touched that damn system. He opened the system and mumbled, "I should check my status, shouldn't I?" Suddenly a stats window popped up, displaying Baekhyun Elson's attributes. For ability values, Muscle was 1 star at 77%, and Senses was 2 stars at a modest 29%. Agility at 1 star was an impressive 87%, while Stamina, also 1 star, was at 55%. Toughness at 0 stars was nearly perfect at 97%, while Spirit 1 star was only 43%. Mana and Experience were both a big fat 0. The skill Flash was now level 1, accompanied by the trait Mana Leak Delay, level 2. This trait provided an interesting effect. Muscle increased by 5%, Agility increased by 8%, and Senses increased by a whole 15%. Sixth Sense was level 1. This special ability is activated by consuming the user's spirit. It helps detect mana phenomena within an 18-meter radius, and increases perception speed. Even better, it automatically activates when the user is in danger with a blood circulation rate of 1%. After looking over the status window, the guy was ecstatic. Awesome. I took the elixir from the 5th place reward, so my muscle stat inched up a bit. But now that I have a weapon, I guess I'll be able to grind experience more directly, to speed things up. With that, he told himself, I'll have to practice using this new sword. Looks like I'm going to be swamped from now on. The scene quickly shifts to the next morning at the academy. In a classroom, a mage's dignified voice rang out. Starting today, we will begin practical magic training. Everyone spread out and raise your wands. Prepare for practice. The professor teaching the class was none other than the defensive magic professor Baron. After a long-winded lecture, the professor slowly walked down to observe the students, all of whom seemed to be concentrating. The resounding chants of the students could be heard. Magic shield, magic shield. The professor glanced over them, his face showing clear satisfaction. His eyes crinkled into a smile as he thought, all top students this year. Ranking them by tier like this is the perfect system. Suddenly, he froze his expression, turning to one of utter surprise. While the entire class was practicing diligently, Bickelson was just standing there like a statue, not doing a single thing. The professor thought to himself, his brow furrowing slightly. What's this? Isn't that kid, the legendary S-class student? An S-class student from a commoner background, with only a mid-tier magic staff, and he still ranked 5th in the training session. In the recent dungeon, unbelievable. Just looking at him is annoying. With that thought, Professor Baron approached him. Forcing a smile, he asked, Hey you're Bickelson, right? Why aren't you practicing at all? Yes. Our protagonist was at a loss for how to explain, so he just gave an awkward smile in response. Well, It's because I'm already learning a different defense method, so I don't really need to learn basic magic. After hearing his answer, the professor spoke again, his voice tinged with curiosity. Oh, is that so? I'm quite curious about this different defense method of yours. But inwardly he was seething. Let's see about this arrogant little brat. If it were Princess Hongbyeon learning the magic inherited from Adalafid, then I wouldn't say a thing. But what the hell would a commoner like him know, daring to look down on my class? He's got some nerve, that kid. But I heard that, besides Blink, this Bickelson kid doesn't know any other magic. Heh, well, then, I've got something fun in store for you. With that thought, he put on a fake friendly smile and said, oh, in that case, why don't you demonstrate that amazing defense skill of yours for the other students? Let's give everyone here a little eye-opener. Your opponent will be... He paused for a few seconds, glancing behind him before continuing. Your opponent will be Moso Lovesby. How about it? His gaze fell on a student in the distance, who looked extremely pleased with himself, standing arrogantly with a smirk on his face. While waiting for Bickelson's reply, the professor was calculating in his head, as the defensive magic instructor. These personal connections are crucial if I want to keep my position at this academy. A Moso Dorden, from the Scanvan Empire. If he performs well, I'll get some credit too. And what could be better than him showing off his top-tier magic in front of an S-class student? Right. On the other side, after a moment of hesitation, Bickelson nodded. All right, if that's what you want, Professor, I'll do it. As soon as he said that, the professor's mood brightened considerably. Then hurry up and get on the dueling stage. Instantly, both of them stepped onto the platform. While Moso Darden wore a smug, triumphant grin, Bickelson seemed rather indifferent to the match. Moso's friends were shouting and cheering non-stop. Hey Moso, crush that punk. Humiliate him, I know you can do it. Go for it, Moso replied confidently, his voice full of defiance. Of course. Just watch me. The commotion finally caught Bickelson's attention. He quickly recognized the group and let out a weary sigh. Damn, what is this? Now that I look closer, it's Uzcat and Jaden's gang. And they're all a bunch of nasty little punks. But whatever, this is a required class I have to take anyway. And since I can't use magic, there's nothing else to do. If this is what you people want, then I'll play along. Come to think of it, the bad reputation of Professor Baron has been spreading since first year. How ridiculous. Having sorted his thoughts, he suddenly gave a meaningful smile. He then thought, well, I guess this is a good opportunity to test the results of my training. Not too bad. The professor solemnly announced. This match will be conducted in an attack and defense format. No other magic is to be used. At this point, Moso had taken a defensive stance, ready for battle. The students below began to whisper amongst themselves. Hey, Moso's attacking, so he's guaranteed to win, right? The other guy is just supposed to defend, that's it. I heard he's learned Earth-type attack magic. It'll be tough to land a hit on him. Despite this, Prince Jeremy Scanvan appeared perfectly calm. He watched intently. The professor's voice rang out again. All right, ready. Begin. Show me everything you've got. Show me your best skills. Immediately, Moso swung his magic staff, creating a magic circle right in front of him. Then a giant boulder appeared out of nowhere. Witnessing this scene, the students below turned pale with fear and exclaimed, oh my god, that's Tier 2 magic. In basic magic practice, it's an unwritten rule to only use Tier 1 magic. Is Bickelson going to be okay? But on the other side, Bickelson remained perfectly calm, not flinching in the slightest. He focused, observing his opponent's every move. Moso, on the other hand, was boiling with rage, thinking to himself, damn that arrogant S-class brat. Take this little gift from me. Finishing his thought, Moso shouted Dragonstone. Instantly the boulder shot forward. The power radiating from the stone was unbelievably immense. Bickelson, not one to back down quickly, took action. He channeled mana into the magic staff in his hand, and in an instant, a sword appeared without a moment's hesitation. He swung the sword, slashing powerfully forward. The slash looked effortless, but its power was not to be underestimated. The boulder created by his opponent was sliced to smithereens by Bickelson, leaving even the professor frozen in place for a full 5 seconds. Speechless Prince Jeremy Scanvan didn't seem very surprised, while that Moso guy was so shocked he was trembling and stammering. What? No, that's impossible. Did my magic just disappear? The harsh reality is Bickelson just sliced it out of existence, buddy. Ha 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 ha. The students below were also buzzing with admiration and gossip. One of them spoke up. Did it look like he just cut magic with a sword? Another was bewildered. But did the magic really just disappear? That's completely impossible. The person most heartbroken right now was definitely the professor. He pondered with a worried expression. Impossible. There's no way it could just disappear so absurdly, with a single slash. But did Bickelson really dispel Moso's magic? All magic contains traces of mana. If the mana is separated, the magic will vanish. Could that be how Bick Elson did it? Meanwhile, Bick calmly raised his sword to inspect it, a satisfied smile on his face. Even better than I thought. I've only managed to eliminate Tier 3 magic so far, but after just a few days in the training grounds the results are this good. Absolutely fantastic. At this rate it's worth a shot. Now this times is my kind of playground. Moso, on the other hand, was gritting his teeth in frustration. He mumbled, "Damn it. How dare a commoner block my magic?" The professor started calculating in his head. If Moso loses here, it's going to be hard to explain. I can't just stand by and watch. Yes. With that thought, he spoke up. Bick Elson, I admit your defense method is quite something, but that method can only stop magic spells one at a time. It still has its limits. For example, what would you do against a large-scale attack? Those words sounded like he was feeding the answer right to Moso. He quickly understood the professor's hint and flashed a treacherous smile. But Bick Elson thought with annoyance, this old guy just loves to spout nonsense. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. On the other side, Moso had already made his move, creating even more stones. He was truly a formidable opponent. Instantly, he directed all the stones to fly towards Bick Elson. An incredibly terrifying stream of magic was unleashed. Seeing this, the students started murmuring again. Isn't that a bit overkill? Yeah, someone could get hurt. Why isn't the professor stopping it? Moso smirked, thinking to himself, it's all over for you, darling. My stone storm attack. The situation was perilous. The main character became extremely tense. Bick Elson was also so shocked his eyes were wide open. Looking at the stones of all sizes hurtling towards him, the main character silently calculated. A total of 11 stones. If I can't flash step to dodge them all, the only way is to block every single one. As he thought this, the stones were already upon him. But he didn't flinch lightly, swinging the sword in his hand to parry the blows. It looked like the young man did it effortlessly, yet he caused the stones to instantly explode into pieces. Witnessing his high-level magic being so easily dispelled by Bick Elson, Moso's surprise turned into utter fury. He furiously ground his teeth and let out, "Huh." Then he growled resentfully in his mind, "My strongest magic was blocked that easily. How? By what infernal power could a detestable commoner do something like that? Damn it. This is driving me insane." On the other hand, there was another person who was on pins and needles. Professor Barron thought bitterly, "Damn it, what the hell is this? And what kind of stunt is that Moso brat pulling? This is bad. If he loses, I'm in deep trouble. What should I do?" Over here, Bick Elson was also a little surprised by his own magic, and exclaimed, "I tried to do it just like I saw in the game. But it looks like it's not bad at all. Pretty decent, huh? This technique is called planning Terravon, and it has one drawback. Because the mental energy required to maintain its form is many times greater than normal power, one's stamina plummets right after using it. Moreover, its defense is weaker when blocking only a single object, so it's actually very difficult to use. Good thing this is just a practice match, otherwise who knows how things would have turned out." Below, the students were once again in an uproar. "Whoa, that's the first time I've ever seen that. It looks like a magic shield, doesn't it? Oh, so a magic like that exists too. Incredible. That Moso guy is definitely going to lose now." At the same time, Moso was probably not happy at all. His face went from blank to furious as he screamed, "Damn it! How could a great noble like me be humiliated by a commoner like this? I can't accept this." With that thought, he began to pour mana into his magic staff. A powerful aura enveloped him. But seeing Moso's reckless action, the students below started whispering behind the professor's back again. "Huh, look, is he using magic again? Isn't Moso's attack turnover?" Meanwhile, the professor was still intensely focused on observing the match. Paying no mind to his surroundings, he smirked to himself. "That's it, that's right, keep on the offensive. Annihilate that commoner brat for me." Then Moso shouted, "D. Bick Elson, I'm not letting this go this time. I can't take this kind of humiliation." Suddenly, a voice cut in, "Professor." At that moment, the teacher, who was still laughing gleefully, was startled and turned around in surprise. "Ah, what is it, Jeremy?" Prince Jeremy Scanvin suddenly smiled, his eyes narrowing as he said, "Professor, why didn't you grant Big Elson the right to attack?" Hitting a nerve, the professor froze for 5 seconds, then gave a forced laugh and stammered, "Well, that's..." At the same time, the students began to bombard the teacher with their thoughts. "Huh, isn't this supposed to be a basic duel for first years? If he'd made one slip-up, he could have been seriously injured. Besides, isn't it already over? How can such an irresponsible person even be qualified to be a professor? He's truly unfit to be a teacher." Baron seemed to be overwhelmed by the crowd of students. He thought worriedly, "Damn it, I was so focused on the match that I completely ignored the students' reactions. How could I have been so careless? What do I do now?" Seeing the professor's silence, Jeremy Scanvin spoke up. "Professor, will you grant Big Elson a magic attack turn?" The professor stammered, his voice trembling. "Magic, you say?" Meanwhile, everyone's attention seemed to be focused on the professor, completely forgetting about the ongoing match. Right at that moment, Bake Elson had gained the upper hand, holding his sword directly to his opponent's neck. At this point the outcome was crystal clear. Bake Elson was the winner. This victory left Moso utterly and completely humiliated. In the end, he had to accept the bitter truth that he had lost. The students below were wide-eyed with amazement, exclaiming, "Wow, Big Elson actually won. He's way better than I thought." And it seems Big Elson has caught the eye of Prince Jeremy Scanvin. He suddenly flashed a mysterious smile, a smile that foretold ominous things to come. The scene changes to the royal palace, a place that looks impossibly magnificent and luxurious. Inside, horrifying screams echoed out, "Ah, please spare me," and then a mysterious figure appeared. It seems that Moso, after his crushing defeat at the hands of the commoner Big Elson, was being beaten to a pulp by someone with blood splattered everywhere. And the one responsible for this was none other than Prince Jeremy Scanvin. After torturing his opponent to his heart's content, the prince calmly wiped the blood from his hand and turned to the girl standing before him, Verazine. The girl respectfully replied, "Yes, your highness. Please give me your orders." Jeremy Scanvin glanced at Moso, who was lying in a heap on the floor, and said, "That classmate of ours is quite badly injured. Why have you been so neglectful as to not take care of him? If something were to happen to him, I'd be heartbroken." These words sounded like a veiled threat, as if to say, "You'd better take good care of him or you'll face a terrible end." Verazine quickly replied, "Yes, I understand, your highness." "You can rest assured." Jeremy Scanvin added in a light tone, "Good then. I'm counting on you." As Jeremy's figure disappeared from view, the girl couldn't help but feel a little worried. She thought to herself, not a loyal retainer but a classmate. That sounds strange. But in the Shenvin Empire, where imperial power is determined by magic, Crown Prince Jeremy Shenvin surpassed all of his older brothers when he was just 12 years old to claim the title of Crown Prince. Not a loyal retainer means the Dordan family has been permanently exiled from the political arena, doesn't it? The political arena is where the political elite gather. But in reality, it wasn't just Moso who had caught the Crown Prince's eye. The commoner Big Elson's life would surely no longer be peaceful. The scene shifts again to the next day at Stella Academy, where everything was proceeding as usual. There was no rush. It wasn't like they were on some impossible deadline. In some magic class, it seemed a practical experiment was underway. At the same time, those who had witnessed Bake Elson's dramatic duel were still whispering about it, the excitement not yet faded. "Hey, did you hear Bake Elson from Class S plans to follow the path of knighthood? But that's weird. A knight studying at a magic academy. Is he just trying to become famous or something? I heard he even beat Moso from the Dordan family. That proves he's got some real skill." For real, isn't the Dordan family one of the most influential families in the Shenven Empire? This is getting interesting. Flem happened to overhear their conversation and thought with a scowl, how annoying. Everywhere I go, I hear that name, Big Elson. I don't even care, but for some reason it's really getting on my nerves. Who does that kid think he is? Just then, the stern voice of a professor rang out. All right, everyone settle down for me. What's all this chatter about?" With that, the professor held up a test tube filled with a liquid solution. She continued, "Alchemy requires precise measurement of time and perfect temperature control. And this professor was none other than the professor of alchemy." She spoke on her voice full of authority. "Today, we will practice concocting the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion, which I personally researched. So focus and do well in your practical." Flem worked while thinking in frustration. This is so annoying. Off by an inch, off by a mile. One tiny mistake and the whole thing is ruined. The truth is, alchemy is incredibly difficult and complex, which is why I want to stay as far away from it as possible. At that exact moment, the professor's alarmed voice rang out. "Antara, what you're doing is very dangerous. Do you have any idea how you're supposed to become an alchemist by doing that?" The blonde girl mumbled, her voice full of apology. I'm sorry." Flame watched from a distance, thinking to herself. Professor Mai Jen said, "I'll become a dark horse later on, even better than this. I should probably go find some ingredients to prepare for that. There's no other way but to listen diligently in class. I believe I can do it." Suddenly a smug laugh rang out, catching Flame's attention. Hey, it seems Beck Elson has succeeded," laughing triumphantly. Hey, absolutely fantastic, this is it." Flame thought with a gloomy expression, completely fed up. Beck Elson again. Is he crazy, or something, laughing like a madman? At first I thought he joined this class to get close to Ison, but now that I think about it, he's just a creep. What the hell am I even watching? Done, she let out a weary sigh. Well, it has nothing to do with me anyway. I'll go find more ingredients. A little while later, satisfactory experiment results began to appear one after another. Flame, on the other hand, was exhausted after being so on edge. She gently raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, thinking, "Phew, it's finally done. It's a good thing Flame's academic record is so high, that's why I could get this done so quickly." Come to think of it, how's Ison doing? She saw that Ison was still struggling with the practical exercise. Flame thought in relief, good thing she's still doing well in a normal way, but… Wait a minute. Normal. If I remember correctly, in the original story, Ison coincidentally obtained Maella's magic notebook. Then in this class, aren't they supposed to be creating a product similar to the Tyran's fatigue recovery potion? But why did she make such an ordinary potion? While she was lost in thought, the professor suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, "Beck Elson, who gave you permission to change the experiment's ingredients on your own?" But Beck Elson calmly replied, "Yes, but the results will be better this way." Hearing this, the professor was a little startled, then continued in a bewildered and slightly trembling voice, "But the problem now is the result. This is completely different from the fatigue recovery potion I instructed you to make." But when she saw the potion, Flame couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she thought, that high-grade potion was supposed to be made by Ison, wasn't it? How could Beck Elson have created something so extraordinary? Over here, the professor was trying to keep a cool head, because getting hot-headed meant getting a fever. She placed a hand on her forehead and exclaimed in frustration, No, you can't do that. This attitude is completely unacceptable. This is why I say, how can someone from a commoner background ever amount to anything? Hearing this, Flame recalled the plot and thought, this line was originally, "This is why your family was destroyed. Tisk tisk." And those words became Ison's relentless obsession due to the pain of losing her family. It remained a ghost that haunted her until the very end of the story. If Beck Elson knew this truth beforehand, then why would he draw Professor Mai-Gen's criticism to protect Ison? Professor Mai-Gen has considerable influence within Stella. If she labels you, your academic performance will also be significantly affected. What the hell is with that kid? Why would he go to such lengths for Ison? Dying for a girl is truly a pathetic death. At the same time, Professor Mai-Gen furiously shouted, her voice filled with indignation, "Mr. Beck Elson, what is with this insolent attitude of yours? Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Call your parents and bring them here right now." It was only then that our male lead suddenly realized the serious problem he had just caused. He thought to himself, with a dejected look, "Sigh, I completely forgot. I was so engrossed in alchemy that I forgot about this nuisance. How could I have been so foolish?" Then the male lead spoke up timidly, his voice barely a whisper. "I don't have parents, and I don't have any relatives either." Hearing this, Mai-Gen became even more furious, her face flushing red as she yelled, "You! If you do things that way, aren't you just completely disregarding me? Are you trying to show me up?" Beck Elson suddenly thought, "Well, whatever. I'm already getting yelled at, so what can I do? Oh, that's right. Tomorrow I'll make a combination of a kimchi potion and a cola potion. The result will surely be even more amazing than today's." And so several weeks passed since that day. Beck Elson. The verbal battles between the student and teacher showed no signs of stopping. Professor Mai-Gen said in a harsh tone, "How many times have I told you? Don't use ingredients that haven't been taught. You hear me? Are you deaf?" Beck Elson still replied nonchalantly. But after slightly modifying the professor's method, the results have improved a lot. Hearing this, the professor was so angry, her head felt like it would explode. Faced with such a stubborn student, she yelled, You've got some nerve." Immediately, Beck Elson opened his analysis system and began analyzing the professor. A notification appeared right after. Mai-Gen Tyrans, Dark Magic Corruption 21%, Feelings of Inferiority, Jealousy, Dark Magic Contractor, Alchemy Professor Volume 8 Boss, Dark Magic Transformation confirmed. After reading the information, he stood there watching the professor who was trembling with rage. The male lead thought to himself, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Good, everything is going according to my plan. The Volume 8 boss corrupted by dark magic Mai-Gen Tyrans. She is one of the villains who could not overcome her own emotions, and becomes a dark mage. If the dark mage's corruption level exceeds 90%, they will completely transform into a dark mage. When the corruption level is below 50%, it can't be detected by current magic. Professor Mai-Gen's corruption level is 21%. Since there's no way to prove or report that she's a dark mage, there's no other choice but to stimulate her corruption level to exceed 50% and notify the dark mage slaying squad, assuming it's a typical corruption type dark mage. There's still a way to turn back before they're completely controlled, but Mai-Gen is a contract type dark mage who made a pact with a dark being of her own free will. The seed of the dark mage is sprouting, so there's no going back to how she was before. The 4th volume hasn't started yet, but I have to prepare in advance with such a strong boss around. Otherwise, other students could also become dark mages and threaten Stella. Mai-Gen continued to threaten him in a resentful tone. "If you don't change your attitude, don't expect a good grade in this alchemy class." The main character sighed and thought to himself, "Damn, I'd rather not have a grade at all. If I draw her attention, I won't suffer any real damage, right? Maybe I should use this assignment time to train my muscles. Haha, I've got to piss this old hag off. A moment later, Professor Maizen divided the class into small groups. Standing in front of his group, the main character clutched his head helplessly, thinking, I can't believe the practical exam is a damn group project. This is insane. It seemed like the people assigned to Beck Elson's group weren't too happy about it. Every single one of them looked completely crestfallen, and Isun was no exception. A wave of deep disappointment washed over her. Looking at the tense atmosphere, the main character thought awkwardly, geez, look at this mood. It's so suffocating anyone could feel it. Why so tense, guys? The main character then forced a smile and spoke up to break the silence. Hello, I'm Beck Elson. Hearing this, the others in his group introduced themselves one by one. I'm Kasahun. I'm Maliwan. And I'm Isone. As soon as she finished, Maliwan buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. Wah, our group is doomed. Why did I have to be in this times group, Professor Maizen? She gives extremely low scores to students she doesn't like, no matter how well they do. Hearing that, the main character fell into a thoughtful silence. Oh, for crying out loud, this is all my fault. I feel so bad for these guys. Suddenly Isone spoke up, her voice full of determination. Come on everyone, cheer up. Are we just going to give up like this? Another person stammered. But before they could finish, Isone cut in. In any case, during the practical exam at least 3 alchemists will be here to evaluate our compatibility. At that point there's no way Professor Maizen can ruin our scores. Hearing this, Kasahun and Maliwan suddenly felt a bit more encouraged, their eyes sparkling with light. And then without a word they both turned to each other and beamed. Perhaps a faint glimmer of hope had been kindled within them. Then a voice spoke up. Oh well then, we'll just have to give it our all. That's a relief, I wanted to give it a shot anyway. Suddenly the main character turned to look at Izone, his eyes filled with admiration. She's my savior. She was a little surprised herself, but quickly turned away, ignoring him. Izone continued confidently. Anyway, the Revitality Fortune assignment isn't that difficult, if we combine what we've learned. However, we have to find really good ingredients. So, who will be the one to go find the tail of a crested lizard, the main ingredient for the potion? Without a moment's hesitation, the main character raised his hand and declared, let me, I'll go get it. Everyone knows that a monster's corpse is the most important thing in alchemy, right? You have to pick the freshest one to get the best results. This was something everyone in the group seemed to know. Of course. Then Isone spoke again. Good, then it's decided. Student Beck Elson will be in charge of this. Isone thought to herself. Seeing him so confident, I think I can trust him. Meanwhile, the main character smiled smugly to himself. A lizard's tail. I'll just head up the mountain and get one myself. The scene shifts to the alchemy professor's office. A student walks in and says politely, Professor, you called for me. Immediately after, the professor held up a piece of paper and said, hello. Could you give this paper to the first-year Group C alchemy students, but remember, exclude Group 12. After hearing this, the student quickly replied, yes, I understand. The alchemy practical exam will be conducted in front of professional alchemists. If he performs poorly in front of them, his path to becoming an alchemist will be blocked. Beck Elson, you just wait. I'll show you the price you pay for daring to defy the professor. The scene then shifts to the S-class's private training ground, and Flamel was there diligently practicing magic. Suddenly she heard someone call her name and turned her head. Flamel. A male student approached, handed her a piece of paper and said, they told me to give this to you. It's a notice for the alchemy class. Here, take this. Flamel took the piece of paper and replied, thank you. The student didn't forget to add a word of caution. And one more thing. You absolutely cannot tell any other students. I'm sure you understand what I mean, right? Watching his retreating figure, Flamel sighed and thought, other students. He just means I'm not supposed to tell Big Elson's group of 12. It's not like I don't get it. What's he so afraid of? As she unfolded the paper and read it, Flamel couldn't help but be surprised by its contents. Announcement. The practical exam will be changed from the Z Vitality Fortison test to the Tyrann Point 4 test. Students, please take note. Suddenly she realized something, her eyes widening in shock as she thought to herself, hold on. If Big Elson knows the principles, he should be able to counter this right. Instead of preparing a lizard tail for the Z Vitality Fortison test, he'll need to prepare an Ataris spider shell for the Tyrann Point 4 potion. Yes, this is the perfect opportunity to test that kid's skills. A few days later, to prepare the main ingredient for the practical exam, Big Elson headed to the Dirabiri Grand Arena. Using a teleportation gate, he quickly arrived at his destination. Just as he stepped out, the hero clutched his head, grimacing, as he exclaimed, teleportation gates are convenient, but stepping out of them makes me so dizzy. My head. Then, an unfamiliar voice called out, welcome Mage Big Elson. We're honored to have you here at Dirabiri. It was a warm greeting from one of the staff members. Big Elson replied sheepishly, I'm not an official mage yet, I'm just a student. The staff member continued cheerfully, but students from Stella enjoy the same privileges as official mages. After hearing her mention Stella, the surrounding students began to buzz with conversation. Hey look, he's a student from Stella. For real. That's the first time I've ever seen a Stella uniform in person. I'm so jealous. He's pretty handsome too. The staff member spoke again. How are you feeling now, sir? If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Big Elson replied gratefully, oh, thank you so much. He then headed inside. As he walked, he thought, all you need is a Stella pass and a Stella pocket watch to be treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy really is incredible. And on top of that, I can use the teleportation gates for free, something that normally costs 100,000 credits. I'm so lucky. Thanks to this every weekend, I can use the teleportation gate to visit the neighboring cities. As a result, my knowledge lines up perfectly with how this world works. With that thought, he ventured deep into the forest. He scanned his surroundings, observing carefully before muttering, this should be the spot. Today's target is the fire lizard, a level 2 monster. Although their strength and physical abilities are only slightly greater than a normal beast's, they possess magic resistance and are extremely agile. You need to use level 2 magic or higher to take them down. I've hunted level 1 monsters before and it wasn't that hard, so a level 2 shouldn't be much of a problem either. Very quickly our hero sensed their presence lingering nearby. He immediately channeled his mana, transforming his staff into a sharp sword. He thought to himself with a confident smirk, here they come. And just like that, he stood boldly in the middle of the dense forest, concentrating, sensing every slight movement. Over here, a pair of bloodshot red eyes stared intently at him, a gaze that seemed to want to devour its prey whole. Then it locked onto Big Elson and lunged forward. But I'm no pushover. With his incredibly sharp intuition, Big Elson quickly detected it rushing towards him. Without a single wasted movement, Big Elson decisively spun around. He delivered a fatal blow, killing the fire lizard instantly. Perhaps death came so swiftly and unexpectedly that the lizard was coughing up blood and dying before it could even register what had happened. You never know what life has in store. Our hero gave his handiwork a cold glance. Not bad at all. In the blink of an eye, one was dealt with cleanly. He stood proudly and declared with flair, that's one down. Now, who else wants some? Step right up. I can take all of you on by myself. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the sight before him. He was completely stunned. Right in front of him, an entire pack of fire lizards was crawling closer. Every single one of them looked incredibly fresh and delectable. Hee, our hero smirked, exclaiming with excitement. Time to start gathering ingredients. With that, he charged forward aggressively and launched his attack. As for the result, I'm sure you can all guess what happened. It went even better than he had hoped. Finally, the day of the practical exam arrived. Ison's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, this is so fresh, Big Elson replied nonchalantly, his voice full of self-satisfaction. Of course it is. Who do you think I am, heh. Ison then continued, his voice tinged with exasperation. Alright, that's enough of your nonsense. At least you know how to pick out ingredients. Our hero replied curtly, if you get it, then shut up. Ison's face lit up as he exclaimed excitedly, great, now we just have to combine them and we'll be done. Let's do this. The eyes of every person in the group gleamed with anticipation for the team's upcoming results. Just then the alchemy professor Mai Genti-Ren broke the silence. Is everyone gathered here? Standing beside her were 3 other alchemy professors who would also be grading the students today. Professor Mai Gen continued, her voice filled with authority. As previously announced, today's test will be conducted under the observation of alchemists from the Alchemy Association. If you all perform well in front of them, your paths as alchemists will open up significantly. So what are we waiting for? Let's begin. Today's test subject is the Type B Tyran supplement. Hearing this, Bak Yu-sung's entire group was so shocked their faces went pale, their eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? Is she trying to screw us over? Professor Mai Gen, maintaining her cold expression, continued. Everyone has their ingredients prepared, right? Isel spoke up in a panic, her voice full of confusion. Excuse me, Professor, but we thought the test was on the DK enhancement potion. In the tense classroom atmosphere that felt like it was on the verge of exploding, Professor Mizan just gave a sly smirk before speaking. That's right, but I already announced the change in topic, didn't I? The test was changed to the Tyran supplement. Right, everyone. Indeed, news of the change had been buzzing everywhere, but alas, tragically, only Baek Yu-sung's team was completely out of the loop and had no idea. The feeling of being singled out and ambushed was written all over their faces, a bitterness too intense to swallow. In Baek Yu-sung's quick-thinking mind, a razor-sharp thought cut through. She's really playing dirty. I'll be fine, but if the others fail, it'll be a disaster. He racked his brain trying to recall if this ridiculous plot point had ever appeared in the original story. At the same time, Flame's eyes happened to glance over freezing on Baek Yu-song's team, as if she'd been electrocuted. She felt a small pang of guilt and quickly looked away. Flame's obvious unease only made Baek Yu-song's mind race even more. Meanwhile, Flame was questioning her conscience. What in the world is going on? Could it be that Baek Yu-song has no idea about this earth-shattering change in the original story's content? But if he knew, why didn't he step in and prevent this? As the situation descended into chaos, Professor Mizan added fuel to the fire, her tone scrutinizing. "Student Isel, don't tell me you prepared the wrong ingredients." Hearing this, Isel became so worried she was tongue-tied, unsure how to respond to get through this. That is, Professor Mizan looked even more annoyed, continuing in a taunting tone. For an alchemist, a seeker of truth, to mix up ingredients and lose sight of the goal, that is simply unacceptable. Finishing her words, she flashed a wicked smile and delivered a chilling verdict. "It seems there's no other way. I suppose Team 12 will be eliminated." Hearing this, Baek Yu-song couldn't just sit still. He decisively raised his hand, his voice full of confidence as he retorted, "Hold on, what's so difficult about making a Tyran supplement?" His bold declaration left Professor Mizan stunned for 5 seconds, stammering, What did you say?" Meanwhile, Baek Yu-song maintained his exceptionally cool composure, declaring with absolute certainty, "I'll create it with different ingredients, and its effect will be even better than yours, Professor. Just like I always do." Baek Yu-song's confident and slightly arrogant attitude was like pouring gasoline on Professor Mizan's raging fire, making her blood boil with anger but leaving her completely helpless. She couldn't yell, and she certainly couldn't punish him. All she could do was grind her teeth, looking quite pathetic. In her mind, she began calculating the situation. The main ingredient for the Tyran supplement is the Atalus spider shell. The Atalus spider shell contains a large amount of nutrients, and the Tyran supplement is a nutritional potion made from that very ingredient. And he intends to use a fire lizard's tail to make that potion. It's utterly insane, but all the better. I'll take this opportunity to end your alchemy career in front of everyone. Just you wait, you arrogant brat. With that thought, Professor Mizan announced in a loud voice, as if granting a great favor, "Very well, you all have 1 hour. Complete the Tyran supplement within the allotted time." The moment a team member saw the fire lizard's tail, his face turned pale, and he cried out, "Hey, Baek Yu-song, are you insane? What the hell can we possibly do with that?" Baek Yu-song just gave a wry smile and replied calmly, "It's come to this. Our only option is to take a risk. Just trust me and follow my lead. It's better to try than to get eliminated. Who knows? Maybe luck will smile on us." Hearing those inspiring words, the whole team's spirits were lifted, and their faces brightened up. "Okay, I'll do it. I want to try too. We have to open their eyes." Immediately, the group rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Baek Yu-song began assigning tasks, his voice filled with confidence. "All right, listen to my explanation." When it came to the subject of alchemy, it had to be said that throughout his entire life of grinding games, Baek Yu-song had been more obsessed with this field than anything else on Earth. He had meticulously recorded every single formula, not missing even the tiniest ant-sized detail. And of course, the formula for the Type B Tyran supplement couldn't escape his secret notebook. Initially, I didn't intend to use this formula, because it was something that the future Professor Mizan would spend years researching and inventing. Thinking this, our protagonist confidently spun a tale for the group, explaining that the reason Atalus spider shells contained so many nutrients was because they were essential for reproduction. The fire lizard's tail has a similar organ. After speaking, the young man pointed to a spot on the lizard's tail, and continued his explanation. "It's this blood vessel. Can everyone see this blood vessel clearly? I've heard that the Alisar tribe in the southern desert often uses the fire lizard's blood vessels to bolster the health of their chieftains. They also live very long lives, so this blood vessel can definitely replace the Atalus spider shell." As soon as he finished, Wally 1 raised his hand to volunteer. I know about that. I know a little about the Alisar tribe's material processing techniques. How about I take on this part?" Baek Yu-song smiled brightly and replied succinctly, That sounds good. That's great. So what about this mistletoe? It has to be dried using a special method from the desert region. Does anyone know how to do it?" Kasahun quickly seized the opportunity. "The solar drying method, right? I learned it while traveling with my father. With this amount of blood vessels, I can dry them in about 5 minutes. Then what about this processing part?" Before Baek Yu-song could even finish his sentence, Isel had already stepped up to take the job. "Leave it to me." Our protagonist smiled gently. "Then I'll be counting on you." Right after that, the whole group got to work. Everyone was serious and highly focused, each person contributing all of them, trying their absolute best, because now their only hope rested on the result of this practical exam. Not a single person dared to be negligent or give up. Seeing everyone so dedicated, Baek Yusong smiled faintly and thought to himself, "Everyone's pretty good. This is already beyond my expectations." Then he spoke up, his voice filled with determination. "We will begin brewing according to my instructions. Let's give it our all, everyone." A moment later, Professor Maizen had the dazed look of a deer in headlights, so shocked she was frozen in place, unable to even blink. It turned out the thing that had scared her so speechless was the supplement potion made by Team Baek Yusong. Baek Yusong puffed out his chest confidently. "Professor, this is the Type B Tyran supplement. We invite the professors to examine it." The other alchemists who were watching from behind had their jaws on the floor, whispering amongst themselves, "I can't believe it. Did those kids really do it?" Meanwhile, even before knowing the final result, Professor Maizen's face was purple with rage as she cursed internally. How ridiculous. It took even me years of research to create the Tyran supplement, and these brats think they can just make it. How could they possibly complete it so easily? And yet another professor spoke up curiously, "Let me check it first." With that, she held her hand out to the potion, slowly absorbing the nutrients into her body. Immediately, the professor felt an abundant source of energy radiating from the bottle, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Perhaps in all her years, she had never witnessed such a miracle. Seeing this, another professor asked, "What do you think?" The professor who had just tested the product quickly regained her composure and commented, "Although there are still some flaws and quite a lot of material was wasted, its effectiveness is even better than my Tyran supplement." Hearing this, everyone became ecstatic, their eyes shining as bright as car headlights. It seemed the result this time was even more incredible than they had hoped. And so fortune had smiled upon them. A true miracle had occurred. The other professors also took turns testing it, their mouths full of endless praise. "Excellent, you young people. You all possess so much new and fascinating knowledge." Meanwhile, in a dark corner, someone was already trembling with rage. By now, Professor Maizen was probably seething with anger but could do nothing about it. She herself couldn't swallow this bitter truth. Immediately, Professor Maizen snarled, "Give it here, let me verify it with my own hands." With that, she took the supplement potion from Baek Yusong's group. Suddenly, she froze, her eyes rolled back, and her mouth hung open in shock. Deep down, Professor Maizen couldn't possibly accept this reality, even if it was staring her right in the face. She thought to herself, her voice filled with doubt, "It can't be wrong. This potion uses the technique I researched for converting a monster's nutrients into energy for humans. This is clearly a perfect Tyran supplement. No, it can't be. How could they create a product superior to mine in such a short amount of time? How could something so absurd happen? But whatever, I'm the one grading them anyway. Heh, don't you brats think you're so clever? I'll just blame it on the lack of ingredients and fail them right here." With this thought, the alchemist Professor Maizen raised her voice as if to deliver a final verdict. "The inspection is complete. But life is never that easy. Everything went completely against Maizen's calculations." Unexpectedly, the alchemist professor standing behind her spoke up, ruining her plan. "It seems a score of 12 A's is too low for this group, don't you think? Professor Maizen, what are your thoughts?" Hearing this, Maizen gritted her teeth so hard they squeaked, cursing internally. Damn it, why are these old fools here? With that thought, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and accept the truth, then announced that Group 12 had passed. Baek Yusong's entire group erupted in joy, their anxious waiting for the results, turning into an explosion of happiness upon learning they'd all cleared the trial. "Oh my god, that was awesome, we did it." And just like that, Baek's entire team had brilliantly overcome this grueling practical exam. Meanwhile, a certain someone was probably furious enough to have a heart attack. Professor Maizen's face was scrunched up in annoyance, looking absolutely miserable. "I kinda feel bad for him, but whatever. Haha, I'll deal with you later, Baek Yusong. Just you wait." At that moment, Professor Maizen Tyran's dark corruption rate was steadily increasing, signaling that a major incident was about to occur. A few days later, on the exclusive top-tier training grounds for S-class students, our powerhouse warriors were training intensely. After a grueling session, Flem was completely exhausted and out of breath. Finally done. "I'm too old to be going back to school, this is killing me." Suddenly she froze when she saw a scene in the distance from where the sound of conversation drifted over. "It's okay, Agzwang, you did great. That's right, you're still better than the princess right now, so don't cry anymore." Following Flem's gaze, a group of friends was gathered around comforting Akswang, a red-haired girl who stood out in the crowd. Flem thought to herself, her mind a mess. That girl. I think she's known as the fire magic genius. But his rate of progress is terrifying. I've been training for so many years, yet the princess will sooner or later surpass my control. Overhearing this, Flem was completely shocked, her head spinning. Maizen's control ability wasn't supposed to develop until his second year, so how can he do this as a first year? Could this also be because of Baek Yusong? Pausing for a moment to process everything, Flem realized there was something off about the alchemy practical exam too. The formula for the type B Tiran supplement was originally invented by the future Icel, then stolen and tweaked by Mizen Tiran. And yet Baek Yu-sung knew this secret formula, a formula that wasn't in the original story at all. I don't think there was any mind-bending plot twist like this in the original story. Wait a minute. He knows information from the future, but doesn't know the content of the original story. Could it be that he didn't transmigrate but regressed? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. If Baek Yu-sung is from the future, he would only know future knowledge, and couldn't possibly remember every little event that happened to Icel. Actually, in the original story, Yu-sung had also regressed once. The grace of the 11th month, the only existence in this world possessing the power to control time. If it's times that one's time's power, then it's truly terrifying. Then, while her mind was a tangled mess, a familiar voice spoke up, cutting through Flem's thoughts. What's wrong, Haewon-azang? Huh. As soon as she saw her friend, Flem was overjoyed, rushing over to him. Perfect timing. You know Baek Yu-sung, right? Did he leave any kind of impression on you? Haewon-azang replied, confused. What do you mean? I just think he's a slightly unusual student, that's all. Flem didn't give up and pressed him, nothing else. You don't feel anything different. Haewon-azang remained unfazed and answered curtly, no. Flem's disappointment was obvious as she put a hand to her forehead and let out a long sigh. Ha, is that so? Finding this strange, Haewon-azang asked cautiously. Flem, do you have some sort of interest in Baek? Yu-sung Flem admitted it frankly without hesitation. Yeah, I think I do. Another thought popped into Flem's head. After all, Baek Yu-sung is just like me, we both know the plot of the original story. At this thought, Flem unconsciously muttered, but no, this isn't good. Am I supposed to just stay stuck here like this? Hearing this, Haewon-azang grew even more bewildered and asked again. What do you mean? I mean that staying stuck in one place just doesn't suit my personality at all. Speaking of Baek Yu-sung, maybe I should just go meet him and confess. Confess? Haewon-azang was completely frozen, unable to comprehend what Flem was rambling about anymore. This unbelievable situation stunned him, leaving him speechless for a few seconds, unsure how to react. Right after that, Flem took off. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye, her tone full of hidden meaning. Thanks for listening to me. I'm off now. Leaving the romantic Haewon-azang with a tangled mess of questions in his head, his dazed eyes held a hint of sadness. Watching Flem's retreating figure, Haewon-azang slowly let his hand fall to his side. Flem's confusing words kept replaying in his mind. He couldn't figure out what the hell she meant by confess. Could it be a love confession? Does Flem have special feelings for Baek Yu-sung now? Oh no, this is bad. And so another long, tedious day ended with the characters in a state of confusion. With a quick scene change, it was the next morning. At this moment, Baek Yu-sung was sitting alone, looking as serious as a little old man sipping a cup of bitter coffee. The young man sighed gloomily, thinking to himself, now what should I do? Currently, Mizen Tiran's dark corruption rate has reached 37%. That means there are less than 3 months until that event happens. Mizen's corruption will randomly affect one student. It could be Flame's friend Reki, a subordinate of Pigeon Akswang, or even the heir of the 10 Shadow Moons. Or Haewon-azang. If Haewon-azang turned evil, it would be a total disaster, though the chances of that are extremely low. But a corrupted Haewon-azang means the worst possible ending, so I have to be especially careful. Among the three, who is the most likely? As he was lost in thought, Baek Yu-sung's eyes suddenly widened in shock, because the person standing defiantly before him was none other than Flame, and right now she looked like she was in a bad mood. Before Baek Yu-sung could even grasp the situation, Flame spoke first, her voice full of suspicion. What are you doing? Baek Yu-sung stammered back in confusion. What do you mean, what am I doing? Flame didn't let up, pressing on. Last time you didn't clearly answer my question about your identity. Just as Baek Yu-sung realized why she kept pestering him about his identity, a thought popped into his head. Oh god, this question again. You're really putting me on the spot. But how am I supposed to explain this to her? It's a very long story. Or maybe I should just tell Flame the truth. I might get more information that could lead to a better ending. Well, it's all or nothing. I'll just give it a shot. With that thought, Baek Yu-sung was about to open his mouth and confess everything, but life's never that easy. Before he could even finish his sentence, a series of red notifications popped up from the system warning him repeatedly. Warning, insufficient story power. You are not allowed to reveal your transmigrated identity to this character. Warning. You are not allowed to share the knowledge and information you possess with this character. And so on and so forth. A barrage of warnings like that made even Baek Yu-sung jump. His heart pounded in his chest. Baek Yu-sung cursed, inwardly exhausted. This is driving me insane. What the hell is this? In the end, he had to change the subject. Then let's do this. Everyone has their own secrets, so let's just tell half-truths. What do you think? Hearing this, Flame nodded in agreement. Fine, I agree. Hearing her definitive answer, the main character felt a wave of relief. Phew, thank goodness. Thank goodness, Flame agreed. If she had kept interrogating me, I would have been toast. I wouldn't have known how to answer my way out of it. Baek-Yu-sung immediately seized the opportunity to ask first. Then let me ask you first. You can see the future, can't you? But his joy was short-lived. Our main character's face scrunched up as he thought to himself, oh geez. I said we'd only tell half-truths, so why did she ask something so direct? Seriously. With that thought, the main character fired back. Asking a question like that means you can too, right? What's your purpose for coming to this school? Flame didn't hesitate to answer bluntly. Of course it's to stop the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. Hearing this, the main character let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, thank God. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but I don't want this world to be destroyed either. Then Flame continued her assault. Now it's my turn. Why do you act the way you do? Hearing this, the main character's head started spinning as he wondered. What does she mean the way I do? I'm not quite sure what she means, but I'll just try to bluff my way through. With that thought, the main character started talking big. For no reason at all. I just do what I believe is right. After speaking Baek-Yu-sung thought to himself again. How was that? That should be enough, right? Suddenly Flame flared up and shouted, enough, stop lying. How can a person be that kind-hearted? You must have a motive. There's something you want to achieve, isn't there? Baek-Yu-sung, flustered, quickly tried to explain. No, there isn't. It's not what you think. Wait, no. Is there something I want to achieve? Actually, I'm not sure myself. Flame grew even more furious, growling, what did you say? You're not sure. The main character maintained his nonchalant expression and replied, yeah, I just want to survive. Hearing this harsh truth, Flame was completely floored, frozen for a few seconds. Sir, survive. Then she suddenly realized how tactless she had been to abruptly ask him such a sensitive question, and so she stammered, her voice a whisper, I see. I'm sorry I misspoke. But at this point, the main character was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What the hell is that? Are we done? Unexpectedly, Flame's eyes welled up with tears. She quickly turned her face away and mumbled, I'll be going then. See you later. The main character was shocked to his core, because he hadn't even had the chance to ask another question. But wait, what the hell is going on? Is she crying? I didn't do a damn thing. Suddenly, a sharp-edged voice rang out from behind Baek-Yu-sung. Hearing that chilling call, the main character had a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. And just as he predicted, Haewon, Ajong was glaring at Baek-Yu-sung with daggers in his eyes, a murderous aura radiating from his entire body. The guy was emitting a terrifying, suffocating pressure. Without beating around the bush, Haewon Ajong growled, answer me now. Why is Flame crying? If you lie, I won't forgive you. Seeing the furious look on his face, the main character panicked, thinking to himself, oh my god, just getting glared at by the rival of the strongest character is already this intense. He's mad now. I think there was a part where Haewon Ajong had a one-sided crush on Flame. Oh no, I'm screwed. But I haven't even done a damn thing. Seriously, causing a misunderstanding here would be a huge pain. I have to be clear. With that thought, Baek-Yu-sung quickly tried to clear things up. There's nothing shady going on between me and Flame. Why would you ask that? Haewon Ajong narrowed his eyes, his voice full of suspicion. You think I'd believe that? You better believe it whether you want to or not. Especially since what you're thinking is completely wrong. Don't worry about it. The main character forced a smile, and then thought to himself, all right, that should do it right. It's true there's nothing shady between me and Flame. After hearing this, Haewon Ajong thought for a moment, then suddenly lowered his head and mumbled, is that so? I shouldn't have asked. My apologies. But this awkward apology just scared the main character even more. His face went pale as he stammered, no, it's fine. Well, I'll be going then. As soon as he finished speaking, Haewon Ajong spun around and left, leaving Baek-Yu-sung with a mess of chaotic feelings. Baek-Yu-sung let out a sigh of relief but couldn't help but wonder, what was that? That's not like him at all. Haewon Ajong, the one who's always so cold and rational, acting so unstable. I'm starting to feel a little uneasy. As dusk fell, a figure silently closed a book. It was Isel. The girl let out a tired, silent sigh. Asterisk. Phew. Why can't I focus at all today times? Then the conversation with Baek-Yu-sung unconsciously replayed in her mind. Back in the practice room. Baek-Yu-sung, I have something to ask you. What is it, Isel, that formula from before? Did you come up with it on the spot? After a moment of thought, Baek-Yu-sung replied, you could say that. But in reality, Isel was completely floored. She had always considered herself a genius. I believed that was enough to defeat anyone, but it seems that's not the case. At this thought, Isel was startled. What the fuck? What was I just thinking? How can I get revenge for my father like this? They're the ones who framed my father as a traitor and sent him to his death. The filthy, despicable Adolf Levitt family. I can't get revenge on them if this is all I amount to. Ugh, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. With that thought, she tried to console herself. No, I can't give up like this. I have to try harder. One day I'll do it. Early in the morning, warm sunbeams streamed through the window. They shone on the bed, where Flame was sound asleep. She was awake, but her eternal laziness made her not want to even move. Just then, Flame thought to herself with a tinge of regret, I chose the 4-person room because I like lively places. If I had known, I should have chosen the single-person room for S-class students. She chose a 4-person room thinking it would be as fun as a festival, and easy to socialize and make friends, but now it seems she deeply regretted it. Back then he said he didn't know what his purpose was. There's no doubt about it. That's proof he has regressed. I remember in the final part of the original story, the 11th month of grace said this to Baek-yu-song. I can grant you a chance to turn back time, but the price you must pay is losing almost everything. The memories and recollections from the time you return to. And after you complete your mission, you will completely disappear from this world. No one will remember that you saved the world. Even your closest friends and the one you love will forget you. Are you willing to trade everything for a chance to turn back time and start over? To which Baek-yu-song replied, if that is my destiny, then I will accept the fate of saving this world once again. But the person who stopped Baek-yu-song was Isel. At that moment, Isel ran over in a panic, hastily saying, wait, I would rather watch this world be destroyed than live in a world without you. Let's go together, okay? Her plea moved Baek-yu-song's frozen heart, causing the main character to abandon his plan to regress. In the end, the world was destroyed, and the story concluded with a tragic ending. As she thought about this, Flame slowly sat up, her heart heavy. If this world is different from the original story, and Baek-yu-song doesn't know he regressed using the power of the 11th month of grace, then after completing his mission, he will immediately vanish from this world, and no one will ever know he existed. But having lost most of his memories, and with only his sense of duty remaining, he simply says he wants to survive. As someone who has regressed, his courage must be the only thing driving him, making him fearless. Facing the fact that he'll be erased after completing his mission, shouldn't he be running away? With the weight of his mission on his shoulders, Baek-yu-song came back to save the world, and yet he says he just wants to survive. Even knowing that death awaits him at the end of the road, and despite being afraid, he still accepts it. If that's the case, then I shouldn't doubt him like this anymore. It seems he and I share the same goal, so I'll do my best to help him save this world. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed outside the door, sounding extremely urgent. A flustered Jackie burst through the door, running in and speaking breathlessly. Flame, Sir Haewon Ajong is looking for you. He said he'll be waiting for you on the first floor of the dorm. Hearing this, Flame immediately flopped back onto the bed. Pretending to be sick and exhausted, she weakly told him to go away. Just say I'm not here. Jackie stammered awkwardly, but before she could even finish her sentence, Flame, already annoyed, cut her off. I don't know, just tell him that. I want to go to sleep. Don't bother me anymore. Hearing this, Jackie had no choice but to give in. What else could she do? But deep down, a strong sense of jealousy towards Flame began to stir within her. It was a classic case of some people having it all while others get nothing. With that, Jackie quickly scurried down to the first floor. Outside the dormitory, Haewon Ajong was standing all alone. He looked completely devastated with the sad eyes of someone suffering from unrequited love. Jackie hurriedly ran over and called out, Sir Haewon Ajong. Hearing his name, Haewon Ajong felt a flicker of hope, but when he turned around, his heart sank. The guy's expression visibly fell. The person he longed for day and night was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a rather plain-looking girl had appeared. Haewon Ajong's ice-cold expression made Jackie feel awkward. Flustered Jackie still couldn't hide her intense fangirl excitement, her eyes sparkling brightly. A one-sided love began to bloom in the young girl's heart, but then bam, a harsh remark from Haewon Ajong came and crushed all her hopes. Who are you? Those cold words were like a bucket of ice water thrown straight in Jackie's face, yanking her back to a bitter reality. The young girl's heart shattered into a million pieces. Seeing her standing there silent as a clam, Haewon Ajong asked again, his tone oblivious. Where's Flame? Jackie mumbled, oh, she said she was tired and went to sleep. Hearing this, Haewon Ajong became lost in his own thoughts. Could it be that she's in a bad mood because she got rejected by some worthless loser? What does that guy have that I don't? With that thought, he said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion, I see. I'll come back later. And just like that, Haewon Ajong left. He left Jackie standing there all alone, watching his retreating back with a heart full of disappointment. Jackie sadly mumbled in a resentful tone, "Why? Why? I obviously love him so much, but he can't even remember my name. It's always like this, always and everywhere. Everyone only pays attention to the exceptionally talented Flame. Attention. Flame gets everything. She's always showered with the spotlight and love of the people just like a main character. She's so beautiful that people think she's an angel incarnate. Even Sir Haewana Jong's affection is secretly directed at her while he doesn't even spare a glance for a nobody like me. Why is fate so unfair to me? It feels like half my soul is gone, and the other half is just standing here dazed." At this thought, a wave of jealousy erupted inside Jackie like a volcano. She clenched her fists and spat out bitterly, "Damn it, this is so frustrating." The next morning at Stella Academy's main tower, number 1, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. In a room, a man spoke in what sounded like a very unhappy tone. "I heard that Professor Maizen was thoroughly humiliated by a student this time." Hearing this, Maizen's face turned ashen. Biting her lip, she replied in a regretful voice, "I'm sorry. I was useless. I have no excuse." He turned his face away and continued his tone, reproachful. "You're well aware that I had very high expectations for you, aren't you?" And this man was none other than the vice principal of Stella Academy, Aki Hiden. "By the way, I forgot to ask, how is that matter progressing? Is the research on the random spatial permutation formula you're conducting with the professors from Gonyang School going well?" Professor Maizen quickly forced a confident smile and replied, "Of course it's going well. I won't let you down, sir." After hearing her out, Aki Hiden walked closer, patted her shoulder lightly and whispered with a hidden meaning, "Good. You are the only one I trust. Yes, please leave everything to me. I'll take my leave now." With that said, the alchemy professor Maizen vanished from the room. And as soon as Maizen was long gone, Vice Principal Aki Hiden's face twisted into a sneer as he mumbled, "What an idiot. So simple-minded, it's pathetic. She doesn't even realize she's being used. Then again, she probably wouldn't even care if she did know. The only things she craves are status and honor. She's been blinded by them. How ironic that a mage researching countermeasures against dark magic is now doing research times for times the dark mages. How utterly despicable. Ha ha ha, I'm so looking forward to the day the dark alchemy project is complete." The scene shifts to a mysterious location. The first thing viewers see is a towering stack of documents so high it's dizzying. In reality, it was a slender girl straining to carry a mountain-like pile of documents, her entire body trembling. Meanwhile, the people around her were completely indifferent, acting as if it was none of their business. Not a single soul thought to step in and help the poor girl. Finally, like a miracle, a kind person appeared and came over to help. And that hero was none other than our ridiculously handsome male lead, Baek Yu-sung. He spoke up cheerfully. In a warm voice he asked, "Teaching assistant, are you okay? Let me help you with that." It was all thanks to Baek Yu-sung's timely rescue. The massive pile of documents was quickly settled in Professor Maizen's office. Placing the stack of paper on the desk, the new teaching assistant let out a sigh of relief and said thankfully, "Thank you so much. If you weren't here, I would have gotten an earful from Professor Maizen again." Baek Yu-sung humbly replied, "Oh, it's no problem at all. It was nothing." Seizing this golden opportunity, Baek Yu-sung glanced around the room. Seeing the room was a mess, with papers strewn everywhere, he thought to himself, "This is pure chaos. It's so messy." Suddenly his eyes lit up when he saw a board. Baek Yu-sung asked curiously, "Oh, what's that?" The TA explained, "Ah, that. It's a formula Professor Maizen is researching with the other PhDs. I think it's called the random spatial permutation formula." Hearing this, Baek Yu-sung jumped in shock. His heart pounding, he wondered with great doubt. This is it. This is the random spatial permutation formula. The first formula of magical alchemy engineering. The random spatial permutation formula from Professor Maizen's corruption data. The Black Sorcerer had completed this formula with Maizen, and the resulting technological gap caused horrific damage. It was enough to plunge the world into a sea of fire. A flower of hope bloomed in that barren, desolate land, Antares. If it had been her, she could have changed the situation. What if she had acted first, and deciphered this formula before the Black Sorcerer? She was the single solitary ray of hope in the darkness. She possessed a brilliant mind and outstanding innovative ideas. She created countless items that even dark mages wouldn't have dared to imagine. As he thought about this, a bold idea flashed in Baek Yu-sung's mind. He called out, "T.A. Antares." Startled, she turned and replied, Do you want some coffee?" Baek Yu-sung quickly waved his hands and explained, "No, that's not what I meant. Professor Maizen is bothering you, so you must be really annoyed, right? Huh. Why are you suddenly asking that? If there was a way to get some really satisfying revenge, what would you do? Would you be willing to give it a try?" Aunt Teresa was flustered, her voice hesitant. I'm just a lowly assistant. I don't know what I could do about getting revenge. If I'm not careful, I could get fired and thrown out onto the street. You want me to become homeless? But Baek Yu-sung didn't give up and continued to persuade her. So what? Don't you have some kind of idea? You could become a more brilliant alchemist than even Professor Maizen. Aunt Teresa was surprised to hear the main character painting this grand future for her. Seriously, she exclaimed. On the other side, Baek Yu-sung added, no one would be able to look down on you anymore. Baek Yu-sung's inspiring words were like fuel to Aunt Teresa's fire. A tiny spark of hope began to flicker in her heart. After thinking for a moment, Aunt Teresa happily mumbled to herself, if that could happen, it would be amazing. It was just as Baek Yu-sung had predicted. After all, Aunt Teresa was already sick and tired of her current job. She couldn't resign herself to taking care of Maizen and being stuck in a dusty room like this. Aunt Teresa had been nursing a dream of becoming an alchemist and creating more world-changing inventions than anyone else. She had the talent for it too, because she was destined to become a great alchemist. With her brilliant mind and out-of-the-box ideas, she completely deserved the best no matter what. It seems Aunt Teresa has put her dream on hold because of her harsh reality, but I'll help her achieve that dream sooner. After Stella's first preliminary exam ended, Baek Yu-sung continued to diligently visit Aunt Teresa. Baek Yu-sung only needed to drop a few hints, and it clicked for Aunt Teresa instantly. She exclaimed happily, "You think so too? I was also thinking about adding a button to change the magic pen's color, and adding an eraser too. Yes, something like a mechanical pencil would be great." Eavesdropping from a distance, Baek Yu-sung looked incredibly pleased, thinking, perfect. Aunt Teresa's inventions are progressing quite well, but the official formula is still missing. I need to guide her so she finds the solution before Maizen does. It's really not easy at all. With that thought, Baek Yu-sung started to amble home. He was lost in thought. Suddenly a taunting voice rang out, grating on his ears. "Hey old man, what's with the way you're walking? Spacing out like that, you're going to run into someone." It turned out Flame was also wandering by. Baek Yu-sung stood with his arms crossed, a confused look on his face. He retorted, "What do you mean, old man?" Flame wouldn't let up, relentlessly attacking him. "Who else could it be but you, Gramps? Are you not getting it, or are you pretending not to?" Hearing that, Baek Yu-sung was speechless, thinking helplessly, "Damn it, this is so exhausting. But still. I've never told him my age, but he is talking to me more than before." At that thought, the protagonist switched to a serious mode. He said, "Anyway, you came at the perfect time. I have something important to talk to you about. You remember your roommate, that girl Reki?" After Flame heard the name of that pest, he looked annoyed. His face suddenly flushed red with anger, as he instinctively turned away, muttering, "That's illegal, you know." Baek Yuseo's hair stood on end in horror. He quickly jumped back, stuttering, what the hell are you thinking? I haven't even said anything yet." Baek Yuseo continued to instruct, "Please take good care of her. Her condition might not be very good right now." The main character was also anxiously calculating in his head. If she's affected by black magic, she'll be in an extremely unstable state. "What a pain," Flame replied nonchalantly. "I don't know for sure, but we've already planned to go hunting this weekend. So I'll check on her condition then." "Yeah, I'm counting on you then, Baek," Yuseo nodded. But deep down, Baek Yuseo was secretly scheming. A hunt. The hunting season is coming, and the target without a doubt is the starting point of Chapter 4, the Matavis Cemetery, that godforsaken place in the middle of nowhere. He recalled that main characters like Ma Yu-sung would be there, Ison and Flame, all of them heavy hitters. An earth-shattering battle with a level 5 necromancer would even take place here. He told himself not to get involved in the story, but if he could snag the hidden reward here, it would be useful for signing a contract with a familia. A few hours later, just as expected, Baek Yuseo was in Professor Lee's office asking for a permit to venture outside the academy. Professor Lee Hagen held Baek Yuseo's permit application. After reading it, he declared, "Training. But you probably won't be able to learn swordsmanship or knighthood at Stella. Dream on, kid." Hearing this, the main character froze, not knowing how to respond coolly. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to something, specifically Ma Yu-sung's application to go out. It seemed everything was going according to his predictions. They've started the hunt just like in my memory. Spot on. Seeing this, Baek Yuseo immediately began to plead with Professor Lee. "Sir, a lot of people are going out hunting recently. Please let me go too." Lee Hagen replied. "It seems like everyone is heading to the Matavis Cemetery for a club activity. They're probably looking for treasure, not going on a picnic." "That's right, sir. Ma Yu-sung and Hwan Ajong are both so diligent, not like those lazy bums." Professor Lee corrected him. "No. Ma Yu-sung said he's returning to his family. Hwan Ajong is with Flame, probably just hanging out." Hearing the professor say this, Baek Yuseo was startled and thought to himself, Ah, without Ma Yuseong, we can't possibly fend off the necromancer's attack. We're so screwed. I wonder what made Ma Yuseong want to go home. Is he missing his mom's cooking? But it's obvious that with the current lineup, we can't defeat a level 5 necromancer. We're pathetically weak. What should I do? I can't request reinforcements without concrete evidence. Besides, because of the plot, I can't provide all the information either. My hands are completely tied. But I can't just let things happen like this. I absolutely cannot let it happen. I'll definitely have to solve this myself. Who am I anyway? A few days later at the Matavi cemetery, a place so gloomy it was terrifying. A male student had just taken down a giant fish, probably to make sashimi. The monster was now just lying on the ground, gasping for air. It looked utterly pathetic. And this young man was the second-year student Dako Changkwang, a name that sounds pretty cool. He cheered excitedly. Alright, is this a level 2 threat? These credit fish are pretty strong, huh? No joke. Suddenly a nagging voice came from behind him, like a fishwife at the market. Hey you stupid bastard, don't screw things up like that. Did you not hear the captain's orders? Are your ears just for decoration? Let me introduce you. The one nagging is a second-year student, Kasif Derek, a rather handsome young man. After hearing him, Dako Changkwang scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Hey, yeah, my bad. I just got a little excited. Kasif Derek was furious. His face turned beet red. Damn you, you moron, you can still laugh, have you no shame? Another girl spoke up from a distance. Her voice was as light as a breeze. Just leave it. Talking more is just a waste of breath anyway. It's tiring. And this girl was the second-year student Bandi Jian, a beauty with long flowing hair. After speaking, Bandi Jian turned to Isan. Her voice was as sweet as honey. You don't need to pay any attention to them. Just ignore them. They're all just a bunch of weirdos. Isan replied, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Ah yes. Kasif Derek turned his head and shouted back, his voice full of defiance. Hey, I can hear you, you know. Don't think I'm deaf. Bandi Jian retorted coolly without a shred of respect. So what? Got a problem with that? Or are you itching for a fight? Kasif Derek snapped, his voice sounding like he was about to cry. You're being too loud. Watch what you say in front of a freshman. Don't make me angry. When I get angry, no one can stop me. Isan watched the group argue like a chaotic marketplace, and thought to herself, I only came along because I heard there was an open spot in the club. Otherwise, no way. Still, it's a good thing they're not bad people. Just a little childish. As she was lost in thought, the voice of her captain, Bandi Gian, rang out sweet as can be. Isan, let's go. We've had enough drama here. Yes, senior. Suddenly Bandi Gian. A loud explosion boomed and echoed from the distance, jolting the entire group as if they'd been struck by lightning. They stared blankly in the direction of the sound, their faces pale as they murmured, what was that? Could there be a fight nearby, or maybe fireworks? Bandi Gioner turned and made a rather bold suggestion. If our hunting grounds overlap, shouldn't we go? Say hello, Captain. What do you think? Or should we go see what the gossip is? Kasif Derek, still looking completely dazed, replied absent-mindedly. Yeah, sure. Let's go. As soon as he agreed, the entire team began marching confidently toward the source of the explosion. Their steps were powerful and full of spirit, as if they were marching into battle. Suddenly, Izon froze in her tracks, probably because she spotted a handsome guy. She quickly realized that in the distance it was La Hong Bi Dung and Flame, followed by the silhouettes of another group. Flame's identity was still unclear. He looked mysterious as hell. What were those two doing here? An unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. They were two sides of the same coin. Both possessed incredible skills. They were definitely a force to be reckoned with. From afar, the sounds of an argument echoed, sounding like they were about to come to blows. I clearly took down the giant piranha first. Are you trying to steal my kill? Bullshit. It was in our hunting zone, so it belongs to us. Don't you dare try to claim it. Before Izon's eyes lay a giant dead fish, its bared teeth looking quite gruesome. She thought to herself with some surprise. Is that a giant piranha? I heard it's a level 3 monster, and an extremely rare one at that. Probably a limited edition drop. They must be fighting over the spoils. What a bunch of greedy kids. But getting involved in this would just be a hassle. So tiring. Besides, I have absolutely no desire to face the sister of the man who killed my father. Just thinking about it is infuriating. No way, I'd better get out of here right now and fast. Suddenly someone spoke up. It was Kasif Derek. He approached them and spoke cheerfully, his voice like a kid about to get candy. Now, juniors. If something's wrong, you can tell your senior all about it. Hearing this, both Hong Bidung and Flame shouted in unison, their voices thundering. Shut your mouth and get lost, you nosy bastard. Annoyed Kasif, Derek continued, his face sullen. How dare you talk to a senior like that, you insolent brats, Hong Bidung replied, her voice dripping with contempt. If you're a senior, then you should act like one. Stop messing around. This very statement threw the once confident captain into a state of confusion, causing him to stammer. Stuttering and stammering, he sputtered, "Whoa, what? Why would you say that?" Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed out, and the ground began to shake violently, just like an earthquake. A mysterious energy radiated outwards. A chill ran down Fo Len's spine, so cold it felt like it pierced his bones. He thought to himself, his face turning deathly pale. This energy. I have a bad feeling about this. Something's about to happen. A skeletal hand burst forcefully from the ground. It was like something out of a horror movie. Everyone was completely stunned. No one could have predicted this. It was truly unbelievable. Their eyes were wide with shock, as if they were about to pop out of their heads. They were clearly shocked to the core. Fo Len was completely freaked out, exclaiming in a trembling voice, "No way! What the hell is this?" A skeleton had appeared, and it looked absolutely disgusting. In front of them, countless dried corpses were charging forward. They opened their maws wide, letting out terrifying screams as if they wanted to eat everyone alive. Meanwhile, in another part of the cemetery, a rather creepy warning sign stood. "Warning, do not enter alone. Don't say we didn't warn you." The system updated its voice monotonous like a rap verse. Experience and skills have increased. Experience and stats have increased. A familiar figure appeared. Baek-Yuseo sighed, his voice full of regret. Sigh. If only I could use magic that would be so overpowered. Why did it have to be Blink so lame? The truth is, our protagonist had already defeated quite a few giant monsters. He was no amateur. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground. It looked like a battlefield. Suddenly, the protagonist looked around, blankly murmuring as if he'd lost his soul. Well, I guess it's time. I can't hesitate any longer. In the distance, gloomy-looking tombstones peeked into view. Baek-Yuseo quickly spotted what he was looking for and said excitedly, "Ah, I found it. What a lucky break." For a moment, the protagonist's expression turned sad, as if he was thinking of something unpleasant. "I don't have an overpowered skill to wipe out an entire skeleton army like Ma Yusung does. Nor do I have overwhelming power. There's only one way to survive here. What a pain. I have to fight like a player. I can't just rely on luck." Chapter 4. The Necromancer's Attack begins. This already sounds exciting. The ground suddenly began to shake violently, as if something gigantic was moving underneath. Immediately, something started to rise from the ground, sprouting up with incredible speed. A skeleton general, the commander of hundreds of skeletons, appeared with blood-red eyes. It radiated a fierce fire, looking like the very image of a demon. It bared its hideous set of teeth, glaring in Baek-Yuseo's direction. It probably wanted to take him out. The protagonist thought to himself, his expression tense. This is the skeleton general, a sub-boss level monster. It only appears 3 times in this chapter. It's a rare spawn for sure. With my current strength, if I face it head-on, I'm dead for sure. There's no chance of winning. Of course. I have no intention of doing that. I'm not stupid enough to charge to my death. With that thought, the protagonist grabbed its head and punched it hard. He yelled powerfully, "Get back in there, you monster." The unwritten rule of comics is that when someone is transforming or summoning something, you're supposed to stand still and watch, not make a move. But that doesn't mean you have to just stand by and watch. You have to adapt to the situation. Vertebrae staff complete. Piece of cake. Now command over the skeleton general belongs to me. How awesome is that? So what am I waiting for? The whole world is mine now. Let's begin. Time to party. Over here, skeletons were appearing in greater numbers like mushrooms after the rain. Very quickly, they rushed in and surrounded the group. A cold aura radiated ceaselessly from them. "It's so cold I'm shivering," Fo Len thought, his face turning pale. "I was careless. I let my guard down. So careless." This is the Necromancer chapter. Huh. But something about that feels wrong. Something isn't right. If I remember correctly, the one who's supposed to clear this chapter is Ma Yusong. So why is it me? Why is Yusong with these people? Did he get lost? Where is Ma Yusong? What corner is he hiding in? Don't tell me I have to face a level 5 necromancer with these people. What terrible luck. Seeing Fo Len losing his composure, his face bewildered, Prince Huan Azong spoke up to reassure him, his voice as gentle as a breeze. "I've already sent a distress signal to Stella Academy. With my pocket watch. Don't worry, we just need to hold out until they arrive. Let's hang in there," Doggo Tron Kwang, a red-haired second-year student, added with a confident voice. "That's right. We just have to wait a little longer, and the professors from Stella will be here. They'll take care of everything. Even if we can't defeat the necromancer, we can at least escape. Running is our best bet." Just then, Hong Bijong also spoke up, her voice serious. "Now is not the time for such comforting words. It's useless. This is a cemetery. The longer we drag this out, the more skeletons will appear. This is no joke. We need to get back to base quickly, or we're all dead. The girl Jackie backed away fearfully as she saw the grotesque mob of skeletons approaching, murmuring in a voice that trembled like a leaf. Don't come near me, I'm terrified. It opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to swallow its prey whole. Roar. It looked so damn ferocious. Suddenly, a powerful force struck the skeleton from behind, stopping it from charging forward. Jackie was lucky to have narrowly escaped death. It seems she managed to survive this ordeal. Phew, what a relief. The one who just intervened was none other than Ison, a true heroine. She asked in a concerned voice, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Jackie, still trembling, stammered in reply, her voice on the verge of tears. I'm okay. Thank you." John Kwang chimed in with praise, his voice full of admiration. "Oh, the freshman's pretty good, huh? She's no slouch." Ison continued in an analytical tone. "It seems this necromancer prepared thoroughly. They're no amateur. It's highly likely he created an energy container. He really put in the effort." An energy container is a technique necromancers use to store their mana, a pretty powerful trick. Even for a necromancer, mana is limited, not infinite. If they were to summon skeletons the normal way, a level 3 or 4 necromancer could only summon a maximum of 15 of them, no more. And yet this guy is able to control such a large area. He must be extraordinary, definitely a master. Doko John Kwang added, his voice filled with worry. "The number of skeletons swarming here is like a colony of ants. Looks like this was planned long ago, not just some random event. They probably want to kill us to create skeleton mages. What a vicious plot." Kasif Derek thought to himself with a forced smile, his face full of determination. "As the captain, I have to prove myself here. I can't afford to lose face. I'll wipe them all out with a powerful spell. That'll teach them." But life isn't always like a dream, and reality is often far from imagination. How brutal. Suddenly a skeleton got close and grabbed Kasif Derek's leg tightly, catching him off guard. His face went pale with fear as he screamed, "Oh no, it's all over for me now. Help me." But before he could even react, Doko John Kwang was a step ahead, lunging forward to attack the skeleton, decisively and powerfully. What a good friend. As he fought, he yelled confidently, his voice full of spirit. "Damn, you don't even think about escaping. You're dead for sure." But suddenly, a hand appeared right in front of the captain's face, looking quite terrifying. In an instant, he was unable to resist. He was completely helpless. Doko John Kwang quickly noticed something was wrong, thinking to himself with a wary expression. "Damn it, are they casting a spell? Or pulling some kind of trick? They're counterattacking. This is damn dangerous. Get down or we're dead." An incredibly terrifying source of power was gradually forming, radiating an immense oppressive aura. It felt so unstable, like it could explode at any moment. This was no joke. Everyone was startled, their eyes filled with alarm, their faces pale. Hong Bijong screamed in terror, his voice full of despair. "No, if that thing explodes, we're all dead." But before he could finish his sentence, boom, an earth-shattering sound erupted as a massive explosion occurred. It rocked the entire cemetery like an atomic bomb. The blast left behind a huge deep crater, and more than a few people were injured. There was blood everywhere. Luckily, Flame was completely unharmed. What a lucky break. However, the horde of skeletons were still charging forward relentlessly like moths to a flame. Flame thought to herself, her face as pale as a sheet. "This is wrong. This is my limit. I'm too tired. I can't take it anymore. This is not good. My mana is almost completely depleted and there's not enough time to recover. We're truly hanging by a thread. Most importantly, the enemy is too numerous, like a swarm of ants." At the same time, the skeletons were approaching, their mouths open, screaming, looking like hungry demons. Just a glance would be enough to make the faint of heart terrified. Damn, this is scary as hell. Flame gripped her staff tightly, struggling to observe the situation. Trying to stay calm, she thought worriedly, her voice filled with despair. "Am I going to die here? It can't be." But suddenly, the skeletons that were charging towards her came to a halt, as if someone was controlling them. It was so strange. She couldn't believe her eyes. How could something like that happen? Her eyes widened in astonishment. She must have been in shock. Flame exclaimed in bewilderment, her voice full of surprise. "What? The skeletons stopped, or did something happen to them? What the hell is going on? So confusing." In the distance, the faint silhouette of someone approaching could be seen, looking quite mysterious. It was none other than Baek Yuseo, our protagonist. He appeared like a god descending to earth, saving everyone here. A true hero. Flame never expected Baek Yuseo to appear here at such a perfect time, as if it had been arranged beforehand. The girl composed herself and asked with a curious voice why he was here, wondering if he was lost. It was then that Flame noticed the rather gruesome skull Baek Yuseo was holding in his hand. Very quickly, Flame recognized it and pondered with a thoughtful expression. Isn't that the skeleton general? A pretty powerful boss. The skeleton general is much stronger than a regular skeleton soldier. However, they're usually escorted by elite skeleton soldiers. They don't just wander around alone. And yet he faced the skeleton general all by himself and managed to capture him. That's unbelievable. So ridiculously badass. But maybe we can survive. A glimmer of hope appeared. After a while, everyone else gradually came to probably having just gone through a major shock. Senior Dako Cheonguang spoke up, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to survive. You are our savior. Our protagonist replied modestly with a polite tone. It was nothing, just a small thing. Just then Ipin spoke up. Her voice was full of curiosity. But how did you get the skeleton general's head? Is there some kind of secret technique? Our protagonist replied confidently, with a humorous tone. Oh, this I fished it out of a bone broth pot. It was delicious. But inwardly he thought with a calculating expression, there's no need to reveal that I ambushed him at his summoning site, right? Keeping it a secret makes me look cool. But Baekhyuseo's joke left Ipin completely speechless. She really didn't know what else to say. Hearing that, who could even argue? She was at a loss. Then Baekhyuseo calmly said in a serious tone, anyway, we need to come up with a new plan quickly. We can't delay any longer. If that necromancer starts directly controlling the skeletons and ignores the skeleton general, it'll be a huge pain. This is no joke. Hearing this, Doko Cheonguang asked curiously, Hey Junior, do you have a plan? Or any brilliant ideas? Our protagonist replied confidently. On my way here, I saw that the necromancers have already taken control of the area near the base. There's no way to break through this encirclement. The situation is dire, so there's only one way. We have to strike directly at their main body. We can't run away. After hearing this, everyone was bewildered by Baekhyuseo's audacity. He truly feared nothing. Suddenly someone exclaimed, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Wait, are you in your right mind, or did the shock get to you? Baekhyuseo replied nonchalantly with a deadpan voice. Didn't we learn this at the academy? It's basic knowledge. Although a necromancer has the powerful ability to control skeleton soldiers, his own body is nothing to worry about. It's pathetically weak. Bandy Jian continued anxiously. But he's definitely surrounded by an army of guards. He won't be alone. Our protagonist interjected with a decisive tone. The necromancer's control range is already too wide. There's no way to escape without attacking the main body directly. We won't be able to get out. The only way is death. As he said this, he thought to himself, with a calculating look. Currently, the necromancer's guard consists of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeleton soldiers, and 50 regular skeleton soldiers. They're swarming like ants. This number will only increase, and our only chance is right now. I can't miss it. But how do I convince everyone? This is a tough one. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone speak up with a trusting voice. He might seem a little foolish, but when it comes to combat and strategy, he has more experience than us. We can't underestimate him. Hong Bidong added, in agreement, I agree. To be honest, in this situation, there's no way to break the encirclement. Our only option is to risk it. The necromancer would never expect us to attack his main body directly. It would be a complete surprise. The 2 upperclassmen looked at each other. Perhaps that was the only way to get out of here alive. There was no other choice. I don't know what you're basing this on, but we can't split up on our own, so I'll help. Let's risk it. All right, let's give it a shot. We'll go all out. Bandy Jian said cheerfully, his voice filled with hope. Before the necromancer finds out we still have a chance, we have to seize it. At the same time, in another location in the graveyard, a place so gloomy it was chilling, a figure appeared. He spoke with an arrogant tone. Running into Stella's little chicks in a place like this. What luck. The heavens are truly on my side. If I turn them into skeleton mages, even the Dark Magic Alliance won't dare to look down on me. I will become the supreme ruler. And this man was the 5th rank necromancer of the Dark Magic Tower, Sabahyuch, a name that sounded horrifying. For 7 long years, I've been accumulating mana in this mana flask. I'm not to be trifled with. There are 700 skeletons resting in this place. A mighty army. No one will ever look down on me again. I am invincible. Heh heh. Suddenly he froze, unable to believe his eyes. His face was blank. What is this? I've suddenly lost all feeling. Am I paralyzed? Could it be? My general has been defeated. Impossible. Even more shocking, a chilling cracking sound suddenly rang out. An incredibly powerful force was directly assailing the shield behind him, threatening to shatter everything. He was so stunned, he froze in place. He couldn't understand what was happening. This was completely unexpected. Even the piles of bones behind him were shaking violently on the verge of collapsing. His face went pale as a horrifying thought crossed his mind. My shield created with 4th tier magic is cracking. No way. How the hell is this happening? This is unreal. Overcome with rage, he roared furiously. You bastard, I won't let you get away. You're dead. Everything happened in a flash, leaving him no time to react. He could only stare blankly ahead, completely caught off guard. Then suddenly a massive, deafening explosion erupted, as if a bomb had gone off. The towering piles of dry skeletons were completely obliterated, reduced to dust. That flame was the combined power of Baekhyseo's entire group. Their talent was not to be underestimated. This was the true power of teamwork. A moment later, the explosion subsided, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of smoke and dust. He was so stunned, it was as if he were frozen to the spot. He couldn't even take a single step. The shock was immense, and a bitter feeling washed over his entire body. Seething with indignation, he thought, his face contorted with rage. Damn it, I got too careless. That was a huge mistake. I can't believe they dared to attack my true body directly. What a bunch of reckless fools. Even if they're just a bunch of rookies, Stella is still Stella. I can't underestimate them. They're no joke. I didn't want to resort to this, but fighting them like this is just too dangerous. I can't play around anymore. I have to summon my elite bone soldiers. There's no other choice. With this thought, he horrifically bit his own fingertip, drawing blood. Immediately after, he spread his arms wide and shouted with a powerful voice. You unfortunate souls, hear my command. I am your master. The ground split apart violently as if an earthquake had struck. Then, terrifying skeleton warriors emerged, each one flashing a grotesque grin like a demon. Quickly, a legion of skeletons formed surrounding the necromancer, a truly formidable army. But every action has its price. He suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his body having sustained significant damage. It must have been from overexerting himself. Sabahyuk wiped the blood from his mouth, his face twisted in a furious, bitter expression. Although summoning the bone soldiers has taken its toll on me, this will be enough. I don't need any more. Hold them back for me, kill every last one of them, spare no one. Upon receiving the order, the horde of skeletons roared and charged forward like starved beasts. Meanwhile, he watched from a distance, laughing smugly as he gloated. Good fight, well, keep it up, now I can finally relax. There was nothing left to worry about. Or so he thought. But like hell, he was safe. Baekhyeseo quickly activated his flash skill. It was an incredibly effective move. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared right behind the necromancer. As quick as lightning, the necromancer realized someone was behind him. He whipped around and yelled in alarm. His voice was filled with terror. Damn it, who are you? Why are you here? Baekhyeseo simply gave a faint smirk, not even bothering to answer pure contempt. At that moment, the necromancer's face went pale as he thought in terror. But I clearly knew the locations of all 12 Stella Academy students through my bone soldier's vision. There's no way I was wrong. So how the hell did this brat get so close to me? Since when was he here? This is unreal. Suddenly his eyes flew open in utter shock as if he were seeing a ghost. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, what Baekhyeseo was holding in his hand. Utterly bewildered, his voice trembled uncontrollably. No way. Isn't that my bone general? Why is it here? You bastard, how did you get your hands on it? What did you do to him? But unexpectedly, Baekhyeseo simply let the skull drop from his hand. He looked completely nonchalant as it hit the ground with a loud grating thud. But he wasn't done yet. Our hero brought his sword down hard on it, as if intending to crush it completely. As his bone general was destroyed, Sabahyuk's internal injuries worsened dramatically. He coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood. His face turned deathly pale. Clutching his chest, he couldn't help but think with bitter indignation, damn it. I was too careless. What a grave mistake. So this is the true power of a Stella Academy student die. I can't believe it. Meanwhile, our protagonist was sweating as he thought to himself, probably a bit shaken as well. That was supposed to be Doggo's job. John Kwong and Bandy Gyeon were supposed to handle the skeleton soldiers and come support me, but they're pinned down by those elite skeletons. What terrible luck. Am I supposed to fight all by myself? Carry the whole team alone? I'm the weakest one among them, so why do I have to be the one to carry? Maybe I should just run away. Yeah, running is the best strategy. But then our hero felt that this move was a bit of a mistake. Definitely not a good idea. Suddenly, the necromancer coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, looking quite pathetic. This snapped Baekhyeseo back to his senses. He must have been lost in his own thoughts. It was only now that he realized how bad the man's current condition looked. It seems he's also injured, not in perfect shape at all. So that's it. He must have overexerted himself summoning the elite skeleton soldiers. That's why he has internal injuries. He brought this on himself. It looks like I might be able to do this right. This is my chance. Thinking this, a confident and cool-looking smile unconsciously appeared on his face. At that very same moment, as Hongbirong's flames blazed up as if to incinerate everything, the members of the group unleashed a finishing blow to destroy one of the elite skeleton soldiers. A pretty well-coordinated attack. Thanks to that, they successfully wiped out the 3 elite skeletons the necromancer had ordered to chase them, a truly glorious achievement. But at that moment there were still 4 more elite skeletons as numerous as ants. Princess Hongbirong was gradually getting exhausted as she was continuously attacked by the remaining elite skeletons. She was clearly struggling. The tired girl thought to herself, her face filled with worry. This is not good. Everyone is exhausted. The situation has become serious. This is no longer a joke. Because the necromancer's power suddenly surged, all I can do now is try to hold on for as long as possible. There's no way I can counterattack. But I have to deal with them quickly and get to Baekhyuseo. I can't leave him by himself. Suddenly Reki ran over and said frantically, her voice full of urgency, "Princess, this is bad. The necromancer and Baekhyuseo are in a one-on-one life-or-death duel." Hongbirong gasped, her voice full of shock. "What? That's impossible." She cast her gaze forward to where Baekhyuseo and the necromancer were, fighting a rather dramatic scene. A powerful surge of energy radiated outwards. As if it wanted to destroy everything, it seemed the fight was incredibly fierce, with neither side giving an inch. Hongbirong muttered. Her face was full of worry. "This is big trouble. This is completely different from the original plan. I really couldn't have predicted this. For some reason, Baekhyuseo is the only one facing the necromancer. Is he supposed to carry the whole team by himself?" By now the Stella Academy students were spread out all over the place, each in a different location. They were probably splitting up the necromancer's forces to take out the enemies one by one, a pretty logical strategy. Can Baekhyuseo hold him off until we arrive, or is he going to be killed? "If you die, I'll never forgive you, you damn idiot. You have to try your best, don't you dare give up." Meanwhile, over here, our hero was still relentlessly using his blink skill, moving with the agility of a squirrel. His eyes were wide open, observing, trying to find a logical solution, instead of just fighting blindly. His precise judgment, along with his skill, his blink helped Baekhyuseo temporarily evade their attacks. What a stroke of luck. Knowing he couldn't dodge forever, Baekhyuseo decided to go for a high-risk, high-reward play, just like he used to back in the game. Time to go all out. He suddenly blinked right next to the necromancer, a rather daring move. The level 5 necromancer, seeing Baekhyuseo's reckless move, gritted his teeth and threatened him, his voice filled with anger. "Humph. You won't take me down that easily. Don't even dream of it. I'll show you what I'm made of." After he spoke, a cage of bones enveloped him, looking quite sturdy. Baekhyuseo gave a faint smile, his face filled with contempt. "I was expecting more, but is this all you've got? How pathetic. For situations just like this one, I've already prepared a coca potion. The perfect counter for skeleton soldiers in this situation. Now that's what I call being prepared. Haha, now this playground is all mine. Time to go wild." With that thought, Baekhyuseo threw 2 vials of coca in his direction. A pretty accurate throw. Immediately the bones began to corrode rapidly, dissolving into liquid. The necromancer's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. He must have been in shock. The protection magic he was so proud of was slowly disintegrating, like ice melting under the summer sun. Remembering the trash he had just talked, his face couldn't help but turn red with embarrassment. How humiliating. Then he screamed furiously, his voice filled with rage. "You damn little rat. How dare you destroy my bone shield? Are you asking to die? Destroy him for me. Don't leave a single one of them alive." Instantly, a multitude of sharp bones shot towards Baekhyuseo like arrows. But like hell that would work. Baekhyuseo had already blinked behind the necromancer long ago, as fast as a flash of lightning. You smugly grip the sword in your hand, your face full of confidence, thinking this is it, a golden opportunity. Just when you thought it would be a one-hit kill, he unexpectedly turns around, a twisted, terrifying smile spreading across his face. "You took the bait, you naive fool." It seems everything went exactly as he predicted. He knew you were coming from behind. What a crafty old fox. Our protagonist finally understands his face, a mask of shock. Damn it. So I was the one who got tricked. Holy crap, just my luck. Suddenly, a sharp bone juts out from the ground and brutally pierces through our hero's leg. It's a bloody mess with fresh blood splattering everywhere, a horrifying sight. Baekhyuseo writhes in agony and frustration. He thinks his face contorted in pain. Damn it, I'm hit. It hurts like hell. Suppressing the agony, our hero tries to back away, struggling to keep his composure. Sabahyuk laughs triumphantly, his voice dripping with glee. "Ha ha, you bastard. You ran your mouth and caused a ruckus, and now you get this bitter end. You deserve it." Go on, keep talking big. Let's see how long you can keep that up. Haha. Feeling the searing pain shoot up his leg, our hero pants heavily, his mind racing. Maybe I was too careless. That was a mistake. Even if he's injured, he's still a genuine level 5 mage. I can't underestimate him. But I can't die here. I still have so much to do. He must be exhausted. There's no way he's at full strength. His constant use of magic has been weakening his body. In other words, this is his limit. It doesn't matter if he's level 5 or not, he's not invincible. What should I do? I have to figure something out. But if I can just land one more hit, I can finish him. This is my chance. But the pain is so intense, I can't focus my mind. This is torture. Even my sixth sense skill isn't activating. My head is pounding like it's about to split open. I can't take it. Even using blink right now is a huge challenge. I'm completely stuck. What do? I have to think of something. Suddenly, an idea flashes through Baek Yuseo's mind. It's like a light at the end of the tunnel. That's right. That's it. I've got a plan. But while our hero is lost in thought with his head down, the necromancer appears right in front of him. He's dangerously close, already preparing an attack, a confident smirk on his face as if to finish him off. Die, you piece of trash. Our hero quickly realizes he can't hesitate any longer. Without a second thought, our hero bolts forward, running for his life like a hunted animal. But because of his injury, he stumbles and falls flat on his face, looking utterly pathetic. Seeing our hero's miserable state, the necromancer bursts into maniacal laughter, his voice dripping with malice. Haha, look at you running for your life. How pathetic. You look absolutely pitiful, just like a dog. But Baek Yuseo pays no mind to his taunts. He tells himself with a determined expression. Just a little further, keep going. Our hero struggles, dragging himself forward one step at a time like a cripple. But the necromancer doesn't stop his jeering, his voice dripping with contempt. Haha, it's useless to struggle. You're dead for sure. I'll kill you right here. There's no escape. But Baek Yuseo doesn't seem to think so. He lets out a small smirk and says, I've already won. You've lost. The distance between me and the necromancer is 13 meters. A perfect distance. This means I don't have to cancel my blink skill's momentum. Perfect. The necromancer is still confused, wondering what trick he's trying to pull, when suddenly his eyes widen in absolute terror. It's like he's seen a ghost. In less than a second, Baek Yuseo blinks in a flash, appearing right in front of the necromancer. Our hero grits his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain in his leg. He pours every last ounce of his strength into his sword, and delivers a fatal blow, piercing straight through the necromancer's heart. A perfect finishing blow. Blood splatters everywhere in a gruesome display. At that very moment, back with Baek Yuseo's teammates, the attacking skeleton soldiers suddenly freeze in place as their master, the necromancer, dies. To everyone's astonishment, the entire skeleton army dissolves into dust, vanishing as if they had never existed. Witnessing this, Dojin Kwang, his senior, stammers in disbelief. Could it be? Did Baek Yuseo actually defeat the necromancer? No way. As if waking from a nightmare, Jackie collapses to the ground, the shock overwhelming her. Her eyes are wide with disbelief as she mumbles, her voice trembling. I can't believe it. Baek Yuseo actually defeated a level 5 necromancer. It's a miracle. Her words act like a signal breaking the spell. It's as if everyone has been brought back from the brink of death. The entire group erupts in joyous cheers. We're alive, we're not going to die. Although no one knew how a first-year student managed to defeat a necromancer, that wasn't important anymore. What mattered was that they had survived. All they knew was that they were alive. That single truth was the only thing present in their hearts. It was a wonderful feeling. Someone cheered, crying tears of joy, clearly overwhelmed. The scene cuts to our protagonist, Baek Yuseo, after he took down the necromancer. That was also the moment he collapsed from exhaustion, lying flat on the ground like a dead fish. A moment later, he slowly came to, panting, his face etched with fatigue. I'm so exhausted. I want to go home right now. I don't want to be here anymore. Afterward, the Magic Knights from Stella Academy immediately flew to the cemetery, gathered the information, and brought the entire group back to the school. It had been a pretty exhausting trip. As soon as he returned to the academy, our protagonist was called out and scolded by Professor Lee. In a stern voice he said, Baek Yuseo, you told me you were going to train in a place with beautiful scenery and fresh air, but you ended up at a cemetery. You lied. I suppose the air at a cemetery is quite fresh, is it? Or maybe you enjoy the scent there. Baek Yuseo had no excuse for Professor Lee's sarcasm, so he simply bowed his head and apologized. In a remorseful tone, he said, I'm sorry, sir. I only got off the bus because I thought something bad was about to happen. It wasn't on purpose. The professor nodded, his voice softening a little. I understand what you mean, but rules are rules. You will be punished, and there are no exceptions, so don't even try to beg. However, the fact that you didn't hesitate to rush into battle to protect your friends despite breaking Stella Academy's rules is commendable. You are a good student. You did very well. The school will grant you a fitting reward and bonus points. This is your reward for your courage. Look forward to it and don't you forget. Yes, sir. Thank you. You're the best. After saying that, Professor Lee turned and walked away. He was probably off to handle other business, leaving our protagonist standing there alone, sighing, his face deep in thought. Alright, I should get going. No reason to stay here. The doctor said it'll take a few days for the wound on my thigh to recover, so I need to rest up and get better, otherwise I'll just get chewed out again. As he was walking and thinking, the sound of someone's footsteps approached as lightly as a passing breeze. Baek Yuseo turned his head. He wondered who was coming to thank him, or perhaps to collect a debt. It turned out to be none other than the female-led Isun, a beautiful and talented girl. In the story, Isun is a girl who always wears a radiant smile like an angel. No matter how heavy the burden on her shoulders, she always stands firm and overcomes every difficulty in the face of adversity. A truly strong person. She is an absolutely wonderful character that everyone adores. Noticing Baek Yuseo staring at her, Isun spoke, her voice as gentle as the wind. I'm truly grateful for what you did today. You're our savior. The protagonist replied lightly with a humorous tone. Then you can treat me to a meal next time. I won't let you off the hook otherwise. But Isun's expression didn't look too good, as if something was wrong. She thought to herself, her face pensive. There's one thing I learned from this incident. No, even from before. A hard lesson that there are so many people in this world more outstanding than I am. I'm just a single grain of sand in a vast desert. But until now, I'd always considered myself an unparalleled genius. That assessment still hasn't changed. I'm still that confident. However, it wasn't until I enrolled at Stella Academy that I realized just how vast this world truly is. There's no shortage of truly extraordinary people. I was just a frog in a well. I came to Stella Academy with the goal of becoming the best, someone no one could surpass, but I've realized that's no easy task. It's just so hard. Suddenly, Isun spoke up, her voice filled with curiosity. Could I do something like that? If I try, can I become like you? Or is that impossible? This question took our protagonist by surprise. He thought to himself in confusion, a worried look on his face. This is bad. The Isun from before would never have asked a question like that. Something is definitely wrong. Maybe. Isun became like this because of me. Did I do something wrong? In the original plot, Isun was supposed to face all the trials a main character goes through, and by some miracle, she would overcome every single one of them. She's a truly extraordinary person. The Necromancer's raid was supposed to be the same, no different. Isun probably would have managed the situation using a strategy she devised herself, and thanks to those efforts, she would have turned the tables. She's a brilliant person. However, because I interfered, Isun only had to endure the hardship, and there was no part where she got to overcome that so-called adversity. She really has the worst luck. Right now, she still relies on those around her instead of solving things herself, so no matter how many events she goes through, Isun's spirit remains as fragile as a delicate flower. The protagonist didn't know how to answer her question for a moment. It was truly a difficult question, and saying empty platitudes would only hurt Isun more. It would have no effect, so Baek Yuseo decided to speak from the bottom of his heart. He gave her sincere advice. You don't need to ask me. You've already shown things that others thought were impossible. You've done something extraordinary, a true miracle. Be confident in your success. Hearing this, Isun asked in surprise, her voice filled with curiosity. How did you know that? Do you have superpowers or something? The protagonist replied gently, his voice full of warmth. Because I've always been watching you. I know what kind of person you are. This answer only made Isun feel more flustered. Her mind was probably racing, and her cheeks suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. She looked quite cute. Seeing Isun's reaction, the protagonist was startled and thought to himself, his face filled with panic. Wait a minute, doesn't that make me sound like a stalker? Crap, what the hell did I just say? I'm such an idiot. Then the flustered protagonist said his goodbyes and left like a thief. I'll be going now, goodbye. Only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. He probably just had a narrow escape. Oh god, I almost got busted, damn it. That was close. Meanwhile, Isun was deep in thought about what Baek Yuseo had said, probably thinking a lot. He said he's always been watching me. Or was he joking? I've never had anyone care about me, the child of a traitor. I'm just an outcast. Even when people do, their only purpose is to scrutinize and criticize my mistakes. Not because they genuinely care. No one really cares about me, I'm so lonely. However, he said he's always been watching me. Or did I hear him wrong? The young man Baek Yuseo's words had pierced through Isun's frozen heart, like a warm sunbeam. It flowed through her veins and remained in her mind. Isun couldn't forget it. She could feel her heart pounding, a fire growing within her, a truly strange sensation. Her passion for magic and her seemingly lost goals were once again awakened as if reborn. Before Ison could realize it, the sun had appeared on the horizon. A new day had begun. A new day began in a bustling and vibrant city, where the world's most outstanding mages gathered. The Magic Council, a place full of power, a place where people had immersed themselves in magic, so much that they couldn't pull away like addicts. And here a momentous event was about to take place, an event that captured everyone's attention. Right now, everyone was talking about how a student from the academy, Stella, had defeated a level 5 necromancer. Truly shocking news. This is absurd. What era is this for a necromancer to appear? Is someone joking? Could it be that those dark magicians haven't really disappeared with time, or are they plotting something? What a sensational piece of news. But the fact that a student from Stella Academy had defeated a level 5 necromancer was absolutely true. It couldn't be wrong. Hearing everyone buzzing about the necromancer, Bekiyuseo thought to himself, his face full of confusion. It's just an award ceremony, but the Ministry of Magic reporters and even nobles are here to watch. They're really overdoing it. This is too much. Or is there something shady going on? Wait a minute. Why does Princess Hongbijong look so excited? Did something good happen? Look at him, he's overjoyed. He probably won the lottery. Sensing Bekiyuseo looking at her, Hongbijong turned back with her usual cold expression and said, her voice full of irritation, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a pretty girl before?" The protagonist replied, awkwardly stammering, It's nothing, I was just spacing out." Then Professor Lee Hongol looked towards everyone present and shouted, his voice full of authority, "Everyone be quiet." Order. A solemn atmosphere filled the hall. Today, 13 golden faces of bravery, the ones who carried the team and fought against the dark magician, will be called to receive their rewards. The prestige of the reward is even greater, as the principal himself will present it to you. This shocking news left all 13 rookies stunned. They were completely bewildered, especially Bekiyuseo. He never would have imagined that. The person presenting the awards would be Elman Elwin, a level 9 mage, a legendary idol, humanity's final boss. The presence of Elman Elwin, a familiar NPC from the game and practically a main character, made the ceremony even more epic. Even though he was 300 years old, his appearance defied his age, looking like an 18-year-old with a perpetually gentle smile. But hidden behind that cutesy pie appearance was the overwhelming power of the world's most badass mage, a man with a nickname that would make anyone shudder, the destructive murderer. While everyone was still trying to process what was happening, Elman Elwin gracefully glided past each student. He patted them on the shoulder one by one, offering encouragement. "You all did very well. Continue to work hard and be brave in the future." Then the respected headmaster took majestic steps, approaching Big Yusun's position, his eyes as clear as a child's. Can you believe it? This is a 300-year-old headmaster. His face looked even younger than the students, yet standing before him, our protagonist felt an intense pressure. He couldn't help but gulp. How could a single glance be this intimidating? He was getting mentally scarred. This was level 9, a rank only 10 people in the world possessed. No, I can't back down now. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The headmaster seemed to notice how strung out he was. He gave a gentle, bright smile and said, "Still working as hard as ever, I see." Just as I expected. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving our protagonist with a giant question mark floating over his head. What did he mean by that? A moment later, an announcement over the speakers signaled that the awards ceremony had officially wrapped up. Back in his dorm, Big Yusun stared at the check and the accompanying certificate, his jaw dropping in amazement. Astounded, he exclaimed, "Whoa, they gave me a whole 5 million credits. This is awesome. With this much money, I probably won't have to worry about finances for a long time." Even in his wildest dreams, our protagonist never imagined the academy would be so generous, giving out such a huge sum of money. This amount might be nothing to rich kids like Hong Beyonce or Hei Ganlang, but for someone from a difficult background like Big Yusun or Isan, this was truly a massive reward. On top of that, the ultimate prize in the reward chain for this incident was the mana container of a death mage. It could be considered the very heart of a necromancer. He happily muttered to himself, "It's a bit tricky to use right now, but with Antonisa, I'll soon be able to create a personal space, and carrying items around will be easy peasy." However, to do that, first I have to solve the Du-Thoa formula of the chaos algorithm. Luckily, the other students were happy to give up their slots. He breathed a sigh of relief. Next up were the system rewards. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's Raid has been completed. You have received a large amount of experience. Due to unique story progression, you will receive an additional reward from the Constancio project. The rewards include 1. A lead version of an item used in the game, 2. A demo version of a skill acquired in the game, and 3. Experience points. After reading the information, he couldn't help but be stunned. He was completely baffled that this kind of reward even existed. It's not that he didn't like it, but he was slowly realizing just how much of a noob he currently was. So he really needed this compensation. This required some serious thought. He figured the most important thing right now was skills. Then, let's put it into the experience points for the blink skill. And after that last battle, he realized just how pathetic he was. Trying to keep up like everyone else was pointless. He had to get ahead using the knowledge he already had. After finalizing his choice, the system immediately announced the reward had been granted. The experience points for the blink skill were sufficient. The skill has been upgraded. Blink is now at level 2. Maximum range 12 meters. Maximum charges 3. Cooldown time 3 seconds. Our protagonist could clearly feel the change in himself. Although the distance hadn't increased and was still the same, this was enough for now. Big Yuun clenched his fist in joy. Finally, the number of charges for Blink has increased to 3. Now I can use it a lot more freely. Since he had some time to chill, his thoughts immediately turned to the next problem. Isan's situation was a bit of a mess. Originally, Isan grew up facing all sorts of hardships and adversity, but it seems she was quite culture shocked by the necromancer incident that day. As he recalled, the original case was even lamer than this version, and it wasn't much better either. Next was Isan. He thought he wanted to help her a little, so that the top-tier magnificent talent she didn't even know she possessed could be unleashed. The scene then shifts to a dark meditation class. Isan was also present. She seemed to be drifting in a dream world floating in mid-air. It felt pretty good. A cold wind blew past and she felt as if something was trapped inside her. Isan tried to push it out again and again, but she kept failing. She was startled by someone's voice. Student Isan. She hurriedly looked around and saw the other student sitting cross-legged, meditating just like her. Isan thought to herself, did I completely space out and fall asleep? A translucent butterfly flew past Isan's ear carrying the professor's voice. Isan, why are you using magic during meditation? Just look above your head. Hearing that, she looked up with wide, astonished eyes. Indeed, a solitary pillar of ice was floating in the air. Not far from her, she had used magic without even realizing it. Isan was stunned, thinking, wait, what? When did I create this? I didn't perform any formulas or calculations. No way the other students didn't notice either. Even if it's just first-level magic, I should still be able to feel the flow of mana. If this is really the effect of meditation, Big Yuun had introduced her to meditation, which made her very curious. She was a little intimidated before, but this is surprising. The effect isn't just good, it's incredible. The other students who are meditating seem to be distracted by other thoughts, or they're dozing off, but whenever they clear their minds and meditate, their concentration increases at lightning speed, and the casting speed of their magic increases dramatically. Could it be that Big Yuun planned all of this? A moment later, the meditation session ended. Students flocked to the cafeteria for lunch. Instead of going to the cafeteria, Isan chose a red bean bun for her meal. As she ate, she thought with delight, thanks to the prize money, I can enjoy a cream-filled red bean bun. It costs 1,500 credits. What a happy ending. Suddenly a voice spoke from beside her. Hello, Isan. Her eyes fell upon the sight of Prince Jeremy Scalvin. He was even smiling faintly, as if he was in a good mood. His sparkling smile wasn't masculine at all, but rather a bit innocent. It was so cute it made her heart flutter. Then Jeremy Scalvin smiled brightly and continued. Have you joined any clubs yet? Isan was a little surprised and replied, No, I haven't joined any clubs yet. Jeremy Scalvin added, Really? Then why don't you join our club? Of course, Isan wasn't naive enough to accept such a sweet offer. For it to come so suddenly, there must be something mysterious behind this generosity. I have to check this deal carefully first. She narrowed her eyes and asked, What's the condition? Jeremy Scalvin laughed and said, A condition? There's nothing like that, I just simply like you. But this answer made Isan think even harder, especially for a woman like her. It was clear that Isan was an attractive girl. She was a genius among geniuses, reaching level 3 at the age of 17. Moreover, her appearance was also quite stunning. However, on the other hand, the title Daughter of a Traitor was stuck to her like glue. So no one wanted to keep her close. But Prince Jeremy Scalvin was different. He must have a reason for approaching her. Humph. Isan thought to herself, what a snake. He's clearly trying to make me his trophy. Seeing Isan's hesitation, Jeremy Scalvin moved closer and added, Oh my, you don't believe me, Isan, I really haven't set any conditions. You just need to join my club and always be by my side. I'll do everything for you. You know who I am. More than anyone, Isan was a sharp girl, so she knew better than anyone that the Scalvin Empire was currently at war with the Adalebit Kingdom, and if she had the power of Crown Prince Jeremy, her current difficult life could be over. I wouldn't have to be happy over a single red bean bun. I wouldn't have to endure the humiliation of being the daughter of a traitor either. Even though I know I shouldn't thinking about it, she stammered I. The moment Ison opened her mouth to say something with vacant eyes, Jeremy Scalvin smiled unconsciously, feeling that his goal was within reach. But just then, someone's hand shot up. Without saying a word, Flame approached and suddenly delivered a resounding slap across Ison's cheek. The sudden slap left both her and the prince frozen with no idea what was happening. In contrast to her bewildered face, harsh words erupted from Flame. "You piece of trash." Her eyes were filled with rage. Flame yelled torrentially in her face. "You said you wanted to be with me, but now you're going behind my back flirting with someone else. You clearly said you liked me, and now you want to back out on me." Before Ison could react, Flame grabbed her wrist and dragged her away. "Come with me. We need to have a little talk." Then Flame quickly pulled Ison away, leaving the prince utterly confused. But mixed in was a bit of amusement at this girl, with such a feisty personality. A while later, behind the school campus, Flame let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was a close call." Ison, still completely confused, replied, "What was that about?" "What did you want to say to me?" Flame continued. "You should thank me anyway. If you refused without a reason, that guy would bother you for the rest of your life. Sorry for hitting you, I'm leaving now." With that, Flame waved goodbye and left, leaving Ison still standing there, utterly bewildered. She had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, as Flame walked away, she thought, "I did the right thing, didn't I?" If Ison had agreed and joined the club, she would have been completely destroyed by Jeremy, and he would have hurled all sorts of insults at her. He would have said things so shameful she'd want to dig a hole and hide things that can't even be repeated as a woman. Even the achievements Ison earned on her own would have been ignored by everyone. After that, Ison's depression got progressively worse. I tried not to interfere with the story's development, but looking at Big Yuun, I think intervening sometimes isn't so bad. Even though he has temporary amnesia about the future, he's still trying his best to change the grim events to come. Flame suddenly looked back, feeling a little scared. But will my act be exposed? The scene shifts to Jeremy Scalvin's room, where he's sitting and enjoying a fragrant cup of tea, lost in thought. He murmurs to himself, "Getting flustered, are we? How cute. The way she tries to hide her emotions in front of me is truly interesting. She's so much better than the others. I want her." And just like that, the prince had changed his target. The scene changes to the next day after the sun had risen and a new day had begun. Inside a classroom, teacher Lee Han-gon is speaking. "Starting today, we will begin our practical training. It will be simulated monster combat. In this practical exam, your targets will no longer be the level 1 monsters, or the weakest of the level 2 monsters you usually see. Instead, you'll have to face mid-tier monsters. Level 3. These are extremely dangerous creatures and much tougher to handle. I know that a normal student can't solo kill monsters that strong, so the objective this time is to form teams, find the monsters' weak points and take them down using your team strategy. The specific regulations have already been distributed. From now on, you can move around and choose a mid-tier monster as your target. Also, you will have enough time to practice with that monster. Go to the Stella Dome. To the north is a fiery valley, to the south is a sea of ice. To the west is a barren desert, while the east is a swamp covered in thick grass. So go there, and find the terrain that best suits your team and hunt down a mid-sized monster that fits your group's combat style. Then proceed to eliminate it. Class A and Class S will participate in this practical together. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. After that, you will demonstrate your battle with the monster you've practiced against. Form teams of up to 6 people and submit the list to me." Hearing this, Izan stood there adrift and alone, with no one wanting to team up with her. She thought with a bit of disappointment, "I swear I hate group work the most. This evaluation is incredibly important. If I don't get a good result, I'll have to say goodbye to my scholarship. Without that scholarship money, I'll have to work a part-time job on weekends or during breaks while still attending school. As a result, the time I have for studying will shrink, the path to the scholarship will get further and further away, and my progress in magic will plummet. And an increasingly bleak future awaits me. I have to try harder." Suddenly, a voice from in front of her caught her attention. "Princess, will you form a team with me?" Her train of thought interrupted. Ison unconsciously looked forward only to see countless students swarming around Princess Hongbi-jeon. They were constantly giving reasons why they were better than the others. As expected of the royal princess, countless students gathered around her, and Princess Hongbi-jeon had the right to choose anyone she wanted for her team. But in contrast to that scene, Izan was completely alone, with no one even thinking of approaching her. A hint of admiration appeared in her eyes as she looked at Hongbi-jeon, thinking, "Before the Adolf Levitts wiped out my family, I was also surrounded by that kind of flattery." Both of them had similar starting points back when the Moff family with its ice attribute was still at its peak, and the Adolf Levitt royal family with its fire attribute. At the time when these two families competed to rule the magical world, both sides were in a constant tense power struggle, always keeping each other in check, with neither side being stronger than the other. It was for that very reason that Hong Bi-jun and Izon were two children born with gifted talents. While Izon had created a needle made of ice, Hong Bi-jun had created a flame from her fingertip. This wasn't something that could be simply explained as having maxed out skills, being able to use magic from the moment of birth, even though they had never been taught it was a gift from creation itself. It would allow them to reach the celestial realm, one day a realm that all mages dream of. The whole world craved their unrivaled power. All eyes were on Izon and Hong Bi-jun. They confidently accepted the reality that they were the chosen ones, born into the noblest magical families and possessing the greatest talent that any mage could dream of. Izon once believed that one day she would become a renowned mage, until the Adolf Levitt royal family completely annihilated her clan. At this thought she clenched her fists, thinking, no need to get angry. Back then I thought I was the chosen one. Can I really get my revenge on the Adolf Levitts now? And just like that, Izon stood there blankly, lost in her own stream of thoughts. And just as the seeds of anxiety were about to sprout in Izon's heart, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Hey, are you all alone? The person who had arrived was none other than our male lead, Big Yuun. Seeing his bright face, Izon sighed and said, what do you want? Hearing this, Big Yuun knew he'd come at the perfect time. Izon's confidence hadn't been consumed by darkness yet, and this was his chance to help her regain it, and shine like a goddess for all the mages in the Stella Academy to witness. As he thought this, the male lead flashed a dazzling smile, pointed at himself and said, team up with me. Over here, Princess Hanjin quickly realized that Big Yuun had arrived. She thought with a bit of disappointment, it's Big Yuun. She wondered why he'd pick Izon as a teammate when he had a ton of other options. Meanwhile, Izon was also completely stunned, and she asked Big Yuun again, did you just say, team up? Big Yuun slowly explained, you know there's no rule about the minimum number of members, right? The two of us can form a team and get bonus points for having a small group. Hearing this, Izon exclaimed in shock, are you crazy? How can two people possibly take on a mid-sized level 3 monster? After saying this, Izon's mind was unconsciously convinced. A thought popped into her head for some bizarre reason. If it was with Big Yuun, she believed she could do it. Seeing that she didn't refuse, the male lead flashed a confident smile and asked, so are you in or not? Hearing this, Izon froze for 5 seconds. She thought it over for a moment, then finally nodded and said, I agree. It's not like I have anyone else to team up with, being left out and all. Big Yuun heard this and replied with a laugh, haha, that's a perfect decision. I'll go submit the roster now. With that, the male lead turned and left, leaving Izon to watch his retreating back. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Izon was quite surprised by the person's sudden appearance. Hong Bi-jun stood before Izon, crossing her arms, and said annoyedly, hey. Izon jumped and retorted, what do you want? If you're trying to compete with me, then. Before she could finish, Hong Bi-jun cut her off. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Worry about yourself, you shameless pig in human skin. Hearing Hong Bi-jun's contemptuous words, Izon's heart felt like it had been stabbed. Then Hong Bi-jun also turned her back and walked away. Now Izon understood why Hong Bi-jun had approached her. It wasn't because she was afraid of her potential, but simply because I had snatched Big Yuun from right under her nose. Realizing this truth, Izon clenched her fists and let out a bitter laugh. It turned out that in Hong Bi-jun's eyes, she was completely invisible. Hong Bi-jun continued walking away, while Izon stood there with a gloomy expression, wondering why she had gotten so worked up and said such foolish things. A princess would never act so ungracefully, Hong Bi-jun thought to herself. This is so irritating. Am I really going to lose to a good-for-nothing and a commoner? Even though I can team up with anyone, I need at least one top-tier knight for it to be beneficial for me. She glanced around the area. Her attention was drawn to Ma Yusong. Without a moment's hesitation, she walked over to Ma Yusong, who was at a crossroads trying to decide whether to join a team or go solo. Seeing the princess approach, he asked, hello, princess. Is there something you need? Hong Bi-jun replied. Have you formed a team yet? To this question, Ma Yusong answered with some surprise. Not yet. I was planning to go alone. Alone, Hong Bi-jun was a bit surprised, but quickly composed herself and continued, then team up with me. Ma Yusong smirked slightly and replied, is that really necessary? It was clearly a blunt rejection. But Hong Bi-jun wouldn't give up so easily. She had been determined from the start. With that in mind, she said, Big Yuun and Izon have already teamed up. You know that the fewer members a team has, the more bonus points they get, right? Hong Bi-jun glanced towards Big Yuun's team. Ma Yusong followed her gaze and saw the two of them chatting happily. Beside him, Hong Bi-jun was still talking. I don't think they're aiming for ordinary mid-sized monsters, but for special mid- and large-sized ones. I'll say it again, team up with me. Ma Yu-sung thought it over. Even though he knew Hong Bian was just trying to provoke him, the suggestion of challenging Big Yu-sun's team awakened his competitive spirit. Finally he smiled and said, "Well, that sounds pretty interesting. I've been wanting to test my skills against Big Yu-sun once anyway. Let's turn the tables on them." Hearing this, Hong Bian breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "All right, I'm counting on you then." She shot a sharp glare towards Ison and Big Yu-sun, telling herself, "Just you wait. This time I'll wipe the floor with both of you." Time passed, and after 4 days preparations were complete. The simulated monster battle will now officially begin. Instructor Lee Han-gon's voice rang out. "All right, we will now begin the evaluation test for Class S and Class A. Each team will have the right to choose the monster they wish to face from laughably easy to incredibly tough levels." While Flame was warming up, murmurs echoed all around. "Oh, Team 16 chose a Milgraica. That mid-sized monster looks like a piece of cake." Flame steeled his resolve, thinking, "It's fine. I've trained thoroughly for this. Although I can't hunt special monsters for attribute bonus points, or those special large-sized ones, just taking down this mid-sized level 3 monster by myself will be enough to get the maximum score. Normally, it would take 5 level 1 mages to deal with 1 level 1 mid-sized monster. And if you can take advantage of attribute counters, extensive experience, and a favorable environment, then defeating even higher level monsters is well within your grasp. But I use Radiant-type magic which automatically avoids any attribute disadvantages, so I just have to deal with it." Flame decided to say goodbye to special or high-level monsters to focus on getting a high score. Using her own abilities while waiting for her turn, Flame suddenly spotted Ison. She recalled the original novel. In the story, Ison was unable to train due to pressure from Princess Hongo Joan and her clique, and since she couldn't team up with anyone, Ison ended up taking the test alone and got terrible results, not even scoring enough points to earn a scholarship. Ison then had to work part-time to make ends meet, enduring all sorts of humiliation and oppression from the other students. That situation caused her magic to stagnate, and gradually, her mental state was also severely affected. But now, everything had changed. Flame and Big Yu-sun, who had been transported from the future, had appeared. Because of them, the original plot had changed. Big Yu-sun had chosen to team up with Ison. Despite the fact that he has the memory of a goldfish and remembers nothing of his past, he succeeded thanks to love and patience. Ison's future seemed incredibly bright. Just then, a loud explosion rang out, startling Flame and making her turn around. Looking towards the arena, she saw that the monster had been defeated. Professor Lee Han-gon announced Team 16 has completed the test. "You've all worked hard." The audience cheered, and Flame knew it was almost her turn. Her heart began to beat faster with a mix of nervousness and determination. After congratulating the team that had just finished, the instructor announced that Team 17 should prepare for their test. Hearing the announcement, Flame immediately replied loudly, "Yes, I'm coming right now." She quickly made her way towards the testing platform. Heading toward where the two main characters, Big Yu-sun and Ison, were standing, she coolly walked past both of them. But as luck would have it, while walking past them, Flame accidentally stepped on her own shoelace, causing her to lose her balance and fall forward. In that hair-raising moment, an arm from behind grabbed the collar of her shirt, saving her from a painful fall. The sight of a small, adorable girl dangling from someone's hand made the audience burst out laughing. Laughter echoed through the stands. "Ha ha ha, she's so tiny. That girl is even shorter than my little sister." The person holding Flame's collar was none other than Big Yu-sun. The male lead asked a bit awkwardly, "Are you okay?" Flame felt mortified being held by the collar like a baby, completely speechless. Then Big Yu-sun let her go. Flame shyly turned to thank him. Big Yu-sun pointed at her foot and said, "It's nothing. You should tie your shoelace." Looking down at her feet, Flame realized one of her shoelaces was a tangled mess. She silently recalled that Jackie had tied them securely for her earlier. Seeing Flame struggling, Big Yu-sun offered to help tie it, but Flame quickly refused and fixed it herself. She thought to herself, "Good thing I reacted in time, otherwise I would have completely bombed the test." After tying her shoelace, Flame stepped onto the testing platform looking incredibly confident. When the audience saw she was alone, they began to whisper, "Is she by herself? Looks like it. No way, she can't be planning to solo a mid-tier monster." Some of the male students glanced at each other, whispering. They gossiped about those individuals who couldn't form a team because they were outcasts in the world of magic. They said that personal connections are very important. Flame's test began with her opponent, a mid-tier monster. With its enormous size, Flame was just a tiny ant before it. The difference in power was overwhelming. The surrounding chatter continued. "That monster doesn't have any special attributes, so she's totally helpless." Just then, the instructor's voice rang out. "All right, Team 17, your test begins now." The moment she got the signal from the instructor, the monster charged at Flame with lightning speed, but Flame stood her ground, focusing on her chant. Despite the worried whispers from the stands, "Look how rushed and flustered she seems. How can she possibly handle that thing alone?" As she completed the incantation, whispers of petals on the wind, a golden magic circle appeared at her feet. She cast the spell with eyes full of determination, believing in her ability to succeed. Powerful vines erupted from the ground. They wrapped tightly around the monster's body, immobilizing it completely. Next, Flame cast a material transformation spell. This turned the vines as hard as stone, causing the monster to gradually weaken its body, trembling with rage. But Flame knew it wasn't enough to end it. She continued by summoning 3 halos above her head, concentrating her power for a one-hit knockout. At that moment, the beast seemed to go berserk and flexed its muscles, causing the vines to slowly start cracking. A second later, they all snapped. The beast broke free from the vines, its eyes bloodshot and furious as it charged once more. It opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow Flame whole. At that exact moment, Flame's magic took effect and a huge beam of light shot out. It pierced straight through the attacking monster, leaving a fatal wound, a gaping hole in its body. Meanwhile, Flame was also out of gas after using nearly all her mana, panting heavily. The giant monster was finally defeated, and it crashed to the ground with a massive thud. The impact seemed to shake the very ground. Watching from a distance, the students stared at the scene in utter astonishment. The teachers and guests took off their glasses and put them back on, unable to believe their eyes. The students who had been mocking her were now dead silent. "Whoa, that was insane. It took 5 people in my group, and we still couldn't take down a medium-sized monster. Who is that guy?" Teacher Lee Han-gon announced that Group 17's test was complete, and praised Flame. She bowed in thanks, and then left the stage. She thought to herself, "Phew, I finally passed." As Flame was returning to her seat, she was surprised to see someone. Her eyes widened in shock, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. Meanwhile, the students of the next group were stepping onto the stage and the teacher's voice rang out. "We will now begin the test for Group 31. And the next intense match between 2 opponents who could be considered the strongest in this academy was about to begin." All eyes were on them, especially the male students. They screamed continuously, as if they had just seen a K-pop idol, Princess Hong Bian. "Look, it's Princess Hong Bian of the Adelheid royal family. And her teammate is the one with the highest entrance exam score, Ma Yu-sung. He's so handsome. How can someone in this world be both so handsome and so smart? This is going to be an epic performance. Go Princess, go Ma Yu-sung." Meanwhile, Flame leaned against the wall. She thought to herself, Hong Bian, who was supposed to form a group with the 6 people in her faction, is now teaming up with Ma Yu-sung. In the original story, these 2 characters had no connection whatsoever, but now they're in the same group. The more Flame thought about it, the more her head ached. What is this strange combination? While Flame was confused, Hong Bian's group summoned a monster. Its body was covered in horny scales as hard as diamonds and coated in a layer of slime. It also had 2 fin-like wings, allowing it to fly through the sky. It also had arms and legs with a carp-like head, making its appearance very strange. The students in the stands gasped in amazement. "Wait a minute. This is unbelievable, a mirage fish. Oh my god, that's a special mid to large-sized monster. I can't believe they dare to challenge an impossibly mismatched monster like that. Have they lost their minds?" Some professors and mages in the stands quickly pulled out their magic charts to look up information on the magical attributes of Ma Yu-sung and Hong Bian. Many groups have tried to take on special mid-tier monsters, but they all failed miserably. Not to mention most of them fought with a magical advantage, but Hong Bian's group is completely abandoning that advantage. This is clearly an attempt to get bonus points. Meanwhile, some people were completely in awe. As expected of the princess of the Adelheid Empire, she's on another level. Just finding a mirage fish is a challenge in itself. I can't believe they're going this big. According to the original novel, the attribute that Princess Hong Bian can use is fire. As for Ma Yu-sung, he can use all 3 attributes, earth, lightning, and fire. However, those are just his secondary ones. His true attribute was still carefully hidden, and Ma Yu-sung couldn't reveal this truth. Therefore, he would state the attribute he was most confident in. The mirage fish is a water-type monster, one of the variants with tough scales. They were once the rulers of the sea, thanks to their intelligence and large numbers, but due to a curse centuries ago, they lost all their intellect. Now they are just simple monsters. However, these monsters still possess a special ability from a dominant species, which is the ability to fly through the air. Therefore, this water-type monster is completely immune to lightning magic, which is considered a fatal weakness for flying creatures. Moreover, it is elementally weak against the attributes that Ma Yu-sung usually uses. Not only are the 2 of them targeting a special mid to large-sized monster that everyone else has failed to defeat, but they're even giving up all their elemental advantages. It seems the 2 of them are aiming for a perfect score on this test, but that's a score they can only get if they succeed. While everyone was still buzzing with discussion, instructor Lee Han-gon gave the signal to start. As soon as it got the signal, the fish monster shot up high into the air and roared. Its foul breath spread throughout the stands. Watching the mirage fish get closer and closer, Hong Bion raised her magic staff forward and said, "Let's begin. Stick to the original plan." Beside her, Ma Yuseong nodded and replied, "Understood, princess." After speaking, he spun his wand while stepping back. Watching from a distance, a student spoke up. "What are they planning to do?" The student next to him, also confused, said, "I thought they were going to attack, but why is the knight moving behind the mage? What in the world is going on?" While the audience was focused on the pair's performance, Ma Yuseong suddenly used a speed boost and leaped into the air, intending to confront the mirage fish head-on. Seeing Ma Yuseong's confident and incredibly cool demeanor, Doko Jungwang stroked his chin and said, "Oh, for a first-year student his acceleration is pretty impressive, wouldn't you say?" Ban Ji-yeon nodded in agreement. "That's right, the kid's got some serious skills, but at his level there's no way he can even touch that monster. Besides, you can't use acceleration in mid-air. Just what is going through his head?" Defying everyone's skepticism, Ma Yuseong used his wand to summon a square stone platform beneath his feet. Next, a fireball cast by Han Jian exploded precisely at Ma Yuseong's previous location, right after he used acceleration. The shockwave propelled his body forward. Once again, Ma Yuseong shot toward the monster like a rocket. Witnessing the trio's coordination, the audience's eyes went wide in amazement. Their teamwork is flawless. This is unbelievable. As he approached the illusory fish, Ma Yuseong created a gigantic stone fist in mid-air. Then he slammed the giant's fist right into the illusory fish's body. It sent the monster crashing to the ground with terrifying speed. When the dust settled, the illusory fish lay motionless on the ground. The immense physical impact had shattered its tough shell. Wasting no opportunity, Ma Yuseong continued to cast his magic. A blue magic circle appeared on the ground, and countless boulders erupted, pinning the monster down. It was completely immobilized. However, Ma Yuseong wasn't a control specialist mage. His spell was quickly shattered as the illusory fish struggled with all its might. Seeing his magic broken so easily, Ma Yuseong, who had just landed, didn't get angry. His goal was simply to buy time because Princess Hongbi-jeon's destruction spell was complete. Immediately after, a giant fireball resembling a miniature sun descended directly onto the illusory fish's body. It let out a scream of agony followed by an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed the entire surrounding area. In the stands, the students couldn't believe their eyes, sweat dripping down their foreheads. Good heavens, that was only a third-tier spell. How could a fire-based spell make it scream in pain like that? My eyes must be deceiving me. Seeing the illusory fish wasn't completely defeated, Ma Yuseong cast a lightning spell. As the spell completed, he smiled. This is the end. The words had barely left his lips when a cylindrical bolt of lightning slammed down on the illusory fish. Despite its water attribute in the face of absolute power, such things become meaningless. After those last two attacks, the illusory fish was finally defeated. Its body gradually faded away, leaving nothing but dust on the field. Witnessing this scene, the emotions of everyone in the stands erupted. They applauded continuously and showered them with praise. The illusory fish was taken down before it could even react. That's insane. This year's freshmen are on a whole other level. Especially that first-year girl earlier taking down a mid-tier monster all by herself was incredible too. These freshmen are no joke. Their skill level could be on par with the S-class third years. For real, yeah, no doubt about it. After their performance ended, Hong Bi-jeon and Ma Yuseong headed back to their seats. Feeling the envious and admiring gazes of everyone, Hong Bi-jeon felt incredibly confident. The high from such a glorious victory coupled with a little flex of her power felt absolutely amazing. It made our princess start to believe that she was, without a doubt, the main character of this test. Glancing over at Baek, Yusen and Isoi's team, a huge question echoed in her mind. You think you can beat me? No matter what kind of monster you and Isoi choose, there's no way you can put on a more spectacular performance than we did. Well, those were just the self-absorbed thoughts swirling within the delicate soul of Princess Hong Bi-jeon. Little did anyone know that when Baek Yusen stepped onto the stage, a single sentence from him would cause the entire stadium to fall silent. Not a sound was heard. Please summon 5 monsters for me. Needless to say, the entire crowd's jaws dropped to the floor. As for Princess Hong Bi-jeon, her face was a perfect picture of someone utterly flabbergasted, while our beautiful lady tried her best to remain composed. The other onlookers immediately started whispering. What did I just hear? Didn't every other group aside from Princess Hong Bi-jeon's and Flames need a full 5-person team just to barely take on a single mid-tier monster? And now these two are planning to take on 5 at once. Oh my god, I've heard some rumors about that guy Baek Yusen, but is he out of his mind? All eyes were now fixed on our protagonist, like spotlights on center stage. Countless beams of eerie blue light enveloped the pair, and the summoning circle activated successfully. And just like that, a horde of mid-tier monsters materialized in the arena, looking pretty formidable. Our hero and Isoi were now surrounded by the monsters like ants swarming bait. Standing among them, the two of them looked tiny, as fragile as ants. From their special viewing angle, the two judges couldn't help but let out sounds of surprise, a little taken aback by the formidable appearance of the monster horde. To give a quick rundown, according to the renowned monsterologist Bajan, Baek Yusun's team had summoned an all-star lineup, including the poison frog, also known as Maradun, and the black sand bison, the Kaden bird Nami Slim, and a rather formidable-looking bat. Princess Hong Bijong, standing nearby, with a curious look on her face, turned to Ma Yusong and asked, "Hey Ma Yusong, do you notice anything?" Caught off guard by the question, Ma Yusong glanced at the princess, then let his gaze wander over the stands. A mysterious smile tugged at his lips as he said, "Actually no. I'm just curious about what Yusun is planning. I have to admit, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what he'll do." As the horde of monsters made their grand entrance, Teacher Lai, the officiator of the match, posed a loaded question. "I just want to ask one thing. Who decided on this monster lineup?" With a look of pure innocence, our protagonist Baek Yusun answered coolly, "I did, sir." Hearing that the player had decided on the lineup himself, Teacher Lai pressed the issue. "I know you're a knight, who can easily score points in situations like this, but that's not the case for a bishop. I think this strategy of yours might be a bit too much for her." At this point, the 5 monsters had completely surrounded the pair. Ignoring all the worried and skeptical looks from the crowd, our protagonist flashed a radiant, confident smile. "Not at all, sir. It might seem a bit unclear, but the strategy I've chosen this time is actually designed specifically for the bishop." Isoi, his partner standing beside him, was stunned. After hearing that firm response, Teacher Lai seemed to have an epiphany and nodded. "I see. All right then, let's begin." The starting signal was given. The horde of monsters immediately charged, surrounding Baek Yusun and Isoi. Isoi looked a little nervous, but Baek Yusun spoke gently, his voice calm and reassuring. "You can do this, right?" Isoi answered firmly. "Of course. Just put your trust in me." Hearing this, Isoi pouted. "How can I trust that? That line is getting a little old." To give his teammate a mental vitamin boost for her morale, Baek Yusun said something that made Isoi freeze for a few seconds. "I trust you." Now that was a quality morale boost coming from her teammate. Isoi finally let out a sigh of relief as a thought drifted through her mind. Baek Yusun, you're really a hard person to figure out. That night, Isoi walked silently behind him, her mind filled with unanswered questions. Finally, she decided to break the silence. "You startled." Baek Yusun turned around and looked at her bewildered. "Ah." Seizing the golden opportunity, now that they were alone, Isoi asked bluntly, "Why me? I mean, you're a talented knight. You could have teamed up with anyone else." Faced with Isoi's awkward question, Baek Yusun could only scratch his head, looking completely troubled. After racking his brain trying to find the right words, he finally spoke up. "It's true, there are many talented and outstanding people in our class. For example, when it comes to controlling fire magic, no one can compare to Princess Hong Bijong. And in terms of pure control, Flame is unrivaled. Then there's Ma Yusong, who's known as the strongest first-year student. Nobody can deny that. Even Egu Jiang would be a suitable single-target attacker to team up with me." Our protagonist really seemed to know everything about his classmates. This only left Isoi even more confused. Then why? After his tense analysis, Baek Yusun turned his back to her. His voice remained steady as he said, "I still feel that you're the most suitable partner for me. That's the only reason." Then he turned back, flashing her a brilliant smile. "All right then, let's get going." Just as you'd expect, Isoi watched him walk away, her cheeks blushing involuntarily. It was the first time she'd seen him look so serious, and still managed to smile like that. If you're going to be that sincere about it, she thought, it just makes me feel an even greater sense of responsibility. Returning to the present-day arena, Isoi tightened her grip on her scepter, as thoughts began to swirl in her mind. "I still don't fully understand what he's getting at, but I'm certain he had a reason for choosing me. Then I'll just have to show you." Isoi immediately began channeling her power, and magic started to condense around her feet. Her scepter trembled slightly as it floated in front of her, a sign of her intense concentration. She unleashed powerful torrents of mana, her eyes shut tight as she sensed the smallest changes around her. In every crisis, there's an opportunity, and only by seizing it can talent truly shine. The students watching from above were like human cameras, and they seemed to have noticed a significant change in Isoi. One of them quickly piped up, "Wait a minute, isn't that the supernatural resonance skill?" Another student next to him quickly chimed in, "That's impossible, that's a special ability that only manifests when level 6 mages or higher enter a state of unconsciousness. But there's a huge drawback to it. One wrong move, and you're done for. If the caster loses focus, the mana flow will instantly reverse, and the backlash could leave them permanently crippled." But she's only a first-year student. While they were all busy chattering, I Soy was already enveloped in brilliant streams of mana. A beautiful flower was slowly blooming in the middle of the arena, causing everyone to stare in astonishment. Baek Yusun also fixed his gaze on I Soy, where a wondrous transformation was unfolding. Countless assessments and analyses ran through his mind. Just as I thought. She's the one. A strong contender for the title of Winter Queen, a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. Well then, let's get started. This is the ultimate showdown between 2 freshmen and 5 mid-tier monsters. At this moment, the only thing they could rely on was themselves. Without a moment's hesitation, Baek Yusun charged. Dashing straight forward, he activated his flash step skill, the sword in his hand gleaming. The aura of a mentor radiated from him as he unleashed a slash aimed directly at one of the monster's bellies. His eyes were intensely focused, his sharpness on full display. A long gash appeared on the poison frog's stomach. Feeling the bone-deep pain, the poison frog let out a miserable shriek. Noticing something was amiss, the main character glanced to the side. First target, the poison frog, is taken care of. The black sand bison is next, he thought to himself. Suddenly, the bison whipped its head around to look at the screaming frog, its eyes as red as blood. It was clear from the bison's demeanor that its target was now the frog, not our hero. The bison took a deep breath. Its front legs drew back slightly. As if reading its opponent's intentions, Baek Yusun smirked, continuing to calculate in his head. Perfect, just as I predicted. The way to deal with 5 mid-tier monsters at once is to create a special atmosphere that makes them enemies of one another. The battle grew hotter, becoming breathtakingly intense and dramatic. Witnessing this unprecedented scene, all the students in the stands gasped in unison, their jaws on the floor. Before their very eyes was the sight of 5 monsters beating the living daylights out of each other. They began to murmur, "Oh my god, what is happening? I can't believe my eyes. Are they actually tearing each other apart?" Realizing his plan was on the right track, Baek Yusun flashed a victor's smile. Just as I predicted, the plan to make them hostile and kill each other had succeeded. Or to put it more elegantly, this was the kill with a borrowed knife strategy, one of the dirtiest yet most effective tricks people use. Using the strength of others to eliminate your opponents without having to lift a finger, Baek Yusun continued his lecture. The professional gamers of Everwar once racked their brains trying to figure out how a group of newbies could handle a horde of powerful monsters. After countless experiments, they finally found a solution: exploit the monster's own traits and attributes. He began to analyze his brilliant plan. First, when I attack and injure the poison frog, or Meridun, its forehead emits a red light. This light triggers the black sand bison's frenzied attack instincts. Then the black sand bison will spray sand around as it moves. When the sand gets on the Namaslim, it will become irritated and produce a huge amount of water to keep its skin moist. Excellent, the plan is still on track. Thanks to the barrier on the simulation stage, the water was rising rapidly. As if remembering something, Baek Yusun glanced at the black crow. A wicked smile spread across his face. Next, it's your turn. He continued to reveal his plan. One of the Caden bird's unique traits is that when it senses humidity, it lets out a piercing shriek. With a vocal range of over 7 octaves, the Caden bird will become agitated when the water rises to a certain level, and let out a piercing sound which will in turn agitate the hypersensitive bat, a species that is extremely sensitive to sound. It will go berserk and attack its enemies relentlessly. And just like that, the ear-splitting scream enraged the bat, which lunged at the Caden bird to beat it up. It was a chaotic flurry of punches, kicks, and scratches of all kinds. A kick at the speed of light deformed the Caden bird's face. It tumbled backward, head over heels. Then by some magical coincidence, the Caden bird's body slammed right into the water monster. This made it absolutely furious. Next, the Nami didn't hesitate to splash a whole bucket of water in the Caden bird's face. You would think the Caden bird would retaliate, but no, it turned to glare at the bat with eyes seething with murderous intent. The bat was no pushover either, glaring back as if to say, "I've got plenty of fight in me. Bring it on if you dare." As a result, the 2 monsters threw themselves at each other for hundreds of rounds. With no clear winner, the other monsters also began to pair off and attack one another. It created a scene of unprecedented chaos. In the stands, the scholars and professors couldn't hide their amazement. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible. Does that student Baek Yusun really know all the characteristics and weaknesses of those 5 monsters?" Even I, a scholar specializing in monster studies, would have never conceived of such a plan. They are reckless and thoughtless, but there's something to be learned from them. Suddenly, a female professor spoke up. "I agree with your assessment. They are indeed reckless and insane, but what I find surprising is Excel's concentration. She's able to maintain a steady flow of mana while the monsters are fighting so violently. That's an extraordinary level of focus. I think she has definitely put her whole heart into this, and her trust in her knight." Up on the simulation stage, the horde of monsters was still rampaging, wildly attacking each other in a frenzy. They paid no mind to anyone else. In the center, dust and sand swirled thick in the air, the water kept rising and the red light grew ever brighter. Amidst that chaotic scene, Yuun was perfectly fulfilling his role as a knight, absolutely top tier. Truly living up to the title of a knight, one who shoulders great responsibility. His duty was to protect and block the enemy until the long-range mage finished casting her spell. Every time some monster stupidly tried to attack, Yuun would instantly flash step to intercept it. He'd use his razor-sharp sword to slash at its ankle. This sent it toppling backward. Just as the garden bird struggled back to its feet, it was ganged up on by the other monsters. It didn't even have time to process what was happening. Yuun realized the situation was getting tense, as his attacks had angered the entire pack. Our hero hurriedly returned to his position, continuing his duty as a model knight. Suddenly his sixth sense warned him of lurking danger. Yuun's eyes widened when he saw a massive boulder flying straight towards Yuun. At that moment Yuun was still immobile in a state of resonant mana channeling. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuun immediately used Flash Step to rush over and shield her. With his godlike skill, the giant boulder was sliced in two by his sword. Witnessing the whole hero saves the damsel scene, Mausong couldn't help but smile and turned to say, "Hey Princess Hongbijong, don't you think Yuun is like an ideal knight? Like a knight protecting a princess in a fairy tale?" Hearing these words, Hongbijong's eyes widened, her ruby-red eyes sparkling. She couldn't take them off Yuun. In the midst of the battlefield, Yuun moved with the grace of a true warrior. The light from his sword and the faint after-images left by his flash steps captivated everyone's attention. One moment he'd appear in the east, the next he'd escape to the west. This wasn't a simple performance. Yuun was actually protecting Yuun from all sides. Just like a knight protecting a princess in a fairy tale. Under his absolute protection, Yuun wasn't even scratched. The battle grew more and more heated. The monsters were gradually becoming exhausted, their bodies covered in wounds. Suddenly, a mystical magic circle appeared around Yuun. It was like the light of a twinkling star, or drops of pure morning dew, falling into the silent space. Finally, Yuun's beautiful sapphire-like eyes slowly opened, and she gripped her staff tightly. Her voice echoed crystal flower. As she finished speaking, the water that had pooled on the ground instantly froze, and a giant ice flower appeared in the sky. The flower was made entirely of ice, radiating a bone-chilling cold from its delicate petals. Witnessing this breathtakingly beautiful magic, everyone in the stands couldn't take their eyes off the brilliant icy blue flower. So much so that they completely forgot the original purpose of the test. They wondered, could there be any work of art in this world more exquisitely crafted than this? At this point, no one was concerned with evaluating a student's magic anymore. Right now, they could only tip their hats in admiration for the magic of a true mage. A real one. Yuun's magic, while simple, was on a whole other level, completely different from the magic of an ordinary student. No other mage could perform such a wondrous magical display. Time passed quietly, and the water level had risen to the monsters' torsos. They had already been turned to ice by Yuun's magic, leaving them frozen solid, unable to move even an inch. Of course, after the chaotic battle, these 5 monsters were battered and exhausted, so they couldn't break through the ice immediately. But who knew in just a moment they would break free and attack ferociously. But before that happens, I have to take them down. With that thought, Yuun immediately cast a self-destructing spell with an equally impressive name, Shattering Magic. Boom, boom, boom. With earth-shattering explosions, the magnificent ice flower, a masterpiece of creation, shattered into countless pieces. They transformed into innumerable sharp weapons raining down in every direction. Hundreds, thousands of ice lances. Like giant spears, they pierced through the bodies of the 5 monsters. Their flesh was repeatedly torn apart, and then immediately frozen solid, causing painful necrotic wounds. Every time they tried to move, the wounds ached even more, forcing them to scream in despair. Witnessing this earth-shattering spectacle, everyone started buzzing again. What happened? I don't know either. Hey, do you think they really defeated 5 mid-level monsters with just the 2 of them? Suddenly someone shouted in alarm. Huh. No way, look over there. Hearing a cracking sound, everyone curiously followed the direction the person was pointing. They saw the ice encasing the garden bird slowly starting to crack. Suddenly the monster's eyes shot open, and steam began to rise from its body. One of its hidden skills is that when it feels cold and the humidity rises, its body will radiate an incredible amount of heat. Thanks to this hidden trait, the 5 monsters simultaneously broke free from the ice. They shot murderous glares at Yuun's group, the ones who had subjected them to this humiliation. Seeing that the 5 monsters still hadn't given up, the teachers showed clear signs of disappointment, sighing wearily. In the end, those 2 still couldn't succeed. The strategy was perfectly prepared, and the battle was spectacular, but man proposes, God disposes. They failed to account for the hidden trait of that mid-tier monster. What a shame they were so close. But with a performance like this, I think Baek Yusun's group can still get a very high score. Just as everyone was nodding in agreement with this assessment, someone suddenly raised an arm to the sky, and a brilliant yellow orb of lightning magic appeared. The entire stadium was once again left wide-eyed in astonishment. No way. That flow of mana. Could it be? Without a moment's hesitation, Asoy declared loud and clear. Advent of the Thunder God. As she finished speaking, a defiant roar erupted from Asoy, and a terrifying bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. The sound of the thunder echoed through the area, making everyone's ears ache as if they were being struck by a hammer. The whole world was bathed in a brilliant golden light, and a flower blossomed once more. This time, it wasn't a crystal flower, or any other famous type of flower, but one that shone with a radiance more magnificent than anything on earth. Up in the stands, people wondered if such pure beauty created by magic could be considered a work of art. If one can empathize with the human soul, then none of us could deny that this was truly an exquisite and beautiful masterpiece. Immediately after, hundreds of thousands of electrical currents exploded, turning into countless bolts of lightning that struck the bodies of the 5 monsters, making them scream endlessly in agony as the electricity ravaged them from within, witnessing the combined magic of lightning and ice that she herself had created. Asoy stared blankly at the magnificent scene she had just brought forth. Asoy's eyes filled with disbelief as she asked herself, "Is this my magic? So, I really can do it?" Just like he said. Memories suddenly flooded Asoy's mind. She remembered the first time she heard Baek Yusun explain that insane plan. Back then, I was so shocked I asked him if he was crazy. I thought he'd get annoyed, but he didn't. Instead, Baek Yusun gave me a sincere smile and said, "You can do it. I believe in you. So please believe in me, the one who has placed all his faith in you." After hearing Baek Yusun's heartfelt words, Asoy clenched her fists. She told herself that even though Baek Yusun was still smiling, the serious look on his face and the steady tone of his voice felt strangely sincere, making it impossible for her to dismiss it as just a joke. She felt an invisible weight pressing down on her chest. Before this, I had nothing. I never had any faith in the path I'd chosen, nor did I have a friend who could tell me, "The path you're on is the right one." My entire life, I've lived in fear and anxiety. I was just clinging to a fragile sliver of hope, and just as that tiny hope was about to fade, a boy named Baek Yusun appeared. He was the first person to reach out his hand to save me. Can I really do things like this? Even now, she still felt as if she were adrift in a vast, endless ocean. Even though Asoy had tried to overcome so many storms, she sometimes still hesitated, wondering if she was heading in the right direction. But that question didn't matter anymore. Far away on the horizon, Baek Yusun was already ahead, leaving a trail of luminous footprints across the vast ocean. He was like the stars in the night sky guiding sailors, or a lighthouse showing ships the way to avoid danger. Asoy felt that light whispering to her, "Follow me, I will lead you." Immediately after, their homeroom teacher Lee Han-won formally announced, "The test for Group 32 is now over. Congratulations on excellently completing your group's exam." Standing in the center, Asoy smiled a smile of happiness and liberation. Her self-doubt and feelings of inferiority had vanished. Now all that remained was a confident and radiant Asoy. Her expression showed she was still lost in a deep reverie, not yet having found her way out. As for our male lead, he was floating in midair, thinking to himself, "That was close. I almost got caught in that. You could have at least given a heads up. I mean, who casts such dangerous magic without saying a word?" The next morning, the results of the monster combat exam were announced. First place went to none other than Group 32, with 199 points belonging to Baek Yusun and Asoy. Second place was Group 31, with 127 points, belonging to Ma Yusong and Hong Bijong, followed by third place, fourth place, and so on and so forth. In short, there were many. Staring at the results posted on the class notice board, Ma Yusong's face turned grim, his voice filled with bitterness. "We lost." Hearing this, Hong Bijong also stared at the scoreboard. She nodded, her voice a bit dazed. "The point difference between our two groups is just too big. Surpassing the 100-point mark is already incredible, not to mention the fact that the two of us were going against each other, against a special mid-tier monster, while at a type disadvantage, something no one had ever accomplished before. But looking at the 199 points from Baek Yusong's team, we have no choice but to admit that our team has lost." Ma Yusong couldn't believe that the arrogant and cold princess would actually admit defeat. He flashed a teasing smile. "Oh, I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly." Hong Bijong held her head high and retorted sassily, "Humph, shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Ma Yusong continued, his voice tinged with a bit of regret. I hate to admit it, but Baek Yu-sung is a more talented Vanguard Knight than I am, and Isoi is a better long-range mage than you are. Hearing this, although Hong Bi-jung somewhat agreed with Ma Yu-sung's assessment, there was one thing she couldn't accept: the idea that she was inferior to Isoi. Looking at Ma Yu-sung's flawless, handsome face, the image of Baek Yu-sung reappeared in her mind. Hong Bi-jung tried to console herself. If only Baek Yu-sung were my knight, things would have been different. Throughout the test, he was the one who protected Isoi from start to finish. He wasn't just a knight. He was also the strategist, choosing the position for the long-range mage, and even setting the stage for Isoi to shine. I know Ma Yu-sung is very talented, but in the end, Baek Yu-sung is the best knight at Stella Academy. I wonder what would happen if Baek Yu-sung supported me. I could have cast magic just as well as Isoi. But why is that commoner so devoted to her? If such a perfect knight exists in this world, then that knight must be mine. For the perfect queen, of course. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't accept the fact that someone so perfect was taking care of another girl. Hong Bi-jung's expression suddenly turned terrifyingly dark, a fierce struggle raging within her. Actually, I was lying when I admitted defeat. I can't accept it. This is so strange. I need to investigate Baek Yu-sung thoroughly. With that thought, Hong Bi-jung said goodbye to Ma Yu-sung and turned to leave. But on her way, her gaze suddenly froze, revealing her astonishment. She had spotted a woman with jet black hair and an expression as cold as ice. Her eyes were crystal clear, without a single speck, as if nothing could tarnish them. This person was also about the same height as Hong Bi-jung. On her chest, she wore the name tag of a third-year student. Allow me to introduce her. This woman's name is Selin Okan, the heir to a duchy, and also the best friend of the current queen of the Adalebet Empire. Walking past Selin Okan, Hong Bi-jung felt a sense of annoyance and thought to herself, is she here because she heard I lost to a group of commoners and a traitor? What a troublesome woman. Carrying that thought, Hong Bi-jung walked past the other woman. As the princess's figure receded into the distance, Selin Okan let out a smirk, her voice filled with contempt. So young and naive. Don't you realize yet that every little action you take looks utterly ridiculous and weak? You're still so green. The scene shifts to the Stella Library where Flame is. Flame is sitting her hand, moving quickly as she jots down the day's events in her diary. As she writes, she drifts into thought. I can't believe she could cast crystal flower magic so quickly. That magic is my trademark, my trump card created after overcoming every hardship and trial in my life. I never expected her to be able to perfect that magic and perform it in front of everyone. If things had followed the original script, Isoi should be drowning in despair right now due to the immense shock from the simulated monster battle. Isoi wouldn't have been able to escape Crown Prince Jeremy Kelvin's cage and would have slowly withered away over time. But that dark future has completely changed. Perhaps it's all thanks to Baek Yu-sung that she was able to do it. In the original romance novel, Ma Yu-sung and Isoi faced the apocalypse together. But what if there was a side story that the author wrote, that I never knew about? What if Baek Yu-sung was just a nameless extra who loved Isoi his entire life, but never received her love, even up to the very moment the world came to an end? Is that too far-fetched? After binge-reading so many romance novels, these strange thoughts swirled in Flame's mind. An answer suddenly flashed. Regressing to find the love of his life, and to protect a world where the one he loves can live happily ever after, even if the price was his own existence being forgotten by everyone. In those final moments, did Baek Yu-sung have any regrets? Flame felt her heart clench, a strange, choked-up emotion welling in her chest. I can't believe I'm witnessing a story with such a sad ending right here in real life, not on a screen or in the pages of a novel. A love for which he was willing to trade his entire existence just to turn back time. What must that feel like? The scene shifts again to Baek Yu-sung's cozy room, where he is currently staring at the system window, without so much as a blink. Chapter 5. The simulated monster battle has officially concluded. Congratulations, host, on receiving a large amount of experience for successfully guiding the story in a positive direction. The Constellatio project will grant you an additional reward. After reading this, Baek Yu-sung couldn't help but exclaim, what reward should I choose this time? Even though I've already thought about it. But I still haven't had time to decide. I already enhanced the Fate Shift skill last chapter, so it's best to prepare for the next one. The more he thought, the more his mind became a tangled mess. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Baek Yu-sung's mind. He broke into a satisfied smile and said, that's right, that's it. How could I have forgotten? Having cleared his thoughts, he messaged the system. I want to choose the item, Giffinel's leaf key. The system responded. System is evaluating the host. Please wait a moment. Ding ding ding. System check complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward Giffinel's leaf key. Seeing the awesome key appear, Baek Yu-sung jumped for joy. Amazing. Although this thing might not be as old school as the equipment my old account used, it's one of the rarest items. It's hard to find, and something only the top-tier players could own. This key is a tool for chatting with a spirit. It's special, but the problem is it has only one function: opening a secret dungeon. But to use it, I have to go outside. Come to think of it, after that chaos at the cemetery last time, Stella Academy has tightened its entry and exit rules. Oh, Stella Academy, what am I supposed to do now? While Baek Yuseon was scratching his head, he suddenly remembered how he used to sneak out of Stella when he was grinding the game. Back then, the academy was on lockdown just like it is now. What trick did I use at the time? After pondering for a while, a flash of inspiration struck him, and Baek Yuseon's eyes lit up. That's right, a club. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun was high in the sky, casting its warm rays. Baek Yuseon began writing in his growth diary. Growth diary. My family was poor when I was little, so I rarely got to eat out like other people. Whenever my mom was away at work, I could only cook instant noodles for myself. Then when I got sick of instant noodles, I insisted on eating something delicious. My mom used her savings to buy me a bowl of black bean noodles. I was so happy. Even though my mom ate with me, for some reason, she didn't eat any of it. She said she didn't like black bean noodles. After asking for a while, I finally understood. After he finished writing, he stretched, crossing his arms in front of him. His eyes stung a little from staring at his notes for so long. All right, I'm almost done with my homework. A wide grin spread across his face as a thought surfaced. All right, I guess I should go find a club to join now. And so our protagonist headed straight for the school bulletin board, which was plastered with all sorts of club advertisements. As he looked around, he rested his chin on his hand, muttering thoughtfully. But which club is the perfect one for me? The flyers were overwhelming. The writing club goal: get into university. The chess club, the noble sport of mages. The cooking club, where future chefs are nurtured. Looking at the series of posters on the board, his thoughts started racing again. Looks like there are a lot of clubs here, but not many of them allow for off-campus activities, especially outside. I need to consider this very carefully. Just then, as if by telepathy, he noticed something. His gaze shifted to the side. Are you also thinking about how you haven't signed up for a club yet? It turned out someone was standing right next to him. Startled by the question, Aesoi glanced over her, voice a bit irritated. What? What about it? Seeing that she didn't seem to like the question, he quickly changed the subject, his tone probing. Shouldn't you be getting tons of offers from clubs? Aesoi shot back, her voice questioning. Don't you know who I am? Hearing the slightly odd question, he replied casually. Of course I do. You're Aesoi. You've gotten pretty famous lately. Without denying it, she continued, her voice a little shy. Well, that's true. Seeing her somewhat sad expression, Baek Yuseon was lost in thought again. After that test, Aesoi's reputation had changed completely. She must be feeling it herself. Just like me. You pick first, Aesoi said, closing her eyes. Her cool demeanor was no different from the main character who had just appeared here. But I have to choose a club carefully. Suddenly a figure in the distance was watching the two of them chat, and that person was none other than Ma Yusung. The young man casually approached them lightly, tapping the protagonist on the shoulder with a friendly smile on his face. He then spoke up. Yuseon, is that you? The sudden appearance and friendly expression startled Baek Yuseon a bit. A few thoughts flashed through his mind. Ma Yusung. Why is he here? Baek Yuseon brushed Ma Yusung's hand away, his tone slightly annoyed. Alright, get your hand off me first. But in response, Ma Yusung just kept smiling brightly. You were amazing. I saw your test. Plus I heard you even commanded the hunt for the necromancer. You're really skilled. Hearing Ma Yusung's flattery, Baek Yuseon was a little flustered. Well, it was just luck. Just as Ma Yusung expected, he kept his eyes glued to the protagonist. He continued in an admiring tone. As I thought, you're really different from everyone else. Ma Yusung's ice-cold expression did a complete 180, becoming unusually warm. Baek Yuseon couldn't help but be taken aback by this transformation. Not knowing what to do, he gulped. He squeezed his eyes shut and stammered, well, as you know, I'm just a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to do better than others. Hearing Baek Yuseon's somewhat humble reply, Ma Yusung broke into a wide smile again, and responded immediately, I see. You've used your time much more efficiently than I have. Suddenly Baek Yuseon asked an unrelated question. What are you planning to do this weekend? Seeing Baek Yuseon ask, Ma Yusung was surprised. Me. Then he replied with a single word that made them both freeze. Studying. Stunned by the answer, Baek Yuseon's next words came out a bit strange. I was just asking to be polite, and your answer was just as polite. Thanks, I guess. Realizing his answer was a bit confusing, Ma Yusung quickly waved his hands and explained further. No, I'm really studying. I study and then I train. Baek Yusun asked haltingly. You don't usually do things like that. But I don't know why you keep smiling. Ma Yuseong continued, his voice a little embarrassed. Huh. That's right. I don't know why, but lately, I've started to enjoy it. One of them was grinning from ear to ear, while the other was as suspicious as a fox. Honestly, this guy is already handsome, can't he just act a little more normal? Ma Yuseong starting to train diligently was something that happened much later. What could be the reason this time? Suddenly, Ai Soi spoke up. It was the dungeon field trip, wasn't it? Seeing an excuse to change the subject, Ma Yuseong immediately latched on. That's right. If you hadn't intervened back then, I might have been in real danger. Hearing this, Ai Soi's temper flared up again, and a few warning words were spoken right after. Don't call me young lady. Listening to the two of them bicker, Baek Yusun summarized the situation in his head. That's right. In the original story, Ma Yuseong teamed up with Flame, and easily dealt with Haegu Jiang, but this time because I got involved. Flame got stuck with me, so he had to face Haegu Jiang all by himself. Could this be the reason why Haegu Jiang became so unusual? But anyway, everything turned out fine. Thanks to this, both Haegu Jiang and Ma Yuseong will grind and level up on their own. Completely different from me, their growth will definitely have a positive impact on the happy ending. After beating around the bush for a while, Ma Yuseong finally returned to the main point, posing a question to the main character. Hey Yuseon, haven't you joined a club yet? It's been a long time since you enrolled. Since she was in a foul mood, her tone was just as sour. Because I've been busy lately. With a smile that could cure all ills, Ma Yuseong pointed to himself, his voice inviting. Then why don't you join the same club as me? The only response was the main character's cold gaze. We'll see. If you can meet my requirements, I'll reconsider. Ma Yuseong continued to persuade him. So what kind of club are you looking for? Seeing his chance, Baek Yusun began rattling off a laundry list of ridiculous demands. It has to be quiet, with few members, no gatherings private, and offer all 4 major insurance plans. Lunch should have cheese with pork cutlets. We should have freedom for outside activities. Individual activities must be respected, and we must be granted special leave permissions. The other two were stunned, speechless after hearing his list. Ai Soi exclaimed in disbelief. Does a club like that even exist in this world? The main character knew full well that it didn't, but he kept up the act, pretending to think before speaking right away. Of course not. I was just kidding. Suddenly, Ma Yuseong's voice rang out full of amusement. That's interesting. So, if I were to create a club like that for you, would you join me? Hearing that Ma Yuseong was planning to start a club, both of them were wide-eyed and frozen for a good 5 seconds. Baek Yusun asked back. Trying to stay as calm as possible, he thought. Holy crap, you can really create a club that gets special leave privileges. Ma Yuseong with a radiant smile replied firmly, yes, I absolutely can. Hearing that, Baek Yusun began calculating in his head. That's right, Ma Yuseong is well connected. He even has ties with the underground power factions within Stella Academy. Although those connections are a bit scary, they would definitely be useful in this case. This is truly a dream life. I could freely participate in extracurricular activities, have top-notch health insurance, and eat famous Kobe beef every day. And I wouldn't have to worry about any ridiculous rules. Plus, having the nation's heartthrob Yuseong, the main character of the story by my side, wouldn't be a bad idea either. But then again, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Between me and Yuseong, up to this point, our relationship is just that of strangers passing each other by. There's nothing intimate about it. Naturally, with my vast knowledge of the game, I've presented myself as a true genius. But was that really enough for him to be willing to create an entire dream club just for me? With that thought, Yusun's expression turned serious, and he stated plainly, that's a great idea. But what do you get out of creating this club for me? A spark flickered in Ma Yuseong's eyes as he gazed intently at Isun. As if admiring a priceless diamond, he whispered, of course, you're someone incredibly special. Ah, as if a thought suddenly clicked, the protagonist's expression hardened, his face turning serious. What exactly do you know? But then his train of thought came to a sudden halt. Ah, I remember now. One of Ma Yuseong's chronic struggles was the fact that he had to bear his loneliness all by himself. Pushed to his limit, Isun had no choice but to give in, nodding repeatedly. Alright, go ahead and start the club. Ma Yuseong's face lit up as if he'd struck gold. He immediately asked, really? Yeah, but you have to let her join too. The protagonist casually dragged Iso into the group. This move left Iso so stunned she was practically speechless. Huh, me too. Seeing his plan failing so spectacularly, Isun was secretly pleased with himself. Those two are definitely a match made in heaven. If it's Iso, she can completely heal Ma Yuseong's soul. That guy, he's just like a pufferfish. The moment he's taken out of the water, he automatically turns black and plays dead. Or worse, he goes completely insane. I can't really count on Flame either, since she's always busy flirting with Hujiang. Mayuseong, however, was as happy as could be to have Isun by his side, so he didn't hesitate to flex his generosity and give Iso a spot in the group. If the beautiful Lady Iso joins, I would welcome her with open arms. Lady Iso's name was dropped for the second time with the title, Lady. Her face started to scrunch up in annoyance. Don't call me Lady, it's so annoying. Witnessing the two bicker like cats and dogs, Isun was once again lost in thought, wondering if this decision of his was a brilliant move, or a youthful mistake. Just then, a curious Museong asked, "So what should we name the club, Isun?" The one who had already prepared for this calmly answered them, "Leave that to me." A moment later, a glorious application form appeared before everyone. Application 2. Establish a club. Club name: the Culinary Club. President Isun. Members Mayuseong and Iso. Purpose: to explore cuisines from all over the world. Something felt off. Iso hesitated before speaking up. But, is this even allowed? To get the official seal for special activities, you need at least one faculty advisor and a minimum of 5 members. Hearing this, the corners of Mayuseong's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He grinned brightly like a savior descending from the heavens. "Leave the members and the seal to me." "Okay, but I think finding a faculty advisor will be difficult." After hearing that, Isun's sharp gaze shot toward Mayuseong as he questioned him. "How were you able to get a special pass to go outside anyway?" "It's just that all the professors here are complete scumbags." Mayuseong smirked again, a smile that would make anyone nervous. Because no one could fathom the reason behind that smile, a chill ran down Isun's spine. All he could do was mumble, "It's nothing." Seeing that everything was settled, Museong held up the paper and formally declared, "Well then, I'm off to get the application stamped. This is our club. We're counting on you for everything." Watching Museong's figure disappear, Isun was lost in thought again. That seal for special activities isn't something you can get just by asking. But if they're willing to stamp it for him, then I'm sure as hell they're one of their insiders. The scene shifts to Main Tower 1, the residence of Vice Principal Stella. At this moment, the Vice Principal was calmly admiring an antique porcelain vase. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening shattered the silent atmosphere. His expression changed slightly. Museong could be seen calmly walking right up to the Vice Principal. Gazing at Mayuseong's devastatingly handsome face, the Vice Principal suddenly broke into a respectful smile, his voice as sweet as honey. My, what wind blew you here? Yes, welcome, young Master Mayuseong." Seeing the man's obvious sycophantic expression, Mayuseong was no slouch either, replying with an equally friendly smile. "Yes, it's been a while." With that, Mayuseong casually plopped down in the Vice Principal's chair, crossed his arms and flashed a smugly satisfied smile. "Here I am. Oh, your seat is more comfortable than I thought. I like it." Haha. Faced with such arrogant words, the Vice Principal could only force a laugh, quickly bowing his head respectfully. "Thank goodness. It is an honor that you like it, young master. I am so glad to see you've grown up so well." Mayuseong replied nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. "Is that so? My life here at Stella Academy is great. I've met many interesting friends. This place is much better than being at home." As he spoke those words, the smile on his lips was brighter than ever, like the brilliant sun. But in complete contrast to that joy, the Vice Principal furrowed his brow slightly, muttering to himself in his head. "What the hell is this psycho brat doing here?" He tried to regain his usual composure and asked aloud, "So what brings you here today?" Myung-song didn't answer right away, simply placing a piece of paper on the desk. The corners of his lips curved into an enigmatic smile that made the other man curious. "This is an application to establish a club. I need you to stamp this." The Vice Principal froze his face, a mask of disbelief, as he stammered, "What?" His eyes were glued to the paper on the desk, unable to hide the suspicions swelling within him. A notorious eccentric like Myung-seong wants to start a club. If his family heard about this, their jaws would surely drop in surprise. With that thought, he fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment of deliberation, the Vice Principal sighed and finally nodded. "I see a club application, is it? Let me first check if it meets the criteria. In any case, to establish a club, you must have the minimum number of valid members. That's the rule." But just as he reached out to touch the paper, Myung-song swiftly covered it with his palm, giving him no chance. The entire room was suddenly plunged into a suffocating silence. The Vice Principal froze and looked up, his face filled with bewilderment. At that moment, Myung-seong's bright sunny smile from before had completely vanished, replaced by a terrifyingly cold expression. His eyes darkened as deep as a bottomless abyss, sending a shiver down the man's spine. His low voice rang out, carrying an invisible pressure that weighed down the air. "You don't need to check the contents. Your only job is to stamp it." The Vice Principal's throat suddenly felt dry. He sensed something incredibly frightening, a cold, dark aura hidden deep within the eyes of the arrogant young man before him. He subconsciously swallowed hard, as a single thought began to form in his mind. I can't fight back. Or rather, I have absolutely no standing to object. As long as this boy remains the heir to that great man, I can't refuse any of his requests, no matter how unreasonable. A cold sweat broke out and trickled down the vice principal's back. With a trembling hand, he reached under the desk and pulled out the precious seal. Yes, of course I'll stamp it, but please, I beg you, keep this a secret. He tactfully reminded Myung-seong, his hand shaking, as he stamped the application as if performing a grand ceremony. When the final seal was pressed onto the paper, Myung-seong saw that his goal was accomplished. He immediately dropped the cold expression and returned to his usual demeanor. I know. Thanks. I'm leaving now. With that, he instantly vanished from the office as fast as the wind. The office door closed, but the vice principal remained motionless for a long time, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock. A moment later, he slumped into his chair, letting out a sigh of relief as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Damn it, a half-talented brat like him dares to be so arrogant in front of me. He's just like his father. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his eyes darkening with furious resentment. How can he be so much like that man? But this will end soon. One day I will personally wring that arrogant brat's neck. The next morning, the bell, signaling the end of class, rang loudly as usual. The professor at the podium announced loudly, "All right, that's all for today's lesson. Remember to prepare your homework." With that, he quickly took his leave, not lingering for a second longer. The classroom instantly erupted into a clamor as noisy as a chaotic market. Hey, did you see that just now? That professor is always so ridiculously nitpicky during presentations. You're right, especially with commoners. After packing their books, the students gradually filed out, leaving only Jackie standing there hesitantly. She stared at the presentation paper in her hands, her face filled with disappointment. Jackie's heart was flooded with regret. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, I could have made a much better impression, but I screwed it all up because I was too nervous. Flame saw that Jackie hadn't left yet, knowing full well that her friend was fuming about the terrible presentation. She forced a bright smile to comfort Jackie. Your presentation was better today. Don't pay any mind to the professor's harsh words. You did a great job. Hearing that, Jackie flared up and snapped without any restraint. Shut up. I don't need your fake comfort. Flame was stunned for a moment, but she wasn't one to back down. She retorted indignantly. You little brat. I was worried about you, so I came over to comfort you, and you can't even appreciate a person's kindness. Suddenly a voice from behind cut into their argument. I have to agree with that. Flame jumped, letting out a startled shriek. Could you not appear so suddenly like that? You scared me to death. She crossed her arms, frowning in annoyance as she shot back. Is there something you need help with? Eason looked visibly flustered, scratching his head awkwardly. In response, it's not a big deal. Are you close with any of the professors? I'm planning to start a club. Could you help me find a professor who's free to be the club's advisor? Flem raised an eyebrow, her expression full of doubt as she retorted, Why don't you do it yourself? Eason let out a long, heavy sigh. His tone was a bit dejected. About that. It seems like the professors really hate me, so it's better if I don't ask them directly. After hearing that, Flem froze for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into hysterical laughter. Haha, well that's a given. With your attitude, it's only natural they'd feel that way. You either talk back to professors in class, or you're fast asleep. You've even cheated in class. You're lucky you haven't been expelled yet. Ahem, you don't have to list everything. His face flushed red with embarrassment. He coughed awkwardly a few times and quickly turned away, as if trying to escape the harsh truth. Flem closed her eyes, lost in thought. Being a club advisor sounded prestigious, but in reality it was a rather troublesome and time-consuming job. So to find a professor willing to take on that burden and ready to help was not easy at all. Suddenly a name flashed in her mind like a ray of light, at the end of the tunnel. Speaking of which, aren't you really close with Professor Martin's assistant? I see you visiting her lab all the time. Yeah, that's right. So why don't you ask her for help? Eason raised an eyebrow, looking completely surprised, as if he'd just heard something earth-shattering. An assistant can be an advisor. Flem crossed her arms, looking at her friend with contempt, as if she were looking at an idiot who'd just fallen from the sky. Are you stupid? This is the Stella Academy? Of course they can. The main character's jaw dropped in surprise. What hello, unbelievable. I've been running around like a headless chicken and didn't realize the easy mode path was right under my nose. So, a professor's assistant can be a club advisor. That's awesome. I was so busy grinding the main story that I completely missed this important detail. What a total waste. With that thought, Eason quickly said goodbye to Flem. Then he sprinted towards the teaching assistant's office like a whirlwind. As he ran, he excitedly considered this amazing offer, but but just as he was approaching the lab, he suddenly stopped as if an invisible wall had blocked his path. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw Professor Martin calmly holding a stack of pristine white paper as she walked out of the lab. There was something very strange about her today, completely different from usual. A sinister smile played on her lips enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Her sharp eyes seemed to be hiding something unpredictable. Some earth-shattering secret, perhaps. And so Yuun narrowed his eyes. He tried to follow her retreating figure, an indescribable suspicion rising in his heart. Why is she here at this hour? But before he could think any deeper, he noticed the lab door was slightly ajar, as if inviting him in. Without a moment's hesitation, our hero pushed the door open and stepped inside, calling out with a wide, cheerful grin, "I'm here." However, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, the smile on Yuun's face was instantly extinguished, like a candle in the wind. Right in the middle of the room stood Ansa, looking as pitiful as an abandoned kitten. Quickly wiping away the tears still on her cheeks, she spoke in a flustered, choked voice, "Yuun, you're here." Seeing this, our hero couldn't help but worry. He gently walked closer and asked in a concerned voice, "What happened here?" Ansa sobbed, trying her best to explain, her words broken. "Well, it's like this." Looking at her deliberately evasive eyes, Yuun knew she was lying a clumsy lie. He got serious and asked her straight to the point. No beating around the bush. "The research proposal you said you've been preparing for so long. Where is it?" Ansa clenched her fists and then suddenly let out a laugh. A laugh so bitter it sounded as if she were mocking herself, just like a complete fool. About that. I gave it to Professor Martin. You know there's an alchemy symposium coming up. The professor said she would present the research on my behalf at the event." A faint glimmer of hope suddenly lit up Ansa's eyes, like a small flame in the cold winter night. "Isn't that wonderful? My research is going to be presented to top alchemists from all over the world." But before she could finish, Yuun couldn't hold back his anger anymore and cut her off, shouting, "I get it. But Ansa, your research results were just blatantly stolen. Is your name even going to be on it?" Ansa froze as if his words had struck a raw nerve, her fatal weakness. She hesitated for a long time before letting out a miserable, pained laugh. "Ha ha. It's fine. It's an experience for me. That's just how alchemy is. I'm not the only one who's had their research stolen. Everyone goes through it. Everyone just silently accepts this reality." Hearing those words, Yuun felt incredibly frustrated. It felt like a heavy rock was crushing my chest. Is this what they have to endure to become a great alchemist? How ridiculous. I knew perfectly well that Ansa was deliberately hiding the rest of the story. Some harsh truth, but somehow miraculously I could still understand it. It was as if we had a telepathic link, allowing me to touch her deepest thoughts. Nowadays, the world of alchemy has shrunk to become incredibly small. It's no wonder they say that anyone who's been in this field for a while basically knows everyone else. If some clueless person were to accidentally make an enemy of a veteran alchemist, then it would be game over. That person might as well say goodbye forever to their path of becoming an alchemist. Bitter. It was exactly as she'd said. Everyone is like that. All of them have to bow to the dark side of this difficult field. However, not a single one of them truly accepts it with all their heart. They're forced to follow the crowd to obey these absurd unwritten rules that have been around since who knows when. Perhaps the upcoming conference is the golden opportunity, the very moment Ansa has been waiting for her entire life. This would be the first time her brainchild, the research she poured her heart and soul into, would be presented to the world. For the sake of that historic moment, she had to patiently endure so much torment and immense pressure from Martin. But then what happened? That woman, the very person she once respected, was the one who ruthlessly snuffed out that fragile glimmer of hope. And Yuun suddenly recalled a phrase Ma used like a broken record every time she stole Ansa's research. "Just wait another year. You'll still have a chance, right?" And poor Ansa actually fell for those sweet-sounding lies. Because this was the cruel reality she had to face. There was nothing else she could do. Eventually, Professor Ma is going to decipher that secret formula anyway. Even though I desperately want Ansa to be the one to crack it, to finish it before that awful day comes. When I see her brainchild being so brazenly stolen, I really can't just sit back and do nothing anymore. My blood was boiling. Getting that research back would be a piece of cake. Yuun's true deeper goal was to land a devastating punch right in Martin's face to satisfy his anger. With that in mind, he opened his mouth, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Hey Ansa, what about that other research you're conducting?" Ansa looked visibly surprised, her expression completely bewildered. "The research we worked on together. Are you asking about the random number interference technique combined with Qigong?" She let out a heavy sigh, her voice laced with helplessness. "That technique has been an unsolved problem for 300 years. There's no way anyone can solve it now. I've tried your unique idea over and over, but it's had no effect." Yuun smiled confidently, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. If we solve that problem, this research will have a major breakthrough. But the thing is, I've already solved that part. Hearing this, Ansa's eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. Her pupils constricted in shock, unable to believe her own ears. What did you just say? You really solved it? He nodded firmly, his voice resolute. Yes. Let me show you, although I don't really understand how it works myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Eason began to write furiously, scribbling the divine enhancement formula on the blackboard. Ansa watched intently, her gaze fixed on every stroke and every number, as they appeared, not daring to miss a single detail. Suddenly, countless images flashed within her eyes, memories of complex alchemical techniques and formulas. She stood there, completely dumbfounded, and at a loss for words. When Eason finished his masterpiece, he looked directly at Ansa, his eyes filled with a confidence that seemed to say, "But if it's you, it'll definitely be different," Ansa murmured, slowly stepping closer, her voice filled with disbelief. Does that mean if we add the dispersion and reflection rates to this formula, and combine it with the pause flow added to the Gini coefficient? She was completely sucked into the labyrinth of the formula, oblivious to the world around her. She even forgot that Eason was standing right there beside her. Witnessing this incredible sight, he could only feel a deep sense of admiration, mentally tipping his hat to Ansa's insane level of concentration. It's truly crazy. Unlike me, I'm just a guy who knows how to copy and paste, just copying and memorizing existing information like a machine. A true genius's brain like Ansa's must be firing on all cylinders right now, flashing with countless images with mind-bending alchemical techniques and formulas. I shouldn't be the one to complete this research. But most importantly, Ansa has to be the one to carry this, to finish the remaining difficult parts all by herself. She has to become the true author, the one who actually creates this life's work, and she has to reclaim her self-confidence with her own two hands, to take back what was lost. And me, I'm just here for moral support, to be her biggest cheerleader. I never had the absurd dream of becoming an alchemist. I'm just not skilled enough. I don't have that noble ideal to pursue such a thorny path. I'm just a freeloader, relying on the warehouse of knowledge already in my head, pretending to be brilliant by just rehashing information that was stored away ages ago. But Anisa is different. That woman is a true genius, someone who can change the entire world, change the future of all humanity. I'm not kidding. The protagonist quietly slipped out of the room, gently closing the door, so gently that he didn't make a single sound, afraid of disturbing the beautiful woman who was in deep concentration. My part in this is pretty much done. It's over. All that's left is to place my complete trust in her talent and wait for the results. What else can I do? Sometime later, by the grace of God, and with the enthusiastic help of assistant Anisa and her buddy Ma Yuseong, the protagonist finally had a smooth journey and managed to establish his legendary culinary club. As the model team leader, I had to beg for an exit permit and teleported here using a fancy portal, although that border crossing process made my joints a little sore. I also got grilled by old Professor Lihan until my brain was twisted into a knot, but thanks to thorough preparation beforehand, I luckily passed the test with flying colors and was granted an unrestricted travel permit with surprising ease. As long as I don't cause any trouble or stir up bad karma, everything will be fine. Walking along the deep winding path, Eason couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds, mesmerized by the breathtakingly romantic scene before his eyes. A giant tree, rumored among the people to have the beautiful name, the Third World Tree, stood toweringly, reaching all the way to the deep blue clouds. Its hundreds of thousands of branches spread out to form a giant umbrella covering the vast, immense garden below. A characteristic green aura, the signature of the World Tree, also known as the Manhwa spiritual garden, gently enveloped the entire world, making everything under its protection look so peaceful and happy. It was an incredibly chill scene. The garden surrounding this magical place was called the Garden of Dreams, which sounds surreal just from the name alone. Anyone, whether commoner or noble, could drop in to pick and enjoy the incredibly delicious fruits. Seen from above, the scene looked like it came straight out of a once-upon-a-time fairy tale, making this place a wildly famous resort that everyone knew about. This photogenic spot was even considered one of the must-visit places for gamers who wanted to capture the highest quality, most pristine screenshots in the game. The protagonist couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. Whoa, the in-game graphics were a joke compared to the miraculous beauty right before my eyes. They were worlds apart. Just then, an exquisitely beautiful young woman, with characteristically pointed ears and flawless snow-white skin, gently approached. Seeing the familiar symbol of Stella Academy on his uniform, she flashed a friendly, sunbright smile and said in a gentle voice, "Welcome, mage from Stella. We warmly welcome human mages to this place." But Eason was no slouch either, replying with a brilliant smile of his own and a chivalrous tone, "I'm delighted to meet such a beautiful lady. Another person passing by also chimed in with a warm welcome. May your sincerity reach the motherland. The protagonist nodded, sincerely replying with the utmost respect, yes. I would also like to express my gratitude to Mother Earth and the World Tree for gifting us such a beautiful garden today. They were greeting him with the exclusive greeting of the elves, which he had. Remembering the secret knowledge from the scripture etched into his heart, he thought to himself, rumor has it that once upon a time, the elves and elvins saved the world, rescuing them from the second world tree, which was burning like a torch and on the verge of collapse. Arriving at the place, it seemed that rumor was the real deal because many of the elves here seemed to recognize the signature uniform of Stella Academy, so their attitude was genuinely friendly, not at all fake. But in reality, it's rare to find any mage in this world who's proficient in that tough-as-nails offensive magic. What's more, the test to level up to a magic hero was ridiculously difficult, a real pain in the ass. Thus, the number of talented individuals holding that badass title was as rare as autumn leaves. You could count them on one hand. By the way, it wasn't hard to notice that among the elves there were countless individuals with stunning looks that could make anyone fall for them. The main character couldn't help but stare with his eyes wide in admiration as they walked gracefully down the street, their aura shining brightly. However, not all elves are automatically drop-dead gorgeous at first sight, you know. It's just that the percentage of outstanding individuals with flawless looks in the elf race is a tad higher than in us humans. Of course, there were still elves with perfectly average appearances, nothing too remarkable if you put them side by side for comparison. Isaac automatically thought of the distant country of Uzbekistan on Earth. That place is definitely a paradise of beauties, with many people of unforgettably impressive looks, but there's also no one who possesses an appearance that completely outclasses normal people. Among those picturesque elves, there was one who possessed an appearance more special than all the others standing out from the crowd. That was the queen of the elf race, SSS-RANK. Just hearing the name, you can tell how classy it is. She possessed a surreal beauty, like a goddess descended to Earth, and had successfully stolen the hearts of countless gamers in this virtual world. In fact, SSS-RANK was the legendary character, who had the largest, most massive fanbase in the entire game world. And of course, she was also one of my waifus, one of the characters I was hopelessly obsessed with. My preference for ladies as pure and innocent as a blank sheet of paper goes without saying. In essence, the elf race is born without gender, a rather shocking truth. Only when they fall in love, experiencing a true, unforgettable romance, does their gender transform, changing according to the person they give their heart to. The elf queen SSS-RANK was blessed with the appearance of an exquisitely beautiful woman, but because she was hopelessly single and had never been moved by anyone, according to the game's lore, she was still genderless. A pretty twisted situation. Later, after being saved by the universally adored heroine Flame, she fell head over heels for her and made the decision to become a man so she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the one she loved. A ridiculously cheesy love story. What the hell? I have no idea what kind of bastard could create a plot so twisted and cringeworthy. No matter which main story route the player followed, there was no way for the elf queen SSS-RANK to become female. That cruel fact made countless male gamers scream and fall into despair. Truly a tragicomic story so ridiculous you have to laugh through the tears. The main character wondered what SSS-RANK would be like after transforming into a man. Just hearing about it was a total mood killer. I used to have a crush on her too, but it wasn't because of her beautiful appearance but because of her soul-capturing charm curse. The moment someone foolishly looked into those mesmerizing eyes, regardless of age or gender, they would automatically be plunged into a fierce love, completely smitten. That passionate feeling was so strong, it was as if their souls were stolen, leaving them to die in the agony of a lovesick heart. Truly suffering for love. Drifting in a stream of memories about a glorious past while wandering around the outskirts of the mystical world tree, Isaac, our protagonist, finally found the mysterious labyrinth, the forbidden garden of the spirit Lino. He silently made his meticulous calculations, weighing every little detail. Right now my skills have been buffed up quite a bit. It's best to be prepared for the events that are about to go down. This is no joke. With that thought, the main character opened his inventory, rummaged around for a bit, and took out Lino's Leafshine key, a precious item. Hey, I'm so lucky I can use this earlier than planned. The heavens are truly smiling on me. He stuck the key into the lock and was about to excitedly turn it when suddenly, bam, a notification popped up right before his eyes. If you open the gate to that place, there is a possibility that the other co-owners of the key will also be able to detect it. At the sight, Eden flinched, his heart pounding like a festival drum. This familiar warning message. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere in the game before. No doubt about it. In the game, this divine key also carried the exact same message. But the damn thing was so many players had been massively disappointed, completely let down, because no special event ever happened at all. What a cruel joke. Screw it, whatever happens, happens. It's come to this, so what the hell else could happen? Nothing to be afraid of. With that thought, Eden decisively plunged the key into the lock and gave it a gentle turn. Asterisk. Click asterisk. In the blink of an eye, the mystical gate leading to the spirit's garden swung wide open, welcoming its visitor. At that very moment in the Holy Land, the cradle of the sacred trees where the Elven Kingdom resides, and not far from there, on the highest peak of the majestic, towering primeval mountain range, stood a desolate yet magnificent castle, its beauty heart-wrenching. The ancient castle, stained by time and partially in ruins, blended strangely and harmoniously with the majestic and beautiful natural scenery surrounding it, creating a flawless picture. At a glance, one might make a huge mistake thinking it was just a solitary tree, amidst a vast, lush, green forest. At the very top of that imposing castle was a pitch-black bedroom. It was shrouded in thick darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering through a tiny crack in the window, just enough for one to feel the gloom of the place. This made one wonder, could it be that even the brilliant sun was powerless, and unable to reach this remote and secluded place? As if stimulated by that sudden dazzling light, a woman with a slender and graceful figure gently left her warm bed. She walked slowly, step by step toward the mysterious window. Her voluminous snow-white hair cascaded gently down, like pristine snowflakes on the majestic white mountain range. Looking at the breathtakingly beautiful natural scenery before her, her eyes gradually widened, sparkling as if they contained an entire starry sky. Those eyes, a brilliant, proud gold, like precious metal, suddenly shone more brilliantly than ever, dazzling the entire area. If someone were to accidentally look into them, they would instantly lose all reason, freezing on the spot, completely captivated by that surreal beauty. A beauty beyond imagination, beyond the tolerance of any sentient creature in this world. She was none other than the elf monarch of the flower Saren tribe, the queen of all flowers. She often struggled with excessive drowsiness every morning, coupled with a nasty case of low blood pressure. So even after waking up, she could only sit helplessly and silently by the small window, watching the world go by. She watched the birds soaring freely in the clear blue sky, and a restless, uncomfortable feeling suddenly welled up inside her. She wondered when she would ever be able to spread her wings freely in this vast sky like them. But she herself was imprisoned, unable to leave this confining place. She was so jealous of those carefree birds. Suddenly, a strange, indescribable feeling came from her chest, making Hua-Serene jump, her heart pounding. She raised a hand to her head, frowning slightly, her face full of suspicion. It seems someone has broken into my secret garden, my forbidden sanctuary. That place is the final resting place of my longtime soulmate, the 1,000-year-old great spirit Lino, a legend. Hua-Serene couldn't believe her senses. That place was an inviolable forbidden sanctuary that no one could ever set foot in. So who the hell would have the nerve to just barge in here, truly fearless? Setting aside the unbelievable fact of how the hell that person got their hands on the divine key that had vanished ages ago, she grew even more curious about the identity of the one who dared to use it. So reckless. She decided to go there herself, to see, even though she knew perfectly well she couldn't leave this confining room. But she stubbornly grabbed the doorknob anyway, intending to throw it open no matter the cost. In that fateful moment, her heart suddenly clenched in unbearable pain. A sharp agony shot through her like hundreds of needles piercing her body, causing her to stop short, frozen on the spot. I've endured for decades, never daring to show this God-given face. I can't act rashly now. What if that wicked curse resurfaces and accidentally drives someone to madness? It would be a disaster for everyone. Hua-Serene clenched her fists, trying to suppress the chaotic emotions surging within her. Just wait a little longer. The birthday of the sacred world tree is coming soon. As the Supreme Queen, I must appear before all my subjects. There's no escaping it. When that time comes, I'll investigate and find out just what son of a bitch dares to cause all this chaos. Saren Flower, having made an ironclad decision, continued to gaze out the window at the world. The warm, gentle sunlight softly caressed her delicate face, bringing with it a small measure of comfort. There were countless reasons that forced her to be stuck in a dark, remote place like this. It was a truly tragic situation. Whether in deep sleep or during her daily life, she always lived in fear, afraid that someone might accidentally see her heart-stoppingly beautiful face and cause disaster. Returning to our protagonist, as soon as he set foot in the gloomy dungeon, a thick, overpowering scent suddenly assaulted his nostrils, causing Eason to sneeze uncontrollably. In utter misery, the protagonist couldn't help but curse in frustration. Damn it, this blasted pollen is so annoying. Thanks to that loud noise, the monster lurking in the dungeon, a sentient plant root, was quickly drawn to him and charged forward to attack without a second thought. Seeing that the situation was bad, Eason immediately started running for his dear life, but you can't outrun fate. He couldn't just keep running like that forever. So he stopped, determined to fight a decisive life-or-death battle with the monster. Although Eason fought with all his might using every skill he had, this tanky wood element monster possessed an unusually strong life force, making it incredibly tough and impossible to one-shot easily. Deciding to go all out, he pulled out a high-end item, a top-notch alchemy bomb, because fire is the natural enemy, the critical weakness of all wood element monsters. And that's the huge reason why I put my faith in it and decided to choose alchemy as my subclass. Although he couldn't combine gunpowder and wondrous magic like high-level alchemists or other pro players, a single level 1 firebomb was more than enough to take care of this nasty monster. With that thought, the protagonist didn't hesitate for a second, decisively hurling the firebomb straight into the monster root's nest, aiming true. Boom, boom, boom. The bomb exploded violently, creating an earth-shattering sound as the monster shrieked pathetically in pain, writhing as if it was about to be served up on a platter. Seizing this golden opportunity, Eason immediately drew his treasured sword and used his godly flash step skill to close in on the target. Quick as a flash, observing with incredible speed, Eason spotted its critical weak point. There was no doubt about it. Without a shred of hesitation, he delivered a critical blow straight to the head of the unlucky root monster. Thud. The monster collapsed, vanishing into thin air without a trace. The system's bell rang out, announcing his victory. Congratulations, you have received experience points to level up. Eason let out a sigh of relief, his face beaming. At least these weak, pathetic monsters give a decent amount of experience points, he thought. Not bad. Looking ahead, Eason continued his arduous journey without faltering, because his ultimate goal, the most important objective of this fateful trip, was right there before his very eyes. He couldn't waste another second. Time is money. The system's voice rang out once more in a solemn tone. You are now entering the final boss room, the labyrinth's boss room. Prepare yourself. As soon as that mysterious voice faded, the gigantic wooden door behind him, as large as a mountain, slowly creaked shut with a heavy thud. A gentle breeze caressed him as it passed, carrying a slight chill. The scene before Eason's eyes suddenly unfolded spectacularly, like a beautiful painting straight out of a fairy tale. Under a mystical, hazy night sky, a full moon hung as bright and clear as a mirror. This moon was more splendid and magnificent than the one on his dear Earth, gently blanketing a vast, fragrant field of flowers. Above, countless stars sparkled like diamonds, adorning the night and making it all the more poetic and romantic. The silver moonlight coated each delicate petal, making them shimmer mystically as if covered in a layer of sparkling silver. The protagonist took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. I can't afford to tremble. He walked slowly and carefully toward the center of this troublesome labyrinth, his eyes shining with determination. He wondered with great doubt, could that woman praying with her hands clasped on that ancient stone pillar really be the divine spirit? Lino, the final boss of this tough labyrinth. Unbelievable. According to the inner monologue of our young Baek Yuun, the most mysterious entity in this world is, without a doubt, a divine spirit. That means a super pure soul that has cultivated for hundreds of years, finally achieved enlightenment, and then transformed into a whole new form of existence. A brand new form that's rumored to be incredibly rare and hard to find, even in the great world of Eggerite. Before me was not a perfect divine spirit. The creature in front of you is not a perfect spirit, you see. That woman lost her heart right before she could ascend into one. Then she became stuck in that state forever with no way out. Under the mystical moonlight amidst a heart-stoppingly brilliant night scene, Baek Yuun spotted a figure leaning against a massive pillar in the center. A sudden feeling of anxiety crept over his mind. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. The young man slowly took one step after another, advancing forward. Even though his opponent was just a spirit, its mana aura was terrifyingly immense. It was crushing the poor kid, his body buckling under the pressure, even though he had been warned beforehand to wear a full set of high-grade protective armor. But now he was completely defenseless without even a shoddy piece of armor to wear. The horrifying pressure quickly forced him to his knees. His thoughts raced. So this is supernatural mana pressure. Even in death, a spirit is still a spirit. The proof was the pressure radiating from it at the very moment of its demise. But if he gave up here for a reason like that, what kind of main character would he be? He gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his strength into every muscle fiber. He slowly, awkwardly forced himself up. This resistance was no joke, especially since he couldn't store mana himself. So every step he took felt incredibly heavy and difficult, yet in the end, he succeeded. He managed to stand up straight on his own, though most of his body was still shaking uncontrollably because of his inability to store mana. After dragging himself forward for a while, he finally made it close to the spirit, completely out of breath. Now we can see more clearly the spirit had its hands clasped, seemingly praying for something. The mystical blue light made the scene even more magnificent. And then a not-so-small surprise arrived. The system notification panel suddenly flashed, experience for the mono-leak delay trait has increased. Pausing his gasps for air, Baek-Yusun leaned back slightly, letting out a weary but relieved sigh. Now life felt a whole lot brighter. The system notification panel was still there, the stats were increasing. He sank back into his somewhat deep thoughts. Yes, this place was a natural training ground left behind by a divine spirit. It was one of the rumored places that mages from all over the world had desperately sought. The demonic vein truly was a mystical place. Just a little training here was 100 or even 1,000 times more effective. By absorbing energy from the spirit, his natural compatibility also increased significantly. And then his expression turned a bit dazed as the next thought occurred to him. It's really hard to believe finding a suitable training ground like this. But here I can practice new moves. Moves I've never been able to practice in other training rooms before. But before he could even chill boom, his attention was drawn back to the spirit statue. Or more accurately, to something lying on it. Without hesitating for a second, he quickly reached out and grabbed it. Holding it firmly in his hand, the notification panel appeared again. A materialized soul artifact. You have obtained the item Branch of Hatred. A confident smile spread across his lips as he put a hand on his hip in a triumphant pose. Detailed information about this hot new item also appeared clearly. Branch of Hatred. High grade. Description: Hatred does not fade with time. It only grows stronger. Special function: Hatred 1. 1. First contact causes the target to enter the Hatred 1 state. 2. Second contact causes the target's hatred to explode, dealing damage. 3. Accumulated hatred damage increases over time and can be stored for up to 3 months. 4. If the target has a risk level of 6 or higher, the damage may be halved. Single use. Looking at the new toy, he just picked up. Another confident smile appeared on his lips, taking his own badassery to a whole new level. With this thing I can even take on the final boss of the 8th tribe, the mage Maizen Thielen. I have the artifact and the image in hand, so what am I waiting for? Let's do this. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several weeks had passed. Baek-Yusun opened the system panel again to check his status. Mana leak delay, level 3. Strength increased by 8%, agility increased by 12%, senses increased by 20%. Sixth sense consumes the user's mental energy to activate. It faintly detects mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius, and activates perception acceleration. It automatically activates when the user is in danger. 1 mana circulation rate in the blood is 2%. He let out a sigh of relief, then put a hand on his chin to assess. These current stats are probably around the 2-star level. And then a thought crossed his mind: there's still a long way to go. Because those other main characters have probably already reached 4 stars or higher. And so his training continued without rest. Where in this world can I find a master swordsman to teach me? That's why I need to keep going continuously. He repeated these basic thrusts and slashes so he could target his enemy's weak spots with pinpoint accuracy. But his determination burned more fiercely than ever before. I need to try harder. He swung the aceto in his hand back, ready to sacrifice his body, blood, and sweat for this grueling training. He unleashed a few slashes he considered basic, but then some invisible pressure suddenly surged through his body. It felt like something had just pierced through his chest, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. But this turned out to be a blessing, not a curse, a realization he came to just a moment later. Amazing. He was panting heavily, constantly wiping the sweat from his face. As if to show its concern, the system popped up with some new information. You have learned a portion of a special mana breathing technique. You have acquired the skill Breath of the Divine Soul. But before he could even celebrate, Baek-Yusun felt something was wrong. His vision started to blur, and the world in his perception began to twist abnormally. A heavy sensation enveloped his body. His eyes felt like they were about to shut from drowsiness, and then his entire perception of the world was distorted into a strange shape. But soon after, he was startled awake by a barrage of questions hurtling at him from somewhere. What are you doing? Can't you hear my voice? Can you hear me? No. Are you ignoring me? I certainly hope so. Are you listening to me, huh? Answer me, I'm waiting. Answer now. A look of surprise was still etched on his face as he quickly placed a hand on his chest, as if he just had the scare of his life. That's creepy. What the hell was that? Where did that sound come from? But then another voice spoke, startling him so much he whipped his head around to look behind him. Huh. You can hear my voice now. Then Baek-Yusun confirmed. Are you a spirit? His gaze fixed on the spirit statue present there, and a thought flashed through his mind. Is this the spirit Lifanel was talking to me about? He then brought a hand to his mouth and exclaimed, What the hell is this? That corpse is talking to me. What? A talking corpse. This was immediately answered by someone there. I am not dead. You are a terrible person. I've been talking this whole time but you couldn't hear me because you were deaf. Before he could process the situation, Baek Yuun asked another question. Why can I suddenly hear that sound when I couldn't hear anything before? Picking up the sword he had just dropped, he couldn't help but wonder, isn't it because we're the same? He froze for a few seconds, but then his expression turned to one of surprise as the voice continued. You just exhaled the same breath as me. A train of thought immediately formed in the young man's head. By the way, a notification had appeared earlier saying that a skill had been learned. 4 new detailed information panels appeared. Breath of the Divine Soul, Level 1. Through the breath of the Divine Soul, you can become one with nature, and the speed of mana circulation in your blood increases significantly. But the phenomenon of Divine Beast erosion appears. First effect, a 107% increase in strength. Second effect, a 125% increase in agility. Third effect, a 147% increase in senses. Fourth effect, a 101% increase in endurance. Maximum duration 15 seconds, Divine Beast erosion rate 1%. Looking at the information panel, he sank into a rather long train of thought. The duration is ridiculously short, but my physical abilities jump to the 4th level instantly, right? So he immediately spoke up. Oh, wait a minute. The penalty is the erosion of divine power, which means I'll lose my human body. Divine beasts can maintain their form with their own mana, but for me, with my delayed mana leakage, losing my body means death is near. In that case, this is a skill that shortens my lifespan. The more I use it. His gaze then focused straight ahead. A new thought formed. No, I need to think more positively no matter what. It's true that I've gained a useful skill that I can use in an emergency. On the other side, the spirit statue was somewhat pensive. After a moment it finally spoke. How astonishing. This is the second time a human has been able to perform the breath of the divine soul. You are just like that person with a faint presence, because your body has no mana at all, as if you don't exist in this world. Although he didn't understand much, Baek Yuun grasped the key point and asked back. What? Who is that person? The spirit statue replied. That person also used a sword just like you. They could cut through all magic and spirits. An expression of utter shock appeared on his face. What? He put it all together in his mind. The game never mentioned anything about a test. If you can cut down a spirit, doesn't that make you incredibly skilled? He then asked another question. Can I meet that person? The spirit statue replied, no you cannot. They were killed by the 12 disciples of the original sorcerer. The news hit him like a lightning bolt, and Baek Yuun's face fell. The original sorcerer. Then he must have died a very long time ago. But then he heard a new voice. Should I teach you? I was very close to that person, so I've recorded their every breath and movement. Baek Yuun was surprised again. Really? And then the spirit's voice continued, adding a condition. But there is one condition. I cannot leave this place, nor can I speak to anyone. I am already dead, so please save my heart. Save me. But Baek Yuun paused for a few seconds. His expression then darkened slightly. Asterisk. This is the answer I was expecting. Asterisk. But then he began to apologize. That's impossible with my current abilities. I can't save the hearts of other spirits. The spirit, Lee Panel, stopped speaking. The heavy silence that followed was palpable, and after a moment of hesitation the spirit spoke. It doesn't have to be the heart of a spirit, it just has to be the pure heart of a god. If you use the heart of a god, will you lose a large portion of your power? Hearing that, Lee Panel's voice softened for a moment. It's all right. It's better than being trapped here forever in loneliness. There was a certain bitterness in those words, a feeling he couldn't quite understand, but Baek Yuun sighed and agreed, yeah, I guess so. All right, if it's just the heart of a normal god, then it probably won't be a problem. The voice was filled with anticipation. Really? A few hidden thoughts began to form in Baek Yuun's mind. Asterisk. Anyway, the reason I'm training here is for the upcoming Spirit Beast signing ceremony. At that time, I'll encounter countless creatures. Asterisk. Asterisk. That's far more valuable than saving a spirit's heart. Asterisk. A smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. I'll bring as many as I can. The spirit before him replied, thank you. I'll be waiting. Ah, I have something for you as a token of our promise. Baek Yuun grew suspicious again. A token, pointing in a certain direction, there was another item. The spirit's voice rang out. Look at the pillar behind me. He asked, what is this? The spirit answered. This is proof that you are my friend. Baek Yuun picked it up and the system immediately provided him with more information. Ifil's flower necklace, proof of friendship with Ifil. Abilities none. New thoughts flooded his mind. Asterisk, I've never heard of an item like this, not even in the game. Asterisk, and so he put it into his inventory. Asterisk. Oh, well, if I run out of firewood, I guess I can just use this as kindling. Asterisk. But then he stopped himself from putting the necklace into his inventory. Asterisk. No wait. That was a sacred spirit. Asterisk. And so he held it up in front of him, admiring it with a smile. Asterisk. This is a sign of friendship. Maybe this item is quite useful after all. Asterisk. As dawn broke, soft light streamed through the window of a certain room, where a hand appeared writing on a blackboard. This place was not unfamiliar. It was Stella Academy Antharisa's laboratory. She suddenly stopped writing with her chalk, and before her was the complete system of some kind of formula. I did it. In the somewhat cramped room, Antharisa had solved the entire formula that Yuun had given her earlier. But then a sound rang out, though she paid it little mind. This isn't the time. And so she went to her desk and began to write. She put her pen to paper, and after a while, a satisfied smile spread across her face. Tomorrow, a new era will begin. Asterisk. I wonder if Yuun will be happy to hear this. He will be right times. Welcome to the Black Iron Empire, the capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, a prosperous place, thanks to its 2 crown jewels, gold and iron. This place was like a living cyberpunk painting with skyscrapers, soaring so high, the naked eye could barely see them, their peaks reaching so high, it seemed they touched the very edge of the universe. The sky was a dense web of steel cables with trains zipping back and forth like shuttles, creating a true spiderweb city that gave off a somewhat dark and eerie vibe. And yet, the dwarven people here were brimming with life. Unfazed by the scenery were Yuun and Antharisa, who had just set foot in this place. Yuun, with the brightest of smiles, spoke first. We're here. Antharisa, though a little stunned, quickly replied, Yes, we are. And now for a little info drop for you, the audience. Today is the day of the academic conference. The location rotates every year, and this year the honor belongs to Goldsmith Academy. It's the top alchemist training institute in the Dwarf Kingdom, as dwarves are the original masters of material magic. So this year's conference promises to be more spectacular than ever, and there are even rumors that one CEO Golden, also known as the Golden Alchemist, an idol in the field, will also be attending. Hearing this, our boy Yuun came up with a plan, a calculating smirk creeping across his lips. This was the perfect time to present Antharisa's latest research findings. But then his eyes were drawn back to Antharisa, who spoke softly, her voice full of concern. But Yuun, is this really okay? Her worry was plain to see. This was something that Professor had spent half her life researching. Seeing his friend so down, Yuun felt stressed too, but only in his head. Is she a good person, or just a fool? Even when her own research was stolen, she couldn't do anything about it, yet she could still say such kind things. Is it that bad? Seeing the situation was getting tense, he quickly changed the subject. He tried to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Don't worry. Antharisa looked up, and Yuun continued, his voice firm. It's not that I copied Professor Magatiran's research, it's just that the assistant is better than Professor Magatiran. Antharisa was stunned for a moment, then whispered, Okay, thank you. Hand in hand, they walked forward together, as Yuun continued his smooth talk. All right, shall we go in? The red carpet up front is way too crowded. Let's use the back door to keep it healthy and balanced, Antharisa. Antharisa nodded in agreement without a word of protest. Oh, you're right. That's a good idea. And so, they slipped into the conference hall. The formal voice of the host cut through the buzzing atmosphere. Hello to all the esteemed doctors, professors, and researchers of the prestigious Golden Section Scientific Conference. The 87th session is about to begin. For our first presentation, we will be introducing a new potion. A soft click echoed as someone's high heels stepped onto the podium. It was no stranger, it was Professor Magatiran. The host waited for her to get settled before continuing. First up, we have Professor Magatiran from the Stella Academy. After the introduction, Professor Magatiran began her presentation. The large screen behind her displayed a vast amount of information. She began her voice full of confidence. Hello, I am Magatiran from Stella Academy, and today I will be introducing the alpha type of the red potion. First, please take a look at this. A radiant smile bloomed on her face as she began her long-winded speech. The audience below listened intently, even though we couldn't understand a single thing. A long while later, she finished. That is all. The entire hall erupted. On the other side, Yuun stood in a corner. He observed with his arms crossed amidst the endless murmurs. Oh, Professor Magatiran, what a brilliant idea to improve that difficult-to-craft red potion. Yuun glanced over the crowd. A few cold thoughts drifted through his mind. She seems very skilled at talking about Antharisa's thesis, as if it were her own. There are many ways to play this game. The main course will begin now. Then another figure gracefully walked onto the stage. The host's voice rang out again. Continuing on, we have the presentation by the assistant, Antharisa of Stella Academy. And Antharisa stood in the exact spot Professor Magatyron had just left. She took a deep breath and decided to begin, her voice trembling slightly. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Antharisa, an alchemist from Stella Academy." But despite her words, hardly anyone paid attention. The whispers started up again from below. "Hey, that's the person from the pharmaceutical company I mentioned before. I really liked the presentation on the extraction method of natural regenerating cells that the professor explained this time. The protective coating of the potion you're developing." Yuun from his spot was still listening intently to Antharisa's every word. "The topic I will be presenting today is..." A faint knowing smile appeared on Yuun's lips. Then Antharisa's next words silenced the entire hall in an instant. "A summary and complete understanding of the Jian Gongjiansu cross technique." The buzzing noise suddenly died. Not a single person dared to utter another word. But one person, unable to bear the silence, shot to his feet, his voice challenging. "Do you have any idea what kind of stage you're standing on?" Antharisa was momentarily flustered but managed to reply, "Yes, of course. This is a wonderful and honorable position. For someone like me." The man wouldn't let up, his tone growing harsher. "Then how are we supposed to interpret what you just said?" Antharisa started to get anxious again, her hands unconsciously clenching in front of her chest as a thought flashed through her mind, like a light at the end of the tunnel. "Oh, I knew this would happen. My hair is starting to turn white. What should I do?" But then another voice, Yuun's voice, echoed encouragingly in her mind. "If you find it hard to stand alone, then call me." Calmness slowly returned to her. Antharisa narrowed her eyes slightly, then decisively raised her hand, her voice much steadier. My helper. I'd like to call one more person to the stage." The entire hall, including one CEO Golden, was baffled, all asking the same question. "Who is that person?" Antharisa continued, her voice firm. "For this entire paper, I am the co-author." With a trembling but decisive finger, she pointed directly at where Yuun was standing, and she declared loud and clear that the student over there was Baek Yuun. Needless to say, our boy Yuun's face went pale. He was so shocked he froze for a full 5 seconds, stammering in his head. "I'm the co-author." Hearing Antonisa hawk him as the co-author, Professor Theron's eyes also darted towards Baek. Yuun was curious to see what his partner looked like. Not keeping anyone waiting, our main character dragged his heroic footsteps forward, straight onto the lecture stage. Of course, the hall once again erupted in lively gossip mixed with a few scornful snickers. A student that young, I don't think anything's really going to change. And yet, instead of joining the crowd's mockery, the golden alchemist Professor Burok Stone Fox looked openly intrigued. He crossed his arms, waiting for the show to begin, muttering, "Oh, I'm really looking forward to this." As for our idol Baek Yuun, after making his way up, the young man landed near the podium, his gaze lowered, staring at the ground, as if he were lost in some vague melancholy. Before long, he had drawn close to Professor Theron. This time, he wasn't brooding anymore. Baek Yuun looked straight at the professor without a hint of worry or hesitation. He quietly walked past Professor Theron, but then a stream of magical energy suddenly flowed out. As it turned out, the culprit was the beloved tree branch he was holding in his hand, and the direction this powerful spiritual energy was aimed was right at the professor's arm. Asterisk. Ping times. A massive system notification window appeared. Hot off the press, the special skill, Grudge of the Item, Branch of Vengeance, has been activated. The target of Grudge is Professor Maizen. As Baek Yuun walked by, it seemed Professor Maizen hadn't noticed a thing. For his part, he was only slightly annoyed, glancing over and remarking, how rude." Seeing that his opponent didn't realize, the boy allowed himself a faint smile as his thoughts materialized. Alright, it worked. After reaching the required position, he stopped and officially faced the scholars below. A silence fell over the hall. And then, with an emotionless expression, Baek Yuun spoke his first words. "First of all, I will listen carefully to Professor Maizen's argument. Theron has a saying, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. In that case, we will solve the technical, cross-training exercise right here." A smile appeared on his face, and once again the crowd's murmuring began. A debate between a professor and his assistant to resolve this paper. Now that sounds interesting. The crowd was clearly hungry for drama. Antonisa's anxiety was directed at him, and she said, stammering, "Hey Yuun, I feel a bit worried." He glanced over at her, but then turned the question back. "Hey assistant, don't you trust me?" Hearing that Antonisa was a little taken aback. No, of course I trust you." To add more certainty, Baek Yuun offered more words of comfort. "I've been by your side all this time, so don't worry. Assistant Antonisa, you can do this. I believe in you more than anyone else." Looking at his smiling face, Antonisa felt herself blush slightly, a thought running through her mind. "So then can I do this?" Her hand then clutched the collar of her shirt as she focused on adjusting her glasses. Another thought rushed in. That's right, Yusong is right. I have to believe in the work I've done all this time. She also tidied up her hair. Over here, Professor Theron was left completely bewildered. He was unable to get a handle on the situation. After finding her confidence, Antonisa stepped forward to stand opposite Maizen and said, "Shall we begin then?" Professor Maizen. Encouraged by Beck, Yusong Antonisa had found her complete confidence. And so the battle of wits began with a flurry of mind-bending information being thrown out. The method of variable intersection in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, "I have found a miraculous formula that can solve this equation. This is the magic formation that can solve the paradoxical spatial formula. But I need to use the restroom urgently, so I can't write it down." Afterwards, he passed away in the restroom, making the formula famous. Since that time, countless alchemists have tried to test this, but all of their results have been complete failures. Therefore, no one wants to try it anymore, which is why this unsolved formula has been deemed impossible. But now someone has declared they will solve the stochastic spatial intersection formula. A young man, a super cool guy puffing on a cigarette with an edgy expression nearby, had to exclaim, "Interesting." A profile of this man quickly updated a key member of the Lunar Mage Tower, belonging to the infamous 10th Destruction Squad. 3 notorious members led by Captain Kane. Right next to him, another beautiful woman in an outfit that was exactly the same, was yawning endlessly, looking bored to death. What's so interesting? This is so dull. Her information also popped up with a times ping asterisk. Vice Captain Hajin Macaron, and then these two appeared here by making themselves invisible. After finishing a long yawn, Vice Captain Hajin Macaron looked up and gave a half-lidded assessing gaze. "So is that Professor Captain really a black sorcerer?" Then someone nearby also commented, "I think I smell cigarette smoke somewhere around here." Looking towards where the two were starting to write on the blackboard, Vice Captain Hajin Macaron continued her assessment. "The more I think about it, the more this mission seems like a huge scam." But then Vice Captain Hajin Macaron glanced over at Kine, who was standing beside her without saying a word. After that, she helplessly rubbed her head, closed her eyes, and continued. "What can you do? The captain believes every single word that old man says." But then, she was taken by surprise. She opened her eyes and looked forward. It wasn't just her. The men had also focused their attention in that direction, where both Professor Theron and his assistant Antonisa faced each other once again. An observation quickly formed in her mind. "The atmosphere in this hall has changed, hasn't it?" And then the host's voice rang out. "Yes, the first difficult problem-solving section has just concluded." Over at Professor of Golden Alchemy, Burrow Stone, Fox's position, he was currently surprised. Looking at the information written below, he observed the series of specific and detailed information written on the 2 blackboards. He immediately made another observation. Although similar, it was a completely different approach. And over here, Captain Karen also formed her own line of thought, as she watched intently in the same direction. However, the assistant's explanation was simpler than Professor Theron's. Furthermore, the final result was also slightly different. From below, the host's voice rang out once more. Next up is the second difficult problem-solving section. Both of them once again went to their respective blackboards and continued to write. In the observation area, a few people started to focus, and a mixture of worried surprise was clearly visible on their faces. "This is incredible. Plenty of people have solved the second problem before, but I've never seen an explanation like this. A problem that was thought to require at least 200 lines to solve and clarify. Yet she managed to solve it in exactly 12 lines. The person they were discussing was Antonisa. From a strategic corner, Baek Yuson stood watching with his arms crossed, maintaining his regal demeanor. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself, "The audience's reaction is also very good." Keeping that smile on his face, his thoughts began to shift. But the real main event is just beginning. The host's voice rang out again. "The third difficult problem-solving section is now underway. Will the third problem, one that no one has ever solved until now, actually be cracked right here?" Both of them focused on writing their research findings on the board. Beads of nervous sweat started to appear on Antonisa's face. Meanwhile, Professor Mason Thornfox below began to worry a lot more. Both of them stopped writing, and down below Burox, Stonefox was stunned, his observations coming one after another. Did she really solve it? Professor Maizen, the one who solved the third problem previously considered impossible. What an admirable result. Despite hearing this praise, Professor Maizen showed no signs of happiness. Instead, he felt a mixture of shock and confusion. Barack Stonefox's words pointed that out. But beyond that, there was something even more impressive about the assistant Antonisa. Looking at the result that was hidden on Antonisa's side, Professor Maizen started to feel annoyed and angry. The thought quickly overwhelmed him. What in the world is that explanation? Over on the side, giving himself a satisfied smile, Yuun then overheard the endless chatter from those around him. How could she possibly have thought of an approach like this? Even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Then some new information was brought up. Until now, all the senior alchemists have treated the 5 difficult problems as 5 separate issues, and they solved them one by one. But Antonisa was completely different. She treated all 5 problems as a single entity, and proceeded to solve them in an integrated way. And that was the very difference between Maizen Theron and Antonisa. After that, the process of solving the difficult problems continued. Professor Maizen's hand started to tremble as he wrote on the board, and his own train of thought and calculations were no longer working as well as before. Wait, what's the next part of the formula? Looking back at his blackboard, he started to curse. Damn it, there's not enough board space to write, and so he turned to a nearby host and yelled, "Please bring another board in here, hurry up." But then a familiar voice spoke up instantly, shattering the tense atmosphere. "I'm finished." Professor Maizen's gaze froze, and then he shifted his gaze to the side, where Antonisa was calmly standing, with her back to the blackboard, looking down at the people below. Antonisa immediately began her explanation for everyone, adding a complete analysis and interpretation of the non-random spatial interference formula. A light flashed where she stood, and her calm, deep voice echoed throughout the square. That was the complete analysis and interpretation of the non-random spatial interference formula, concluding this difficult problem. The crowd could no longer contain their emotions, and soon the sound of their cheers overwhelmed everything else. This is insane, absolutely insane. Am I really witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, I'm so moved. This is truly the moment of the century. Down below, Antonisa heard these words and felt a surge of joy, which in turn fostered a newfound confidence in her thoughts. I did it. Thank you, Yuun. It's all thanks to you. Her smile was still on her face, but then another voice cut in Antonisa. Antonisa. Opposite her now was the darkness emanating from Professor Maigen. Antonisa looked over, filled with anxiety. Just as Yuun's heels touched the ground next to Antonisa, a hand reached out as the demonic aura from Professor Maigen swelled visibly. The professor's distorted voice rang out, and as if pouring out her heart, she questioned her sharply. How much longer are you going to make me suffer? You edited the thesis you stole and passed it off as your own. Are you happy? Sensing trouble, Yuun took a step forward, acting as a shield for Antonisa, who was frozen behind him. The young man's eyes were as cold as ever, but his brain was processing at lightning speed. Is this woman planning to transform into a dark sorcerer right here and now? It's a bit sooner than planned, but this is actually better. He thought for another moment as he watched Professor Maigen power up. A new idea sparked in his mind. If she becomes a dark sorcerer right now, in front of everyone, oh, this could be good. Unable to suppress the boiling rage within her, the professor shrieked her name again. Antonisa, Antonisa. Her eyes finally blazed with pure hatred. Meanwhile, Anthorisa's heart was pounding, and her legs were trembling. She tried to stay calm by biting her lip, suppressing all the emotions she had held back for so long. Antonisa suddenly exploded, shouting at the top of her lungs, "I told you to just admit it," and just like that, her confidence surged back. Seizing the momentum, Antonisa unleashed a torrent of words. "My thesis is even more brilliant than yours, Professor. Wasn't my presentation just now enough proof? How much more of my thesis do you have to steal before you're satisfied, huh?" After hearing this verbal smackdown, the audience and the scientific community stared with wide eyes, eagerly anticipating the drama. Was that thesis about the Crimson Potion actually the assistant's? No wonder. After boasting for only a few seconds, Antonisa felt her legs start to shake again. Professor. Her emotions erupted like a volcano again, this time at an even higher volume. "You're even more foolish than I am, Professor." Hearing this, Yuun, who was standing beside her, just stared blankly. What the hell? This dumbfounded mood quickly spread to Captain Kane and his partner, and to Vice Captain Hajin, who was watching nearby. The focus of everyone's attention was none other than Professor Maigen. To break the tense, suffocating atmosphere, the golden alchemist Onesioko finally spoke up. He cleared his throat, crossed his arms, and let out a hearty laugh as if he'd just had a great harvest. Ha ha ha, how interesting. Today's conference is truly very interesting. Only then did Professor Maigen snap back to reality. Her mind felt jumbled, her voice trembled as she realized she had just let some of her demonic aura leak out. What? Then she looked down at her own, slightly shaking hands. What did I just do? The thought raced through her mind. That was dangerous. Now, fully aware of the situation, Professor Maigen channeled all her anger into her gaze and shot it in one direction. Striding forward hastily, she came right up to Anthorisa's face, radiating killing intent. "Antonisa, how dare you?" This sent another wave of fear through Anthorisa, who visibly flinched. However, that shock quickly transferred to the professor herself. Mi-jin froze when she realized a very, very familiar figure was now standing right in front of her. That person was none other than Baek Yuun. His voice was calm as he spoke. "Professor Mi-jin, I suggest you take a look at the situation now." At his words, Professor Mi-jin's face froze like a statue. Then it slowly contorted into a state of utter shock and bewilderment, as if she was questioning her very existence. The professor was hit with the full weight of the invisible pressure from the countless unsympathetic pairs of eyes in the crowd below. The alchemists, including Onesioko, remained dead silent, waiting to see how it would all end. Hoping to quell the growing confusion, Professor Mi-jin whipped her head to the side. She stammered out an excuse. "No, that's not it, it's not." The climax of this whole affair was when she raised her hand to her chest, and her voice grew even shriller. "That girl stole my thesis." From below, old Onesioko had heard everything, and had figured out what was truly going on. He commanded in a low voice, "Drag her out." Someone immediately replied, "Yes, sir." After that, the order was carried out. Two supervisory spirits stepped forward and escorted Professor Mi-jin to one side. Faced with this predicament, Professor Mi-jin was still struggling. "No, I told you I didn't do anything wrong." The Destruction Squad duo. Number 13 could only watch as she was dragged away, while her voice continued to cry out, let go of me." After the massive, chaotic storm had passed, Antharisa went limp and plopped right down on the ground, as if all her initial burdens had been lifted, and from in front of her a hand slowly extended out. Her sparkling eyes looked up at that familiar hand. Baek Yuun, with a heartthrob-worthy smile, looked at the girl sitting on the ground and said gently, "Assistant, you worked hard today." Hearing these heartwarming words of encouragement, Antharisa couldn't help but stare blankly for a few seconds, before breaking into a bright smile. It chased away all her worries. The yellow lights outside only added to the sparkling beauty of the scene. The scene changes to Destruction Squad, number 13 of the Moonmaster Tower. The two of them were currently walking somewhere when Vice Captain Ha-jin closed her eyes and spoke, beginning a new conversation. "In the end, we gained nothing at all." Hearing her start a conversation so abruptly, Captain Karen caught on and added, "I see." If her emotions exploded to that extent, there must have been some signs right. But the sensor that reacts to the encroachment of black magic didn't show any response at all. Vice Captain Ha-jin brought up another question. "That's true. After all, the Moonmaster Tower's psychic senses aren't exactly absolute." And then a brand new question popped into her head after she glanced over at Baek Yuun and Antharisa, who were completely surrounded by a crowd of scholars. "By the way, is that kid the high school student they said was the co-author?" she asked, turning to Captain Karen beside her. She then hesitated slightly in her own judgment. "He's kinda cute, isn't he?" Hearing this, Karen gave her a sideways glance. "Have you investigated him?" She tossed the question back. Ha-jin looked a bit dazed as she replied, I just got a report from Mecca," and then she provided some more detailed information about Baek Yuun. Before coming to Stella, it seems his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. He's a commoner with the lowest grades, so how did he get into the S-class? And on top of that, how is he studying at the world's most prestigious magic school without using any magic? All in all, it's very strange. He also asked to have his name removed from the paper today. I didn't expect to dig up so much information. Captain Karen looked ahead calmly. "Is that so? Remember this." And then her eyes widened in surprise at something. From ahead, Baek Yuun was looking directly at Karen, his expression 1 part focused and 9 parts feigned ignorance. And then he decided to coolly ignore her and turn away, looking ahead with a bright smile, a somewhat enigmatic air about him. Captain Karen couldn't help but think to herself, "Wait a minute. Our eyes just met." But Ha-jin, who was beside her, just glanced over and dismissed it. "What? No way." She then looked at Baek Yuun up ahead and continued, "Could the captain's perception reduction spell and my shadow barrier really be pierced that easily? It must be a hallucination." Keeping her eyes fixed straight ahead, Karen was silent for a few seconds. Baek Yuun's smile gave no hint that anything had happened with that glance just now. And just like that, Karen had nothing more to say about him. "There's nothing left for us here." After confirming there was nothing unusual about Professor Mi-jin, Karen turned to leave, saying, "Let's go. Work's done." Ha-jin put her hands behind her back, following along and adding, "I'm getting sick of this boring place anyway." The scene changes to a luxurious, aristocratic-looking carriage. Inside, someone was so furious they were biting their nails. This person was none other than Professor Mi-jin Tiran, who had just caused a scene. The curses kept coming. Damn it. Damn it. If it weren't for Baek Yuun, I wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation. But then, from in front of her, someone sitting and reading a book with their eyes closed spoke calmly. "Well, it has come to this. We'll have to deal with Baek Yuun. Calm down, Mi-jin." Seeing this person suddenly appear here, Professor Mi-jin's voice became tense. You're Raiden. The other person opened his blood-red eyes, his displeasure clear. You've just caused a huge problem. After giving her a somewhat indifferent glance, the young man hastily snapped shut, the book in his hands upon hearing Raiden's assessment. But she retorted, that wasn't a problem. Professor Mygan Tiran's face showed considerable surprise, as if thinking, huh. But I almost... Raiden continued with a displeased expression, giving her a sideways glance before adding, almost. Fortunately, the contract suppressed it just in time. If your emotions had surged just a little more and caused a chaotic scene, it could have ruined all of our plans. Realizing she had nearly caused a major disaster, Professor Mygan sat there stunned. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Seeing her only able to offer those words, Raiden put his book away into a pocket dimension, half closing his eyes and letting out a sigh. Do you really think a simple apology can solve this? The leader was extremely disappointed. You need to reset your mindset to how it was at the very beginning right now. The young man continued. You've all but lost your value as a professor at this academy. Stella couldn't accept this. Professor Mason suddenly screamed, her voice, a constant stream of explanations. No, I have a lot of connections on the plagiarism review board this incident. I can still smooth things over. I haven't been kicked out yet. Hearing her talk a bit too much, Yuun closed his eyes and cut her off. Be silent and stand still. Lowering your head and pacing back and forth is the most useful thing you can do. The interrogation was replaced by a heavy atmosphere. Do you understand? He then used teleportation to leave, leaving Professor Mason alone with a list of demands. Don't move, and remain silent until the commander gives further instructions. Left all alone, Mason Tiran's simmering resentment came to a boil. She clenched her fists, her blame directed squarely at one person. This was all because of Baek Yu-sung. Just like that, a dangerous look appeared on her face. A new scheme was about to be born. Recalling the image of the two of them before they were dragged away, Professor Mason fell back into her thoughts. Just wait a little longer. Just wait a little bit longer. The image of that young man was etched even deeper into her mind. Baek Yu-sung. The scene changes to a train rolling towards an unknown destination. In one of the cabins, Baek Yu-sung sat with his arms crossed, staring at his assistant Aunt Theresa, who had an indescribable expression on her face as she sat opposite him. Then his gaze shifted to the side, a realization dawning on him. What a shame. I think if Professor Mason Tiran had used dark magic during her presentation, she could have prevented her downfall. The formation of the 8th story's disaster. I guess everything would have gone smoothly. Even as the story was about to erupt, he closed his eyes. The young man began to lean back. But the thoughts remained. There was nothing to be done, no need to rush. The academic conference had concluded without a hitch, and the branch of grudges has been activated. Suddenly, his eyes opened again. There's just one thing that's bothering me a little. He remembered the moment his eyes unconsciously glanced to one side, where Captain Karen and Vice Captain Hajin were standing together, hidden by shadow concealment. Looking at Karen, who was looking back at him at that moment, a new realization took shape. That person is definitely Karen. A more detailed introduction was then added for a small elite group of mages selected through an extremely rigorous process. The top dark mage unit of the Tower of Sakwan, and even within this Tower of Sakwan, a place famous for hunting down dark mages and witches, she is the commander of the 13th Destruction Unit. The most elite group is led by Karen. His thoughts reached a new level of depth. If I didn't have a sixth sense, I would never have noticed until the very last minute. I can guess why those dangerous people were there. They probably came to monitor Professor Mason Tiran. Whatever it is, it would be great if we could actively participate. Just as he was thinking this, he noticed Assistant Aunt Theresa's drowsy expression, as if she had just woken up. The old story was followed by a new development. I'm sorry, but could I have a moment of your time? As soon as the words were spoken, a person appeared near where Assistant Aunt Theresa was sitting. She asked the question with a hint of surprise. Who are you? Before she could hear the person's introduction, she found herself a little surprised. Could you be? The person opposite her appeared in an elegant white suit with the characteristic ears of an elf. He was currently holding his hat in his hand. Taking off his hat with a cheerful expression, the man began to speak to her. Then, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Character information appeared, Chairman of the Nebula Corporation, Folian. After this appearance, some in-depth explanation was added to the lore. As the chapters of the game progress, the worldview gradually expands, and as the main character Flame matures. Naturally, many other characters become targets. Among them is the man known as the Heart of the Southern Hawan Plains, the chairman of the Gurium Corporation, CEO Folian. Thanks to his golden ratio destiny trait, he was destined to become the richest man in the world. Even though he was over 50 and had a daughter, he was still a target for many. The reason wasn't because he was rich or handsome. It was because his daughter, the villainess, Jillian, was also closely involved. The High Elf Jillian. True to her title as the villainess who tormented the main character throughout the chapters, players became enraged and found a way to torment Jillian as much as possible. The method was to target the person Jillian loved most, her father Foley, and marry him, and destroy the family. After that rather lengthy introduction, Baek Yu-sung let out a weary sigh, but didn't forget to summarize a few points in his mind. It sounds like a joke, but everyone was excited about this dramatic turn of events. Continuing the story, the young man is now looking ahead with an indifferent gaze. His apathy was plain to see. I was expecting this, but I didn't think he would actually show up. A million thoughts were racing through my mind. I need to make a good impression in our conversation today. Setting the stage for the chapters to come, there was Felion smiling, as he looked over the two of them sitting together. With that smile, he began with his first questions. You must be the alchemist Antharisa, and this is the alchemist whose identity has yet to be revealed. Is that correct? If you don't mind, may I ask for your name? The young man had already anticipated this. I knew this was coming, but that was a clever way to ask. He answered immediately, I am Baek Yu-seo, a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. Felion was immediately surprised by this information. Oh, so you're a student at Stella Academy. A pleasure. Reaching into his jacket, Felion closed his eyes and said, The reason I came to find you two. A meticulously prepared folder of documents was placed before the two of them. His explanation clarified what it was, is to propose an exclusive contract for alchemist Antharisa's formula for the Nebula Merchant Guild. Of course, the terms are very generous. Would you like to look over the contract? The young man's expression showed no surprise at this, but Assistant Antharisa, on the other hand, was much more surprised the moment she held it. Her hand trembled slightly, causing the document to shake with it. As she opened it, her eyes lit up, and she spoke in an excited voice. Is this unlimited support for materials and technicians? I've never seen this much money in my life. A few more thoughts then ran through her head. With these terms, I can freely create all the inventions I've ever dreamed of. Yuseo will definitely love this too. Her gaze immediately shifted to him, but the young man just looked back blankly. He had no idea what she was getting at. Seeing his expression, Assistant Antharisa hesitated for a moment, and so she turned to Felion and added, Excuse me, could you give me a little more time to think it over? Sensing that something still wasn't to her liking, Felion quickly added as she examined the document. Are the terms not good enough? If you have any other requests, please feel free to say so. But Antharisa quickly interrupted him. No, that's not it at all. The terms aren't just sufficient, they're more than generous. It's just that she offered a more reasonable explanation. I need to discuss this with the formula's co-creator, Baek Yu-seo. Yuseo, sitting beside her, was also surprised by her words. He couldn't believe he was being brought into such an important matter, and his bewildered expression was plain to see. Hearing this, Felion let out a slight smirk and said suggestively, Is that so? A thought also crossed his mind times a co-creator. Asterisk. I thought she was just saying that for show, but I guess I was wrong. Looking at the pair across from him, he beamed a wide smile. You don't need to pay me any mind. How could that be? That train of thought continued. To be in his teens, and help solve a problem that has existed for 300 years, he must be an extraordinary genius. Still, no matter how you look at it, he's just a student. With that assessment made, Felion held out the contract to him and asked, Would you like to look over the contract? Another thought formed in his mind. Even if he is a genius at magic or alchemy, when it comes to business dealings, he's nothing more than a child. But as offered, Baek Yu-seo took the document and examined it intently. Felion continued his confident deductions. With terms like these, there's no way he can refuse. He was smiling as he immediately received an answer. I decline. Never imagining this could happen. Felion's face showed complete and utter shock. Looking at the young man across from him, he asked with great suspicion, May I know the reason why? If the terms aren't satisfactory, I'll revise them immediately. Once he finished speaking, the young man simply stared straight ahead. His thoughts began to dissect the entire issue. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Merchant Guild, the largest guild in the world, is obviously a good thing. But Felion, despite his excellent business skills, also has an incredibly stubborn nature. He refuses to let go of anything he considers his. If this formula ends up in his hands, only cheap, low-quality items will be mass-produced. This would limit the diversity, uniqueness, and overall performance of all equipment. Furthermore, because of the excessive monopoly, many mages won't be able to get their hands on the equipment, and technological development would become skewed toward commercialism, allowing the dark mages to catch up technologically. In fact, I've seen players who chose this story branch only end up making money, but in return they were met with a tragic ending. Based on these deductions, he brought up a new point. It has nothing to do with the terms. I simply do not wish to sign an exclusive contract. Felion was at a loss for words. What do you mean by that? He added, holding the paper, his expression completely unreadable. This technology, a fusion of magic and alchemy, will have a massive impact not only on daily life, but also on the crafting of equipment for mages. We want this new equipment technology to be used by even more mages. After hearing all this from him, Million sought some clarification. You have great dreams and ambitions. It's good to have aspirations, but to make those beautiful dreams a reality, money is essential. He responded immediately. As it happens, I've just finished negotiations with a series of investors, and one of them was Chairman Million himself. Then, as if understanding his point, Million asked the crucial question. So you intend to sign with them times and times with me? If that's the case, most of the conditions I've offered will have to be scrapped. Without denying it, the young man closed his eyes and confirmed with a smile. That's right. To be honest, I'm quite greedy for those conditions myself. His eyes slowly opened as he spoke, his voice low and deliberate. We will elevate the product into a luxury brand. A new smile graced his lips. That is my proposal. After sealing the deal, the benchmarks were nicely set. The goal was to make the items accessible to everyone. However, for the limited edition luxury items that are extremely difficult to produce, I will sign an exclusive contract with the Nebula Merchant Guild. Our boy Bic Yuun was subtly flexing his plan to win over Million. This was his move, building a super premium brand. Yuun was so confident that even Million sitting opposite him had to narrow his eyes in thought. Spoken like a true professional. Million instantly understood Yuun's intentions. Million extended a hand toward Yuun with the perfect smile of a successful businessman and asked a probing question. Excellent. Will those luxury goods actually sell? I would never do anything that harms my own interests. Knowing exactly what the man was worried about, Bic Yuun simply bowed his head slightly and calmly reassured him. Correct. That's why I won't ask you to sign the contract immediately. And then his already cool gaze became even more confident. A sharp look remained on Bic Yuun's face. In 6 months, let's hold a press conference for the investors. Inside Chairman Million's face showed a flash of surprise. Huh. What's this now? As he heard Yuun continue. If you like the product I present, then please sign an exclusive brand contract with us. Seeing that Bic Yuun had calculated every single move, Million closed his eyes, a familiar, meaningful smile playing on his lips. That's right. Truly brilliant. Antonisa standing beside him also smiled, knowingly realizing that their partner had already preliminarily sealed the deal on these terms. As a sign of their trustworthy partnership, Million took out something that looked like a business card and spoke. This is a messenger slip. It also has my contact information. Bic Yuun reached out to take it, replying politely, Yes, thank you, sir. A small caption appeared. Messenger slip. An item used to write a message on paper and send it. It guarantees the letter will reach the recipient with perfect accuracy. With business seemingly concluded, Million put his hat back on. The smile on his lips was like a gentleman's farewell. All right, I'll be taking my leave now. After his guest left, Bic Yuun still looked a bit dazed, while Antharisa maintained her mysterious smile. However cool he was moments ago, that's how much of a mess Bic Yuun was now. His face was pale as he clutched his chest, checking if his heart was still beating or if it had just given up. His voice trembled. Oh my god, I thought I was going to die from anxiety. Seeing her young master suddenly scared out of his wits. Antharisa standing beside him grew worried too. Is that how someone who's often anxious behaves? Faced with her innocent, wide-eyed expression, Yuun replied, I really was anxious. Hearing Yuun's confession, Antonisa couldn't help but let out a natural laugh, followed by a sincere compliment. As expected, you were amazing, Yuun. Hearing his assistant's strangely phrased praise, Bic Yuun looked puzzled again. Seeing her master was still processing, Antonisa quickly changed her tone. Ah, no, it's nothing. No longer paying her any mind, Bic Yuun turned his attention to the door where Million had just left. A stream of thoughts and a relieved smile appeared on his handsome face. Well, at least one problem is solved. Phew. When I get back, I should get the club members together for a big feast. At some fancy restaurant. Another notification popped up. The scientific conference has concluded successfully. Classes at Stella Academy are proceeding as normally as ever. In the classroom, a professor standing at the podium announced to the students below, Professor Megan isn't feeling well, so I will be teaching this class in his place today. Bic Yuun, still wearing his scholarly glasses, narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. The thoughts came rushing back once again. Had she really vanished without a trace? The weight of those thoughts grew heavier, as images of Professor Megan's demonization flashed in his mind. If things went according to the original plot twist, Megan would fully awaken in Chapter 8, and at that point, it would be game over. This school would suffer heavy damage, and I have no idea how drastically things will swerve in the future. This incident only made his gaze grow more serious. Could this chapter possibly make a comeback sooner than expected? I just hope it at least happens on a level my heart can still take, he told himself. Then came a new realization: not only Megan but Antonia was also absent from school. The class ended. Bak Yusun was now walking down a deserted hallway. It seemed like she was seriously chilling, maybe even enjoying an early retirement, he thought with a bit of humor. Just then a student up ahead spoke up. Hey, did you hear? Bak Yusun's attention was involuntarily drawn to the nearby conversation. That assistant, Antonia, wasn't she the one who deciphered that thing called arcane linguistics magic, that ridiculously difficult mind-bending stuff? The conversation grew more and more lively. Oh, I heard about that, but wasn't there another co-author? They said that person's identity was kept a secret, but why would they do that? Bak Yusun tried to ignore it by looking straight ahead, but the crowd kept gossiping. That's weird. Maybe that person is just incredibly ugly. Ahaha, you think so? A moment later, Bak Yusun was outside on the campus grounds, his overthinking still refusing to let him go. Keeping my identity as one of the authors a secret really has helped me dodge a lot of fame in this school. His steps suddenly halted. First I dropped hints by borrowing knowledge from these divine glasses, because all the focus and attention had to be on Antonia for the plan to work out perfectly. Stopping in his tracks, Bak Yusun noticed something familiar nearby. Ah, found you. Isn't that Ma Yusun? Wait, look at Anso. She looks like a human version of a giraffe. After a long absence, our two main characters, Bak Yusun and Anso, had finally returned to the scene. The people around them were once again treated to the sight of Bak Yusun watching Anso with a somewhat shy expression. And then the uninvited chatter started up again. He gets top grades and has top-tier looks. Isn't that a bit overkill? Is that crate next to him or something? She looks just like a doll. Yup. Whatever, she's still not a very good person. Yeah, she's pretty, but... Bak Yusun stood off to the side, coolly observing them. He thought, with a resigned look, even if the sky fell, this gossip mill would never shut down. I'll never get a single quiet day, will I? To get their attention, he called out loudly, I'm over here, seeing Bak Yusun appear. Ma Yusun, the friend with Anso, greeted him with a bright smile. Hey Yusun. Bak Yusun waved back. Sorry, I must have kept you guys waiting for a while, huh? Not really, Anso added. Then she asked bluntly, so what are we eating? Didn't you say you were the one deciding that he knew that our dear Anso rarely got to enjoy delicious food due to her family's tight finances? Bak Yusun gave a confident smile, his tone a bit mysterious. You'll find out when you get there. The scene changes to a restaurant. There are 3 people at the table but only 2 plates of food. A little stingy, isn't it? Hey owner, if Yusun wasn't mistaken, this dish was a pizza shimmering with a dazzling light and an alluring aroma. As it wafted through the air, Anso's eyes lit up with desire. Her face flushed, excited to dig into such a mouth-watering meal. Over here, Bak Yusun had already noticed her cute expression. Her charm at that moment was undeniable. Anso's gaze was now glued to the plate, and Yusun couldn't take his eyes off her. A few overthinking thoughts began to dance in his head again. Thinking back, something seemed a little off about Anso's explanation and introduction. That's right. That when you order pizza, you're supposed to order some kind of soup-like drink first. Maybe pickle juice. And with that, he passed Anso a strange-looking cup of liquid and said, Hey, you eat this. Anso's eyes went wide. A series of huge question marks appeared over her head, accompanied by no small amount of anxiety. What is this? And how do I eat it? Anxiety once again washed over Anso, as the question marks spammed endlessly in her mind. Seeing this, Bak Yusun was at a loss for words, his thoughts trailing off into a long ellipsis. That clueless and adorable look of hers made him wonder for a moment. Hey, is this her first time hanging out at a pizza place? Or not, he wondered. He then said aloud, ah yes. Just then, Anso bravely brought the cup to her lips for a taste, and an expression of absolute shock appeared on her pretty face. So good. The girl's face flushed with delight. Across from her, Ma Yusun also noticed a cup that was identical to Aso's, and out of curiosity he brought it to his lips for a taste. A comfortable, pleasant sensation spread throughout his body, and Ma Yusun turned to Baek Yusun, his voice full of praise. Yeah, it's really delicious. Baek Yusun glanced over, still wearing his usual dazed and aloof expression, but in his head he was having a ridiculously funny thought. Dude, take a picture. Capture this divine moment. He's just drinking, but he looks like he's posing for a Michelin food magazine. After the 3 of them had finished their appetizers, Baek Yusun held a slice of pizza forward, smiling as he spoke. You should try this too. Let's eat. Anticipation was written all over Aso's face. She quickly picked up her knife and fork, ready to dig in. Seeing her handle the utensils so formally, Baek Yusun wasn't particularly surprised. He just closed his eyes, his tone slightly teasing. Oh my. Are you really planning to stab that pizza with your knife? Nobody does it like that. Caught off guard by the teasing, Aso looked back at Baek Yusun in confusion, waiting for instructions on how to eat it. The guy immediately demonstrated on the spot by lifting a slice of pizza to his mouth. Along with it came a picture-perfect explanation. They say it tastes best when you eat it like this. Aso watched once again, falling into a state of embarrassment. Isn't that a little strange? Isn't that impolite? Meanwhile, Ma Yusun, who was sitting opposite her, broke into a wide smile. Oh, isn't this way more fun? And just like that, Ma Yusun, the cool guy, picked up the pizza with his bare hands. He chose a spot and took a hearty bite. Well then, I guess I'll give it a try, Baek Yusun thought to himself. You never know until you try, and after trying it she realized she'd never had anything like it before. Whatever. Ignoring all the embarrassing confusion from earlier, Aso decided to follow the two guys' lead. She picked up a slice of pizza and took a bite. Her eyes instinctively closed as she savored the taste. Her body then trembled slightly, drawing the attention of her two male classmates at the table. Aso brought a hand to her cheek. Her face lit up with an indescribable joy, and a few sweet thoughts began to surface in her mind. There's a gentle sweetness melting into the rich, creamy cheese and fresh bell peppers that seem to be dancing on top of it. Can adding just a little bell pepper and olive oil really create such a special dish? Not to mention the savory bacon and the crisp sweet onions. It's like they're all blending and dancing together, creating a wonderful symphony of flavors. Seeing his friend looking so ecstatic and happy, Baek Yusun spoke up. So what do you think? Is it good? Lost in her enjoyment, Baek Yusun's question took Aso a bit by surprise. But then she glanced down at the slice in her hand, her face blushing even more as she mumbled her reply. Yeah, it really is delicious. Both guys just looked over at Aso, an unconscious knowing smile appearing on their faces. And so, a few suggestions and more friendly conversations followed. Let's come eat here often from now on, okay? Can I tag along? Suddenly the scene shifted to a field bathed in the light of dusk. An unexpected incident had occurred. A very peculiar crack suddenly appeared in the ground. It emitted strange rays of light signaling that some kind of danger was about to be born. Just as she was casually walking back to class, Flame was suddenly stopped by someone shouting her name. Her gaze flickered over with a bright smile, and she answered nonchalantly. The other female student's face went blank after hearing that, looking a bit slow on the uptake. With that, her friend took off, not forgetting to leave one last comment. Flame froze, watching the retreating figure. A moment later, she let out a long sigh as the gears in her brain started turning. She probably came to tell me about Assistant Aunt Theresa, deciphering that mess caused by the divine artifact's awakening magic. But from what I know, that guy Baek Yusun was behind the whole thing. His image lingered in her mind, and Flame was once again lost in a whirlwind of new thoughts. It's as clear as day. To come back, you have to pay the price of almost all your future memories. Everything except a few plot twists, and the main storyline gets erased. But did he hack his memory, or does he just have an infinite IQ? While Flame was trying to process this, a crowd up ahead was whispering about something. But then a familiar figure loomed closer and called out a greeting. It was none other than Jeremy Scanvin. He flashed a sunny smile and immediately struck up a conversation. Seeing Jeremy sticking so close to her, Flame mumbled, "Why are you being so ridiculous? If you go, does that mean I have to follow you?" Her eyes barely open, she stated bluntly. After saying her piece, Flame turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Jeremy Scanvin with a slightly creepy smile. Truly special. The scene pans to a huge notice board, the words on it crystal clear. A crowd of students looked up at it. Flame just stood there, her mind spinning. Some bonus information appeared. Persona Gate, another dimension. Created from the power of dark mages, if this gate isn't cleared the moment it appears, the entire area will turn into a wasteland. Not a single living creature can survive. But more than that, unlike dungeons that are cleared by defeating a boss or destroying a core to get through a Persona Gate, players have to rack their brains, analyzing and cracking its rules and tricks. Floem sank back into his thoughts, analyzing things like density, spatial distortion rates, topology, and soul-sealing techniques. Long story short, you need to be a genius to understand and remember thousands of rules. That plus insane combat skills. In fact, the whole reason for training magic warriors was to stop these Persona Gates. To put it bluntly, this was the most important subject. Her hand unconsciously clenched. If things went according to principle, something was bound to go wrong during this Persona Gate practical. She couldn't let Baek Yusun carry the team all by himself. She resolved to stop it this time. No major losses could be allowed. The scene changes to the 9th star tower at the Stellarium Coffee Terrace. Princess Hongbion's group was gathered here. The table was covered in cakes and tea when a sudden question was thrown out. The other girls chattered in response. Princess Hongbian took a sip of her tea amidst the cheerful chirping of her friends. But deep down, the princess found this cake tasteless. Just then, her eyes widened as she overheard the latest hot topic. Recon continued, and her two friends' eyes widened in surprise, unable to hide their curiosity. This was definitely true since Recon's father was the director of the intelligence agency. But a huge question mark appeared. Over here, Princess Hongbian put down her teacup, her brain starting to analyze again. Even the intelligence agency doesn't know who that student is. And then the image of Baek Yusun and his assistant Antharisa appeared in her mind. The princess's expression visibly darkened. A surge of agitation made her unconsciously stroke the side of her teacup. A million whys danced in her head. But why would Baek Yusun hide the truth? Could it be that he was deliberately helping to raise assistant Antharisa's status? Then a thought flashed through her mind. It was very likely that Baek Yusun also had feelings for assistant Antharisa. At that thought, she shot to her feet, startling her friend, who asked in confusion. Princess Hongbian had already turned and left in a flash. Her friend was still confused, and the remaining three could only look at each other, not understanding what was happening. Another question was asked, seeing the princess leave so quickly. The scene changes to the school grounds. As Princess Hongbian was walking, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking her path. At first, her eyes couldn't make out who it was until a familiar voice rang out. Recognizing the person, she replied. Hearing Bian use her full name, Hong Siwa quickly put a hand to her mouth theatrically. A few lines of information appeared. Cruel fate had forced them, one, the legitimate child, and the other illegitimate, to become rivals. My half-sister Hong Siwa Adolabit. I despise this woman. Pushing those thoughts aside, Princess Bian got straight to the point. Siwa smirked, her gaze seeming to bore into her opponent. This question made Princess Bian's heart skip a beat. Are you talking about an ordinary person? Someone who still upholds the spirit of chivalry that has all but gone extinct in this world? The image of Baek Yusun once again flashed through her mind. Noticing the change in Bian's expression, Siwa crossed her arms and smirked. Siwa's tone became even more mocking, her cold eyes and teasing smile on full display. Princess Hongbian's fist clenched tighter. Siwa's words couldn't help but infuriate her. Princess Bian coldly walked past her. Princess Siwa took the opportunity to burst out laughing. How cold, indeed. But then, as if remembering something, Siwa unconsciously brought her index finger to her chin. Could it be because their eldest sister passed away? Bian's face suddenly darkened, her eyes showing an unconcealable sadness. Suddenly, Bian continued walking. Siwa's eyes followed her sister's retreating back. A hint of sadness and contemplation stirring in her own heart. Maybe I went a little too far this time, Siwa thought to herself. It's probably too soon for the kid to hear about our eldest sister. Just then, her guard Sierra appeared. Princess Siwa was a bit surprised by Sierra's sudden presence. A file was presented by Sierra. Siwa took the file. Oh really? I didn't expect to find this so easily. No need to dig around, excellent. Is there really an assignment with this kind of content? Siwa opened the file to take a look. Reading this part, Siwa couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Ha ha ha, how childish. Time passed. About a minute later, Siwa's hands holding the document began to tremble. Sierra noticed something was wrong, surprised. A few tears rolled down Princess Siwa's cheeks. Sierra asked worriedly. Meanwhile, Siwa had quickly covered her mouth, feeling that something was wrong. Sierra quickly changed her tone. Siwa had already turned her face away. It's nothing, Siwa replied, trying to wipe away the tear that had just fallen as she became lost in thought again. Her eyes softened slightly, and then a gentle smile appeared on her lips. The scene changes to another location. The students had all gathered on the grassy field. A professor stood up to explain. Hearing the announcement, Baek Yusun stood hidden in the crowd. Amidst the incessant whispers, another thought cut through his mind just before the impending storm. Our boy Baek Yusun started overthinking again with a jumble of thoughts, while simultaneously glancing at his awesome system window as a small consolation prize for flexing his knowledge at the recent academic presentation. Oh right, these glasses also have a super cool gate analysis function. Activate it now. Asterisk. I've been going back and forth, grinding like crazy in Aharun's garden just to raise my stats times. Baek Yusun thought to himself. It's not perfect, but this should be enough to get by. The status window for White Snow Baek Yusun was complete down to the last detail. Status strength 2-star 61%, senses 2-star 45%, agility 2-star 42%, stamina 2-star 12%, durability 0-star 97%, mental fortitude 1-star 59%, mana, remaining EXP, skill forward, blink level 1. His face looked pensive. On the other side, the teacher had already pointed dramatically towards the gate, adding, "All right, students, anyone entering gate C7, please head this way. Flame, the girl standing near Becky Yusun, immediately replied, "Yes, sir." It seemed Yusun's charm wasn't half bad either, as he was attracting quite a bit of attention. And it wasn't just Flame. A whole lineup of other potential waifus appeared at the same time. There was even Princess Hongbian and Ison. Yusun's mind started racing again times. So these are the people I'll be teaming up with for this trip, huh? Asterisk. This Persona Gate practical exercise will be conducted in teams, with each team having from 4 to 18 members. The key is that the members have to be perfectly in sync to clear the game together. Yusun's eyes remained glued to the crowd, silently assessing them. The average first-year student at Stella is only around class 2, conquering a Persona Gate designed with 3 levels of risk. This first combat mission is going to be tough. This is no joke. A major point of concern here is that the C7 Persona Gate, where the main event takes place, only has a maximum capacity of 16 people. It's a real shame that Ma Yukong and Hei Wan Riang aren't here, but having Flame and Hongbian is good enough. On top of that, there's also Ison, a heavy hitter carry, so clearing this stage is practically an auto win. There's no way we'll get a game over. He stepped forward, calculating in his head. I probably don't even need to get involved in the strategy for taking down the final boss. Too much work. The gate beckoned right before him. Yusun thought times. Anyway, the thing I'm aiming for is the hidden reward, those petals from the enchantment tree. Asterisk. Suddenly, the scenery changed. A look of astonishment flashed across Becky Yusun's face as a brand new information window appeared right after. Welcome to Aharun's ball. A magnificent plaza appeared, sparkling under brilliant golden lights. People started gathering around the large carpeted area in the middle of the hall. Immediately, Princess Hongbian's group also checked in at the same spot, just like him. Everyone's eyes darted around, scanning the situation, and then a voice spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Hello. A maid with the professional air of a butler, her hands gently clasped behind her back, flashed a bright smile. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Princess Hongbian sensed something was wrong. She furrowed her brow, her voice filled with suspicion. A dress. Shoes. What is this? The thought immediately consumed her mind. Asterisk. Huh. Has there ever been a precedent for a ballroom appearing in a Persona Gate? Asterisk. But she quickly composed herself. This is no time to be distracted. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the instruction notice first. Countless complex, difficult ancient characters appeared on an old scroll. But then a sense of anxiety began to creep into the princess's heart. Asterisk. Wait a minute. They would dare to give such a difficult and complex task in a training exercise for first-year students. Asterisk. Unbelievable. The maid then presented the instructions to everyone. Miss, it's almost time for the evening party. You must hurry. Princess Hongbian still couldn't process what was happening. Huh. The maid approached kindly, smiling as she asked, Is something wrong? The question escaped Hongbian's lips, her voice filled with confusion. How can you speak like that? Is that a pre-programmed phrase? Her thoughts continued to spin. Asterisk. I don't know if that's a real-life NPC inside a Persona Gate. Asterisk. I remember hearing that those inside gates created by mages can't exhibit any individual actions. Could it be? The phrase escaped her lips unconsciously as she looked at the butler, who was still smiling freely and had spoken so naturally just before. Hongbian's mind began to waver violently. Asterisk. No, it can't be. This is for Stella students. Asterisk. There's no way a real Persona Gate would appear here. It must be that Stella's technology has just gotten a little more advanced. A smiling expression remained on the butler's face. Why would you say such a thing? Princess Hongbian quickly changed the subject. Don't worry about it. Go and get the dress. The housekeeper replied, Yes, milady, right away. With that she left, leaving the princess lost in thought. Her anxiety grew. Asterisk. I don't know if it's just because I'm in a weird mood or what. Asterisk. But something feels off about this training session. I have a feeling this won't be an easy game. Time flew by in a flash. The sound of high heels echoed as Princess Hongbian appeared in a completely new outfit. Her platinum hair, tinged with reddish pink, was now pulled back into a neat, perfectly harmonious bun, complementing the magnificent evening gown she had just changed into. Her beauty was amplified, truly a sight to behold. And then her eyes suddenly landed on a familiar figure. It was none other than Becky Yusun, looking dapper and charismatic in a luxurious suit. His gaze was also fixed on something in the distance. Princess Hongbian instinctively followed his gaze, a slight blush warming her cheeks. Asterisk. He cleans up pretty well. It actually suits him. Asterisk. But then something else unexpectedly caught her attention. Vague memories suddenly came flooding back to the princess. This was submitted by student Becky Yuun as an assignment for a specific course. Yes, I heard it's a story, related to that student's past. She took the file, unconsciously, brushing her hair back. Is that so? As she skimmed through the information, she seemed to grasp an important clue. Back in the present, her gaze remained fixed on Becky Yuun, her mind racing. Asterisk. Is it because of that personal file on Becky Yuun I received a few days ago? I feel like there's something different about him now. He looks completely different from the guy who was constantly yawning his head off. Asterisk. Asterisk. Before. Asterisk. Just then, Yusun's gaze met hers, while the princess's train of thought continued. Asterisk. Overcoming a past like that. Huh. Asterisk. Asterisk. The path of a knight in Stella. He's taking it one step at a time. Asterisk. Yusun's hilariously bewildered expression suddenly cut through her thoughts. What are you staring at? First time seeing a commoner yawn, Princess Hong Beyonce was slightly taken aback. But she quickly regained her composure, looking away with a hint of embarrassment and replied, "No, it's nothing." Just then another voice cut in. "Looks like everyone's gathered." Someone slowly approached where the two of them were standing. And just like that, all eyes turned to the person who had just appeared. A lady with fiery red hair holding a paper fan continued what she was saying. "From now on, you all will participate in the ball hosted by Duchess Ahari." And then the lady's gaze suddenly shifted, moving her attention to a nearby wall. It is rumored that those 4 passages lead to the mansion's basement. However, the basement is a labyrinth full of traps, and as soon as you get lost, the knights of the mansion will spring into action. A mysterious smile played on the lady's lips. "You have no choice but to trust in your teamwork. Combined with your own intuition and knowledge, do you think you can do it?" Becky Yuun, who had been standing silently in a corner, immediately replied, "Yes." Hearing this firm reply from him, the lady couldn't help but be a little surprised as she looked towards Yuun. "You seem quite confident. It's a pleasure to meet you. That confident demeanor of yours is truly admirable. I like it." Yuun replied with the same confidence, "Thank you." Witnessing this masterful and natural exchange, the other students couldn't help but stare in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves, "What the? That person just talked like a real human. A base NPC has cool dialogue like that." The woman's voice rang out again, cutting through the chatter. "Well then, I wish you all good luck." With that, she simply turned and walked away, leaving them with nothing but her mysterious departing figure. The male students exchanged worried glances. Okay then. We should get going." A sense of unease enveloped them all as they started moving towards the gates, preparing for the upcoming mission. Just then, another voice rang out, forcing everyone to stop and look back. "Hey you guys, wait a second." The one who had spoken was Flame. She then posed a question. "This training test, doesn't something feel a little strange to everyone?" She calmly continued her analysis, pointing out countless suspicious details. "It's hard to put into words, but these NPCs are acting incredibly lifelike. On top of that, I can't analyze anything from this persona gate at all. Logically speaking, a practical exam for first-year students should never be this difficult and mysterious." The male students up front nodded along, agreeing with Flame. They even added their own analyses. "To be honest, I also think something's off. I can barely make sense of what's going on. Yeah, that NPC seemed way too real." Seeing the students begin to waver and come around to her side, Flame's expression brightened considerably. Asterisk. "Alright, I'll convince everyone to go this way." Asterisk. Her voice rang out again. "In my opinion," but then another voice suddenly cut her off. "Wait, Flame." Jackie appeared with his arms crossed, his face showing clear dissatisfaction as he continued. "You're not seriously trying to tell me this place is real, are you?" Worry was written all over Flame's face. Jackie continued his analysis. "This is obviously a situation the professors set up. Isn't it obvious? In a real battle, it's not like we can always completely decipher the information of a persona gate. In other words, being thrown into a confusing situation we can't analyze is all part of their plan." Delving deeper into his analysis, Jackie pressed his point. "Stella trains the most elite magic warriors, and is home to the continent's top magic knight order. Is it even possible they wouldn't notice a real persona gate appearing right here on campus?" Everyone began to be convinced by Jackie's sharp reasoning. Is that it? That must be it." Meanwhile, a sense of dread began to creep into Flame's mind. Asterisk. This is bad. According to the original story, this persona gate is real. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even if I told them, no one would believe me. So, I deliberately tried to make them feel like something was off. Asterisk. Then, Flame's gaze fell on Jackie's smug face. Asterisk. What am I supposed to do now, Times? An oppressive silence once again fell over the area. Yuun, who had been observing the situation, thought to himself, Times. So in the end, we still have to go down this story route. Asterisk. Fragments of information flashed through his mind. Asterisk 006 Jackie's corruption route from the original novel. Asterisk. Asterisk. The character Jackie didn't even exist originally, so Flame must be completely lost and in deep trouble. Asterisk. Asterisk. But this scene with Flame blocking Jackie was one of the countless branching paths in the original game. Asterisk. Asterisk. Regardless, this is a scenario where one of the 3 students is forced to become a corrupted sacrifice. Asterisk. Asterisk. A new worry began to form. I was hoping no one would have their mind corrupted, but can a predetermined fate really not be changed? Asterisk. Looking at the difficult situation unfolding before him, Yuun sighed. Asterisk. Even if I help Flame here, the outcome won't change. In that case, the best choice right now is to take a step back. Asterisk. The two stared at each other for a moment before Jackie finally decided to turn and leave. I'm going no matter what you say. Flame quickly tried to stop him. What, wait, Jackie. Jackie turned back, his cold gaze fixed on Flame as he replied. Even in a situation like this, it's all a setup by the professors. We just need to handle it calmly. As for the rest of you, you can just stand there and chill. And with that, Jackie chose a gate and teleported away. He left Flame standing there looking completely helpless. At this, the other male students began to look at each other, worry evident on their faces. They finally came to a decision. I'll go too. I've always been prepared for tough situations like this. But Baek Yusan simply stood with his arms crossed, continuing to observe and assess the situation. Asterisk. No one is acting methodically. Asterisk. His fingers began to twitch slightly. Asterisk. Regardless, at this point the only option is to go in. Asterisk. A mysterious smile flickered across his lips, as he too slowly moved forward.